Jeremy, do you believe that whenever your kids are 18 and they get out in the world and they, I don't know, beat someone to death, that the police shouldn't be allowed to detain them and hold them by force?
Well, they're 18. They're adults at that point.
Oh, well.
What up?
They're still your children. They're still your children, buddy. They're still your children.
Oh my God! Not this argument. So if they're 40, this Cleaner's done this argument before. It's crazy. So if they're 45, they're still your children. He did this with Goon.
The reason I use it as an example is because the way that Jeremy explains it, there are enough similarities. Maybe Cleaner will make more sense. It's your child.
What up, me, myself, and I?
You got to justify that position.
Yeah, the reason that.
Hey, happy.
The reason I asked the question is because.
Yeah, I told him earlier today that I was gonna be late because I didn't go to sleep until like 5 o'clock. I didn't get to sleep until like 5 p.m. today. Usually the latest I go to sleep is like 2 p.m. Usually I go to bed around noon or 1. Well, no, usually 1 or 2. But I went to sleep at 5 today.
So that I can understand the worldview, not putting things in his mouth. I didn't put any.
So, and then I woke up at 10. So I only got 5 hours of sleep.
Understand the worldview.
But that's all right. Once I get some coffee in me, it'll be all right. I might need to drink some of my energy juice.
But even so, if they were 16,
If I start falling asleep. Yeah, I'm gonna go join right now. Should probably go splash some water on my face though first. Let me go splash some water on my face.
Force carnal punishment themselves or call the police and have your child sent to jail. Which would you prefer?
We crushed the goal last week. I don't know if we're going to crush the goal this week. It's Good Friday. Happy Good Friday, by the way, everybody. God bless everybody. Happy Good Friday. Sunday is Easter. Sunday, tomorrow for fight night, we are going to, once it hits midnight, we're going to be coloring some eggs. I got my egg dye. Let me go splash some water on my face. Yeah, I was up pretty late writing that, and I'm still not done. I'm almost done, though, writing that debate thing. Let me go splash some water on my face, and then I'll go join. Chair time. Steelman, why aren't you on the panel? What are you, scared? You scared to debate? Let me put a goal up real quick. Cool mug. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. When you're dancing, yeah, you show it. When you move, 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 you know it. When you dancing, yeah, you show it. When you move, move, move. Okay. Do we got everything up and running? Let me see here. Make sure everything's up and running. Your browser can't access your device? Oh, hold up. I know why. All right, guys, we got to turn the camera off for 1 second. No talking about kids. Check, check, check. Hello. We're pretty high in the... Check, check, check. If I'm hot, he can turn me down. I'm smoking hot. Nobody can turn me down. All right.
Just during the day.
Throw a
Is this
pizza.
before or after the dropping
And I do
off
the
on the
same
doorstep
fucking
of the
thing with my
benediction?
kids.
And that's what usually transpired is this is literally the first time they meet the girl and their parents.
No, that's not at all how my parents
how
handle
I'm
things.
rolling.
That's not how I roll, and that's not how
Your
my parents roll.
dropped you off
My
on a doorstep and left.
JS Urban Adventures, welcome to the show.
You don't know what time it is.
Welcome, Mr. No Dreadlocks. Fuck you for that, by the way.
Well, he got rid of the dreads quite a while ago.
You
Yeah,
look
I know.
exact. I've never seen you before, Cleaner. You look exactly like you sound.
Yeah, I imagine I
Yes,
probably
right.
do.
Gears
I
Fox.
didn't picture him like that. when I
No.
heard him.
He's supposed to be bald.
Stepfire thought he was bald, so
Yeah,
I
Steph thought I was
thought he
bald.
was young. I thought he was younger than me.
It's close.
Yeah, you would look
No,
better bald,
I
honestly,
am bald.
the state of that hair.
I mean, he is a
Bald
I'm
little
not gonna
hostile.
brush through it.
Like, James, I don't know why you thought I was younger. I don't know how many times I've stated I was like 44 years old, which, by the way, now I'm
Yeah, how many
45.
times
You're
did you say
44?
that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'm
you look-
actually
you look
45.
rough.
Damn,
You look
I hope I
rough
don't
for
look like that
44.
when
You
I'm
better
44.
get off them smokes, dog.
You definitely had a
Oh,
hot
no.
paper out.
Nope. These smokes have me a fast road to seeing my wife again. So
What topic
fuck
are we
that.
on?
yeah, JS, since you got in, we were running through it was kind of, we brought it in from the 1v1, but it was like
Oh, the
we
spanking?
started with corporal punishment in schools. But then I brought up a very specific topic, like
Yeah. If your neighbor,
about-
if you're, yeah, I was listening.
about
Yeah,
if
your neighbor
once you
smacked the
send
door
your-
doors.
if you send your daughter to her friend's house for a sleepover, and then they get into a fight, and the father of the other kid smacks your daughter on the ass hard enough to leave a red mark, are you gonna be okay with this? Because, like, are you on that side? Like, yeah, that's acceptable, or are you fucking beating the shit out of that father, or what's happening here?
I don't know, but
should we allow other people to spank our kids? Is basically the
Well,
question.
as for corporal punishment from the schools, I used to be for it, but I realized that teachers are cut from a different cloth nowadays than they used to be. So you're going to have a blue-haired atheist Antifa troon spanking your child at school.
No, I ain't. No way.
No,
Well,
not
okay,
really. They
hold
wouldn't
on.
be
My
child.
kid's not
All
going
right,
to be there.
listen. Can I
They've
Atheist
been
wouldn't
cut
be
from a
spanking
pride flag.
child for
can
punishment.
I approach some
All
clarity for us all so that we can all understand some form of clarity in this? And I do understand what Jeremy's saying. I understand what JS just said. I understand what Stepfire is saying and what Elderline has said. All right, look, what we're all saying.
What about
is
me? Why'd you leave me out?
because I don't fucking understand you. You haven't drank
You're
enough.
not
No,
allowed
no,
in
that's
this
fair enough.
circle.
Drink more, damn it!
I understand.
Get up in that guy's mouth is so fucking big. Holy shit.
Yeah, happy Good Friday, everybody.
It's
Happy
Saturday.
Good Friday, gents.
Saturday.
It's
No,
not Saturday where I am.
I was trying to just approach some middle ground here so that we could understand what it is, the difficulty that we're each having with understanding the other side. All right. So a lot of us that have grown up, with parents that have actually been like engaged,
Abusers.
maybe you would call them overly engaged. We would call them just engaged in what's going on with their kids. They would get to know the parents before their kids would go over there, and that's what we do. We get to know the parents before they go over there. We get to know the school before our kids go to that school. We get to know things that our kids are going to be involved in before they get to being involved in those things. And I understand what Jeremy's saying. Sometimes as parents, you have like an off the cuff type reaction because you have to make a decision. Okay, am I going to let this happen or not? Now, I believe personally, as a parent, it's your job to know what the other person believes. If there's another household your daughter or your son is going to be going to, you should know whether or not there's going to be some kind of carnal punishment or something like that associated.
How do
with
you know that?
wrong.
How do you know that?
You ask
Before you
them.
let them.
You fucking ask them. And the
What if they
thing is,
lie? What if they
the
just
thing.
do what people can do and they lie?
That's a fair question. That's a fair fucking question, Brick.
You know it is.
And you know
I'm
what?
drunk now.
If-
I'm drunk.
if-
All the good questions are coming back now.
I think you're probably tipsy. I don't think you're drunk yet. You need to drink a little bit more. But if your child gets carnal punishment when they shouldn't have, and the parent told you they would never do that kind of thing or whatever, I don't know, whatever, like they lied to you basically, then yeah, you should have an issue with that. And that will be handled after the fact, which kind of fucking sucks. But you know what? It happens sometimes. And that happens in the real fucking world too.
Cleaner.
Children will have an understanding of how the real world functions and works.
So then it just totally cancels out your point, because you can never really get to know somebody in that sense. Because again, how are you going to get to know school teachers without going sitting, peering through windows, right? At a school, by the way. Imagine how weird this would look. You cleaner with that ugly mush, peering through your school's potentially school window and seeing what's going on. You're going to look weirder than you sound now, right? So people lie all the time, right? I just say, keep your hands off your children. Tell us what
Okay.
they've done. I'll discipline them. I'll make sure that
I
they're
understand. I understand your question, and I understand your reservation. However, the fact is that a lot of the schools that are around here that I would consider my children for, I actually have the opportunity to vet ahead of time and find out their teachers ahead of time before the kids ever go into the schools. And I don't look like some weird PDF looking through the fucking window or some shit. I go in there, I shake the hand of the teacher, and I ask them various
He always looks like that.
that actually fucking matter to me, because I don't give a shit about the stuff that doesn't
so
matter
that
to me.
2-minute
I'll ask them
conversation you
do
have with you,
matter.
shook his hand.
What if
You
it's
knew
not
everything
the
about
teacher
him,
who's
didn't
the
you?
punishment? What if it's not the teacher who's doling out the punishment? You met
Exactly.
the teacher, you didn't meet the one who's dealing the punishment.
Well,
So anytime I got trouble in
generally,
school,
it's carried out by
anytime
the
I got in trouble
principal.
in school, I would sit
Yeah,
with the
it's
assistant.
generally carried out by either a principal
by my
or the
teacher.
assistant principal, the dean or the assistant dean of admission. One of the two. You know, it's carried out by one of those people. And yes,
Or
yes,
the
in those
assistant
situations,
principal,
I actually know.
of people.
Yes, in those situations, I actually know all of my child's teachers. I know all of the deans that they've ever had. I've met them all.
But what if they just got to delegate and work? You know how
Yeah, I've
people
actually
delegate
talked
work.
to them and had conversations
What
with
if they
them. I
just got
understand their
delegating and
worldviews
work
versus
to that?
My daughter's
That's
gonna
what
go.
it
I'm
is.
gonna know the
I know
principal.
where-
I'm gonna know the teacher. I'm gonna know them all.
See, the thing is, I want to know that my kid is going to a school that has the same values I want in my kid. So I'm not going to put them in just some fucking
you wanna know
random
your kid's going to
random
school, he's
fucking
gonna get his arse
school
beaten with a fucking cane. Yeah.
as fucking as oh my god, as fucking degenerate as fucking possible against my views, against how I think they should be raised,
as fucking
against the things
degenerate
that
as
I
fucking
believe
possible
that should be
against my
instilled in them. I'm not going to put them in that environment. I'm going to take them to the school that I believe they should be at, that I believe will teach them what I want them to learn in the world.
Yeah, I would rather the school notify the parent and then let the parent determine if the school actually got that wrong.
Sure, you can
and-
opt for
and-
that, but why
hang
can't
on,
I?
I'm not
Why
done.
You
can't
can opt for that.
I'm not done. And I want to go back on the sleepover thing, right?
Sure.
So here's the thing: you can say you
Running.
know about this person, the person's not a dipshit, you're friends with them, and whatever, right?
Sure. Since you lost the other topic, let's go.
Hang on. Here's the thing you don't know about them. What if they happen to actually be abusive to the point where they're actually causing, markings and stuff like that on their child?
What if they were
Would
Martian?
be illegal, right?
That'd be crazy too.
Well, no, I know.
I mean, it would also require my child
You
about
authorize
this
this
too.
parent to lay hands on your child, in which case they could do the same to your child. Now, yeah, you would be angered about that, right? But you gave them the authorization to dole out their punishment as they saw fit.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I communicate with my child, and
what
if my
you're
child
saying
tells me a
is
different story, then I
Ben
can
Talk just wants to
follow
add
him.
in. I have a theory. Since schools in the past didn't spank anyone, the present day teachers became the way they are. So is the well poisoned?
They stopped spanking
That's,
kids, and
that's
now we got a
actually a
bunch
good
of
point. That's
bunch of
actually a really
crazy-ass
good point
kids.
that Ben Talk brings up. It is that no, that is a
Yeah,
good
I would
point.
actually even go further. I would say that I don't want to allow your kids to not be spanked in my schools.
Well,
Look,
so you just want
to
to
be
school
fair,
that's
Jeremy, I understand what you're saying. The thing is that if you figure out that someone has taken a hugely disproportionate punishment towards your child, well, that's what for 3 o'clock in the morning guys like me are for. Call me up and I'll help you out, bro.
Now you're getting there. Right now you're getting there. But can't you just leave the punishing up to me, because I'll discipline my kids.
God
And
damn
hopefully, normally,
Yeah.
my kids won't need punished because they'll be respectful. Right?
Yeah, and that's an option. Most of the punishment
gets
schools that there are right now actually leave the option for the parent to come and carnally punish their
Yeah,
child.
and I will. If he's done
fine.
something wrong, I'll do
And
it.
that's fine. I'm all for that, Bricky. I'm great
Yeah,
with
but you're
that
not
too.
doing it though. You're not doing it.
No, I don't have to because my kids don't ever push those rules. They know better.
If you were the teacher, you're not doing it. I'll do it, right?
If
Because
it's a
I don't
hot
pay
principal,
you.
I'm going to ask her for a demonstration first.
My kids don't do
Yes,
anything
with a
like that.
kinkiness.
Could be a degenerate. Yeah.
Are you posing a hypothetical or are you posing an actual?
It was just I was just striking a pose. I don't know what one it was, but
Oh, you're just striking a pose. You're
Yeah, I
good
mean,
at striking poses.
everybody keeps saying you can't spank my kid. I agree. If you don't want your kid spanked, then your kid doesn't get spanked. Right? I'm not disagreeing. You're saying that my
no
kid
one's just
shouldn't
joined
be
the
spanked.
stream now. And
So
listening
what
to
is the
just
justification that I cannot grant the authority that I have into my dad when he's watching him, or the principal if we had that kind of relationship, or my best friend when he's over when they're hanging out over there with their friends over there? I've heard no justification. Just no, you shouldn't do that. Well, why not?
Because it feels bad, Stepfire. It feels icky. Somebody did something and it's hurting my feelings.
Well, it does
You
sound
want
very
to
emotionally
on your kids,
charged.
fine. I've
Sure.
got no contention with that. Go ahead.
Dang, we did all that arguing.
Yeah, if you want to go let
It was
people be
fun.
on
It was
your
fun
kids,
though,
go
wasn't it?
for
I
it.
mean, it was fun. Well, let's face it.
I don't want my kid to
Well,
be
I'm
beat,
gonna have
but I
another
do
drink
want to
of that,
discipline.
You're granting the authority for them to
No,
do that.
you're just loading your language, trying to make it sound like something it's not.
Yeah, you can use loaded language. I can use loaded.
You just want to shelter your
I can
kids
use-
completely. You just want to lock them in the
Watch this
basement so they can never see the
Little
sunlight.
shelter
That
and
might one
spoil
day
your
get
children,
the
and
cancer.
we have to deal with them.
Everybody's not around on this one,
Watch
too.
this shit. I can use loaded language too. You're going to let your kids walk through life literally committing murder and never getting away with it. There you go. I use loaded language too. Congratulations. Two can play that game. Why don't we get back to the debate?
Well, wait there. What if they were in the military? What if they were in the military, right? And they had to do that.
What did you just say?
What if they were in the military and they had
What-
one wall
Hold on. What if they weren't in the military or were in the
If they
military?
were, if that was a job in the bar, like in a
Oh, so you're
battlefield,
against
so they're
bad
going to go through their life killing people.
I
Like you
would,
just
I
said.
would want my child if I was putting him or her in the military, but I will just say him because I don't necessarily agree with women going into combat roles, at least. But
Yeah, I
Um,
mean,
I don't
like,
agree
my
with
daughter
women going
wouldn't get into the
combat
job
roles.
I did in the military.
Elderline,
So
what were you saying? What were you saying,
cool.
Elderline?
Yeah, go in the military.
but what I was saying, I would want the place that's putting my child in the military to make them as tough as possible. And if they can't stand getting corporal punishment,
Yeah,
what the fuck are they doing?
The military.
I agree with Elderline
I'm not
100%
talking about
right
kids in
there.
school, but what I mean is that was the last topic. He's saying, you're going to be okay with your child murdering people, blah blah? Like, no, we're not.
Hold on,
Listen,
Bricky. Hold
like
on.
I said, what if they were in the
You
military
said if
and they
they're
were on a
in the
war front,
military and then you say murder.
would you not be proud of your son?
That is, in the military, they give you orders to do something. You fucking do it, or
Right.
your family is dishonored.
It's different. It's
I think-
different then.
The goal would
When
be to
you're
raise your kids so that
murdered-
they don't need to be corporally punished.
When you're given orders to go to another country and kill someone, it is under orders, and you are believing that the powers above you have determined this person is someone that has to be eliminated. It's
But-
your job. You do it.
But JS,
I want my children to do that, and I would be proud of them for doing that. And you know what? I'd throw them a fucking parade for
You
doing
just
that
said,
too.
you
but
just
how do
said,
you
you
raise
just said to
children
us
like
there,
that, JS,
so
if
you
you
would
don't
be
give them
proud of
something
your
right?
kids going around murdering people
How do
all
you
their life.
raise them right
I'll just give
without-
you a hypothetical. I tested your logic with that one.
Spare
there.
the rod,
You
spare the
contradicted
child.
yourself.
I mean,
So the
if the-
military tells them to go kill
why are you guys
someone.
talking about the military?
Because he
It's an
brought up the
example- it's an
military.
example,
He said if they get into the military and then they go and murder someone. Well, I don't know what he's talking about specifically because he didn't state it. So I'm assuming he's talking, since he said the military, he's talking about someone in the line of duty going and doing their fucking job.
Yes,
and as
but
far
you
as
would
I'm
be proud of
concerned,
your son
I
doing
would
that.
say,
Richard.
Good
That's what I'm
job,
saying.
kid.
You
I'm
just
gonna
said you
give
wouldn't
you
be
a
proud of your
fucking
son
bank account
if
when
they
you
were
get
going
back.
about murdering people.
I'm going to
But
give
it's
you
just-
the
It's kind
house
of
when you
analysis,
get back.
but
You would.
we would let, if our kid went out and commit crimes, we wouldn't have any choice but to let the government put them into juvie.
Yeah, there's
So-
a difference between crimes and military service and following on.
No, but I'm
orders.
talking. Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah.
trying to make something
Well, I mean,
more
it is
analogous to the
still-
military. So if the kid commits the crime, the authority, which is the government, will punish the child by putting them into juvie. So at school,
Yeah.
the authority is the principal. When your kid is in school, if they break a rule, then shouldn't the principal, the authority at the school, be allowed to punish them?
Just on your child.
Well, but the point is, I'm not
Nope.
again. I don't have contention with the idea of punishment for breaking the rule. I have issue with the
Laying
punishment
hands
being
on-
permitted
laying
to
them
be
on them.
laying hands on the child.
Yep.
So again, in school, I did go to school. I did get spankings in school up until a certain point, in which case then it was in school
Yeah,
detention.
but you like them though, Jeremy.
Are you
like them.
against
Or even
spanking in
after-
general?
Yeah, I was
in
wondering
a
the same
school that
thing.
gave out corporal
Are you against
punishment. Whatever
spanking
they
in
did to
general,
me, compared
Jeremy?
to my mom with a damn
I
spatula,
got
was nothing.
spankings still up until I was like 15 by my parents. I'm not against spankings. That's fine. Parents can spank their children. I'm
Listen,
not
nobody's
okay
going to
with
think I'm on some
schools
dodgy
spanking
call with some
children.
birds.
I'm not okay
trying
with
to
other
spank them.
parents spanking other people's kids. That is not okay to me.
Yeah, I mean, the
but
alternative is
why?
like basically
Make them
your
do
kid
laps
can
around
be
the
as
fucking
rowdy as
field
they
or something.
want to at other people's place because they know they'll just
No.
get punished later.
The parent can then send them home. They can call the parent, make them come get their children. They don't
Well,
have
what
to
if
be
they-
welcome
what if-
where they're
what if-
not able to behave.
What
Yeah,
if my
you
best
can
friend was
eliminate that
taking
carnal punishment
my
school.
family to the
Hold the parents.
taking my family with his family to
Why
Disney
can't the
World?
parent be held responsible for their children's wrongdoings and make the parents actually be parents?
Wait a minute now. That's a whole different line of
With that,
debate
just
right
taking them
there.
to Disney World,
Do you
Steph,
really
and do
think
what the fuck he
parents should
wants.
be held
That's entirely
responsible
up to
for
them
their
then.
children's actions?
Disneyland, that's like,
You do? So
Yes.
you are 100% in favor of if a child red rums some guy that the parents take the fall for it?
In certain cases, yes.
Or if
Oh,
the,
in certain cases. Oh, so now there's a threshold now.
if the child
Red one, what
buys
does that
some
mean?
pot,
Parents-
if the
parents
child
should
buys
always
some
be
pot and
fiscally
brings it
responsible.
home,
See,
do
this
you want a
is-
drug charge
This
on
is
your
the
record?
thing. This is the thing that Stepfire, Elderlion, and myself have been saying. There is a
Oh
threshold
no, I
on
disagree
your
with you on
punishment.
this.
Oh, do you? I say there's a threshold on carnal punishment. You know, there really is. If somebody says something bad in class, maybe
Oh,
they
I
shouldn't
thought.
necessarily
Hold on.
be. You know what I
Sorry,
mean?
I'm super high. I think I confused you with JS for about a second.
I was
Oh, yeah,
talking
no.
about the parents
No,
held
no, no, no.
accountable for their.
I'm way fucking sexier than JS. I know that shit.
I don't think
Nah,
parents
nah,
should be
nah.
held
Wow.
accountable for their kids'
Getting that JS sitting down.
crimes.
I mean, even GS with dreadlocks was sexier than you would ever look. So
Whoa.
Okay.
You want to take that?
Yo, why is
did you,
William doxing me
gay
for my
comment?
name?
Bricky, are you about to say something intelligible? Because that last sentence, I couldn't understand a fucking thing you said.
that's
I'm just
absolutely
kidding,
fine, my friend.
by the way.
I don't give a shit.
All right.
You did. That one wasn't for you. Oh yeah, you got a couple name changes. That's right.
we're gonna have to give them each a minute or something.
Well, yeah, 2 minutes usually between. And then I started waiting 2 minutes for this next one, and then I forgot about it. To be honest, almost. But chat won't let me forget because chat always wins. That's what's up.
Fuck yeah, they do.
All right, and then another 2 minutes. You got another one.
All right, cool. That last one was unique. That one's pretty cool too. I'm good with this for the debate. You know.
I got to get off here. Somebody put me in a 1v1.
Oh shit!
I can't stay the whole night tonight.
No, fucking King blackout. Carnal punishment is not carnal knowledge. You fucking degenerate asshole. You know exactly what it is. Fucking asshat.
Oh shit! Too good. That topic got a lot spicier than I thought. I knew bringing up that next part of it would definitely get some split feelings here.
Yeah. Well,
You seem to do this all the time. You had us arguing for 9 hours overnight on one topic, right?
I approached
Yep.
this one from the heart this time.
Yeah, there's definitely been times where we've done we've got to the second topic and it'll go the whole night on that topic because it just fired the whole time.
I was fucking mortal. I was absolutely. I don't even know how I stuck around for the length of time. I was a good shift that it was, but it was one topic, and we were like, I'm like,
What the fuck
what
is he saying?
Yeah, it is. I can't even remember the topic now.
You're tipsy. You're almost tipsy enough. You're like,
I am. I'm getting there. What was the topic that you were on this? Not one you just done the stream before that.
Taxes?
Canaveral punishment for kids. Canaveral punishment.
Relationships.
Are you talking about his last stream? Men and women can't be friends?
Should men and women have platonic relationships?
Oh, that did.
That was it.
Yeah.
Boom. 9 hours. 9 hours.
Yep.
And it was just.
I gotta take.
that's tough.
I will be right back.
Stepfire 1v1 fund. Let's go. Fredo's setting it off. Let's fucking go. All right, let me see. The next topic. Let's bring up another one here. That was actually really good though. I worded it this way because maybe someone would be able to argue for it in this sense. But universal basic income is a viable solution for economic inequality.
No.
Yeah, it can help make everybody poor, I guess.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
I think it's essential, but not for economic inequality.
Make everyone poor. Yeah, so yeah, I didn't think okay.
I think it's just a wash, ultimately.
Universal basic income is just a wash, eh?
Yeah, it's just a wash.
Makes
Because
sense.
you give
Unless
everybody
the basic
$1,000,
income's like $1
then
million
everything
a year or
adjusts
something,
to those
everyone
that
gets
new
$1 million
influx
quid.
of money. So
Yeah, but what happens is you destroy the middle class. So you have like 1% stay ultra rich, and then there's no more middle class, and everybody else is just equally poor.
how's the middle class eliminated?
Because it decentivizes upward mobility. So people don't want to. If I'm making $25,000 plus my UBI, then I don't. But if I lose my UBI at $30,000, I don't want to get a raise that's going to put me at $31,000 annually. I'd rather just keep the 25,000 in my UBI so people are decentivized from
You could
working
have
hard
a,
and moving
you
up
can have
in
a
the company.
gradual system where as you make more money, you get less UBI. Or I mean, everybody would be getting the $1,000.
Right. So
So if everybody's
the
getting
more money you
$1,000, there's
make,
no
the less
threshold.
UBI you get. Why would I want to make more money? Why would I just take the free money, the higher level of free money, and make? I wouldn't even want to get a job because then I get the most
people less
UBI.
Why wouldn't I just take the
If
money?
it's
Why wouldn't I
if
just
it's
take
UBI,
the money
it's
and then just keep
$1,000
arguing to
regardless.
get?
Billionaires get $1,000 UBI. The homeless get $1,000 UBI. Flat across the board.
I mean, yeah, but if UBI,
Okay, well
UBI is
then in that case, it's what you said. It's
Wouldn't
still a
encourage
bad
me to
idea
have a
because
job,
then it just
Well, no, I
inflates.
agree. I agree it's a bad idea, but I don't see how it would
But
destroy
hang
the
on
middle
though.
class.
UBI would be based on how much you would need to survive, right? What would be even the point of working if there's UBI? Like I just
Right.
not work and
Yeah.
get the check free.
Yeah,
So
most
the people that's not going to work are going to continue not working. Oh,
No, I mean, if the government's just going to give me a check,
No,
to
more
cover
people
all
are going to
my-
I mean,
not
if I was
work.
getting paid,
I have no
if I was
reason to
getting
work.
paid
I'm
enough
just
to
not
not
going
have to go to work, I would just take. the
I would
money.
much rather
Just stay
retire and
home,
not work.
ultimately,
read a
it's
lot of
going to be
books
a
and shit.
when you inject $1,000 per person, the market is going to adjust to that injection of the cash.
Yeah,
Everything's going to
so
level
everything
right back out to
inflates.
where it was at. So
And
it
then
just
we're going to be
washes.
arguing for more money after that.
right?
Yeah,
But
and
if
then
they
they want to
spend it-
raise
if
the
they spend
minimum
that money,
UBI,
if
just
they
like they
spend
want to
that
raise the
money,
minimum wage.
and it goes back to the government. And if they save it, it reduces inflation. So I don't know.
It just creates a massive voter base of extremely broke people who are
So
barely
which is more?
surviving.
Which is more? Is that one more?
Again,
Or
I'm not
that one?
for
What the hell is
UBI.
that, monopoly money?
I just don't see how it would destroy the
No,
middle
that's
class.
British money.
I know. Now it's a bad
That's-
joke because that's worth more
That's
than
the
our money.
king's
so.
money.
But one's more than the
King's
other,
money.
and I'd rather have the one that was more. Do you get
The
what I mean? So if
king's
I've got to
money
work harder to get more money,
Yeah, that
I'd
makes
rather work
sense.
fucking harder.
It's all
Seriously.
powerful. The king's money is all powerful.
Right, but if you
Chris?
were just given that money for free, you would just not work and take the free money, and then when everything gets more expensive, you just complain and ask for more
I got
you gonna
goals.
give
free
that
money.
to
I
people
got
for free if the
goals.
money's
I'm not
getting
trying to stay
generated?
on some
Because
It
$1,000.
that
makes
money's
a
gonna
it
come
makes
back.
the turns the working class into lazy complainers
Yeah,
and
but
whiners.
you do not get a working class.
And for people who don't have goals, that don't want more than
No,
what
it
they have,
turns the lazy
becomes
people
a-
into lazy people. They're lazy already.
No, but
People
there's
with ambition are going to go out
Yeah,
there.
they're
and
lazy and
Sure,
they'll
you're
continue to
going to
stay
lose.
lazy and get more lazier.
Yeah.
The thing I want to understand
Basically.
about what's being proposed with UBI is this. Are we talking about getting rid of the UBI system that's already there that everybody takes a part of, also known as welfare? Or are we talking about implementing a whole new system on top of welfare? Because there's so many people that don't work, that don't want to work, that just like engage in welfare that, I mean, like it's already fucking there.
it's like
It's
Super
UBI
Saiyan 2
is
welfare.
already there.
UBI is a specific plan.
Needed it or not.
Just, I mean, it would
Okay.
fall under welfare, I
is
believe.
literally
Okay, so
everybody.
so what we're talking about is something in addition to welfare, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so that would necessarily and definitively increase how much goods are costing.
Yes.
Yeah, and it has to be paid for by something. So what they're probably going to do is they're going to tax the people who make more money. So they're going to tax the rich. This is all socialist ideas. They tax the rich so they can give money to the poor.
It's redistribution.
Right, redistribution
Yeah,
of
but
wealth.
universal income's already replaced.
And then that also
it just
decentivizes
as
people
allowance
from making more
over
money
here.
because why do I want to be up in a different tax bracket now and I'm getting less UBI? Like,
Yeah, but if it works like it works,
hold on.
universal income.
I'm
is
not arguing
anything
for
you can live
UBI.
off.
So-
no, you're not.
Animated effigy is saying UBI would replace all of their welfare. So
Yes,
if
it
that's,
would. It's done
that's
it here
what
in
the
Britain. It's
proposal-
already
No,
done it.
it could. Yeah.
if
So
that's
it's going to replace
proposal-
Medicaid. It's going to
No,
give you
it's not
multiple
gonna- no.
thousands of dollars. Like, I don't understand.
Well,
Yeah,
You
it'd
just
be-
do
it'd be a
welfare, like
lot
the
of damn
food
money at
stamps
that
and shit
point.
like that, what
They
you
would
get.
still
You get
have-
now
Here's the
one
thing,
payment,
Here's the
which
thing,
just
okay?
barely gets you through.
Even if UBI replaced all other welfare, it would still necessarily increase the price of goods.
Goods are going to go up anyway. That's as long as you.
I mean, it would
UBI
make
goes
everything
up.
Anytime
way
you
more
inject
expensive
cash into the
because people
system,
be wanting to throw
inflation
around
goes
money.
up.
Yeah,
way
but
more
let's
often.
face it, we're not talking about a very, very rich, lavish lifestyle.
I think
now,
it would
right,
have
on
the
UBI.
opposite effect.
Yeah,
I
you'll
think it
get
would.
by, but you're going to be like some people can live off it, and it can be a lifestyle. But then people are worthless. You don't want them working in the workplace anyway, right? Because they're just degenerates.
Well,
So
and-
just
Yeah,
keep
I would
them
argue
put them
putting
into
those
the
people in
system
prison.
a little bit, or like put them in prison, right? But if anyone with any motivation, and free will, GS, free will, right? Anyone with that will go out and try and achieve
Total
the best.
free will, JS.
How many how many people do we have for UBI right now?
Cleaner.
Is
One
it
thing
just
to
Ricky?
consider
I don't
though.
think anybody is.
This would not be actually in addition to welfare. Like there wouldn't be a need for welfare. UBI would actually cover that.
Right, that's kind of what Effigy was saying when that's what I assumed he was saying when he said UBI
Right,
would
when you-
replace all other
when you
welfare.
get food,
He said
like when
all
you get
their
Medicaid
welfare.
involved in that, though, that's like a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
And see, this is the thing. If you introduced UBI, you would be talking about introducing universal health care and a number of other universal plans in order to sustain UBI versus the lack of Medicare, Medicaid, all these other programs that are there that are just like that.
No,
SNAP
because you would get that covered.
like
He's
tons
hunting
of
for the
stuff that's
crazy
out
key
there.
there.
So UBI
Medicaid would be covered under UBI.
100% necessarily increase the price of goods disproportionately to the inflation rate.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, it would
No,
just
it would
increase
I'll be
the
honest,
inflation
I'll help
rate.
you out.
It would increase the price of goods more than the inflation rate because
No,
what you're doing is
the increase of the price of goods would be the inflation rate.
So think about it. Think about it for a minute, okay? All the
You'd
people
be
who
throwing
are
around a lot more
Medicaid-
money for a lot.
Cleaner,
all the people
the
who are
increase in
Medicaid
price of
and
goods
Medicare-
is the inflation rate.
Yeah,
Right.
because that print the
It-
money in order to
that's
get
not-
the money
that's
to the
not
people.
all
We
that-
get UBI, so that would inflate the money by
That-
printing
No,
the money.
I would
Give
no.
them the
I think
UBI.
UBI could be
account
deflationary.
to calculate when they actually do the calculation
Oh,
for the
wait,
inflation
wait,
rate,
did you
what they
say?
do is they
Yeah.
do
I will argue.
inflation
I will argue that
versus what the
UBI
dollar was
is
valued
deflationary.
at the year
Huh?
before.
Cleaner,
So like
cleaner, shut up. Nobody can hear you.
what happens is they take
We can't hear you.
was last year.
We're trying to get on it.
I
If
know,
you
Cle-
bought
you're
a
saying
bar
it would increase the price of goods
$17
disproportionately
year.
to
I feel
the
like my dad
inflation
is talking
rate.
about Star
No,
Wars
it
right
would
now.
just
That
All right,
makes
increase
no
the
sense.
real quick, chat. Real quick.
Your
I just want to
inflation rate-
remind the chat. One sec. I want to remind the chat. Fredo has earlier. Fredo put in 10 towards extending the show, so we got 50 left for that. And then also Fredo put up a 1v1 fund, 10 towards that, so that Stepfire can be in a 1v1. So we're at 30 left for that 1v1, and we also got a couple more fighters to bring to the stage. So let's also bring them motherfuckers up. Animated effigy, welcome to the show. Let's fucking go.
Hey, Effigy.
So, man,
And Evan, welcome to the show. Let's
Long time no
fucking
see, Evan.
go.
How we doing,
it's been
brothers?
a while since I've seen him.
Howdy, howdy.
I know, right? It was like I haven't seen you forever.
It's been a while, yeah.
Somebody else in the back, bro. Just let us know. I'll bounce down. Right, I will. Like I say, give.
Hey, Bricky's got his camera on. What's
right
up, Brick?
now we don't have anyone in the back, so you're good.
Yeah,
man.
but it would do, mate. Like I'm just saying, just to rotate and that,
Well, I've got to go, so I'll be.
You're going
leaving.
nowhere.
Whoa, I thought you had a 1v1, man. What the
Hey, hold up.
Well,
Does
I'm not leaving it at the second.
Stepfire, you got about like 5-6 minutes?
Well, yeah, I got a little bit of time.
And you got a 2-minute mute.
So I would argue that UBI, if it is replacing the welfare system, would actually be deflationary.
Why?
Also,
More people
because-
are going to
because now
universal basic
there's no-
income.
There's no more
people would be getting it for government.
government hospital collusion going on. Now the people can go and spend their money where they want to because they have it now. They're not restricted to certain buildings that are approved by the government that'll take their Medicaid or whatever. So they can shop around.
But
Therefore,
welfare is more than just
competition.
Medicaid. It's
And when you-
housing,
when
it's
you
food
increase
stamps.
competition-
UVI Stepfire, mate. This UVI is not something that you could be willingly to. I'll take my money and
Oh,
shop elsewhere. It actually makes
shit.
you
Here we
become more dependent on the
go.
government.
Oh, cleaner.
I would
No,
say
I
that.
agree. I'm not arguing with me.
Step versus Jeremy, since Step has to go soon. Let's go. Let's go. Here, let me pause it at a minute.
Yeah.
Cleaner will have another minute when he gets back. All right, let's get everyone else. Oh, wait, not you. Everyone else into the back. All right. And let me see what topic we could do here.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was me versus Jeremy. I read
Actually, what
the
was
VS
it?
as JS, and I thought it said
shit.
JS versus Jeremy.
Jeremy had brought up something earlier. What was it?
Oh, the dog.
I love it.
Dude, he cheats
what
with
was
these
it?
damn
Shit.
dogs. Everybody votes for the doggies.
When you guys were talking about the like corporal punishment, there was something else Jeremy brought up. Oh, man. That's actually a good. That would be a
Mario in the
good
background.
topic.
Mario in the
I
background.
can't remember.
Let's get some Mario in the
Shit.
background.
Shit. All right, let's see here. I'm
Oh,
gonna find something for
The
you
desktop
guys.
audio is really loud. But
Oh, that's it right there. Should parents be responsible for their kids' crimes? And we'll stick to minor kids, obviously.
Stick to minor. Don't say that. That sounds bad.
I mean, I would yes. There's a caveat, but yes.
Ah, okay.
Well, I'm probably in the same boat.
Versus rating decreased
I would
because your
say yes
connection dropped during your
in
previous
certain
versus
cases.
match?
I mean, should they be?
Yeah.
What?
with
My
the
ranking
actual
decreased. I didn't
crime
even
that
do
was
anything.
committed? No.
I haven't even been
But
playing.
Fiscally responsible.
If say a pew was used that belonged to the parents, then the parents would be responsible for the fact that the child got a hold of the pew. And in that particular case, the parent should be held liable for certain aspects of the crime,
But not
so
the
yes,
same crime.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would disagree with that.
Oh. Okay. All right. So just so we got the like set topic, it's basically
I don't like this. This sets a dangerous precedent.
If a child commits a crime with a pew, the parent, and it's the parent's pew, the parent should be
Those
held
dogs
responsible.
are so cute. That's so unfair.
Not for the crime that was committed, where they for
But
what
like
the
neglect
child
or
did
something.
with-
Yeah, like child neglect or something like this.
Right. It would be a form, in my opinion, it would be a form of negligence or something like that on the parents' part, in which case they could be held for that.
Oh, what
Okay.
what happened? What
And you
happened? We got in a
disagree with
room and
that
we got
stuff,
kicked
Fire?
off. Did I?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Every
Well,
time
there we
I
fucking go.
close
Listen,
my
chat,
eyes,
we are going to 5
I
minutes.
see your
Okay,
face.
it is 10 to add on a minute 60. If you want to be the solo judge, if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
One second, Easy.
Oh,
Can you state what the actual prompt from this would translate to be?
so I would
Meet the
maybe I didn't word
competition.
it good.
We got
I would
R.I.P.
say,
Scully, Ninja 456. He's always on here.
Parents.
This dude is always playing.
Here, let me write it as I'm saying.
Problem is,
Parents.
the initial prompt you gave.
Parents should face
New 1-2. This is a speed run. Japanese.
Legal.
yeah, parents
Japanese
should face
level.
punishment.
New 1-2.
Let's
get it.
yeah,
Hold right.
legal punishment.
Hold right. Let's beat
I'm
this.
trying to write it as I'm
Ninja.
thinking it up. Parents should face legal punishment.
Oh, wait. It's go time.
If their
No.
child
should we YOLO?
commits a crime
Maybe we
with
should have YOLO.
a pew that they own. Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Parents should
No.
face
Don't go up
legal
there.
punishment if their child commits a. Oh, I wrote there.
I
wrong.
should have got that
Yeah,
fire
minus three.
flower.
Don't
just
look at
since I
that,
hit it.
guys. Pretend I didn't write it like
We
that.
need to hold right.
If their child commits a
Oh, he's
crime
got
with
a
a
shell.
pew that they own,
Woo! He's trying to hit me with the shell.
we good with that?
Yep.
Haha. Got your
Oh,
fire
did you
flower,
say yeah,
bitch.
Jeremy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm good.
No,
Okay,
I lost the
perfect.
Fireflower.
All right, listen
okay,
again,
still have
chat.
the mushy.
Going to 5 minutes. All right, it's 10 to add
Lost
on a
the
minute
mushy.
60.
Whoa,
The solo
whoa.
judge.
Damn it.
We don't
It's
get the
the
solo
delay.
judge. It goes
The
to the
delay
poll,
is
and the
screwing
loser
me
of the
up.
poll loses their soul.
Dude, we're gonna YOLO.
Fighters, good luck.
I'm gonna
to
try
both of
YOLO
you.
real quick.
Let's
All right.
get.
So with that,
Do you
since I'm the-
do you
I'm the-
like
hang
spicy
on,
mustard?
hang on, wait,
Oh, you
I'll
can
give
almost
permits,
make
I'll
it.
start.
You can almost
Um,
make it.
So with that, parents should face
If you had a
criminal
bounce
charges for
Off of somebody, you could make
for
that.
crimes committed, or not for the crime, but they should be charged for criminal actions for crimes committed by pews that they own, that their child got a hold of. And that I would say negligence or things like that, simply for the sake of they are responsible for securing these things from their children. For simple one being things like this from happening. And if their child got them and did such actions with that, that was a negligence on their part that they should be held responsible too. They're not hands are completely clean because somebody else acquired this and did an action. So that's as basic as I can go with this.
See,
with
I
my
need
stand.
some clarification.
Sure.
Do you like spicy brown mustard?
Ooh.
Do I like spicy brown mustard? Sure.
Yes.
Ew.
Would you prefer
Yeller. All we got's
coleslaw
Yeller in this
or
piece.
chili beans?
Mario, don't do it. Thank you for waiting, Mario.
I don't know where you're going with that.
It's
think
pertinent information, Jeremy. I'm building a profile.
Okay, I would take chili beans over coleslaw.
A
Me too.
profile.
That was a good pick. Would you
Well,
take
get
both
on
of them if you could?
Facebook.
No,
No.
I don't like coleslaw.
Coleslaw.
It's a
What?
great palate cleanser.
Okay.
That's facts. He doesn't like
I was
brown
curious.
mustard, but he likes, or he doesn't like coleslaw, but he likes brown
was your
mustard. What the heck?
My argument was that parents should be held liable.
Dude, I'm down to
for
3,087.
liable
What the
for,
heck? We were at 3,100,
children
like
of
80.
using their pews for criminal actions,
Oh, no.
because that would be a form. Essentially, that would be a form of negligence. They failed to secure that from their child.
Guys, help us hit the
from
$100
literally
goal.
the actions committed.
Are you applying some sort of
Maybe in the
reasonable
after
standard to
panel
this?
we'll get it.
Or is it in
Probably
all
people
cases, no matter
spending
what?
Money on their family this weekend and stuff.
I would
but
apply in this particular case. I would say
we
in
fell
all
short of the
cases,
goal last
the-
week.
If the parent failed to secure their item,
I
they
can't
would
be
be
getting
held
comfortable
responsible
hitting a
for their
goal.
lack of
How am I ever
security
going to
of said
quit my
item.
job and do
So
YouTube
I
permanently if I
pulled
don't
I
have a
just opened
consistent
up my
income?
Biometrics gun safe that my kid cannot get access to.
I need
And
my
I
universal
pull
YouTube
out
income.
The Mossberg. My son runs in at
Got a
17 years
Mossberg
old and hits
pump.
me over the head with a baseball bat. Runs off with a gun or the pew and does his thing. I should be held criminally responsible for what he did.
How
No,
about
he-
if
he already
your
broke
how
the
about if
crime
your
before that.
child kills
Before he did that, he committed
uh,
the crime by assaulting you.
So there was one where
Oh,
the
that's
daughter
a hell
killed
of
the
a-
mom. Actually, this happens a lot.
Hell of a moving goalpost there, Jeremy.
my statement would be:
what if the kid
say,
kills
you
one of the
didn't
parents?
Have a safe and you left
Should
it
the
out
other
of
parent be
or
held
you left it
accountable?
sitting out in the open for them to acquire or something.
What
like
if the
that,
kid
right?
punches
Or you
somebody
have
at
a
school?
safe
Should the
and-
parent
and
have an
they have
assault
the
charge?
code or
Good
the
luck
key
providing for
or
your
have
family when
access
you
to
have a
acquire
violent
it.
crime on your record.
You're responsible to secure
It
that. away
opens
from
up a
them.
whole Pandora's
We'll
box.
settle this right now, right here.
Now, you could
We'll
say
cut it short.
that
If they
Orders-
overpower you and take that's a crime within itself.
you could say that
Well, yeah, but they still took the gun, the pew
there should be
and
some other,
committed a
like,
crime.
sort
It
of
still fits
charge?
the prompt. Why should I be charged with negligence?
Well, you would be
I'm
you
gonna
would also
need-
be you would be the victim of the
Oh,
initial.
so
crime.
not in all cases
I'm gonna need
should
the
the
Zelda.
parent be charged with the prompt.
I'm gonna need the
No, I
Zelda.
could say so. The parent could be charged
Wait,
with.
you can't get up
for
there.
The action that came after that, but
You can't get up there without.
But they would also still be a victim.
Dude,
in
they're
the
still
initial
fighting
crime
in the
as well.
first
Well,
room?
well, now it's unreasonable. That's completely unreasonable. If my 17-year-old son comes and hits me over the head with a bat,
Oh no, there's
what
multiple
neglect
paths.
did I have in him going and do what he did?
Well, you didn't raise your kid enough to know not to do that.
You don't know that. There's been some.
I do know that because
some-
your kid did it.
Not
I'm
necessarily.
losing
Kids
this one
snap.
horribly.
People snap. People have disorders. It happens. And you
I
think
forget how to-
You as the parent, you
I forget
should
how to
have-
shoot
Jeremy, I'm
the
not
bow.
supposed to be winning this, man. Come on.
Okay, but you should have enough control over your kid that your kid's not going to know not to do such a thing.
Well, yeah, but now you're just speculating. You can't. There's no possible way you'd be able to demonstrate any of this.
It's lagging.
I
This
think
is the
it's pretty
problem with
easy that
multiplayer on
majority,
Mario is the
children
lag.
don't overpower their
Right.
parents and do bad things, right?
Sure,
I'm not going
but
to
are
say
you-
it doesn't happen, but in
Okay,
generality,
but-
they don't do that. So
But we're
why-
talking
why
edge
wouldn't they
case
do
now.
that?
Yeah, I figured
We're
there'd be a
talking edge case.
vine
We're
there.
not speaking generally. We're speaking edge case.
See, I don't remember the controls for that. It's been so long.
I think in general they should be charged.
But again, we're speaking edge case. Should they be charged in the edge case?
I'd be fine if they
I'll let
were
it get to 6 minutes to see if we got a solo judge.
Oh, boom, boom. Oh, we need a Zelda thing. Okay, I'm gonna let him get it. Oh, I died. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm back on the screen now.
I'm gonna let him get it.
I'm playing
That was good.
Mario. Playing Mario. I forgot I'm on the screen.
This fucking guy.
By the way, those dogs, one my
You heard him, chat. He's playing Mario, not paying attention. You heard him, chat.
Oh, speaking of that, how about Brick, who said "fuck the chat" the other day? Get this guy out of here.
What? Brick being brick? No.
Yeah, watch out. Brick being
You're a
brick.
degenerate.
Are you gonna let JS manipulate you like that?
Wait, did I hear my name there? Sorry, I was too.
JS was picking a fight.
All right, chat. Listen, we're putting the poll in now. Okay, I'm dropping it in right now. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Stepfire on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. Get your votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over, and you have until 2 minutes. Let's get it.
Well, obviously,
I
Jeremy
gotta
lost
vote for
that
the
argument.
dogs. I gotta
But-
vote for the dogs.
What the chat gets to vote on now is
You made a
whether
real
Easy gets
argument,
2
then.
souls.
You made a real argument, Stepfire.
What?
Said I don't think you actually even made an argument.
Yeah, I did.
What was the line of questioning about mustard
It was-
and
Yeah, I know.
coleslaw?
That's what I'm trying to.
Nothing at all.
Where's that path go?
I was.
that was
I
good.
wasn't
That was
trying
good.
to.
That was good.
I wasn't trying to debate.
That actually was the best part of the argument is when he asked about. Yeah, that's good.
That was called off-topic banter.
But that
Yeah,
was
it
the
had
worst
nothing to
two
do-
opinions. He like Jeremy should lose just for those opinions. You like
I know,
spicy
right?
brown mustard, but you don't like coleslaw. That's great. Both of those are wrong.
Both
of those are wrong.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Both
Both
of them belong to be
Wait
in
a
the
Uh,
trash.
minute.
spicy brown mustard.
Yeah,
is pretty
we're
good.
team yellow. Frenchies.
Spicy
Dude, it's all
brown
about
mustard is
Coleman's,
not
man. You gotta have
wrong.
the Coleman's.
Spicy brown
Well-
mustard is right, but I don't know about the coleslaw.
Anything
I'm
that
like
has the
Jeremy,
word
I
French in it,
I
I'll
can't do the
trust.
coleslaw. Get the
Dang
coleslaw.
Dijon. I don't want no Dijon.
Dijon mustard is awesome on a
Dijon
Subway.
is
nuts.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
Wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait.
on.
Hey, hang on.
Dijon.
So-
He just said spicy mustard. That's
JS, you don't like Dijon mustard, at least the
Actually,
Put some
commercial,
fucking
right?
ketchup on that shit.
least
Quit
like
being
the
a pussy and
commercials.
putting mustard on it.
No, I like the
Pardon
Grey
me, sir. Grey
Mustard
Poupon?
is great.
That's Grey
but
Poupon. Yeah, I like the Grey
mustard is
Poupon. What do you poop on?
awesome.
I poop on my sandwich. I poop on my.
Yeah, but like he didn't say that it had to be like Grey Poupon or Dijon. He said spicy mustard. That could be mustard.
Grey Poupon.
Hang on.
Grey
look, you
Poupon
go-
is a spicy mustard in its
Yeah, it's
sense.
a brand.
you go-
Yeah,
you go-
fucking
you
throw
go-
your
you
shit
go-
in
yeah,
the garbage.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
I will
yeah,
not
yeah,
eat
yeah,
nothing
yeah,
that's
yeah,
Grey
Grey
Poupon.
Poupon.
That's what the name, bro.
You're jumping the
You know you love the commercials. Come on, everybody does.
I
They're
poop
funny.
on all my food.
Poupon.
Poupon, all
Yeah,
your
fucking wild. You guys are
I'm just-
wild. Listen.
I missed the old commercial.
We had 31 votes. All right. 31 votes and 67% voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Jeremy.
Tiva Iceman, come on.
Stepfire. Tell everybody where they can find you. And I know you said you gotta go, so I know you don't want them to bring you back. But I mean,
I can't believe y'all voted for Jeremy.
Well, you asked for it.
I mean, I voted
But-
for you, Stepfire, so
So,
don't,
I mean, you
don't
just
put that on
gotta
me.
go. You
Uh,
asked for it, literally in the debate.
Hey, Stepfire,
You-
I didn't vote for anybody, so there you go.
Oh,
Well,
Evan,
get it.
shut up, you little simp, will you, for fuck's sake?
You can find me at the narrative on YouTube. It's at the narrative.official. Every Sunday night, me and Fredo have a new show. You can catch us over there. Thank you for having me, Easy.
Oh, freaking Gator.
Always a pleasure having you, Stepfire. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
And King Blackout's freaking
Another
spamming.
soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
You can also
think the
find
narrative
Stepfire being
gonna
determined
go
to lose a
somewhere.
debate next week.
I can see the narrative growing and going.
Oh yeah,
Probably not. I think he's
Stepfire,
gonna
you
choose
should
to
have
win.
plugged your debate with JS.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Tail and Stepfire is really going to take the narrative somewhere, and it's going to be something one day.
I'm actually looking forward to the JS and Stepfire debate.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the
I'll
one
plug it.
free
It's
will?
next
Brown spicy
Saturday.
mustard.
It'll be on my channel, or I don't know if you want me to plug the other channel it's going to be on. We were the reason we didn't ask you speak is because it was when you weren't like streaming for a while, so we didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
The
All
free will debate.
Yeah.
Can't wait to
Anybody
see
want to
that.
bait?
JS,
how
what's
you-
your
how you-
stance?
No, if you're gonna be streaming
Pro or-
it, why
pro or
plug that
con?
other channel? Fuck it, bro. You're gonna be streaming it. Everyone go watch it over on JS's channel.
Look at Brick
alright?
eating a damn sandwich.
Spend all your money to JS's
Nah,
channel.
bitch,
Alright?
that's a burger, not a ham sandwich. Burger?
What's on that sandwich?
JS, you believe in free will? That's your deal?
No,
No.
he's anti-free will. He's
No.
Good.
donation.
Hold on, I'm asking important questions. Just Brick, what is that sandwich? What's on that damn sandwich?
It's a burger. It's a treble burger.
Burger. I thought it was
What's
a
on
burger.
there?
It's got great
A burger is a sandwich.
Yeah, but you said
A hot
ham,
dog is a
bro.
sandwich. All of them are
You
sandwiches.
say
It's a
hamburger.
What's on it?
triple?
Onions.
You said
Oh, man, that's a
hamburger, Evan. and
But I just
said
realized
burger.
Bricky's wearing a
Cheese.
Pikachu Pokemon hoodie.
You just
Shit,
realized
did
Brick
you-
is-
wait there,
Yes,
did
he
you?
is.
Can
You
you
just
see it?
Saying
Can you
Pikachu
see this?
Pokemon is kind of
Yes.
redundant.
Brick is like the
isn't it?
best, worst person
a
I know.
Pokemon,
It's amazing.
Pokemon hoodie that is specifically Pikachu.
But you just recognized that.
That's not
JS? You've been
redundant.
wearing that the whole time.
Specificity.
No, but it's an
Yeah.
unnecessary.
It's not a Pokemon Charizard hoodie.
You got Pikachu.
It's an
but he's on the
unnecessary
break at the minute.
Okay,
clarifying.
King,
to say-
please tell me, what is a sandwich?
You could say Pikachu.
Meat
A
between
sandwich
bread. That's a
Is
sandwich.
Alright,
meat
before-
between bread, yeah.
Before
Yeah, I
we
said it
move on to
backwards.
another topic, did anyone want to continue talking about universal basic income? I think someone was about to turn to the other side. We got Effigy up here now, so we could.
Hey, Easy, you got to
continue
change my
talking about-
name to something. I forgot what Blackout said, but it's some kind of
Oh shit!
some kind of something. There it is.
I wear khakis.
I don't wear khakis, man. I wear jorts. Get out of here. I don't wear khakis,
Brikachu.
all right?
That's hilarious.
I
Brikachu.
don't wear red shirts and a khaki. Okay.
I will say this about the UBI thing: it is not a given that UBI raises inflation, because most of the ways that people are saying that they want to fund UBI, it essentially makes a pass through. Taxes to government back to you. That doesn't cause inflation. What causes inflation is not just prices raising. That's a symptom of inflation. The inflation is the expansion.
But it
of the
doesn't
money
cause
supply.
deflation, so it's silly to make that.
Yeah, I can't wait to look like Iran or
That's the thing,
Kenya.
though. UBI can do either. UBI could cause
That's
inflation. It could cause deflation.
so that's semantically
it
no. It
depends on
doesn't,
how
it
you
doesn't, doesn't
fund
matter.
it.
It doesn't matter. It's like
depends
you're
on how you
saying it
fund
doesn't
it.
do either or. So what's the point of doing it in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, because it's not intrinsic to it.
It's
it
not
depends on how
intrinsic to
you
being
do it.
good or bad. So what does it matter? Just
No,
don't
that
do
doesn't
it.
say
Let's
it's
not
intrinsic
waste
being
tax
good or
dollars.
bad. It's just how you do it. It's
Well,
not a waste.
actually, I think when we're arguing UBI, to be fair, like we're arguing it within the current constraints that we have if we added UBI. So, like under that, yeah, it would probably cause a little bit of inflation. Now, granted, what you're saying is true if there were some systems that were set up so that it would necessarily cause deflation and help with that, then yeah, it might be a good thing in that circumstances. But
No.
right now,
America is
it's not.
America's way too big and way too multicultural. It's Kenya, Iran, Finland, all homogenous small nations. Iran, everybody is very homogenous. Everybody is one type of person. Kenya's everybody's one type of person. Finland's everybody's one type, and then Alaska. And if you live in Alaska, you should probably get paid to live there because you're probably gonna get eaten by a damn bear.
Ben Talk wants to say Bricky Chew is committing the ethical crime of cannibalism dressed as a Bricky Chew eating a mouse burger.
With that, I have got
Mouse
just
burger.
Standard hot noodle, so I'm on the pasta as well.
He's got a noodle pot too.
What is
What
that,
the
like British
fuck?
That was a
ramen?
drink. I thought that was a drink at first, but that was noodles.
What
Yeah.
is-
Yeah, I thought that was drank too at first. And then he
It said
said
spicy noodles too. I can't believe Brick, being a British man, is eating anything with spice in it.
Is that like British ramen?
Well, and
That's upside down, Doug.
I think part of the problem here is that FG has a proprietary definition of what he thinks UBI would be and what would be entailed with it, which would be like we would do away with a lot of the welfare systems, a lot of the other things that were putting a tax on the system, and just give everyone a universal basic income of some kind, probably
I mean, you
prorated.
kind of have to. Like, it collapses under its own weight if you don't do that.
Right. And so, I mean, under that, then yeah, it could probably be equated to some degree. I don't think in the current system that it wouldn't cause an inflation, though. You would have to have a lot of stipulations and a lot of things go away in order for it to not cause inflation, though, Effigy. Would you agree to that at least?
No, it comes down to how you fund it.
Well,
I mean, it could not increase inflation, but instead decrease the value of the dollar, which would be the
like
same.
the funding would literally
same
come
thing.
from
Yeah.
doing away
That's
with
true,
like
JS. Yeah, that's a
the
good point.
extra welfare, the extra, the free money they hand out to people. That's like $8,000 a month for somebody who has 18 kids who just keeps having kids so they can get $8,000. Things like that.
What?
Like I'm assuming that would be rolled into what you're saying.
I just feel like you guys are all assuming
kind of an
there would
outlier,
be
though.
an expansion of the money
Basic
supply to go
income
along with this, and I don't think
and
that's
doing
completely
away with all
necessary.
these other programs. So maybe you should definitionally give us an understanding of what programs you would like to do away with in order to enact universal basic income.
No, there you go. Yeah, that's a good line of questioning.
But
I
hold
know
on,
it is.
Effigy,
are you
the
asking me?
universal implies that it goes to everybody, so even the rich people get it.
Yep.
Well, you could definitely make really solid arguments for there being a cutoff point of where like there is no marginal utility at all to give this
Oh,
person 1,000.
Then
and
why
it
are
would
we
be a
called
drop in the
universal?
bucket, so
calling it universal. It would
It wouldn't
defeat
be universal.
universal.
so now you guys are like everything has to be a direct one-to-one.
here's the
Nothing can
thing,
be just a
FG
name
It
or
has to
something.
be a one-to-one based on
I
the
wanna know
definition
what
of
your-
universal.
Well, no,
I
because I'm wondering. It seems
wanna
like
know what-
paying.
What is the point of it though? What is the point of UBI? The
Seems
point
like
of UBI is not
paying
to just give
330
everybody
million
$1,000,
people
right? It's
$1,000
to
a month.
give a
so
floor
that you
to
can
poverty.
survive.
That's the
Right, so
entire
is
point
the-
of UBI
is
is to
the-
give a
is
floor
the-
to poverty.
Is the name just semantics? I'm
I
confused.
understand.
Like,
So
why would you
bringing
call it
in the
universal?
fringe
of
case of
UBI
rich people
is
getting it,
You can have
Why
of
would
which
you just
by
call it
definition
under
there are way
1%?
fewer rich people.
Why don't you just call it under
Is-
1%?
is just
The
a silly
reason I
argument.
ask is because I'm trying to figure out the cost of paying 330 million people $1,000 a month versus
Well,
the cost we
see, the
currently
thing is,
spend in tax money
That's why I
So
on
asked.
welfare
number
and
one,
housing
why would
and
you say
food
330
stamps.
million? Because that means you're including children in that, right?
So you have to ask
If you're
them
saying
what
the entire
Okay,
population
yeah,
of
you're
the
right.
US,
You're right. You're right.
pay for this, right? You need to understand because effigy is actually arguing a complex strategy, and the complex strategy entails that there are other parts of it besides just here's UBI, yay, everyone's in utopia. There's other parts to it, right? So I want to know what the other parts are. So
Yeah,
that
me
we
too.
can-
Yeah.
Oh, so like what programs you could replace? Like you could replace food stamps, housing assistance, unemployment benefits. There's a bunch of things you could replace with this floor that people would have, and it's also, I would say, from an argument I heard earlier, it would not be enough to live on like utterly by itself, right? Like if someone's, I know the figure you guys kept throwing around earlier was $1,000 a month. Do any of you believe it's possible to live on $1,000 a month alone?
Oh, so you want more?
Security income. I mean, people live on $1,200 to $1,800. It's you're not getting very much.
I mean, that was the point that was made
Oh,
No,
earlier.
it's not
It's
meant
like
for you to be able to live on it. It is supposed to give
Well,
you
then
a
why
floor
would
to
you call it
stand
what?
on.
Okay,
No, it's
so
a
what-
basic
what-
income.
would
It's
be-
supposed.
you know,
Retirement income, right?
They're
look,
gonna
if you
ask
wanna-
for a
if you wanna
living
speak to the
wage with the
spirit of
basic
this,
income.
So what effigy is speaking of is basic survival, not living a prosperous life. What he's saying is you have basic survival. You can get food, you can get water, you'll be able
Sure.
to live. He's not saying that you'll be able to prosper. And I understand what it is that he's saying. Okay. So the thing that I want to know though is like, how do you differentiate? Because like, you know, everybody has like a different housing income or different housing costs. So would you have like a basic level that everyone had for their housing and everything past that? Well, you got to get a job, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Estimates for UBI in America range from 3 to 4 trillion per year.
Yeah, that was actually to effigy, not UJS.
I'm just looking.
Right,
something up.
right. And I'm asking the prescription that effigy is saying so that we can actually have the argument with effigy, not
That's
whatever.
fine. I'm just throwing something out. This is an open panel.
I'm not randomly debating against debate AI that you just looked up. I'm debating against
I
effigy.
looked up the average cost or the estimated cost of UBI in America.
Congratulations, your Google search has proved you don't know how to debate. The guy that's there next to you is the guy we're debating
I'm not-
against.
Oh my god.
Not Google.
Cleaner. I
And
can't
we-
math. I can't math.
Get him, Clint.
Lyndon's free tonight, so he's trying to clean the board.
Well, I mean, look,
That's
if
one
you
more time,
want to have a
Cleaner.
debate, you have to listen to what the other side is saying, and all JS is doing is throwing
No,
out
you're
some-
talking to him and
I
he
was
can
trying to
talk to
make a
you. I'm
joke,
just throwing
Cleaner.
out a stat.
I
I'm
was
just throwing
trying to
out a
make a
number.
joke.
And I
Right,
can't
exactly. You're
math it
throwing
in my
out some
head, so
random
I
Google
googled it.
bullshit. We're arguing.
I
the
just
world
googled the estimated cost of
you if you listen to
UBI in America
and we could argue
because
it.
we were just talking about how
I
much it
guess
would
I wasn't too
cost.
funny.
So I figured out I looked up
I'm
an
trying to make a
estimated
joke.
cost.
There's no way it costs on average $3,000 a month for people to live in the U.S.
No,
I
3
can
trillion to 4 trillion annually.
I can run my house for less than $1,000 a month.
Okay. I'm just
You can run your house. You can pay rent.
Yeah,
This guy.
everything,
This
everything.
guy.
Oh, he
That's
probably
after
don't pay
buying a
rent. He
house,
probably
right?
owns his house.
Wow.
No, I'm not buying a house. No, I own my own house.
Yeah, he owns
I
his
own
house.
I'm
everything
saying
I
you bought a house.
Right, and that's what you're saying though is basic survival, not buying a house survival, not buying a car survival. And so I'm trying to get your worldview because I want to understand
Yeah,
it.
UBI is gauged to the lowest common denominator, to people of poverty. Like that's what it's gauged to. It's not meant to pull you out of poverty on its own, but it's meant to
Right.
give you a floor to stand on so that you can do it yourself.
But why would this have to be different than welfare? Isn't that what welfare is supposed to do?
No,
Right.
no, it's
Well,
not.
please, I mean, maybe I'm just retarded here or something, but please explain to me the difference of in this particular case, there's a cutoff of UBI, and it's only supposed to benefit the impoverished. Please explain to me how that's different than welfare.
Well, this is an interesting point, Jeremy, because you're making a very good point here, which has a longevity, which creates a
Well,
better
these
point. All right?
benefits
So
extend
the point
beyond the
you're
people that
making,
welfare would
Jeremy,
help.
is that welfare right now, what it used to be and what it was supposed to be was so you could survive. However, it's become inflated into this thing where people can actually get like $8,000 a month off of it. And I agree with you. It has been inflated. And so the argument against UBI would be what's to say that
I think
we
it all
don't
sounds like some commie gobbledygook.
to where some fucktards out
Yeah,
there in the world are getting $8,000 a month
A lot
off,
of things are comedy
which
gobble.
would necessarily increase inflation. Every system gets corrupted. We have to maintain the corruption without universality. If we have universality, it's hard.
Really quickly, Cleaner. Strangely enough, JS, giving people money for them to spend right back into your economy is like the most capitalistic thing you can do. It's
Yes,
one of
but
the
it
big.
can
Like,
also
it's
spur-
Keynesian economics, man. Like, give your people money so they spend back into your economy.
And it gets
therefore
back in the economy,
will
or
The
the
money-
save it, which reduces
No,
inflation.
no,
People
no,
make
no,
it
no.
It's the basis for
The
all
money
stimulus
is
for the
not
next, like,
free.
50 years
on
of
The
things
money
economic
is
theory,
not
man.
free. So
Spend it
either
on.
A,
The price
people
of goods
pay into
Nobody
that
said money's free.
system, so you take my money to give it to redistribute it to other people, or B, you print more money and deflate the value of the dollar. No, that's not true what you just said.
Yeah, but you believe dinosaurs built the pyramid, so we're not believing anything you
Shut
say.
up.
Bricky out of nowhere.
Didn't you lose
Wait,
that debate,
JS,
Brick?
you don't actually
Didn't you
think
lose
that
that
the
debate,
dinosaurs
Brick?
built pyramids,
I think
did
you
you?
lost that
Didn't
debate.
you
Brick.
lose the competition?
Yeah, well, Yeah.
Let's not get bogged down on semantics and details, even though they're important.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
I
you
did.
lost the
I agree
dinosaur
with-
debate.
Did you lose the competition?
Do you think
I think
giants and
I agree.
angels built the pyramids?
For some reason.
I didn't say I did believe it. I said it was a better argument than yours, which I still agree with.
Oh, that sounds like a great debate. Giants and angels versus dinosaurs.
No,
Sounds
I just
like some,
conceded
like,
that it was
messed up
giants and
MLB
angels riding on
video game.
dinosaurs.
No, I like the point that Jeremy made though, because it does illustrate that like we can bring these systems in that have altruistic goals, but they do end up getting corrupted in some way, and we have to manage that corruption. When we have a universal type system, it's very hard to manage that corruption because there are so many people involved. However, when we have something like welfare, it's a little easier. Granted, it's still been corrupted somewhat, but it's a little easier to manage because there's less people involved.
Well, I mean, there's more to it than that, at least in where I would go at this, Cleaner. In one, as far as universal basic income would go, like literally they're just giving you a check. Spend it how you like. Do what you want with it, right?
Right.
At least, and while I think there needs to be major reform, at least in the welfare system, you're not just getting a check and saying spend it how you like, right? You get food stamps, so you're supposed to only buy food. I know people sell it for cash and stuff like that, which not supposed to do. But the whole point is you're given these benefits with the expectation, and if used the way they're supposed to be used, they're only good.
Yeah, and see, here's the even better argument. When you do UBI, you don't have to have a fucking nanny state that has to keep track of every fucking thing you do and worry about that shit. Here's money, go spend. I don't have to fucking care that a poor person bought a steak, and that offends me because I hate how poor people spend money because it was my money and it was taxed from me. Like, we don't have to worry about all that shit. Everybody gets checked, everybody spends. We don't have to have these dumbass arguments.
But you won't even concede that they should have to. If we were going to do this, they would need to maintain a job and pass a drug test every month. You won't even concede that. Like,
so let me just kind of throw out an understanding that there's and granted this isn't, I wouldn't say this is an extreme or like a majority in either case. I think there's like there's a medium of people that do this, but there's this group of people all over the world. This isn't just in America, but it is really pervasive in America. But when the first of the month comes around, they are rich, and during that first week, they spend like fucking crazy. They spend
wait, did you say in? Did you mean what I think? Yeah, I think you meant what I think you meant.
If you've ever been around people in trailer parks, there are certain people that are that way and certain people that are not. And if you've ever been in a trailer park and spent some time in there, you know what I'm talking about. You know this concept of rich.
No, that's white trash rich.
Right?
No, that's inbred. That's inbred.
But you too?
What I'm saying is this, okay? What I'm saying is this: you're going to introduce this concept of
I'm getting my trailer jacked up on 20s.
World to a whole country all at once.
26s, dog.
The month is going to have a ton of fucking money extra. The first of the month, everyone will know, don't have any sales during that time. Make your goods 50% more expensive because those guys will just come and spend because they don't care. They're enriched during that first month.
Cleaner.
No, because not everyone gets the benefits on the same
I'm
day.
telling
That's how
you something
eliminate
that does happen. I'm telling you something that actually does happen. Dollar Generals near these trailer parks do this. They will actually make goods more expensive the first week of every month.
First of the month, yeah.
In order to
dude, there's a song about it. It's
Stores
called
do that kind of shade.
That's pretty stupid though, because actually, like food stamps and all that stuff it cures. So if I don't spend it for 6 months, I still have 6 months of goods to spend. So what a dumb thing to do.
This is something that does happen though, and this is something you have to speak to if you're going to understand the full extent of the economy and what we're talking about here. All right, there are all kinds of different sects that will be influenced by UBI. Taking that into account, taking into account the people who save their money,
sex, dude.
all of it.
Another thing
when you're talking about UBI, okay?
But hang on. Let me add to that a little bit, Cleaner. Because you can even look at this in another light. Take welfare out, take UBI out, and just look at income tax. Right? Everybody knows All stores or whatnot, they know income tax season comes in, right? They bulk up their inventory. They bank on everybody getting their tax returns and going and buying all the shit that they couldn't afford through the rest of the year. Go buy that iPhone. Sales go fucking crazy on tax season.
Yep.
So if you have UBI come into be, where everybody who's impoverished has this check to come in, that spend it however you like, what makes you think the market's not going to accommodate for that and say, oh, we're going to have all this craziness to go in on this, which means everybody's going to still be just as fucking broke as they are. They're going to have the nice new iPhone they got on that sale at the beginning of the month, but they ain't got no fucking food. They ain't got nowhere to stay. Their clothes are fucking dirty, ragged, and all that because they can't afford to do that. Now we need more UBI.
And I guarantee effigies.
Oh, farts.
Hello, Grapple.
Good evening,
young man.
salutations, and get over here.
Welcome to the show. Welcome.
Somebody brought up Dinobots building the pyramid, so I had to come up and.
I guarantee
Seems like
you'll
you guys
see.
are way more focused on the caricatures of that situation rather than how the things would
I
help
guarantee you'll see
responsible
overdose rates
Well,
explode.
see, this is exactly what I knew you were going to do, Effigy. You were going to go to saying, well, those people aren't being responsible. But the thing is, when you're talking about the economy of the whole nation, you have to take those people into account because there is a large portion of them out in the world. And once you introduce UBI, where everyone gets a check on the first, there will be a large portion of people that will take up that mentality.
So you don't give everyone the check on the
Well,
first.
then you don't just
spread
give
it
everyone
out
the check on
across
the
the
first.
month.
It's such a simple argument to dismantle. You're like, well, it happens on this one. Well, then don't give it on all on one day. Spread it out over the whole month.
Well, they already
Randomize
don't.
it. Like, what are you talking about?
You think these type of
Then
people that
they're
are going to
around
be
and getting
receiving
their
UVI are good at saving money? Your overdose
That's-
rates are going to explode. Your
That's also
homeless
not how
rates are
payroll
going to
works at all.
explode.
Okay, so
I'm
what
sorry,
you're
I'm
talking
sorry,
about
Ray.
is introducing a little bit at a time, maybe like $200 a week every week for the month or whatever, right?
It's how casinos did it.
Okay, and that sounds a little more reasonable, but at the same time, you have to understand that as that free money keeps coming in, and these people go out to spend that free money, those goods are going to necessarily get more expensive over time because people have free money to go and
Yeah.
spend.
People don't value things that they don't earn in the same way.
That is very true too. Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to piss that money away.
I believe it was pretty standard across casinos where they like on reservations where they send out a payment to, the members of the tribe, where it ended up disastrous when they anytime they did like a lot of money all at once to people who've been kind of like seriously broke for forever.
But I bet the fire water sales
that's
were
a whole nother
astronomical.
You can't just hand a ton of money to poor people because they don't know how to live with
It's
money.
the same situation. I mean, I'm drawing a parallel here.
You're talking about people who can't afford food suddenly being able to afford food.
From no fans,
Right?
he wears a dress right, and he's 15 years old. So don't come over here with your shit telling us you know what you're talking about, right?
Wait, what, Bricky? What?
Afford food. Nobody's
Nobody-
starving in America.
Nobody understands Bricky Grump.
I've seen people become homeless and gain weight. They get fat because all they do is go to all the free food places all day.
Well, no. They also drink all day long, and that's also
No, it's because of the samples they get at Costco. Come on now.
I mean, come on, look. Some of the Costco samples are pretty good, so I don't blame them for that.
Wait, does Costco still do that?
Fuck, I don't know. I haven't been in years.
I haven't been to Costco recently.
I'm like, man, I need to start going. That'd be fun.
Evan's
That was
Evan's
awesome.
going out the door into the
Yeah.
car.
I'm gonna
straight
see
to
ya.
Costco.
Going to Costco.
Evan, Sam's Club does samples on Sundays.
I don't have a sand club anywhere near me, man. I live in a small ass town. So.
I've actually got a Sam's.
I can't get into Sam's Club because I got to pay a damn fee.
You don't have a Sam's Club within
Yes,
like
of
an
course you
hour?
do.
That's
It's
not
a
true,
club
Evan.
fee, fucktard.
I have a Sam's Club within like an hour.
I ain't paying for no
All right,
damn
so
it's
club.
not.
let me bring up another
I got two
topic.
Costco's, but not a Sam's
Make
Club.
sure you
I have
always
two
change
Sam's
phone
Clubs,
phone
an
numbers
hour
so that
away
you
from
guys
my
can
house.
send each other your Sam's Clubs cards.
Yeah, do
Good
that.
idea.
Give me your card, please.
Make sure you
While you're on
make sure you do that after class.
Mine's a gold foil.
What is Bakersfield, man?
After class, I don't have a sound.
Let me bring another topic up here. Let's see what everyone thinks about this. The government should stop funding space exploration.
Absolutely, because we're not really actually going to space. So, like,
Oh
come
my
on.
god!
I mean, I can see the argument for reducing.
Oh my god! The space deniers.
So, regardless of what you think, whether
but I don't think
no, we should not, because there's gonna be a satellite war soon.
If you think we went to the moon or not, it doesn't matter.
It's already happening,
NASA
James.
Says, hey, we either lost all.
There already is a satellite war. What are you talking about?
Before,
it's already happening, James.
Nobody can figure it out anymore.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, China has been testing.
Yes, internet, solar arrays are being built in space for energy.
I had a banger on that one too.
They're building solar. They're building solar arrays in space that gather sunlight to transport it down to Earth. This is why a lot of fires are happening in.
Oh, wow! Shut up, one at a time.
Brutality. Oh my gosh!
You know what, Evan? Why don't you come over here and try
Internet, data. They got satellites equipped with nuclear weaponry and freaking lasers on their freaking heads.
9 guys talking.
Well, I don't know about that.
It's sharks with laser beams. I would need sharks with.
I do know about that.
Nuclear weapons on them.
Yes, they don't. You don't think they got satellites with nukes on them? Bro.
We don't need satellites with nukes.
Why would they need satellites when a damn tungsten rod would do more damage than a nuke from space?
We got subs with nukes that can get one to anywhere within.
You can look up in the night sky and watch a Starlink array go by. Satellites.
Well, look, all right. So, Grump, to be fair, man, what NASA told the world and the civilian population versus what their actuality was, 2 different things.
Oh yeah, that's very different. But if that's the story that why would anybody think, hey, yeah, it's justified? NASA's existence is justified. If that's the story that we're getting, like, hey, A, we lost everything having to do with getting to the moon, and then B, we can't figure it out again.
Okay.
What do you think Trump wants Greenland?
Oh my God! Quit being so fucking disingenuous over that argument. Stop.
I think
that's not what they said. When they say that they've lost, shut the fuck up, James. No one's listening to you. When they say that shit, when they say they've lost the technology, when they say they've lost the technology, what they mean is the entire infrastructure that was used to constantly build and rebuild parts to those rockets. They can't just pull a rocket out of mothballs and send it to the moon. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the specific infrastructures of technology.
Is this going to turn into a moon thing?
Yeah, the moon thing.
The telemetry data.
That's what I heard. Yeah, like all the telemetry, all the math, the calculations, how the mission plans, like all of it.
No, that's not at all what they meant.
That's what I heard.
The statement that the conspiratards continually bring up, that's not what they meant at all. Also, I will just bring up right now that studies show for every $1 we have put into space exploration, we get somewhere between $3 and $8 in return.
Yeah.
How?
And the reason that we
get out of
the reason we stopped going to the moon is because there was not public interest in it, and we had better things to focus our space stuff on, which is satellites.
Of the capitalist doctrine, right? What FG speaking to,
even if you don't believe we went to the moon,
as you continue spending money on something,
oh my gosh, shut up, cleaner. I know about this. This is like one of my things. The freaking satellite war is coming. The space war is coming. They're doing fake aliens. They're gonna do oh my god.
They'll buy a bolt that's worth $6 for $18.
Even if we can't get to space, James, you don't believe there's satellites in low Earth orbit?
In low Earth orbit, yeah.
Okay, well, who does that?
It doesn't really matter because they didn't ever lose the technology.
SpaceX, Space Force, Elon Musk. This is why Trump wants to. This is why Trump wants Greenland is to set up a space station there or a space thing in the bunker.
It's not a big deal. Like they could, if they wanted to continue doing space.
China is winning the space war with satellites, and we need to defeat them. They're going to laser us.
A balloon in the dark room.
Laser us? Okay.
There was
what China might do is do the tongue.
The easiest way to end this conversation is right.
Have you seen the great new weaponry leak from China with a damn brutality?
It's something that doesn't make financial sense. The whole theory about the orbital station that drops like tungsten beams, like for non-nuclear blast. Essentially, China is the ones that are like, yeah, we don't care.
Grump, they're building a
We
solar.
anyway.
They're building an
They're likely to be the
orbiting
ones to do
solar
that.
panel array that is going to be the size of Texas in
Yeah, but it'll
space,
break in 2
and
days.
it gathers
Everything you get from
sunlight
China
that they
breaks
can
in 2
beam
days,
down
so
to
why would I
Earth for
worry about that
energy.
one?
So does anybody actually disagree?
This is
with-
already happening. This is
Wireless
already
energy
happening.
is,
Hold on.
like
Hold on.
Tesla's
Just
stuff.
Hockey
just try to
mouth.
You can
understand.
watch it fly
When you're
by in the
talking
sky.
about-
You can observe it.
when you're talking about this conflation of NASA's what they've said versus what the actualities are, I think we all need to understand, okay? And I don't think anyone here would disagree. The government does things and spends money on things that are in the government's best interest, not necessarily the people's, but the government's, right? So the thing is,
it's possible they waste
when
a lot of money on
says-
stuff, but
when NASA says that they don't have the technology or they can't reproduce it or they can't do it, what they're really telling us is the government doesn't want to fucking spend money on that anymore because they already measured their dicks with Russia and they found theirs was the biggest.
That's
so they
true.
don't have a point to do it anymore.
I saw a
Oh, that-
documentary. Michael Bay made it. We know what's on the other side of the moon. That's why we can't go back because there's Transformers up there.
No,
We never been
no,
to the
there's a
moon.
secret
So-
soldier.
I'll
I've seen
I'll
secret
make-
soldier
fucking
Nazis.
rods
I'll
and
make an
space
argument for
bridges
all
and
the
all kinds of
Trumbles.
stuff.
I'll make an
Never
argument for
go
all the
back,
Trumbles that you'll
never
want.
been.
So
Yo, monkey.
Trump made Space Force,
Every
right?
single monkey.
Trump made Space Force happen, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of our military, right? Do you guys want our military to dominate in every aspect of the world? Like we do in the Air Force,
Wouldn't
Navy,
it be out-
Wouldn't it be
World.
outside of our world? Wouldn't it be like outer
Space
space?
is not the world.
Well, there you go,
just
Evan.
saying.
So like we
But if
take
you
don't
like-
touch
if
our
you want our
boats into
military
don't
to
touch our
dominate-
spaceships. Yeah.
Space
and
is not
Space
the
Force
world,
is
though,
part of our
Evan.
military, then you would support funding space exploration.
No.
This is part of Space Force.
That's a conflation. That's a conflation. Space,
NASA's not military.
the defense of the planet
Space
versus
Force is military.
exploration.
Nah,
Those
I
are
think
two
he's
different
got you there,
things.
like, Tina.
No,
Space
NASA's
Yeah,
not
I
military.
think FG is correct
Going
in
out
that
into
it is
space and
a
exploring
branch of
it.
the military.
Space defense and having defense
It's a
in
branch of
space
the Air
ultimate
Force.
form of
planet
military
is something
Yeah,
different.
I don't care about going to Mars
USS
or
Enterprise,
going to the
that's what we
moon. I
really
care
need,
about the
right?
No, hang on.
satellites.
Listen,
From space.
FG is right that Space
No.
Force is a branch of the Air Force. It is.
Okay, on that, that's the only topic he's
Should
right
be
on.
Navy.
Okay, as far as we would have to explore space in order
Right all
for
day,
Space
motherfucker.
Force to exist. That's a conflation.
Oh,
Space,
is this like you? Is this like
But
you
that's
vet
not
the
what-
schools?
the
That's not
nation-
the chance
saying.
out of the
Oh my
school
God.
before you
Space
send the
Force
schools.
still exists to defend the nation, not for space exploration. You do not. The two are not mutually exclusive or mutually inclusive.
I didn't say argue that. I'm just saying it is a branch of the military.
Yeah, you just threw out something that was totally tarded on a window
Yeah,
liquor.
but it
Hold
wasn't
on.
what you
Question
said.
question to
Can we get a
Speakeasy
Venn?
is
Can we get a Venn
is
diagram
space
though?
exploration meaning specifically like exploring the frontier of space, or does it mean the overall like people going into space and making that a place where humans exist, like in all aspects? Are you talking about just like
The prompt
the
said
Magellan, explorers out on the frontier?
the prompt said exploring
Or-
space, and I don't think the government needs to be exploring space. I think civilians need to be.
Did it say
Isn't
exploring
elongated-
space?
Yeah.
Isn't elongated muskrat already
Oh,
like
okay.
that's his
Nah,
goal? He's
no.
already doing exploration. So we just need the military force to protect us from space stuff, right? So where's the justification to the normal civilian United States citizen listener? Where's the
You just get that almost
justification for
nothing
NASA?
we do is actually space exploration, right? Like the only things that are actually doing exploration are like
Is the
the
Hubble
Voyager
radio-
probe that we
and-
sent
and
out. Yeah,
There's radio
Like,
telescopes
manned
too.
missions
Yeah.
are very few and far between actual exploration.
Yeah,
Like
'cause-
the moon mission.
What are you
was
talking about? Katy
exploration,
Perry was
like-
an astronaut. So what are you
Well,
talking about?
the funny thing is we know more about space than we do about what's in the ocean.
Everything
Isn't that
beyond
funny?
our atmosphere. Get rid
Katy
of
Perry's an astronaut. So come on.
I mean, that's
no more
that's true,
direct
Evan.
TV for anybody.
Maybe we explore the ocean before the space.
What if there's a dang meteor
What
coming
the
and we
hell
need to
is
send a
water?
ship up to drill down into it and put nukes into the
Yeah.
core of it to
we
blow
get
it up
Bruce
to make
Willis.
it miss
Done,
Earth?
sir, done.
Talk about
What if we
no,
can figure out a
at
way
the same
to
time,
line
what if there's a
curious
Cthulhu
from
down at
the
the bottom of the
meteorites
ocean?
and
For Grumple's
benefit.
point.
Then we send Bruce Willis and Chuck Norris down to deal with the Cthulhu.
And Katy Perry. Gotta send her.
And Katy Perry. Yeah. It's
No,
true.
but eventually, inevitably, there's gonna be a rock flying through space that might hit
And
Earth.
if you've got a spaceship full of criminals, you send Nicolas Cage on that one, right?
I mean, if
That's not a bad idea.
Ocean, it would be more like Kirsten Stewart or whatever in that fucking.
So instead of Con Air, it'd be Con Space.
Con no air.
Yeah.
Con, there you go. Con no air. There you go.
Con absence of air.
Con vacuum of.
Con vacuum.
Con in the spherical vacuum. Yeah, let's do that.
But to get back to the prompt, yes, we need to keep putting money into space in any way we can because otherwise we get left behind.
I don't know.
Bro, you're talking about like
as a
revelational books.
We need to fund a government entity.
Left Behind sucks.
No, I'm not talking about the people are going to leave the planet and leave us on Earth. No.
Left Behind.
Technologically, we'll get left behind.
Left Behind series.
If China actually does want to go crazy and put a fucking weapon in space like we're saying we do, all of a sudden people start shooting down each other's satellites. We have to be able to respond to that.
They already got weapons in space.
Yeah, and I mean, the Space Force is there for that already. As far as Earth's orbit and whatnot, what we're talking about is exploration of space, though. I mean, if you're going to talk about the government continuing to explore space, that means the government's going to be involved in everything that's going on as far as space exploration. You're going to be basically giving them the waygate and the okay.
The government already is involved in everything in space exploration. You can just build a rocket and go.
Oh,
do you
wait,
think,
that's what
you
Cleaner
think
looks
SpaceX
like?
just builds their rockets without government permission or without government
Yeah, that's
oversight?
what Cleaner looks like.
Holy fucking window lickers. Did you just figure out I'm cleaner, Evan?
Dude, you always have that logo thing, man. I didn't know. That was crazy.
Oh my
Sorry.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're so slow.
Slow. That's crazy. I've never seen you, man. Sorry.
Requires hard reset.
Gimli,
I've never seen you.
please.
Hold down the factory reset button to continue.
Gain an extra fucking, I don't know, 2 or 3 maybe brain cells, not just one.
2 minutes for Cleaner.
Cleaner's having a night tonight.
I feel deceived because he's not actually a burning skull.
For the prompt, are we
That's
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
just
Right?
finding out what's out there?
Never not seen that burning thing that he has.
For the
a head on
Not
fire.
burning,
this whole
See,
time.
okay.
burning skull.
Right.
Fucking Ghost Rider wanted.
Mhm.
Right.
Thought he was
For
Ghost
the prompt,
Rider.
are we talking about just finding, like, either manned or unmanned, finding out what's out there, or
That's crazy,
colonizing and leaving,
My
making
mind-
bases and stuff, like on Mars, on whatever, as
Oh, you
part of the
never could
mission?
imagine like him looking like that, right, Evan?
Is that included in there in the prompt?
He
or
looks
just
older
whatever?
than what I imagine, but
Yeah, me too.
he said his age a lot of times, but I never heard
Yeah,
it.
that's absolutely yeah.
He's an ammonia-based product. It's fine.
Yeah, as far as space exploration, I don't know about all that. If Elon wants to go to Mars, I think his company can fund that privately. I don't really want my tax dollars going towards going to Mars, but space defense, which isn't the prompt, I didn't realize that, but is important, I think.
Well, yeah, but you JS, you do realize though, you do have to understand the exploration side of it in order to defend from that, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I think you're right. I think there's still an
So
aspect of
I'm
exploration.
not
that-
opposed. I don't know that we need to have a organization that we fund, or the government funds for space exploration. I think they can have an interest in SpaceX or that company that Bezos has for space exploration.
Okay, hang on,
Origin.
Jeremy, here's the thing. Should flat earthers have to pay for space exploration?
Sure.
They all got space programs now. There's Virgin Galactic,
they
Blue
don't fund
Origin, SpaceX.
Space sex, you say?
Space?
I mean, ultimately, I think that
Of course
if we
you would
don't
hear that,
actually
You want into that?
pay
Where's
for it,
Grimes?
You hear that?
you don't actually pay for it, somebody or some other government somewhere else is going to pay for it. They're going
Can
to get all
everyone
the
just we do
resources
something?
they
Everyone
have
just raise their hand
from-
if you're a flat earther.
Well, how about this, Evan? Since you want to interrupt me, how about I just pull you down by your beard straight on the damn table until you actually finally shut the fuck up for a minute. Anyways,
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah.
You gotta ignore Elron. He's a little
Weird
hot
violence for no
But-
reason.
Evan.
Right.
yeah, I love violence, man. You want to come over here and test it out? Anyways,
I don't know who you are,
Interpanel
dog.
violence. This is why you're here, chat. Remember to slap that like button and start doing things with money.
Who is that person, anyways?
Don't slap people's
Eldridge?
children.
I don't even know
but
what it says.
hell, now I forgot my point. Fuck all of you.
Boy,
I mean, do flirters think that space does not exist?
Attack these mortals.
Some of them do.
someone what? Think what?
Some of them think space isn't even a thing. That's just a
space isn't
projection.
thing.
We're not debating that fucking shit. Shut up.
It's
Isn't a
pinholes
thing,
in the
so-
cloth of reality from which the light of heaven shines.
Closest thing we can get to space
Firmament, right?
is low Earth orbit. That's the closest thing you get to actual space. in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Blackout. Yeah, no idea.
Ohio has been to space, if I recall.
Yeah, I've drunk enough at this point where cleaner's starting to make sense. So
About time. Now we'll start to have some fun shit.
Well, wait a minute. You're waiting on Bricky Cleaner.
All right, listen, I'm looking. I'm nearly
Oh,
through
shit,
this
he's
bottle.
still
Ricky
awake.
don't drink fast enough. They need to get a few more shots in.
Yeah, man. I've already made it through a whole fucking 80 a crown. What the hell are you doing? Is that
He
wine?
barely even sipped the bottle.
I
Is
made it
that
through
wine again? He
He
says.
barely sipped
on
the
wine.
bottle.
You asked
What
him
is that? Wine or rum? Because you
No,
can
it's
chug
Boone's
rum.
Farm.
Wait,
Boone's Farm.
what's an 80? Like in the phrase an 80 of crown?
80
I just don't know.
milliliters.
Is that like the pocket flask size?
It's like 240s
No, it's
No, wait, yeah,
420s.
80.
420.
Or 420.
milliliters, not out. No,
So,
that's milliliters.
Quick
not
question to the
ounces. You
panel
said
as
milliliters,
far as
not ounces.
exploration.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
If here's a hypothetical for you, say like one of the moons of like Jupiter,
Like Io?
it has a fuel source on it, an element that we've never found that we can just easily. It's light. We can take it back to Earth, and it's the new insane fuel source. It'll power everything. Would it be worth it in that sense to have that exploration to find a resource like in the past when you were sending ships to new continents to try and find something that no one else would have, so that someone else wouldn't have it first?
Yeah,
There you go. That's what I was trying to argue. Thank you.
someone, but not.
I'll add something onto that whole thing. But plus, do you think it would be doable without schmavery?
Yeah, robotic slavery. Let's go.
The thing is, if you got the government involved,
No,
in
if you
that,
find the
would have
aliens, you have to
all
enslave
kinds
them.
of Insane amounts of government regulation.
Or
that
take the
would
Captain
be
Kirk
involved in
approach?
that resource. I mean,
Sleep
like
with them first, then enslave
regulation
them.
of who to give it out to. There would
That's
be
the whole.
corruption there. I mean, it's just like why not just keep it the way it is and just let the civilian markets go out into space, find the resources, and if they have the market for those resources, I mean, they're the ones buying it, selling it, and trading it, while the rest of us work for them. So who fucking
Yeah, I
cares?
don't really care about like public
Who
companies
cares?
doing that. What I care about is our military finding these resources and using those resources for the benefit of our military and government.
No,
Well,
this
I
would be
don't think
like
we should
being
be
the first
using it
person
for-
ever to discover oil, and then you have all the oil forever, right?
I think we should be using
Like if you
it
got to it first.
to benefit
Yeah,
our
I mean that.
military, because
Like
It obviously can be benefit. It's a crazy hypothetical. You know, obviously we're not going to run into anything like that. But
FG, I'm gonna have to say I completely and totally throw out that hypothetical because it's not rationally possible. Okay, it's just not.
Well, that's why it's a
I mean,
hypothetical.
it kind of is though, right? Like we
No.
went to the moon, and now we know that the moon has a shit ton of helium-3. I think it is.
No, yeah, but for
that-
one
that-
person
that
to
companies wanna go up there and
continually
mine.
own
That's
what,
the theory.
yeah, that's just not possible. There will be something that happens. That person will get overthrown. Other people will get involved. Something will happen. If there's one person who has all the power and they're being oppressive with everyone else on the planet, someone will fuck them up. Okay, so I cannot believe in any way, shape, or form that
I don't know. America did a pretty good job of that for like 80 years.
I'm not describing anything that has not already happened on our
Let's
planet.
not forget England for how many hundreds of years?
You're talking
Yeah.
a group of people again, and
Come on.
I mean, like the government itself going out there and finding that resource, like they're going to restrict
Yes,
it.
the government finding and hoarding a resource so that only
Yeah,
they
they're-
can use it.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
Yeah,
never
that's
happened.
great. I love it. Give my military the only resource that they can only have. I love that.
Right?
Yeah,
and then
I
all
want
of a
my
sudden we've
government to
got
have
the
the
super
only-
spaceships and no one else does.
And
Yeah.
elder, if it was like something that was military applicable, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Thank
know?
you. Then that's the whole problem
would,
now. Like,
But
that's it.
if it's not, see, the thing is, though, we're not just talking about things that would be military applicable in this case.
I mean, the government will find it, and then companies will be able to copy what the government did to find these things.
And they
then-
might be able to, or they might not even know it exists.
Okay, if they don't know it
That's also
exists,
what I
it's
was
probably a
saying,
good reason
right?
why
Like
they would.
earlier when I said that the the get back for funding
no,
is you
not
put in $1 and you
necessarily,
get
though,
back multiple
Albert.
dollars more, is because you have to push technology
There's a
to
number
actually
of
do
things
these things,
that
and then that technology actually trickles down into the markets,
right.
and people use it for other things. Everything we
Yeah,
get as far as new technology
not
is based on
necessarily,
older
though.
things that people have had for a
You're,
while.
Well, for
see, what
technology,
you're doing is
for
you're
space
hitting
technology or
a
schmavery.
resource that would actually be usable
Why
by
are you?
someone
What
for
the?
that
Why are
argument.
you so focused on slavery, dude?
Yeah,
Like,
what are we doing? Why do you keep
Because
talking
they do
about that?
space exploration and make colonies on other,
by the time we
terrestrial
can
bodies.
explore space to that extent, I'm pretty sure we'll have
Kinda.
fucking robots that can do a lot of the shit
probably
of whatever
making
you think
an
that's
argument because
slaves or
I
whatever
think
the hell.
I
time
think schmavery is going to make a big comeback for those
done that
situations.
shit. Like
God,
I,
so you
I,
think
I
that
understand why he's making the
those
argument.
words aren't synonyms, dude?
It'll be enslaved
the thing
robots,
is,
like
though,
they were saying. Like, what are you
like,
talking about? That'll be like
look,
the workforce.
So
And really, it's like
thing-
robots. Who cares about them? They're
government
robots.
throughout time
Exactly,
They don't
that's
have rights.
based
has
up.
There you go,
literally
They don't
James.
have rights.
They're
So
going to know
I
you said
mean,
that. Now you're the first to
technologies
die
that
in the
would be
revolution.
useful
You're the first to
towards
die.
population, even technologies that would be
really?
useful
Oh, and
towards
the
the
robot
civilian
revolution.
population, they don't let us know exist. There's a technology they've been using since I think it was like 1843 when it came out, which is underground laser drilling of tunnels to create 100% granite-like surfaces inside massive tunnel systems, and they didn't let the whole world know about it.
Since
They've
1843, you
looked
said?
at
Okay.
since 43, yeah, and they've been
Tartaria, let's
they've been using
go.
this technology for a long time to create tunnel systems under America, and the rest of the population hardly even knows it exists. Could
You
that
want to
be
talk about the
Then
Tartaria?
what the
Older
fuck
than
is
The
Elon
Tartaria,
Musk
yeah,
older
the
than
Tartaria,
cars,
the
support
Tartaria.
aircraft,
technology
and
using
center
a
Hey,
ore
fire.
drill?
The
Tartaria.
Tartaria is just
Center
one
fire
goal.
ammunition.
Loud noises.
Tartaria is a
hold on,
mudslide.
dude.
They're
Look at
not
how they come
actually
over there.
they're not
And
actually making
lasers.
tunnel
Hold on.
systems. They're just
Yeah, no, they are.
opening
Tartaria is a mudslide.
doorways
they are.
into the already
That's the
present tunnel
mudslide
system.
thing that
No,
I've been
that's not
talked
what they're
about
doing,
sometimes.
JS. They're creating stable tunnels that
Tartaria.
people can walk through. They don't want unstable tunnels for their
Don't get me
equipment.
started on Hollow Earth.
They've already released a
No,
lot
answer
of
my
it.
question, Cleaner.
Look,
Cleaner,
I
answer
think
my
the
question.
Hollow
They
Earth
have a
has
crazy
Disneyland
laser
alone.
tunneling
Kong,
Look
the
at
system.
the underground
Godzilla, and
system.
everything.
Why is
Alone.
Elon Musk's supposed
There was like
super
6
advanced
people
tunneling
talking at
system
once.
a giant fucking regular drill?
The Boring Company.
If we have a laser tunneling
Tartaria
thing and
is
Elon Musk has the
interesting.
highest technology, why is his tunneling bore system just a giant fucking drill?
Because it's cheaper.
Because it works.
Wait, mechanical parts that wear and have to be replaced is cheaper than an energy-directed thing that has
because
no.
the energy directed thing is powered by a nuclear device.
The Bible talks
hang-
about
just-
this.
Hello guys, it's Jovan, and you know what time it is?
Jovan!
Disco time.
Oh, let's go, Jovan! Oh, I love
if I may,
If my son showed me that video, I would be greatly disappointed.
Oh, he got a
The
baddie off
way
that
that-
video.
Amazing.
I'm sure everybody here on the panel knows, but just for the audience's sake, the way a nuclear power plant work is exactly the same way as a coal power plant or natural gas, or you can even use wood.
Yeah,
anything that makes heat.
energy.
Because
It's
power
expensive.
plants that we have on Earth, they work by boiling water.
Boiling water.
And then the water goes up, and then it
Creates
goes
steam.
around, and it turns a turbine that's running a dynamo, just like your car alternator. It's the exact same thing. The only difference is the way that we make the heat.
Well,
And then the water, as the water condenses, it turns the paddles and turns the dynamo. That's how you get electricity. What is this? I mean, it being nuclear power doesn't make it stronger. It's like how just the facility and the size of your dynamo and how you can power it. The only thing is that nuclear power makes relatively very small, tiny bit amount of waste that lasts, 3.5 forevers. But
Well,
it's very
allegedly.
small.
The reason that they were
Allegedly.
using nuclear power for the lasers and the laser drills is because
Yeah.
nuclear power has no frequency. It is pure energy constant. There's no AC frequency to it, so they don't have to worry about frequency modulation.
That's not true at all.
Yeah, no, that is true.
No, I mean,
there is no frequency to what the output of these machines. These machines weren't using the steam powered model; they were using electrokinetics. It's a little different from the regular steam model.
I feel like we're
yeah, but if you spill nuclear, right, technically you're fucking up, aren't you? I mean, you're not just gonna burn someone.
Explain how that works. Is you?
They call me Puffy. I like to
dance.
I throw good parties for
And
all my friends. Some of them are young.
Some of them are drugged. Some of them are buried in my yard and down a dug.
The
FBI now is on the way.
Chris Hansen
Say have a say.
They took my
Bronco and my pedal van.
And
I've been locked up for a long time. And took on my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh. Thought that.
Wow.
To make electricity, you
What
still
is
have
that-
to
what is
spin
that guy
something.
that
You have
makes those
kinetic
songs? I
energy.
forget.
Unless
Made them for
it's
years.
running on something else, like it's running on heat or running on expansion and contraction or something.
Yeah,
right. Even the most like advanced
output
reactors and closed systems for submarines are still just like water-based.
Yeah,
systems.
they require being upright for them to work, which is super weird, right? That's how it works.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong one too. Look at that. But
Yeah.
I'll read that just because I clicked on it. Vision versus fusion. One is way more efficient and good for the environment, etc. But only China can do it so far.
I'm talking about vision or vision.
But this says cleaner and greener. Seem like they want a 1v1.
Okay, give me just a sec. I'll be right back.
All right, you hurry up, Crumple. All right, you hurry it up. You hurry your ass up,
Yeah, Crumple, you little girl.
All right, so let me see. What I mean, you guys were already on the opposite side here, weren't you?
All right.
Let's see here.
I had to get coffee.
Oh,
I
both of you
left it
stepped
on the
away.
damn table.
Both of you stepped away. Everyone's fucking sleep, ready to get
Hey,
drinks.
I get it.
Okay, get some.
But
How
I
you
have,
drinking coffee right after you just finished?
I have to have the coffee. I don't know, man. I can't go without drinking like a pot of coffee a day minimum anymore. My blood pressure drops and I start falling asleep walking around.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
It's like ever since I got out of doing like ops and shit, like I can't. What the like regular life is just so boring and so normal. It's like, fuck, dude. I'm ready to fall asleep all the time.
Yep. If you sit down, that's why you gotta go.
Yup. And home and you're finding yourself nodding off.
All right, here we go. Now let's see where we can find a difference with you two. Here, we haven't done this. We haven't done this yet tonight. Where are you both with the death penalty?
No, I'm not for it. You want to do for it, Grump?
I mean, I don't like. I mean, I'm honestly conflicted, but
you don't want to do it. He's got other topics that are
big
better.
on
we
the
can bring up
one-way
another topic.
Texas Desert Express lane.
I mean,
yeah, let's not do.
Yeah, let's
Let's
go
not
for
do-
it.
let's
Me
not
and
do that
Grump
one.
tend to be pretty close on that
Means
one.
you're on the wrong side. That's what it
Yeah.
means. But all right, how about this? Oh, how about legalizing and regulating surrogacy?
It's not illegal.
Actually, some places it is.
Well, not in
Really?
the United States.
Yeah, some places they don't
Really?
regulate and legalize it. Yep.
No shit. I didn't know that.
Well, me either.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah,
here-
it should be legal.
Here's one. Here's a maybe a one. So Group B rally, they made it go away because people were dying because the cars are too fast.
What?
I think that maybe shouldn't have happened.
Group
Let
B.
the people
Yeah,
have
there
their
you go.
fun.
Alabama, that's one of them, and like there's other ones too that like they'll allow surrogacy, but you're not allowed to. There's no like like transactions allowed to be involved. So like no compensation for the surrogacy.
Oh, like organ donors?
Kind of like that, yeah. So
Yeah,
like
'cause
there's like what is it? Michigan, you can't have a paid surrogacy. Louisiana, I think it is as well. Like they can't have like some surrogacy agreement that involves payment. And then there's states that just you can't do it at all.
The going rate for places where you can accept payment, I just happen to know this because somebody tangentially related was involved in that. 70 or 80 grand for a complete term.
So what do you guys think? What side are you guys on there? Sorry, I
Probably
didn't
more now because that was a few years ago.
I mean, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be legal. It promotes having babies and bringing more kids into the world, and I don't really see anything specifically wrong with it. I'm sure it can be abused, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay. And Grumple?
I couldn't argue this either. I couldn't argue.
Yeah, you're on the same side. Okay. How about
you got to give me like a list of your left field topics so I can at least prepare for them? Because that one was way out on left field. Yeah, that was on left field, bro.
Group B rally
coming.
Dinobots built the pyramids.
That's a good one, I mean, I think. Okay, what do you guys think about gene editing for, like we could say for the purpose of guaranteeing health or something?
I could go either way on this one. I could. I could argue the religious stance against it, or I could argue the secular stance for it. What do you want to do, Grump?
I'm also completely ambivalent on it. Like, I somewhat disagree, but at the same time, like, well, I mean, let them cook. Let's see what they can do. It's like I'm somewhat against it, but also super curious about.
I'm curious too. I want to see if there's going to be some like neon-eyed colored babies or some glow-in-the-dark people coming.
And then
out.
you get you don't present this one to like weebs, because then you get like all the cat girl stuff and.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it gets bad.
Okay, what about this? What do you guys think about making uniforms mandatory in schools?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, 100% endorse. My kids, my kids are in private school, and yeah, uniforms.
See, you know what the problem is? The problem.
All right, what about schools having armed security guards?
It's a great idea. They should. I help organize.
Schools should have armed security guards.
Yeah. The private school where I send my kids, they got like active security measures, like I mean, I don't know how much this helps, but like, yeah, they got security film on all the glass.
Well,
so takes longer to defeat.
I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this one.
There are multiple.
Because part of me is like, schools should not resemble prison. We don't want to prep kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Having armed
for a
security
life
guards
in
at school.
prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think most schools now actually.
But then also, you don't want it to be a soft target.
They call them resource officers.
So I could see both
they do.
two arguments.
They do, or they'll be like assigned to the school. What do they call it? School board or school area or whatever. There'll be police assigned. Like
I can't do multiplayer.
Like an ISD, an independent school district police.
Wait, who suggested we were just like. He said that like these specific old school, like from the 1800s,
like metal detectors and security guards, armed security guards. I don't want my kids' school
suggested this
to resemble a prison. They already resemble prisons. They're already very similar.
And I wrote it down because I thought maybe it's a good idea.
I already think I like this level.
But
no, don't do that.
I kind of wanted to say that one. Shit.
But the world the way it is, you don't
should
want
it be
a soft
illegal
target.
for students to drop out
suck
until the end of high school?
No.
Should it be
That's
illegal
government
for kids
interfering
to drop out
with,
before the end of high school?
No.
No, I think you should be able to drop out and get a GED when you're 5 years old.
No.
Both of you are no?
No. Some people got better things to do that are more productive for like all of humanity, even in some cases.
Yeah, I can see reasons why tons of people who are of higher intellect would
That
want
was
to get
not
their
that
GED
hard.
way fucking early and get out and get into the job world or
Doing a
go on to
donut
college. whenever they
climb.
want.
All right, what do you think
Money
about
wasted
collection.
time in
I
public
can't
school.
see behind my
Like,
camera, so I don't know how
homeschooling,
many
it's like
coins I
3 or
need.
4
Oh, we got the key and we
3
lost
to
the key.
4
The
hours
key is a
max
distraction. There
day
is
to
no
like
key.
equal out the.
All right,
Oh, I thought
listen.
that was
What
close.
about
Not even
what about
close.
schools providing? What if we made it mandatory for teachers to carry?
This is not as hard as it looks.
You can't, and
I mean, I'm good
You
with it. I don't think
can't-
they'll ever do it because it's
you
hard.
can't force somebody to.
Not. Well, you definitely
Up
could.
there is a
right?
waste of time.
Well,
I mean, you could only
Looks
hire
like we
teachers
need
that
to
would
do a
carry
little,
them.
yeah,
yeah,
that would
bouncy
reduce the,
bounce
the
here.
pool for teachers. That's why
I
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
be able to
anything
do that.
against it. I don't see anything against it.
That was gangsta.
Grumple.
Hold on.
I
Let me
that's,
let it
I just
shoot
don't think
to
it's
the
feasible
side.
because exactly
Shoot to the
like
side,
what,
please.
the window
So
cleaner
no,
said.
then.
Could I one up
Listen.
farm here? I don't
I
think
mean,
I can.
You can't make that a requirement because then
Let me see.
you'll have a very small quantity of teachers
Nah, you
that
can't one up
are
farm
able
here.
to be hired.
How did I get one to shoot to the side? Well, I don't
Yeah.
even know what's
I'm okay
over
with
there
all
yet.
teachers
Oh,
being
the flag's
armed,
right there.
100%.
You're-
As long
you're
as
on
Hold
the
on,
nose.
just to
as
get the one
they're,
up.
You know,
The question is, should we
measure
make it
training.
mandatory for teachers to carry? And you said no. Then
I can't jump that high.
yeah, I mean, no.
Oh, I can't get up there now.
Yes.
okay, there you go.
Ah,
You
we
see?
lost our
Look at
chance.
how
We could have got a
easy
one
that
up
is.
there.
You're on the
This is a-
opposite
If I could have
side.
got a bullet to
No,
track
no,
over,
you made an artificial
bullet right
opposite,
there?
'cause I think we're
I could have bopped off that bullet and got the one
How
up.
did I make an artificial
missed it.
opposite?
Because now I
because we
can't-
said the same
Clean-
thing.
Now I
Just
can't
No,
get up
you
there.
didn't.
Slightly differently.
Cleaner
I wonder if I
said
can get the turtle shell
that
without touching
he's
the
for
flag.
it, and you said you're not.
I can.
For it. That's
Let's
not
go.
the same thing.
Let's
I
go.
don't know what you-
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Hang
we
on.
got one.
Exactly on that
Definitely
point.
the
Yeah, no, I got
opposite.
it. No, we're good.
Okay.
Got him. Bro, I'm a G.
So listen,
I'm told you
chat,
I'm a
we're
pro
going
at
to
this
5 minutes. It's 10 to add on a minute 60. If you want a solo judge, if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to
I
the
could
poll,
get a world
and the
record on
loser
that
of
level, I
the
think.
poll loses their soul.
What's the
Fight
limit?
it. Good luck.
We might
to
go
both
back
of
and
you.
grab that.
Before you leave, what's the
that
what's the
WR.
limit here?
60 minutes. is
They
the
agree
limit.
on everything. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Good luck to both of you.
Chris
Let's do it.
Hansen says, "Have a say."
So,
Dude, why do I
yeah,
feel bad
mean,
that
I think they should be
VK's
armed
not making
because
as much
it'll
money as it used to?
deter people from coming in with
Yeah.
views and
Like, I
trying
feel
to
like it's
do
my
bad
fault
things
since
to
I
kids
started
with
coming
them.
on the show.
No, I agree. The
seems like he's
prompt exactly
making
as
less
easy said
money.
it, and the difference we had was.
But I
should
think
they
what
all
it
be
is
forced to be
because due
armed?
to
And
a series of,
while I agree
he
that
missed some shows, which
having armed teachers,
you got to
which
take
even
care of
currently
family first. But
they can be, and I'm all for it.
the other thing is he's starting
Forcing all of
later.
them to be
He's starting
is going to limit the
way
hiring
later.
pool,
So
so no, it shouldn't be required of all
I
the
forget how to do
teachers.
the long jump. How do you do the long jump?
Debate's over. I win. GG.
Is it?
I couldn't say that I would be against it though because
I know how to do.
I do see that if they did make it a requirement.
I'm hitting the wrong
Now,
button
granted,
here.
you're right. You know, it would be pretty hard for them to get.
Granted, I'm right.
A good number
Maybe
of
it's-
teachers that would actually go along with that, but like if they were actually able to get a
You
population,
can't
of
run
teachers
backwards.
to
It's
fill the
it's
schools,
a downward
I
slide
do
and then a
think
long
that if
jump.
all
But I
the
forget
teachers
how to
were
do the
armed, it
long
would
jump.
be a very strong deterrent against people trying to do something.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you. It would be, except like they're struggling
What
to
is the
get
button
just
for the long
basic
jump? Is it
ass
X?
educators in the door that aren't gonna SA the because they're underage. It is
I can't
SA
remember how to do
the
a long
students,
jump.
because there's been a lot of that also on both sides of the gender spectrum.
Yeah,
and it's
Unless they want me to like.
the funny. I think the funny story about that is how many of the female teachers that there's stories about.
It's not a
'cause
role.
Otherwise, I think they just go straight to jail. if
It's like
if
so
if it's a teacher.
disproportionate, like the number of females versus males. That
Hold
do
on, I
this,
gotta
you
make
know?
it.
The number of teachers who are females versus males is also way disproportionate. Also, I mean, let's get some gender equality in here, right? Am I
Like,
right?
They,
Wait,
like they
so
make
bikes
Gender
are
death
falling?
gap is like 97 point something percent men die on the job.
yeah.
Gender death rate equality, gender workplace death rate equality. Now let's sign a petition.
I
or
forget
something.
how to do a
Dye our
long
hair
jump.
blue. But
I couldn't. I don't know about the blue thing. I don't know.
Teacher salaries, and this is always
I'm
been
gonna try
like
to
the
world record that
justification
other
for it
level.
is it's a calling. You're not teaching to make money. That's a silly thing to say.
The only part where it's gonna slow me down is this first part right here.
Because if it was a lucrative career path, you'd get people that weren't in it to help the kids. Well, it seems like
There's no way to
right
get through
now
in
we
the
got a
first
lot
cycle.
of people compared to what you'd think that aren't in it to necessarily help the kids, or that's the outcome anyway. Forcing, just again, having that be a requirement.
That's way under 26 seconds.
Schools.
Well, I would think
that should be a world record.
Is what you would see is,
and that was actually very smooth the way I did the bullet bounce.
Away from
world record. Can I go faster?
They want to be allowed to carry
first cycle on this, I don't think is doable.
You might actually get more people who wanted to.
No, dude, that's a very small fraction of a percent. That's like people like me.
Have to think about those. Okay,
I don't think
and I mean,
this
is like realistic. Okay, like we're thinking realistically,
almost
right? So if you have a
almost
law that
can
says
if you hit it
have
perfect
to be armed if you're going to be a teacher, then you would think that the people who are going to be working at the school would feel a little safer because everybody there was armed and they knew they'd be protected.
No,
right?
I don't think you can
so
make
you might
it on
actually
the first
get
cycle.
a higher percentage of teachers, like a higher percentage of people wanting to be teachers. Then
I don't think that holds water.
So you have to wait here.
I don't think the teacher. I don't think the being protected.
Staying away from that because they're actually scared of being teachers for teenagers.
They took my Bronco and my pedal
so you're talking like are we talking in like very urban areas? Because that's a whole.
Grump, nowadays it's all over, dude. I know during you and my generation, like it used to be just in really like rundown areas, but nowadays it's almost fucking everywhere. The teachers
nowadays, and so friends of the family, we got a bunch of teachers. Some in some urban areas
to build
down in
momentum.
Austin.
Check this out.
They got freaking kitty litter boxes in the girls' room.
Teenagers, like, dude,
in high school,
are fucking degenerate. They will take a phone into class and corner a teacher and record whatever the teacher's doing and make them look like shit. And the teachers are fucking scared of this because it will destroy their reputation forever, could take their job, could land them in jail, like all kinds of things. Like they're fucking terrified of teaching teenagers nowadays. They won't even reprimand them. I'm not kidding, dude. It's
you're
not
gonna get like
come in at an extreme
it's
angle.
Not like it was when we were
that.
kids.
Hang on, is your theory that like
if I can
I
make
don't
it
want to
work
put it this way, but like essentially, like veterans become the new teachers?
Not necessarily
it becomes the new pool for teachers.
I do think that people that are capable of defending themselves and people who are aware of gun safety and how to use guns properly.
Yeah, those generally don't. That's the Venn diagram of them versus
let the
like
dogs out.
Oh shit!
Generally not a big overlap.
Someone left.
I understand that. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. There is some overlap there.
Effigy, or no, he's still.
Oh, no, there's some, but it's very small.
I'm confused.
Yeah, but I don't.
No,
I mean, like
if
I
you
said,
think the Venn diagrams of gun owners versus there's overlaps a lot, like.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's some overlap, but the overlap of gun owners that would willingly want to bring their guns into the school versus
of public school teachers
like,
current ones.
Yeah, I mean it's
and that's the thing. I just
government school.
I don't see how it would be a net negative.
Right.
I don't see it being a negative
because public schools would all close down because they wouldn't be able to hire enough staff.
No, I think they would. I really do. I'm in fact I'm sure.
And that's why you lost the debate.
Yeah,
which is it's okay, sir. It's fine.
Well, actually, it's not been determined who.
Yeah, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Hold up. Everyone, chill. 1 second. Chat, I am putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Grumpelstiltskin on the poll, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cleaner 409 on the poll. Get your poll or your poll. Get your votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over, and you guys are gonna have 2 minutes. Let me start that timer over. You guys got 2 minutes.
Who's paying the most for me vote? Who wants me vote the most?
Cleaner 4099.
This was a good one. This was
It was nuanced.
I
Yeah.
almost vote for you.
I agree, Grump. I think this was nuanced. I don't see a real world problem with that other than in certain democratic states it might be a little harder, and maybe in those
Oh,
states. But
man, no, everywhere. Public
on, man.
schools.
I don't
Come
see
on.
this though. Because like okay, well, so I've been going to the schools where my kids are going to, and I've been talking to the teachers, and a lot of them, from what I've been hearing from the teachers, is that they wish they could be armed, but the schools won't allow them to be.
I mean, ultimately, what you're saying,
I
the
get
way
it.
you
It's
can
gonna be
defeat
more
Grump's
liberal
argument
areas.
is just put it on
Anecdotal
as a
evidence,
stipulation
right?
to be verified as a teacher, to just be trained in a gun and any kind of gun use whatsoever.
Why don't we just invest more money into the police force and have an officer too walk around the school?
Yeah, we could do
train
both.
armed?
Police
It's called
state,
resource
Ricky.
officers. They do that.
So
More-
you've already
more
made it to where they
police
barely have
state.
time
Grumpus,
to be able to
2
keep the
seconds,
skills
Grumpus.
up
So-
and
so
keep their
Cleaner
class
was
running
advocating
efficiently.
for
Now you want to
corporal
throw on
punishment.
top of that they have to remain proficient.
No,
in a
before they
firearm
can even
enough to where they
teach,
can
I
have
want them to learn how to use a gun.
round
Oh
kill
wait,
them.
how about we
That's not a
rather?
bad argument. That's not a bad argument from Elder Lion. I mean, instead of making it mandatory for them to carry guns, make it mandatory for them to have gone through gun training.
Exactly. Yes.
Why?
Why? Because listen, because Cleaner was advocating for corporal
Because there's
punishment in
mandatory
schools.
requirements to be
Listen,
anything.
shut up, man, will you? For fuck's sake.
How about this, Rick? How about I come over there?
Can't lie, mate.
You want me to come over there? I'll pick you up by your fucking little skinny jeans and I'll toss you out the damn window.
Come on, Chad. It's Grumple
We'll
time.
get damaged.
You don't want to go to
process.
England.
I'm gonna be damaged. Trust me, son.
For fuck's
The
sake, I'll take
problem
the
is
lot.
you're overlapping
I'll
topics
take
here,
us both on.
I don't know. Freaking Elderland was at ITG.
And
Vote-
you as well.
Vote for Grumple.
All right, listen. We got 2 minutes locked in, 28 votes. Chat, thank you to everyone who voted. I mean, there's 60 of you here. We could have did a little better, but thank you to everyone who did vote. All right, I appreciate it.
I
Almost
genuinely
half of you.
didn't vote. I was distracted.
But 28 votes, 57%. So it was close. 57% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Cleaner 409. Grumple, tell everyone where we can find you and why they need to bring you back for a shot at the $150 prize.
There's a prize tonight. Oh, interesting.
There's a prize every
Oh,
week.
There's always a prize.
Every week, buddy.
Condescending
I
piece of
don't
shit.
Where you
know.
at,
I don't know
Grumple? Have
things.
you
I'm a
ever
simple
been to
monkey.
VK, Grumple? I'm pretty sure you have.
Okay, so
Damn,
Twitch,
this
it's
is-
spelled like that. Everywhere
listen.
else, it's spelled like that. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble, Tweeter is also spelled differently. But I go live sometimes lately. It's
Yeah, cool.
work
X.
situation has been interesting. We do like practical application of common sense and prepper logic as far as politics goes. Sometimes talk about things. Sometimes just do panel jumps. Sometimes build Cummins diesel engines. You know,
Oh,
Just,
that's fucking
sometimes do
Welcome to
pew pew stuff.
everything then,
You can't be live doing that on YouTube though, but sometimes we do pew tubes. We do. I will be doing an unboxing of a Fight Light belt fed upper at some point after I get my key lights adjusted right. So if you want to see that, come and drop by.
The fuck did he just
All
say?
right. Well, listen, it's always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Good.
Yeah, that's done.
You so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
And he's not kidding either, you know. He does like we've done a backstage
That was a good puff.
thing event. He's got pew pews.
It's kind of unfortunate he went because I was going to respond to the why they mandatory gun training wouldn't be a bad idea. And mainly the reason I'll answer it even though he's not here to come back with anything further. But the reason I think that wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea is I think that would potentially remove some contention that teachers who would be against carrying have having now gone through the experience of training, and part of the training requires actually firing a pew pew, right? So having gone through all of that can actually remove the fear or contention that they would have to carry, in which case they might actually be more willing to do so.
That's true.
Or just
And also
privatize it
don't
and have
trust somebody
company.
who's willing
Hey,
to
yeah, we can carry on this topic a little more, see where people are at, and let's bring up one of the fights. We got 1, 2. Oh, there was 3 in the back. The other guy left. The other guy that was back there with Goblin in his name, you can come back up. Just wait in line though for your time to come up. When there's a spot open, I'll bring you up. But if you leave and then come back, people are gonna get your spot in line. Like you were before one of the people back there, but now if you're not. So just letting you know.
Is it gonna be the cloud?
Wait in the back, you know what I mean? Wait in the back and just chill. Listen from there for now because you don't want to lose your spot. Some people end up not getting on at the end because of that. But let's bring up another fighter.
It's gonna be the cloud. If this is the cloud, get ready because there's about to be a 1v1. It's
Chris Lestrange, Puffy McCloud. Welcome to the show.
Oh my God! No, fucking stream.
I knew
No
it was
Buffy
the cloud.
today. No Buffy today. No cloud today.
Oh shit!
What's up, boys? No cloud.
What's up, Chris?
The mustache.
Fucking curse out. Call a bunch of
Make sure
names.
Puppy's not in your PayPal account either, Chris, because he's been looking.
Yeah,
Fucking
no
hell,
Buffy
honestly.
today, bro.
All right, let's get this hipster nerd out of here, chat. 1v1, Edison versus Tesla.
Look at GS getting.
Also, I want to let chat know. We were at, let me see, I'm pretty sure it was 35. Or wait. Yeah, 35. No, 45 left. Let me make sure. I just want to make sure I didn't miss one of the extension funds. We had 10, 5.
Has LD used his
Yeah.
credit yet, Easy?
So we got 45 left for the extension fund, or if not, we're in the last hour now, just so everyone knows.
Nah, they'll
So
extend that.
if we don't get the extension, we're in the last hour right now. And I'll give you the next 2 minutes to get in the back. Is if you don't get in the back now in the next 2 minutes, you won't be eligible for the prize. So just letting you know.
Oh,
Nah, chat will extend it easy. You know, there's no way they ain't gonna extend it.
25 more.
Tonight's been a good one. I've been listening. You guys are on fire tonight.
Yeah, tonight has been a good one.
Hey, JS.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you got to do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my
N-word.
Woo.
Yeah. Was it amazing? That was amazing. Who is that weirdo in the right-hand corner, doing some weird shit? What was that?
I don't know. I haven't asked your dad who was singing the song.
I feel like I'm be excited, Brick. Okay, so
Hold up. It's down to 25.
That was amazing.
It's down to 15. We're down to 15 left, guys, for the extension.
But
go an extra hour.
Being JS wants to take out Chris, won't chat try to get him in a 1v1?
Holy shit! James is still here?
James, where you been, buddy?
He's been quiet for so
long.
James, somebody put James in a 1v1. He's just trying to eliminate competition.
He said he came to bring the fire after you told him to shut up, and he shut up. He's like, all right.
Damn, James, you got to threaten a little bit of violence if somebody tells you to shut up a little bit.
That's a good boy, James. Listen to your daddy effigy.
You got to man the fuck up, James, sometimes.
Oh, shit. Here we fucking go. The extension is fucking on. Extension, my arrival on the panel is imminent. So listen, we got just so everyone knows, we got 3 in the back waiting right now, and it looks like someone is also Bumpkin here is also gonna make his way to the back here. So chat, just letting you guys know. There's blood to spill here.
Man, I like that guy. Yeah, drinking it.
Let me put this on the screen for you all. Make sure you take a screenshot. This is your attacks, chat. Use them.
Why is everybody gone quiet?
Yeah, Kitty's 100% right.
You want to get loud,
Everyone
bitch?
got scared all of a sudden. They were like, "Oh,
that's
shit."
what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck this is you all scared of.
They scared because left.
Fucking man up.
Man, I can get loud. If I can get loud, if you want me to, bitch.
I don't
get him, Elder.
I don't know about teachers carrying guns.
What are we talking about then, huh?
It seems to me
we need to have chat force a topic.
It seems to me
all I want to do is physically fight Evan.
Ryan's that dude that played Call of Duty that would pretend like he'd come to your house, but if he came to your house, he'd just pee.
You don't even know half.
Hey, Zombie, I don't know what you wanted to do with that 20.
Outerline, I'll give you my address. Come over to my house.
Okay, give me that address. I don't have a driver's license right now. So
30 left.
Anyway.
Oh, good. Okay, that's convenient.
30 left towards an extension, guys. I mean, 1v1. 30 left towards a 1v1. Zombie, do you want to put this 20 towards the 1v1, or are you just dropping 20? It's however you want to do it. You let me know. All right.
I'm curious. Outerline, just how high are you?
And I appreciate
Well, I'm not high anymore. I'm drunk now. So
you're drunk. Okay, just how drunk are you now?
Get it right.
Yeah, get it right, James.
Are we on teachers carrying guns? As far as teacher carrying guns, I'm on the fence, but part of me is the people.
I'm okay with it as long as they're trained.
10 left for a 1v1, chat.
The people we want teaching our kids are going to be smart women, and women are going to be feminine, and feminine.
What?
Hold on, let me cook.
It's so misogynistic.
Feminine women are not. Men are supposed to protect feminine women. I don't want feminine women who are like gun carrying, like I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying. I don't know.
The base equalizer.
It's gonna discourage intelligent, placid women.
All cleaner. Yours came in. Right after
James verse. I wanted Chris. I'm out for Chris's blood.
Yeah, I wanted Chris too.
Are you scared of James?
I'm not scared of James.
I'm scared of James.
Get into it with anybody. I got into it with them at the very beginning. I want to hear them.
There you go, Josh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yours came in after
You know what James has been doing?
Hold on.
He's been laying in wait.
Let me.
Yeah. Well,
now I will add.
Yourself.
Hang on. Wait. Shut the fuck up, cleaner. I will add the additional 10 if the others are okay, and make it a 1v1v1. JS, Chris, and
yeah, but James don't know nothing about inventors. I wanted Edison versus Tesla with Chris.
Oh damn.
What?
Okay,
Edison?
No.
I'm down with that. Let's go.
Well, then you and Chris better do the best.
You and Chris don't even know that. We've been through that already.
Yeah, but I don't know if James is going to agree to that. I don't know if he even.
He doesn't have to.
James, he's going to do what he's told.
James, stay in this motherfucker.
Okay, so Chaser versus somebody married
true.
No, James, what we should do is we should leave that for like a UVC battle, James.
Yeah, that.
We can do it now, but it's better to leave it for UVC and do.
Are you saying you want a
Shut the fuck
UVC
up
with me?
Chris. You shut up.
Yeah, why not?
Oh shit!
Challenged right here.
Fucking let's do something else.
A little challenge.
Don't let me down, brother.
Are the other two okay though? They haven't responded yet.
I'm good with the. I'm good.
James, I don't give a shit about
James, you don't gotta say, motherfucker.
Come on, James.
I'm asking if Cleaner's good with it. Well, Cleaner's got to be good with it.
What?
Asking if Pain Zombie's okay with it and Bumpkin is okay with it.
Good with what? I couldn't hear
A three-way.
People were talking at once.
A three-way, Cleaner. between me,
James, this is going to be the only
JS,
three-way
and
you
Chris.
ever
Don't
have
call
as
it a
well, by the way.
three-way. It
And
sounds.
it's with two other men.
It is.
James, you've
Three-way
already
death
got the
It's
order
too
on
sexy for you,
Three-way
JS.
death
Get a
match,
three-way,
not
JS.
sexual, JS.
It's a dirty
We're not-
three-way.
we're
Makes
not
it sound super
gay.
gay.
You mean
Hey,
super
JS.
right now,
sexy?
I'll challenge James to UVC. I don't know if I
I
can.
just thought I'd leave you with that
Huh?
I'll do it
fantasy
right now.
before we all leave the panel and leave you
You
free.
challenge
But
me
it's
to a
free.
And you know what,
UVC?
JS?
Fine,
Yeah,
me.
You're
I'll
in the
challenge
middle
you
of
to
that
a
sandwich.
theological
All right, hold up,
UVC.
guys. For real. Let's do this. Is Cleaner, are you okay with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
just want to
then
see
we
James
got.
get in and tangle. That's all.
I don't know. Maybe
good with it.
Pain Zombie already said if he's okay with it. Zombie, you okay with it? And Bumpkin's okay with it as well. Zombie, maybe I missed it.
I didn't see Zombie say anything.
Zombie, let me know. You okay with that? A three-way instead of the 1v1?
Grrr.
Ooh, matron. Yeah, there.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Oh, no.
I'm ready to
Never
jump in.
swear. I just want to beat your ass right now. I don't
And
even know why.
That was
Give me
the
that
best
feeling.
thing we've heard all night.
In a
Right.
three-way, does only one person?
Oh, LD, just so you know,
One leaves.
Bricky has given you $20 credit. He did it at the was it 20?
Three-way it is. Three-way it
20,
is.
yeah. $20 credit at the starting of the
Put down
show.
the other-
Just my way of
And
repaying you back
Zombie
for
put
letting
in
it down.
another
The other
10 to say
10.
3. We didn't need another 10, but Zombie, I appreciate you.
How many
We'll add
people
that
get
on the main
eliminated in a
next
three?
minute. We'll add an extra minute on.
another
That's how
10
we'll do it.
He's like, hell
Well,
yeah.
we do need another 10 because I have to put the other 10 in.
So, never mind. Zombie got you then.
yeah, but I'm a man of my word, so I'm still paying 10. He can throw that towards a minute or whatever. I'm just saying I keep my I keep what I commit that I'm going to do.
Let's fucking go. All right, this should be exciting. So James, JS, and Chris Lestrange. So let me get everyone else.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Two?
Yeah.
Can't tell you, Chris. Can't tell you.
If you were talking before that, no, though.
Okay, cool. Fuck, sorry guys, my fucking power just died. I had to quickly buy more power. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
You had to buy more
Good now,
power.
though?
But I'm back. That's good.
I like that.
On that,
Yeah,
Jay.
people have to
I want to buy. I want to
Yeah.
buy.
He's
the
got
set
that
amount of
coin
power.
up, PG.
No, some places you have to actually pay for your
$1.
He means he bought another bag of coal, right, to put on the fire.
Trust me, it's not worth
All right,
it.
let's do this. 1 second. Let me get everyone else.
Freaking Chris
into
with
the
that coin
back.
op energy.
Well, you gotta think he's in South Africa. So
I know that's South African
South
problems.
Africa is a lot different than here. Just saying.
All right, so let's see what we are gonna do for you three.
So how many people get eliminated in this? One or two?
One.
One person gets eliminated? Oh, well, this shouldn't be hard.
I just gotta be real. That's all.
One person gets eliminated in this one here. And I think we're gonna let's make
No,
it
not Elder Lion. Don't put me down like
let's
that.
make
Elder
it
Lion.
let's make it a little we can make it nerdy for this one. I think that might be good for this one.
Oh yeah, let's go nerdy.
Marvel
So-
versus DC versus Dragon Ball.
Which one would I be taking?
Well, wait a minute.
It would,
That might
yeah, it would depend
actually
on
work.
you two. You already
Chris,
know where I
Are
am.
you
but-
not for? Well, if you were to pick one of those three, which one would it be? Wait, no, that's
DC.
kind of Dragon Ball shouldn't be in the same.
What?
It's not a
Yeah, but Dragon Ball-
superhero. So it's not like
What?
Yeah,
I just
Dragon
don't
Ball is not
see
the
them
same
in
as
the same
Marvel
thing.
and DC.
I was thinking more something like
Capcom, maybe.
Like,
No.
what's
Well,
the
Capcom is a video game. Well, anyway, never mind.
I know Capcom was also. Didn't they make animated cartoons?
Dragon Ball is a superhero show. Okay, maybe I
Dragon
should've
Ball
watched
is
it.
Japanese
Fuck
comic
it.
books.
Who would you pick out of those three, Chris? Marvel, DC, or Dragon Ball? Oh, we don't hear you, Chris, if you're talking. We lost Chris. Chris. Where
Oh,
are
I got
you?
I hope we do this because I got the argument.
Where are you,
I
Chris?
mean, arguing for DC, we're okay because I'm
Are you DC? Is Chris Marvel?
I'm DC.
I think Chris might be Marvel. That's why I was like, oh, I think this might work.
I'm definitely DC. Why wouldn't I be DC?
If it's between Marvel and DC,
okay,
I'm
good.
picking Marvel.
I'm good.
But
You there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good. You good now, though?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. My internet's back on. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. So, out of Marvel, DC, or Dragon Ball?
What's what between them?
James is DC. I'm Dragon Ball.
Yeah, which one's
Would
the
you
best?
pick Marvel?
Which one's the best? Okay, I can make an argument for DC.
No, you'd have to be Marvel.
DC's
No.
I don't
No,
wanna
don't
be
do it if you
Marvel.
don't do it if you don't.
I don't want to
He
be
doesn't- he
Marvel.
doesn't
I'd rather
have to
take DC or Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
well
you
then.
know what? It's okay if two people are on the same side. This is a three-way. There's no way this shit's gonna be even.
Well, I could argue
2v1?
Marvel. I can argue Marvel.
Are you
I can argue
scared?
Marvel.
I ain't scared.
I can
All
argue
right.
Marvel. I can argue
Come on,
Marvel.
come out swinging, motherfucker. You had the arguments, you said.
Hey,
Well,
I can
Dragon
argue
Ball's the
Marvel.
one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
I can argue Marvel though to make it fair. I can argue Marvel.
This
My
isn't
biggest-
even, like,
my-
this is a nerd. I would take
I
fucking
mean,
all three
I
of
could
you
totally
in a
argue
fucking
Marvel.
topic if I had to. All right, what are you guys doing? Come on, this is
Yeah,
verbal
hold on.
combat, not cuddle combat. Okay, that's tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah, but I'm too much of a nerd to know that. Like, if I argue against anybody that knows their shit, Marvel loses, bro. There we go.
How's Marvel lose?
Marvel is
I can
way
debate
better than
Marvel.
DC.
I want to debate Marvel then, because how does Marvel lose?
Oh no! Why then? What fucking do you both want to argue against me? I'll argue DC, then you both can argue against me. How about that then?
No, I'm Team Dragon Ball. It's better than both of them.
How on
I'm
earth?
be dragging these
Dragon
balls
Ball's better than
all.
Iron Man.
All right, listen.
How is it
You
better
guys,
than
you guys are
Spider-Man?
just gonna pick which one you're arguing for. Because listen, what are we at here with these extra minutes added on? We would be at 9 minutes to start. 9 minutes to start, chat. All right. If you want to add on a minute, it is
9 minutes.
10. Yeah, you get ready, bro. You got this. I thought you said you had the arguments. Don't fail us now, okay? We want to see this. I didn't know Dragon Ball enough to even know it was in the same category, so you got to educate me, all right? Listen, chat. We're going to 9 minutes. It is 10 to add on a minute. 60 if you want to be the solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to all three of you. Let's get it.
I think Marvel's the best because I have Iron Man and Spider-Man.
Iron Man and Spider-Man. He got bit by a spider, so he got radioactive Spider-Man powers. And then another guy is rich and he built a suit.
Whoa.
That's not even comic book-esque. We
Why
have
is
real
that
people
even
who
a
build
bad
freaking
thing?
armor suits.
They got bit by a spider to get his powers. That's
How about
not a
this?
bad thing. And then
Goku-
how's Iron Man inventing a little I don't know what it's called that he put in the center of chest that makes the suit work.
Let's do some power scaling. Goku solos all of
Goku
DC and Marvel.
No.
Wait. Can Goku survive in space? Can Goku survive in space? No, he can't. I know the canon. Superman takes him up into space. Goku dies. Good fucking job.
Goku's
Goku
an
dies
alien.
multiple times.
Goku
Sorry,
has.
DC was the first comic book ever with
It
Superman.
doesn't matter.
There's no Dragon Ball without
It doesn't
DC.
matter if Goku can survive in space because he'll get
created
wished back.
live action movies as well with Batman and Tim Burton. You just lose, bro.
How about Dragon Ball has never been wokeified.
But hey, wait a minute though.
They're wokeifying Marvel. They're making Marvel and DC woke. Did you see the newest?
Okay,
Batman?
1 second. I fucked something up. 1 second. All right, I paused the timer. I didn't notice King's super chat here was to add Elder Lion. And I think Elder Lion wants to be on the side of Dragon Ball as well.
Okay, nice.
This will mean 2 people will leave, though. I just want to see if everyone else is good with it.
Dude, me and Elder Lion agree on so much, and we disagree on so much.
We can bring. Are you good with it, Cleaner? You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna get taken out either way. Let me fucking fight all 3 of them. I'm good with it, bro. I'm good with it.
So it's DC. So it's DC versus Dragon Ball.
Jeremy, you good with it?
Unless James.
No, I'm kidding. I don't care.
No, Jeremy, let me fight all 3 of them. I got this.
No, I don't care. I said I don't care.
Okay. And where we got Pain Zombie. Are you good with that?
So is it basically going to be DC versus Dragon Ball? Because James and Chris both like DC.
Yeah, I like DC. I prefer it.
Then be on my team, and then we'll fight Dragon Ball.
Pain Zombie is good with that. Bumpkin, are you still there? Are you good with that?
By the way, Jace, you're breaking my fucking heart. Wait, you're breaking my fucking heart right now, making me have to fight Dragon Ball. Bastard.
Well,
so you're more of a Dragon Ball fan though, Chris?
Bro, I grew up with that shit. If I want to say what I watched the most and had the most impact on me, Dragon Ball, bro.
Bullshit.
But now I gotta fight.
Why are you giving me? Why are you giving me my argument?
Hey, Kieran, I don't like that you call nerdy stuff bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's life.
There's one really good argument against Dragon Ball that I hope neither of you make.
If we don't hear from Bumpkin, we'll just go along with he's good with it. Come on, are you good with it, Bumpkin? Where are ya?
He's probably good with it. He's probably cool.
I'd imagine he'd be good with it, but I just got to make sure. You know, it's.
I know. Just to be fair, yeah, I know.
I'm good with it. There we go. Let's fucking go. Add in Elder Lion. Okay, right, and because I had to pause and I fucked that up, I'm also gonna restart the timer, and it's going to 10 minutes now because of the added on minute there. So, let's fucking get it. Good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
You
don't have to argue Marvel, James. If you and Chris are both DC, then you can do DC, and we
both of you just go DC because you won't need the help, boy. Anyways,
I'm gonna need the help. Okay.
Yeah, you won't need the help, boy.
What?
Anyway, what is the peak? What is the peak power level? DC.
Yeah, let's power scale.
Oh, dude,
let's power scale DC.
What's the peak power scale in DC?
Batman
what is the strongest hero in DC?
Batman beat Superman and Batman v Superman.
I don't care. That's an
you're comparing your own universe to your own universe, like.
But I'm just saying,
what are you doing?
Thank you for defeating yourself.
Talking about how Batman is powerful.
You know, Robin and Batman are gay together.
The same people, the same universe.
You know, Batman and Robin are gay together.
The point is Batman, because I'm talking about Batman.
You ever seen the ambiguously gay duo?
Universe. That's what you're going with. Hold on, no, I'm going to say Chris Lestrange. Please give a better answer to that. Give a better answer.
Okay, you know, Dr. Manhattan that can fucking change matter. Oh yeah, you guys forgot. You gonna
isn't that Infinity?
Listen, I can do. Goku stands there. Dr. Manhattan shifts all of his matter out of fucking existence.
Cool. And
Bye,
then
Goku.
Then the fucking destroyer of the universe comes up and just wipes out his entire fucking universe with him along with it.
Zeno will just walk up and snap him out of existence.
Goku's whole universe out of existence.
These universes. Zeno is way more powerful than.
Zeno and Beerus and Whis are outside of matter.
Dr. Manhattan does this and he changes Goku's whole universe out of existence.
Is the head. He is the head of all the multiverse.
Doesn't matter.
He controls multiple universes.
Yeah. So you don't know about Dragon Ball Super.
You're talking about a dude who controls a timeline.
Cool. You guys know that God and Satan is in DC. Do you guys know this? You know that God exists in DC.
Yeah, God exists in Dragon Ball too.
Can Goku beat God?
God exists in Dragon Ball too.
You spoke about power level. Wait. You wanted to talk about power level. Can Goku beat God?
he can wipe
God
everybody
exists
out
in
on-
No, he
Dragon Ball
can't. But guess
too.
what? God is in both of these
Hey,
universes.
hey,
So, like, you want to get to the peak of that?
What do you
Or
mean?
then
There's
you're both. We're both.
DC.
Then,
No. God.
No, there's
God
an
is
Earth
in
God.
Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball has multiple gods. It's not monotheistic.
Dr. Manhattan. Dr.
Uh-uh.
Manhattan. And
Dragon
also,
Ball
a
is not
God-
monotheistic
guess what?
because it
God
comes from
only controls
Buddhism.
one
Don't start
universe.
your
So even
bullshit
this
with me.
concept.
Yeah,
even
so
in
there's
this
an Earth
concept,
God.
Zeno
There's
is
a
stronger.
No, sorry.
DC
Zeno is the master of multiple
Dragon
universes.
Ball has multiple gods, so it's not monotheistic. DC has one god.
Let's talk about
No,
creators. Like
they have
you,
one destroyer in
Buddhism,
combination
that's
with like
Hinduism.
13 sub destroyers.
you guys should have picked.
multiple
You guys should have
gods.
picked Marvel because
No.
at least you would have had
Okay, so
Stan
then
Lee.
you want to argue about multiple
Okay.
gods?
Okay, hold on for a second.
well, you-
What
Without
about the dreamers and Satan and all these people that are also
yes,
gods?
they exist. They exist
Yeah,
in
they're also
DC.
gods. They're
Lucifer
also
exists
called
in
gods.
DC.
God of dreams. The
Yeah,
god
hell
of
exists
hell,
in Dragon
God
Ball.
of, like, what are you talking about?
There's no hell in Dragon Ball.
Yeah. And maybe you watched the American version and it was HFIL, but in Japanese it's hell. Hell is where they go when they die.
Okay, all of this
Hell
is
is
cute, but the
a
power level
subcategory,
discussion
too.
is
Guess what?
irrelevant.
They were scared
Ultimately.
to defeat
Unless they
Majin Buu
travel Snake
because he
Way, then
went
they go to
hell.
heaven.
They were worried that Majin Buu would take over hell. So, like, what are you talking about, boy?
Yeah, there is hell in Dragon Ball.
Majin
Yeah.
Buu is so
Yeah,
weak compared to Zeno. that
is
it
it hell in Dragon Ball Z? We all watched that whole saga of Goku in there. Was it hell?
Well, actually,
Yes,
it
it is
another
hell.
realm?
Their
I
T-shirts
don't
say
watch
hell
Dragon
on them.
Ball
What are you talking
Z.
about?
Yeah, but dude, they're walking around and fighting each other, and it's like a fucking resort. It's like prison, basically.
It's not a
hell.
resort. Have you watched Goku walk the fucking snake path? What are you talking about, dude?
Exactly. He's
He
walking
walked
on a
the
snake path.
path
Is
and he
that
got
hell?
weaker
There's
the entire
wi-
time he
there-
was walking along it. He got tired. He wasn't allowed to eat.
Bro,
And this was
listen.
torture, dude.
Yeah.
You guys just
And there's
lose this
women
because-
tempting him.
Tell me.
Snake
Tell
princess.
me.
Yeah, there
Tell
were
me.
women
Tell
tempting
me.
him.
I want to know
Unbelievable.
something.
Hey,
I want to know
hey,
something.
taking out
Hey, I want to
everybody
know one
time,
thing.
so-
I want to know that if there was never the first superhero, Superman, that DC did in the fucking 40s,
Superman is
how
lame.
would we have Dragon Ball Z?
Okay, so this is
Superman's
such a
gonna
stupid
fly
point
into the
because
sun to get his power. Goku
influence.
could
You
blow up
guys
the
ask
sun.
who's the
Wait
best?
a minute.
Who's the fucking GOAT?
No,
Who's the
no,
OG
who
of
cares?
comics?
Who
Who's the
cares?
OG of comics?
Goku
Where does it
destroys
all come
Talking
from?
Superman.
about the universe. We're
Where does
talking
it
about
all come
the universe
from?
that both of these characters are in.
Hold
In
on.
the
How
DC
about
universe?
Yes.
It wouldn't matter if
Superman
if
doesn't
Superman was
follow
put in the
the
Dragon Ball
sun.
Z universe, he would get fucked up in about a day.
Go,
Hold on,
okay,
hold on.
on the line,
How
can Goku
See?
survive in
It's like
space?
Goku
Can Goku
fucking up
survive in
all them.
space?
survive in space?
Answer the fucking question. Can Goku survive in space?
No, but
Frieza
Frieza can.
No,
Cell can.
no, he can't.
Yeah.
Fuck
Frieza
it, there you
can.
go.
Cell can.
Holy shit, everybody.
Golden
Anybody that's
Frieza
actually
bodies.
watched Dragon Ball Z, can Frieza be in space or not? And
Yeah.
Frieza would be 12 times stronger than fucking Superman. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
No.
Okay,
Golden
what about
Frieza
Dr. Manhattan? Okay,
bodies.
you want to move
Black
to
Frieza.
Frieza? Okay, Dr. Manhattan.
Dr.
Zeno.
Manhattan, okay,
Never
because
really
Zeno would
watched
fuck him up.
Yeah.
So cool.
Zeno, Beerus,
Oh,
Whis.
oh.
Whis.
Dude, fucking
We're comparing
Goku beat
universes,
Frieza.
not
Goku
comparing
beat Frieza.
individuals.
Goku beat
Goku
Frieza, right?
Frieza, yeah.
Yeah, well,
But
Black
guess what?
Frieza,
We're hit-
Black
and you're talking
Frieza
about the one weakness that
single-handedly.
Goku has that Frieza doesn't, and Frieza is still
I don't do
stronger than
personal
fucking
Okay, how
Superman.
about okay,
What are you
wait,
talking
okay, no,
about?
okay, you don't want to accept Dr. Manhattan. Okay, let's go another step up. How about the fucking anti-monitor, bro?
The anti-monitor, fuck him.
We're still
Oh,
at
really?
Zeno.
He's God level. He's God level in
Zeno is
DC.
beyond.
Zeno is God over
Zeno is
gods.
beyond God
Zeno
level.
is
Yeah,
the,
I already
is the-
said there's an actual one God in DC, which fucking Dragon Ball doesn't
okay.
have. You have
So cool.
multiple
That
gods.
God also
And they're called
exists in Dragon
destroyers,
Ball
which is
universe.
some fucking
Yeah, they're called
Eastern
destroyers and
bullshit,
there's-
bro. Polytheistic fucking trash. It's all trash. DC has one
You
God
just
and it has
admit
Satan.
it. You just admit
Guilt
that
to
DC
emotion.
has a
Are you guys
polytheism
Christians?
too.
Are you guys
Guilt to
Christians? Are you
emotion, guilt to
supporting?
emotion.
Are you
We're
supporting
talking about
fucking
concentric
Hindu
universes.
Buddhist bullshit?
I don't believe.
Are you
no, I don't
supporting
believe
Hindu
in
Buddhist
No.
bullshit?
the
I'm
universe we currently
supporting
live in, but
the
You
the
guys are
heroes-
supporting Hindu fucking
universes, I think we can all agree
polytheistic
there are
bullshit.
multiple literal
I'm supporting the
universes.
alpha male.
Destroyer,
the
Shiva,
alpha
the
male.
fucking destroyer, my ass.
The alpha
That's
male
Hindu shit
hero's
you guys are
journey.
supporting.
But that's not the point.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
guys are supporting Hindu fucking comics. Just remember that.
How about
DC's fucking American. And it was first.
And
you guys have no
we're talking about
arguments.
multiple universes. You're just making an appeal to emotion to try.
Give me an
America.
argument.
Talk about America.
Give me an argument.
There is an
Who's the OG of comics?
Facts.
Who's the fucking
Hey,
OG of comics?
Hey, Chris. Hey,
what
Chris.
does that matter
Goku.
when we're talking about manga compared to fucking comics? What are you
When
talking
Goku goes Super Saiyan Red, he can breathe in space. Him and Beerus fight in space.
Yeah.
And that's Super
And
Saiyan
Beerus
Red.
can
There's
Beerus
still
be
Super
beat?
Saiyan Blue, and there's still Ultra Instinct after that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ultra Instinct is the most base form of
Dude, Ultra Instinct.
You don't even
gangster.
understand Ultra Instinct. You don't even get Ultra
He doesn't
Ego.
even have to think. He doesn't even have to rely on free will. He just does
All right,
what
well,
has to be
okay,
done.
Sorry, everybody, but JS got a little bit gay at the end there. So.
Yeah, with the whole, you don't have to rely on free will.
Well, speaking of gay, can we address the wokeness in DC? Can we address emo Robert Pattinson playing Batman in the movie? Can we address gay Robert Batman and Robin?
Wait, hold on.
Did
You want to
even-
talk about?
did you
Wait.
even know that?
Wait. Do you want to talk about live action movies?
That's
You want
a
to talk
good
about the
one.
fucking Dragon Ball Z
Why is God
movie?
limited to a gender, you stupid fuck?
Do you want to talk about the live action Dragon Ball Z movie?
You
That
know
was
what?
fucking dog shit.
But you know what?
That was dog shit.
But you know what?
I
It's
don't
still
care,
the
because
greatest
guess
worst
what? God
movie.
is not a woman in the fucking Dragon Ball Z universe. That's what I
Listen,
give a fuck.
the fucking actor in the live action Dragon Ball Z had to apologize to Toriyama for how fucking trash that was.
Cool.
It's
That
still
was
the,
disrespectful to fucking Toriyama to do that.
but it set a precedent for the greatest worst movie. So it's
Why
the
don't you give
best
me a
worst
single-
movie.
Why don't
That's
you give me a
fucking
single writer in
stupid.
the
That's
basis of
stupid.
DC?
That's
Just one. Just give me
stupid.
one writer in DC that made the
Yeah,
whole
can
fucking
you?
thing
I
good.
don't even know any of the creators of DC. I know Toriyama. Toriyama's
Okay.
a legend.
I know
R.I.P.
Toriyama, boy.
Toriyama
R.I.P.
is a
Toriyama.
legend.
He is.
Are we
Thank you.
debating the creators of the companies?
Yeah,
Or we
well, we're debating
the
all these
companies?
things. We're debating
Yeah,
all these things.
Toriyama isn't alive anymore. Respect.
How
to
about
him, but he's
character
not alive
progression?
anymore.
Why
How about-
extend this character?
How about character progression?
He's a
Can
damn
you
saint, boy.
can you tell
Yeah.
me about the character progression of Superman or Batman? There's
Have you
800 different
Have you heard of
Batmans.
Batman? The
Yeah,
best fucking
there's
story
50
of
different
character
Batmans.
progression.
Which
Bro, the
Batman?
face of villains is Joker. The face of fucking
Face of
villains in
superheroes
comics
is
is
fucking
Joker.
Goku, dude.
Which Batman?
Dude, who's that? Fucking disagree on this. Who is the face of comics of
Who's more
villain
prevalent?
of being
Who's more
villains?
prevalent?
Fucking
Goku or
Joker.
Thanos?
Who's more prevalent?
Yeah,
Joker
because it's
or-
a fucking epic story. Thank you, fuckers. There's your
Who?
point.
Which Batman are we talking about?
There's
What
multiple
do you mean with
Batmans. The
Batman?
same thing. There's
Oh,
multiple
multiple
Supermans.
Batmans.
There's only one Goku, motherfucker.
There's only one
Oh,
Goku. There's
Super
only one
Saiyan
Vegeta.
1, Dragon Ball, Goku. Are we talking about which one? Are we talking Ultra Instinct?
No, those
Oh,
aren't
there's only
different
one
versions.
Goku.
Yeah, there's
Well,
only
you know
one
Goku.
why? Wait a minute. That's a bad comparison because Dragon Ball Z lasted from so many years. That's why there's only one
Right.
particular
Okay, so cool.
way of expressing Dragon Ball Z.
That has
whereas
nothing to do with what I'm
Batman's
talking about,
lasted
James.
for
I don't know what the hell
decades.
you're on right now.
Dragon
There's a
Ball Z
little
has
bit of
lasted
a
for
iteration of
decades
how
too.
you deal with that. It's like what
Every
Teenage
one
Mutant
of-
Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has two
James, let's
origin
just do this.
stories.
We'll just
But it's
accept the fact that I
lasted
was
for
right about this.
decades.
I
We're
wanna
just getting
find out
beat
how
up on
many-
this entire time.
Tell me something.
Chris,
How many?
I tried to argue with you, and then I'm just going to go straight for Chris because at least Chris can make some sort of argument that I can contend with. You're just like, oh man, but how can you ever possibly think that DC is better than fucking Dragon Ball Z? Holy
Okay,
shit!
because it literally was the first live action movie. I said it. Tim Burton, Michael fucking Keaton, first live action that
Oh,
fucking set up
Dragon
the
Ball-
comic
guess
book
what?
live
I
actual
don't care about the
universe.
fucking actors that have played some fucking character on a movie.
Okay, but you guys don't have movies. You have
But the
one
only
to
thing
criticize,
I
and it
care
was dog
It's
shit.
the fact that the
There
actual
are no
character-
live action Dragon Ball Z
actual
movies for a
character
reason.
Goku.
Live action?
The
Why's it
actual
got to be
character
live
Goku.
action? There's like
The
Why
actual
not?
character
Why can't we have a
The
if
actual
fucking Dragon Ball Z is so good?
The
Why don't we
actual-
have a live action of it?
Superhero
The one we have is
Brawly?
dog shit.
Brawly broke records
Because the
in the
actual
theater.
character Goku is way stronger than any version of fucking Batman.
Okay, then I can just shift to fucking Superman
Thank you.
again.
Thank
We were
you.
talking
You
about
admitted you're wrong.
stories.
Thank you so much.
We were talking about character progression
I don't
and
care
stories.
whatever some
There-
YouTube video says Superman
Alright,
beats Goku.
so-
Goku
Both,
bodies
both were
Superman.
orphan aliens.
Goku as a
That's wild.
fucking 1-year-old up.
I love
Hold
how
on for a second. Goku was
nerd
orphan
topic
alien
is what
sent to
got us
Earth.
the most
That's
fun.
Superman's
Hell yeah.
story.
That's too good.
And
Yeah, just
who
not
did
with
it better,
me because I
Goku?
haven't seen Dragon Ball. I don't watch Dragon Ball, so
Well,
I
then you
don't know
shouldn't
much
have been
about
debating
it.
this topic, James. You
That's
should have
the
watched
problem.
Dragon Ball before this debate.
we got a solo judge for this one. Bumpkin had paid to solo judge. So Bumpkin, tell us who the two winners are, because the two others are going to lose their souls.
I mean,
I'm
I
just going
think
to
he's
put
all
some
left
pre-coke. I'm going to put some pre-coke into this.
out
Okay?
this whole thing.
If
who would
James
take out
and
all of
Chris win this, it's only because of this.
You were honestly about to have two solo judges speak easy. I was about to hit send.
You realize though, Elder Lion, James and Chris don't have to win this. They don't group up. He can say.
I mean,
Well, if
you
you're voting,
can have
Chris is on.
two solo judges, and you would both pick one.
Well, you shouldn't be such a beta bitch, and you should decide which side won, either Dragon Ball Z or DC.
But if it came to the vote, literally, it would be a vote on each person individually. So
I don't care about that.
I want to
calling
pin
them out
down
for being
on
a pussy.
character development and storytelling. Dragon
Listen,
Ball
you
is
two
a
should've- you two-
long-running,
can I just tell you,
30-year story where
JS,
characters develop.
Can I fuck up your bubble quickly? Let me just quickly.
There's no character development to
Hold up, everyone. Hold up. Bumpkin has picked who the winners are. Elder and JS.
Let's go. We got a Dragon Ball fan doing the dude.
Hey, I love Dragon Ball, but you want me to burst your bubble
when you
quickly?
said America
Wait.
versus Japan, that was the argument I was scared of. I did not
Yeah,
want
I know them, but I didn't want to do that because that's like a little bit low tier to cater to the Americans.
is
I
why
did it a
I didn't
little
want
bit, but I
JS to
didn't
be
want to
alone.
nail that.
JS
But listen, just to burst the bubble quickly, the first superhero was Superman, right? He was an orphan sent to Earth. Goku, an alien orphan sent to Earth. They stole. It's a fucking problem.
Who cares?
It's stolen from Superman, the story.
Who did it better?
Chris,
Yeah, no.
It was from Journey to the West, but
James, tell everyone where we can find you and why they should bring you back for a shot at the $150 prize.
Well, you can find me at James Live Talks. All my links will get you wherever else I'm at. There at James Live Talks on YouTube. But the reason you should bring me back, well, I thought I could make some good arguments tonight, but it's difficult to get in tonight on these arguments. Especially with the DC versus Dragon Ball, because I don't know Dragon Ball. But
you
yeah.
should have debated it.
It's. I got stuck in the debate. I didn't really have much.
You didn't have to be. You could have just argued Marvel.
Yeah, you could have.
I didn't argue Marvel, but the thing was,
You did have a choice.
yeah, but I was still been
No blaming anyone now, Jay.
Marvel's
I
better
was
than
still been at a
DC.
disadvantage because I know Marvel, but I don't know Dragon Ball.
You guys,
But listen,
Let him talk. He didn't get a chance to talk in the debate.
His outro.
no, listen. No,
If you're not gonna argue,
let's
from
not.
Marvel,
Hold up. We're not debating now, James. Just tell everyone where to find you.
Yeah, just at James White Talks on YouTube. All my other links are there listed. On there.
Let's
They get you everywhere else on that.
fucking go. Listen, always a pleasure having you, James. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And Chris Lestrange.
Yo,
Tell everyone
thanks.
where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot. $150.
Shave his mustache if you bring him back.
No.
Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
Chat
no.
will pay for that. I guarantee you I'm going to get that done to you, Chris.
Well, I still got to do it. I could just take chat's money and be like, oh, now you can blame Bricky for that. False
You just had
advertising,
kind of a
Bricky.
reverse chapel. kind of weird.
Okay, no, it was awesome. It was good having a nice nerd debate on here. I appreciate everybody. Verbal Combat for the fucking win. And it was good hanging with you guys for a bit.
Hey, always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. Everyone go sub up to Chris Lestrange. All right. And
You
until
broke my
then,
heart. You all broke my heart making me fucking go get story armor on Goku. Fuck y'all. You bastards.
I didn't make you do anything.
shit. And then till
Make the whole-
then, my friends.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes. On Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Puffy would have won that debate. I'm just saying.
He hit on a really good
Puffy would've
point.
won that.
The point that it was kind of stolen from Superman, that was a really good point. But
Okay, so JS, why does that even matter?
I
Why does that even matter?
and
because
JS, you did not carry your weight there, bro. Like
No.
Elder just fucking threw you over his back with a
Gary, you just
What do you
ran
mean?
finish line, boy.
I'm the ultimate superhero. He's a semi-aquatic, egg-laying mammal of action.
What do
I'm
you
gonna be
mean?
honest. I think Chris earned that spot more than
He's,
you
he's
did.
an alcoholic.
The wokeification of DC,
Okay, wait
the
a minute.
story,
Wait,
the
did
character
Ricky just
development.
we're
We
not
also
talking
have-
about the woke- I'm
I
gonna
know
admit
Dragon
this
Ball
now.
better than you,
Wait a
Ryan. You
minute.
just talked more.
Hold up.
Yeah, I talked. Get
So,
better
wait
arguments.
a minute.
You
One
gave us
sec, guys. One sec. We got Bricky versus Cleaner on the implant subject if they disagree.
What's the
I'll go for
Okay,
it.
so wait, did someone already give 10 for a 1v1 and I missed it? Is that what happened?
I don't know. What's the implant subject?
I mean,
Should
I-
breast implants be abolished?
Because LD's got 20 quid
Oh.
credit anyway, honey. He's got 20 credit anyway. So I
That's
think
the implant topic. You
whatever
guys don't
the
have an
implant topic
answer?
is. What's the implant topic?
Breast implants, not brain
I'll fight either
implants.
way on them.
big titties
Either
or
way.
small titties. Just answer the fucking questions. Yeah.
Need another 10
Like-
for that to go? There we go. Let's do it.
Oh shit, let's
break.
fucking go. And also, real quick, there's
Yes,
also
you legend,
already a
Kina.
Puffy Revive fund. So 80 left to bring back Puffy. Okay. Just to let everyone know that's there.
Easy. Does LD know he's got £20 credit to use?
Yeah,
as well?
I told LD that he's
Aye.
got a 20 credit.
Well, he can use it on some other fun shit then. Put my 10 in there.
That's why somebody's
Yeah,
for
Tina,
breast
Tina, do you know
implants
what
and
it is?
someone's
You go up
against
a
them.
notch in my book every time, bro. You do. I'm still
So
going to
wait,
go for
so-
fraud, though. I'm
Yeah,
still
well,
gonna take
let's
fraud.
get everyone into the back here. I'm gonna move James and Chris over here just to the gate now,
We'll put the headphones on.
so that I don't get confused about who to bring when I bring everyone back up. But yeah, we got Chris, James, and Grumple all in the back waiting for a revive, just so you all know. But let's put everyone else here into the back.
What's he talking about? I didn't carry my weight. I'm the one who said
Alrighty,
Zeno.
so
I'm the one who mentioned
should we
character
abolish
development.
breast
I'm the
implants?
one who mentioned creators, Toriyama.
Which
I
side you
brought
want,
that
Rick?
up. He just
you're
built
giving it
off
a
of my
choice.
points.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'll take whichever side and demolish your
I'm
ass.
the one who said
Oh,
there's a
shit.
hell. I'm the one who
I'll
said
put
that
it
there's a
back. No,
god
I'll
and
take- I'll
dragon,
take the
and
shit
Elder
out.
Lion just
Let's
parroted
leave it
what
out.
I said and
No.
spoke more
All
on
right,
it.
good.
Obviously, you had to pick
What's he
no, 'cause I
talking
picked
about?
that
I
one,
didn't
dickhead.
carry
There was
my
no
weight.
other choice left.
I fed him all his arguments.
Like, come on, that wasn't a win.
This
That
is gonna
wasn't a
be
win
good.
for you because the debate.
this
We
is-
got another 20 as well.
Here's
towards
the-
Puffy revive.
here's the thing.
Everyone, so that's 60 left. to bring back Puffy.
From like a
right?
moral and ethical stance,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
against breast
Anti-puppy
implants.
refund for negative- It doesn't work like that.
But visually,
God damn.
I like the way they look.
I think that's the first
Like
time
a
I've seen
girl,
that shit.
older, when a
Puppy
woman hits like
refund.
40 and she gets some nice
Fucking
implants,
G,
they look
man.
nice. They look nice and perky and
love it.
perfectly shaped, and it looks
That's just
good.
basically cancelled
But
that
I
whole
couldn't
idea.
argue
Shit,
this
man, that's-
because I don't think I've ever felt.
Negative credit.
I'm
No,
trying to
you have
remember.
credit now for whatever
I don't think I've
else.
ever felt breast implants. Maybe I have and I didn't know it.
Shit. All right, so listen.
Trying to think. No, I don't think I've ever been with a girl who had breast
Jack,
implants.
We are going here. Let me put the right ticker.
So I've never felt a.
Well, we're going to.
I've
5
never felt a
minutes here,
boobie
Jack.
with
It is
implants.
10 to add on a minute 60.
Which, if I was a DGen,
Solo.
which I'm not,
If we
that
don't
would
get
have
a
to be
solo
on the
judge,
bucket
it will
list.
go
But
to the poll, and the loser
I've never
will go
felt
to
an
the
implant, but I think they look nice.
fighters.
But I don't think they're good morally and ethically. I don't think women should be getting them. I'm against them.
Come on, bitch, tell me why.
But they do look nice, but I don't know what they feel like.
You look into the mirror? You said bitch.
Are they
So,
doing breast implants? What are they doing?
Just so that we can start this off, because I don't want to sit
Okay,
here
okay,
waiting
I'll give
forever,
you
all
that
right?
one. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, they absolutely,
Your mama loved the
they
bitch.
absolutely
Your
should
mama
do
loved the
away
bitch.
with it because
Your mama loved the
it
bitch. So
puts
anyway,
a massive risk on the health of
like
the
I said,
woman
like I said,
prolonged.
Yeah, I think
Well,
there's
no, look, man,
way
don't
too many
bitch, man,
arguments
come on,
against
Cleaner,
them.
what
I
the
think
fuck?
I would
Give me
be
an argument
against them.
it.
Right, so anyway, Cleaner.
But my
is
argument
anything
for
better?
them would be they
just
look
go-
really
I
nice.
just gave you an argument. You want to give me an argument against what I
But
said?
I don't
or
know what they
What was
feel
your
like,
argument?
so
Points?
it's hard for me
was
You,
your
to
argument?
didn't hear it
to be
because you were
for
too
them.
busy going. Wah, wah,
I'm trying to
wah,
think
wah,
of both
wah on the
sides
car.
here.
Okay, let me just tell you. Let me just tell you. All right, but just chill a second. Okay, so over the life of a woman, after she has implants, she has a prolonged period in which her health is degraded and she can have complications
You
happen.
never said that before. You never said
I
that before,
literally
right?
just said
Because
that
it was about a
10 minutes
3-second
ago, like
time gap before.
not
That
even a
took me
full
about 10
minute ago.
seconds to say.
And now, rather than
You're full of
arguing
shit.
the point I made, you're arguing a meta argument
Right,
because
okay,
you have
right,
nothing
let's
to
be
come
serious.
back
Now,
with.
Cleaner, come on, let's be serious because like, we're trying to
Somebody said,
I would
I'm
say
reading
again,
thryugh the chat. This is why I play Street Fighter.
what
At least
about,
Ryu's
like,
Hadouken
the
doesn't
woman's
take
choice?
20
You know,
cutscenes.
what if they want bigger
Bro, have
tits?
you seen Goku versus Kefla?
I mean,
When
like,
he
there's dude,
uses the
look, all right,
Kamehameha to
my wife wanted bigger
grind like a
titties, and she went
skateboard
and got
on
hormone
her
treatment to get
beam,
bigger titties.
and then he
There are
blasts
safe
it in
ways
her
to do it. You
face?
don't have to get
Pause.
implants.
So she got her breasts made bigger by some sort of implant into her body.
She got fucking hormones.
Yeah, so it was
her
implanted
hormones
into her body,
increased
or wasn't it?
just a little bit, a very small amount,
Right.
which did not cause
So
a massive problem with her, and her boobs got bigger.
right, I'm gonna put Pikachu back up if you don't stop. I'll stop being I'll stop being serious. But it's an implant, isn't it? It's been put into your body.
No, it's not. It's not an implant. It's naturally grown
Has
because
it been
of the
put
hormones
into
that
your
are in the
body,
body.
implanted into your body?
It was natural hormones, went into her body. She
How
took a
did?
pill,
Okay, so
and
right,
it
yeah,
helped
so
her
anyway,
breasts grow bigger. That's it.
so you're against women getting breast implants or
Yeah.
treatment to get bigger
Yeah,
titties?
implants, yes. Implants, yes. Because they can cause long-term health complications. Now, do you
Right.
have an argument
Such
to
as,
refute what I'm saying?
such as.
Such as they have to go back and get them checked periodically over time to make sure nothing bad has happened, like them
Yeah,
slipping
but
or
so does
bursting
alcohol, so
or
does
any
smoking
kind of accident.
cigarettes, so
Yeah,
does
we're
going
not
to work
arguing
every day
any
in
of that
case you get knocked
bullshit.
over
You
by
can
a
do the
bus.
whole Democratic thing where you pull all this other bullshit out of the ethos
No,
to
we've
try and
got free
argue a
will.
point.
We've got
But
free
if
will
it
to
doesn't
make
have
this
anything
choice.
to do with the point,
We've got
then
free will to
we're
make
not
this
really
choice,
making
and we
a
live in a
fucking point.
capitalist world, right?
So hormones are way safer. If a woman takes a small dosage of increasing hormones, it's way safer than implants, and she can still grow bigger boobs. I'm not here. Look, I've given you 2 arguments now, and you haven't given me one.
You give me shit, son. Shit. You tell me, right?
Yeah,
In the
you're
first
right. I shut down your
30 seconds, you
my
went, I'm
arguments, and you
against
still haven't come back
women
with
getting
shit yet.
implants to get bigger boobs, right? Or any kind of implantation. But you then tell her that your wife went on to get bigger boobs for getting something implanted into her. I don't understand the logic. Like,
Damn it, Brick. I thought you drank enough to have this argument. I think I was wrong.
you were wrong about the argument as well.
No,
You
I've
just admitted you
already
were wrong.
given you 2 good arguments. which are both
far too late
so
in the
far
evening, mate, or early in the
not
morning for you to
addressing
expect me to be
about you.
serious now. Especially when
not-
you're going to
you're
come
not
and tell
arguing
me
anything
that
against it.
women shouldn't be allowed to get bigger titties, but teachers
That's not
should
what
be
I
allowed
said.
to.
I didn't say that at all. I think if they want to, they should
Yeah.
be allowed to. But the thing is, they shouldn't use implants, unnatural materials, which can be harmful to the body. They should use something that's natural, something that they can take that
The
just
sun's harmful to your body.
and
UV
that
rays are harmful to your body.
in
So you
Oh,
can't
so,
hold
can you
women
guys hear them?
in a
Oh, yeah.
much
Okay, got it.
safer way. Granted, it takes them about a year to do, which a lot of impatient women don't want to wait for, but it still happens and it's natural and there's no prolonged health risk.
I'm pro
So
robo limbs,
why should they
so
be allowed to
breast
get
implants get a
implants?
pass for me.
Where's your study on
Are
there's
you
no prolonged
pro
life risk? And I want to know where you got that information.
robo
Oh, sure.
bodies
Pew Research
and
has 3 studies
consciousness
on it that I've
implanted onto a
referenced in
chip
the past.
No,
Not
no,
too long
no,
ago,
no, no,
actually.
and
no,
just
no.
put into
I
a
want you
robot?
to reference it because we'll,
We're
I'll
getting
fact
into
check
Black
it
Mirror
later.
now.
Right, I will.
If
Just
you want
give me the
if you want
source and where it come from
this
now.
to reference
Speaking of,
for a
apparently
5-minute
there's a new
debate, I
season
mean,
of
I'll be
Black
more than
Mirror
happy
out,
to
and
do
I don't have
that.
Netflix
But the
anymore.
fact
Well, then
is,
you
you're
can't
not
use it as
I
evidence,
love Black
can you?
Mirror, but they
data
have gone
You
woke.
can't use it as
say
evidence.
yes or no either way
Aye,
in this 5-minute
full of
debate.
shit.
You,
You've got a minute left to do
you
it.
haven't
I
even
think
given
you've
me
got
a
a minute left.
refutation.
No, you haven't. It's done.
You haven't given me a single refutation yet, and I've given you 3 positives.
Yeah, but I pissed you off though, didn't I? I wound you right up.
Not
didn't
yet.
Look, single titty committee is a
Yeah.
way L.
No,
I mean,
Total L.
I
I'm
think
good with chicks getting bigger boobs if they want them. I just think they should do it in a safe way, like use hormones. is a
Yeah,
safe
single
way.
titty committee is a big L. I don't even know. I think Brick was arguing for the single titty committee. I'm not for that.
Like
Bro,
I'm fine with
some
it. If it's
Tampa
not-
strip clubs, they got
but
strippers
you
with
just
like
Well,
one
listen, come on,
implant
if you
because
don't
they're
know me
saving
by
up for
now,
the
right,
other
I have
one.
to test stuff right by just taking that
The,
stance. I'm
the
not even sure
actual
if I'm
facts
for or
are
against it, but my wife's got big enough
I
titties.
think
I'm not
women who have
about
had
that.
the worst thing happen to them. I think women who have had the worst thing happen
Implants.
to them possible, where they have to have their tits cut off. I think we should allow them to get
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, that's an extreme circumstance, Elder, and I don't disagree with you there. You know, I mean, if a woman has had something where she's had like cancer or for something has happened and she had a boob cut, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
exactly.
So
Oh.
now you're
Alright.
giving
really
Yeah,
wrong.
Yeah,
I get
You
it.
gotta say stuff like that after the vote is in.
All right.
Cleaner.
I mean,
No, the vote isn't in yet.
Yeah.
Angeline's
So
like,
shut your cum
here's an
hole.
argument for you.
One sec, guys. One sec.
Yeah, I
Chat.
know,
I'm
the vote
putting
isn't
the
in yet.
poll.
You just made
I'm
his
putting
argument.
the poll in right
Dumbass.
now. Okay. Start that poll up. Listen, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. Okay. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cleaner 409 on the poll. Get your votes in, chat. I'm starting this timer over. You got 2 minutes.
Give it to Brick. Give it to Brick. No, the fact is though
Look, I'm
that
going to say this.
whole plastic
Cleaner had a really good argument, but he didn't give it.
the
So
whole
I already voted
surgery
for. I already
stuff
voted for Brick.
has gone and done everything they can to make it so that women don't know that they can take hormones and increase their breast size and do all kinds of miraculous and awesome things for their body.
Okay, so yeah, your argument also implies that
if it was a
then
little
these
man, your
hormones should be
penis,
given
would you
to
want
men to
to
turn them
wait a
into
year
women.
and a half, or would you want something instantly big? You know,
The reason they've done this is because the hormones are way cheaper to do. $1,000
Dude, we're also arguing hormones when we weren't even talking
versus
about hormones. We were talking about implants.
$10,000 for implants.
Right, Cleaner. But the thing is and I don't think anybody here would disagree with that. The safer or better approach should be the recommended or the preferred approach, right? But just go all out
That
banning.
wasn't the topic where we're talking about implants.
Yeah, we were, and to be fair, what I was specifically speaking
Cleaner was
on
saying it should be illegal because he promotes the hormones instead.
right, and there
I just think everything's
look,
better with
It was no, not ban.
to answer your extreme
I agree with
situation,
Brick. Everything's better with tits.
like you're gonna
I would
bring-
argue if they're done right, they look really nice.
and that's fine. You can bring up extreme situations.
Even on a man, Jess.
You can
I'm
even
done.
do, like you can even
Don't be
take-
looking at that
if a
shit.
woman has an entire
Well,
boob chopped off or something, you can
What?
even in that extreme situation
What? I
have
can't help it.
surgery
The only,
I'm
with
disappointed.
having plastic in her.
the only argument Cleaner made was implants pose a health risk, which Bricky refuted.
No,
really
I
easily-
also
really
said it was
easily
far
was
cheaper
looking
to
at
do.
You know,
I
jumping out
said
of
it
an
was far
airplane
cheaper
has
and
a risk
safer
too, right?
to do hormones.
The whole debate topic was about implants.
Yeah, I also said it was
never even talked about implants. That's what I'm saying.
Wild. Listen, chat has put their votes in. Okay. We got let me see here. 42 votes. Good job, chat. Okay. Thank you to everyone who participated in the votes.
bunch. Good job.
42 votes, 64% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Bricky. Cleaner. Tell everybody where we can find you and why they need to bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
I'm not 100% sure where you'll be able to find me. Just pay attention to where all the people are in our worldview, and you will see a lot of Cleaner 409 firsts between different artists. Have a good one, gents. Thank you.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Cleaner. Everyone, keep your ears and eyes open for the flaming skull, okay? Thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure. And until next time, my friend.
You are so fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And also, we have some more fighters to bring to the stage. So let's bring them up. We got Jess White. Welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Bumpkin.
I'm back.
The show. Let's fucking go. Fredo Fonzarelli.
What up? What up?
Welcome to the show. Let's fucking go. The
Fredo
beard's
W.
gone, bro. He's got the new style out for
I
us.
had to
He's
do
got
it.
Zorro on our
It
asses.
was hot, man. It's too
Coming
hot.
out with the
Look
Chris
like you show up
Beasley
with a
shave,
rapier. You fuck me up.
bro. And Based Welshman, welcome to the show.
Good evening, all.
Welshie?
Welcome.
Yes, it's me.
All right. Well, I got a problem with Bumpkin real quick. You were kind of a whiny bitch last week. I don't like it.
Huh?
You were kind of a whiny bitch
All right,
last week.
speak up, little bitch. What?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Hold on. I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry. I was a whiny bitch last week.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you were a whiny bitch
How?
because all you did half the fucking show was complain.
You know, Bumpkin's the one who solo voted for us.
That's what I thought.
You're biting the hand that fed you.
You know what? All right.
You know what? All right. Let's talk about this real quick. I was tempted to spend $100 just to get you taken off the fucking show.
That's it. Are you mad that I booted you off?
Are you mad that I
You
booted you?
didn't boot my ass off. I don't come up here very often. This is the first week in a long time I've been up here. The last time I was here, I think I talked shit to someone named Wildheart because he kept raising his bitch ass hand.
That was on the daytime one.
Yeah, I was
Quit
going
raising
to work
your
and he pissed
hand.
me the
Why
fuck
you-
off.
Wildheart-
Just fucking talk,
Wildheart
bitch.
got ripped.
Oh, that's that little skinny dude with glasses on, isn't it?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
oh my god, he's such an
we had
ugly
him.
bitch,
He's
man.
fucking really we had him. Seriously. Really weird.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Listen, let me see where we can bring this little let me see. Okay, let's start with Let me see who's all up here. This could go here. Let's bring this one first. Social media causes more harm for society than good.
Damn, that's actually a topic I am actually kind of split on.
Yeah,
I'm kind of
I'm actually
ambivalent.
torn on this.
It's a little bit of both because there's a lot of dissemination of information that you wouldn't have
Okay.
otherwise, but then there's a lot of dissemination of degeneracy.
I have an argument against it, though.
I'm
I
gonna
do
say
have an argument
yes.
against it. I'm going to say that it is bad because it has proliferated the fucking pornography.
I would be on the side of you there, Elder. I would just say if you went back like 100 years ago or so, whatever, are you looking like we had a peaceful enough life then? What you didn't know you didn't had.
Yeah, I mean, I could
All the
argue.
effects that it's
I could
brought are
argue
bad.
either way on this. I don't know where I actually align though.
Or I could go either way, but
I mean, if I had to choose one, I would choose it's bad. But
that's.
I mean, it's an argument from tradition, but yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be sat here with all you fucking degens if it wasn't because of the internet, you know.
Okay, so you want to argue about whether
Right,
or not
that's what I'm saying.
pornography is bad?
It's
we
a-
can argue
chat
about that.
about
It's not a fucking. It's not an argument from tradition. It's literally what the statistics say about pornography that's bad. That's what I'm saying.
No, no. What Brick said was like, so like that's what I would say. In the 50s, we didn't have social media, and life was better. But that's an argument from tradition. That's a fallacy.
Well, it was better in some ways, but it's not better in moral.
Yeah, but isn't social media different than porn? Porn, sorry.
What?
Sounds like you're speaking out of a tin can.
Dude, yeah,
your mic's a
like
little
you're
bit
speaking
hard
through
to hear.
fucking- You're talking through a damn cereal box. I don't want some Captain Crunch. I want to hear the words you're saying, bitch.
I'm not sure that
coming live from Davy
porn,
Jones'
the
locker.
industry itself has done anything
I'll
different
just-
than
I'll
with
just
any
give
other
Welchie the
technological
heads up.
advance,
Welchie,
right?
If this is your first time on VK, my friend, you are going to get the gravy test, right? And if your mic's bad, if your mic is
He's
bad,
been in the back actually before. He usually comes late though, where like it's already too late
but
to
I
get
know
up. but-
Welshie, I know based Welshman. He's like, I mean, on another story another day, but if his mic is bad, Welshie, they're just going to.
I mean, if you're Welsh, I don't know how base you can be. So
Since I'm on the fence, I'll take the
Well, text
opposite.
me.
I'll take the opposite on this one of where I
Is
lean.
the mic better now?
Much better, much better.
I'll say social media is beneficial, which is kind of the opposite of where I lean, but I'm gonna just try it out because.
So then, tell me how pornography is beneficial to society.
Well, pornography was happening before social media. There were magazines. There were
Okay, so I don't
VHS
care if it
tapes.
happened before. I'm talking
yeah.
about didn't it proliferate? Didn't it cause pornography to be a way
How is
bigger
it
issue?
any different than
Is
any
the
other
internet
technological
social
advance,
media?
though?
Yeah, because it's a way bigger platform.
So
It
we're
spreads
saying
it
social
way
media
further
is
and
the
way
entire
faster.
internet?
No,
Did I say that?
No, I'm asking you.
but social.
I didn't
media
say
every
that,
step
so
along the
no.
way, like
I didn't
when
say you
porn
said that. I'm
magazines started,
You
asking
can
you.
scroll
wow,
down
paper was
Instagram and
bad.
down your whole For You page.
When porn
you
videos
just log
started,
in and it's
television is
nothing but
bad.
females.
Like it does the same thing with every progression of technology. So
Well,
I don't
porn
understand why it's a
and
unique
social
problem
media
to
kind of
social
started
media.
around the same time, around the 70s and 80s. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Porn and social media started at the same time. So you're saying
I
VHS
didn't say
tapes,
exactly the same time.
magazines,
I said around
internet.
the same time.
Isn't what did you just say? Say it
I
again.
said around the same time. I didn't say
Social
the same
media
time.
in the
Porn
context
and
we're
social
talking about
media
is,
started
like, the
around the same
Yes,
time.
porn
2005
was
world,
very
or
prevalent in
like
the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s. And it got even worse. It got even worse during the 90s, the early 2000s, and up till now. It's
So what
gotten
are you
even
what are you
worse.
what are you classifying as social media?
Anything that's
I mean,
online that
you can
requires two
expand
people
the
talking.
definition pretty
So-
high.
Okay, well the internet wasn't until like 95. There was porn around way before 95.
Okay, so I said around the same time. I didn't say directly the same time.
So here's
Why
an
is this went to the pornography debate?
There was porn.
Yeah. It's moved from
Porn
social
got
media.
really prevalent around 70 and the
Guys,
80s,
it's
and they
like-
got even worse across the 90s up until now.
Look, even beside the porn, it has harm on people's mental faculties. They do the whole comparing thing. They see other people's lives, which might not even be real, and compare their lives to themselves. It attributes to depression in that way.
I mean,
Also,
Fredo, you don't even have to argue that. The
it
pornography
contributes-
thing is the best argument.
it contributes to laziness as well, because motherfuckers will sit there and doom scroll all day instead of being productive.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
the same.
it enables you to talk to people from all
Well,
over
there's
the
a lot of
world.
things. Okay,
So
so now I'm going to
it
turn
makes
on
you able to
Fredo.
network better.
Hold
You can
on.
profit
JS, I'm
off
going to
of
give a
it.
better argument that you're going to give. I'm going to give a better
Most
I haven't
argument.
even.
people
You
are
don't
using
even
it
know what.
as a tool for networking.
I'm going to give a better argument. I'm going to give a better argument. So just because some sort of sexual activity is prevalent, that means that, or no, shit, that's a fucking.
You're focused on the sexual activity, dude.
Yeah, I know.
You started.
But what I'm
Like I
saying
said,
is,
I'm
if
really
just
in the
because
middle. I'm just trying to help Elder Lion. I'm trying to give y'all some opposition to y'all.
I'm in
you're
the
not
middle too,
helping
but
me.
I'm picking
My
a
whole
side. I'm
point
gonna
is
pick a
why.
side.
Y'all didn't debunk either one of my arguments. Shut your ass up. You ain't even talking. Oh, come over having ass looking like
I
Grease
will
lightning and
fucking.
shit.
I'll go over there.
I wasn't even
You want
talking to you.
to
You won't come over here. You won't come over here and do shit.
Trust me, boy.
Elder Lion.
Trust me, boy.
You ain't
I've
gonna
been in a
come over
lot
here
bigger
and do
fights with a
shit.
lot bigger people than you.
I don't give a goddamn, bro. I be rattlesnake wrangling, motherfucker.
All right.
You ain't
I
gonna do
can't.
shit
I
to me.
can't push this too far because I love Fredo. I'm not gonna go.
Okay. Networking, it opens up a whole ecosystem of like careers and different things you could go into, like graphic design from and spreading of information. Now it could spread harmful information, but you could spread good information too through social
Spreads
media.
STDs as well.
Yeah, but
and
how
in
much
context of
information?
reality, more bad information has gotten out.
Yeah,
than
yeah.
good.
If you want to be pragmatic about it, like how much good over bad information has really done good for the world? Because there's been a bunch of terrorist groups that use social media to organize. There's been a bunch of man.
There's a fuckload of porn.
Man, more than
Or
one. Plus,
whatever.
plus
What
like
is the best word to use?
Kieran just wants to add
Okay.
in porn was created in the
Porn.
50s.
I'll use porn.
I would say that a terrorist group using social media to spread their message is going to be easier to monitor than a terrorist group using
spread their
smoke
message. I'm talking
signals
about
and
organizing attacks. I'm talking about organizing
realize-
attacks. People losing their life over this.
You realize you guys are saying like more bad information is spread. Yes, I get that and I agree, but at the same time, if that's the
You get that and you agree. Like
no,
this has
I
cost
agree that more bad
thousands of
information
people
gets
their
spread,
lives.
but at the same
Hundreds of
time,
thousands.
It's
your
facilitated
argument on that is
1,000 times
basically
more good
information
information.
spread, and we
yeah,
don't
you can.
me how
Yeah,
it's
you
spread.
can.
major
Because I'm
publications.
using the
What
Christian
major
perspective.
no no
I'm
no
not
no no
using
no
the
no.
atheist
What
perspective.
major advent came about because of the information spread on the internet, effigy? That has improved society. That is worth the thousands of lives that we lost.
Wait, say what? What?
Major
what?
But is that social media's fault?
No. Yeah,
Is that
I
social
believe
media's
they
fault,
do.
or are
Just
people
daily
inherently
human behavior that
evil
improves
or
people's lives just by
inherently
the speed
dumb?
of the interaction now by cutting down
How much?
the
How
interaction
much
time by having to
deaths?
send a letter or some shit.
Hold on. How much
Is
deaths
that
have
worth
been?
a thousand?
How much has it helped commerce to be able to advertise freely across everything?
How much
has it helped every person connect
Okay,
with
so
their
this
family?
what
with their
Bumpkin's
friends?
doing right now. What Bumpkin's doing right now is the exact point why I didn't use Fredo's argument. So go ahead.
How many
Bumpkin.
deaths? Okay,
Yeah.
look.
How many deaths has speech in general caused throughout human history?
Base.
Yeah, like infinite amounts, man. You can't use social media because it just reaches a broader audience.
Wait.
That's not a
Speech
good
has
argument.
caused
Okay,
death.
but we're not talking
Yes,
about
speech has
we're not
caused death.
talking about outlawing social media. The
Call to
argument,
wars,
the argument is has it been
on
more
forth
harm than
genocides,
good?
on forth and on forth.
And several of y'all have admitted that
Was
it's
that-
done more harm than good.
No,
Is
no,
thousands
no,
of
no,
lives
that's not-
worth it?
No,
Even
If
you
I
just-
say, "Hey
I'm
guys,
not
you
saying
should
that
go
verbatim.
punch this
I'm not
person
saying
in the
that
face,"
verbatim.
is it my speech that has caused this, or is it the person punching the person in the face that causes this?
Both.
It made it easier. All I'm saying is, look.
Well,
look,
maybe
look,
people
from a-
shouldn't be so
Can I
influenced.
answer
Maybe
the fucking question? Well, I didn't even answer the question.
You don't even believe in free
Well,
will.
other
What are you
people
talking
answered
about?
them.
Of course they're going to be. Of course they're going to be influenced. What are you talking about? You
Okay,
don't even believe in
look.
free. Of course they're going to be influenced.
Look, calm down.
Oh my
calm
God.
down.
I'm sparking
Look,
out.
you're
I'm
straw
sparking
man
out.
that
Look. From a utilitarian sense, the prompt is it has social
Poisoning the
media
well.
done more harm than good. What are you talking about? Poisoning the well?
Wait, no, but
I'm talking about what
saying
Elder
that
Lion just said, but
information does
go
not
ahead,
mean that
Fredo.
that information is doing
Okay,
more
so
harm.
anyway, from a utilitarian sense, the prompt is has social media done more harm than good? Like I said, terrorist cells have cost thousands of people's lives from being able to organize on social media, which I say is better than just being able to send messages faster, or worse than being able to just send messages faster than snail mail.
They could do it over a fucking phone call.
Well, I can even make the argument.
Yeah,
that
they
the
could, but
telephone-
it doesn't
just
have the
because-
same
No,
connectivity.
listen, I'm
Yes,
not
it
arguing
does.
against you, Fredo.
No, it does
What
not.
I'm
No,
saying is that I
Utilitarianism
can
stems
even
from
argue
your-
the
Absolutely does
fact
not. It's a
that the
lot. It's a
telephone
lot
was
more vulnerable to.
invented.
Fredo,
but
you,
that
you
also
do realize you're
created
making the
a
guns are
and-
bad argument, right?
Yeah,
You're
utilitarianism.
blaming the tool for the behavior, right? You're
I'm
making the
not
guns
making.
a bad
I'm
argument.
not. Look, I'm not
Guns
saying
don't
that
kill
guns are
people,
bad. I'm
rappers
not
do.
saying.
Whatever
I'm
fucking
saying
modern
that
art
social
fucking
media has
atheist
caused more harm than good. I'm
wipe
arguing
your
the
cheek.
prompt
I
exactly,
will
bro.
come over
It's
there. I
not
will
even
fuck
analogous,
you up.
bro. And no, guns have caused more good than harm. So it's apples to oranges, brother.
In what way?
By stopping the bad people who harm people.
How many times has guns legitimately stopped the bad
Every
people from
time,
harming good people?
every time that a bad person dies.
And
it's
don't get
because
me
of
wrong,
guns,
chat.
bro.
I'm not anti-gun whatsoever, right? I just want to honestly hear this, right? Because at the same level, yes, in smaller interactions,
got a very
if you have a gun,
controversial-
you
Well, no,
stop the bad guy.
I'm just saying
absolutely.
if
But
if
in
the prompt
concepts
was
of
have guns done more harm, and you said, well, bad people use the guns to kill people, you admit that would be a
I
bad
didn't
argument
say
for
that.
you,
I
right?
didn't say that. I said the
That seems
guns are
completely
used
analogous to what you're saying.
No, I said that guns are used to stop.
All
bad
right,
people
so
harming.
come
I
attack
didn't
me.
name
Attack
But
me.
the argument is
because
social
Fredo
media
has-
is
I didn't
harmful,
name
and
the
you're saying
specific
that
weapon. I
social
didn't
media is
say-
to blame for the harm that terrorists are using it for. The social media is just a tool.
I don't care.
Yeah,
The only
and
thing
it's
that I
it's
care
been
about
used
is
for more harm than good.
proliferation
Is all
and
my
all.
argument is.
You know, Russia's
And I
used
haven't
the
seen you
guns against
refute that. I just see
Ukraine,
you
right?
telling me or trying to tell me what I'm saying.
would war stack up as many casualties as it has if it wasn't?
Oh my God, you guys keep attacking
shut
Fredo
the
because
fuck
he has the
up.
weaker opinion. Why don't you come attack
How
my
is it a
opinion?
weaker opinion? They
Whoa,
haven't
whoa,
even
whoa,
they
whoa,
haven't
whoa, whoa,
refuted it
whoa.
once.
Whoa,
You
shut
I
haven't
up.
am
even
refuting
argued.
it though. I
Okay,
am
and-
refuting
okay,
it though.
ask the
He
question
is.
again, please.
I mean,
Yes.
Fredo, to be honest, he is kind of refuting it. But
You are,
Bumpkin's
but
kind of
okay.
a
that's
pumpkin
expressed,
did, tried to
like,
fucking
seriously,
smash
you
his
are.
head over my damn knee. I don't
Bro,
care.
it didn't. Bro, my statement is not wrong. And it's not completely wrong bit. You're just
From a
talking out the side of your
utilitarian
neck, bro.
standpoint, right?
Okay,
if you're
yeah,
looking
yeah,
for the
Bumpkin,
least amount of
Bumpkin, come on.
casualties possible, then you would
Yeah.
ban
So-
free speech
Okay.
and
Let
you
me
would
let me
ban
ask
guns.
the room
bro.
really quickly. Who do you guys trust more, mainstream media or independent
you
media
wouldn't.
sources?
Neither.
Independent.
Media sources.
Independent.
You have
Don't
to
lie
use,
now.
you have to use
I've talked to you guys
discernment,
for a
bro.
long time.
And I mean, independent, I trust more. Yeah.
Half the
But
shit you guys talk about would
I don't
not be
trust
possible
either of
without
them
social
more.
media.
yeah, I really don't.
The
I just wanted to
trust
make
it.
democratization of
We're all on
ideas,
the payroll.
No, I
We're
agree.
political
all on the
activism
payroll.
on the level we have it.
I don't know about America, but it wasn't like 20 years ago in the UK. We had literally 4 channels.
I
That
can't
was
even
it.
understand.
No,
where this
no.
went
But that was
now.
my first argument. That's the first thing I said because I was the first one to speak on the subject. I said that's the most positive thing about social media is the dissemination of information that we wouldn't otherwise have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've already stated that that's a positive thing. I just said that social media has done more harm in the world than good because lives
Okay, so
is
look, I'm gonna give some pushback against this because, like, look, just because social and mainstream media, whatever, gets paid by whatever, fucking not
Go on, you
mainstream
natty
media.
there.
What's the other
Natty
thing?
there.
But non-mainstream media gets way more funding than fucking mainstream media does. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Non-mainstream media gets more funding than mainstream media. I mean,
It
if
does.
you're on YouTube and you're an independent creator, you're not gonna receive ad revenue unless you're
We're talking
conforming to the
about,
mainstream
like, minutia
narrative.
details that doesn't even matter in the broader sense. What I'm saying is that there
Like
are
they'll
more
cut you
people-
if you start going off into some crazy stuff. They will cut off your funding. You're not going to get ad
Yeah,
revenue.
okay, and that does not even matter.
Plus, you wouldn't
What
even
I'm
have
talking
access
about.
No,
to the
I'm
small
just
communities that
directly
exist
said.
because of
Media
these
So
compared to
so
the other
basically, you either have to
You're talking
conform to the
about numbers of
mainstream
individuals.
or
I'm
you
talking
don't
about
receive
money
any
that is
funding.
spent.
media versus independent
I'm
media.
talking about money that is spent. I'm not talking about individuals who get money.
I mean, bro, it like if you look at the whole food stamp, soda, and SNAP thing, a whole bunch of motherfuckers was getting paid to make posts talking about fucking people can drink whatever they want, blah 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 blah, and that
Precisely.
outlines it right there. Like a bunch
Thank you.
of people are on the payroll on the fucking.
Thank you so much for
independent
making
media
my
side.
argument for me.
That what I don't. I mean, that's a whole different topic. I don't understand.
It's not a whole
Elderline
different
just
topic.
trying to fight everybody. Fredo's on your side.
No,
You don't-
look, no.
I
don't
said
even
I
know.
don't trust either.
Maybe he
That's
is.
my
Maybe he
reason,
isn't.
because
Maybe he
they're on
is.
the
Maybe he isn't.
payroll. That's what are you talking about?
I'm
here?
not trying to. I'm not trying to predict that at this point. I'm just taking anybody who talks as an enemy for me to attack. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, for
Let
blood.
him be a chaos demon on the panel, man. Let him do it. Let him run it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Elderline, drunk as hell.
I'm not drunk yet. I'm very high, but I'm getting drunk. I am trying to get drunk.
How would you feel if I started calling you Eldurleon?
I would call you a big
Elder
ass
Lion.
pussy and come to your house and I would beat your ass.
Bitch made no
Come to
fuckers.
your
I'm gonna call
house
you.
and beat your ass.
Oh
Hey.
shit! This is too good. Elder to fight me.
I wish Jake and Jim Bob was on the panel. I want to see which one of y'all's shoulders is wider.
Oh, I've got some big ass wide ass shoulders, boy.
Or no, it's not Elder Lion.
My
It's
fucking
Elderly
shoulders
One.
about as wide as that barn over there. Don't fucking test me.
Oh, I'll pick your ass up. I'll throw you over the damn barn, and then I'll kick your ass on the other side.
I don't want to let you pick me up, man. These hands are like lightning. You're gonna catch two.
Yeah,
of
I'm
them
sure
before you
it'd be like
touch me.
lightning on fucking pure bricks.
Wow.
Cement.
You know
You'd be
how thunder
punching,
hits
you'd
and
be
you hear
punching
the
me, and I
crackle
wouldn't even
first and the
feel it.
pop?
I wouldn't even
Wow.
move.
That's what it's gonna feel like.
Elder Lion,
It's not gonna feel like anything. It's gonna feel like nothing because I'm basically cement.
if your ability to
Then
be
you
on
woke
this
up.
panel is so harmful and bad, then why are you here?
I never argued that. Did I
Because
argue
I have
that,
the
or did
free
I
will
argue
to
that
be, yeah.
pornography?
Well, you're saying social
Or did I
media
argue
does
the
more harm
internet
than
is
good.
proliferated fucking pornography.
Like, where would you be able to like release all of this tension that you have built up in you if you didn't have this panel to come
Hey,
to?
no, I told Jake.
You would explode.
I'm about to start.
No, I would watch. I would probably watch a fucking revenge movie or probably a Claude Van Damme movie, and I'd be like, "That's badass," and I'd fall asleep. That's all I would do. What are you talking about?
We need to start a fight club, and only debaters can participate, and we'll call it physical debate.
You know,
And after every round, after every round of debate, they gotta do a round of scrapping. I like it. We're gonna set this
It's like
league
chess
up.
boxing.
Where's the saying of
I want to set up a chess debate league.
You should
I
do a
would punch
debate
him.
and scrap after, so you have to back up your words after. I like it. Let's go.
If you're a man out here discussing these ideas that will shape our country, you better be able to defend those ideas in your country, motherfucker.
That's
Nice.
precisely
I like
what I'm saying. That's
I
why
like
I'm
it.
talking.
Let's do
I'm
it.
just. I'm giving the best argument. You're giving the.
Well, how are you
second
going to
best.
set this up without social media,
I want
Elderly
to
One?
How am I supposed to set it up without social media? I'll go down the street and I'll come to your mom's house and I'll make the arrangements there.
Hey, my mom is a saint.
Oh fuck!
Did I say anything bad
All right.
about your mom, or did I said I would make the arrangements?
Well, don't be talking. My mom
Listen,
will
let
whoop
me
your
see.
ass.
Let me
Look, I
see.
will say this. Your mom's a beautiful, perfect, saintly woman, but you know I'm still going to make the arrangements.
Amazing. True. Let me see where everyone stands with this one. The government should ban smoking.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't care.
And fuck your sundown crap, easy.
Not at all, bro.
My answer to
What?
that is
Wait, what?
fuck the government.
Yeah.
Call it easy when
I
you've
heard
been
you
paid-
you talked about
Don't you call
the
me out. I'll
prohibition
call you
thing with
Brad.
Bricky, and you're like, well, JS needs to incorporate a sundowning. He needs to say that we need to slowly. No, ban it.
Ooh, he's been stalking with.
All right, I need a fucking debate between.
I would gladly debate
Nobody's
you that my
dying.
version of prohibition is way better than your
Nobody's
version of
dying from
prohibition.
cigarette withdrawals, and if you're gonna die from alcohol withdrawals, which I think is a myth anyway,
Listen, you've
I don't
got
even
4
believe
more
that.
rounds to wait before you can
It's
say
But,
that.
I know they say
4
you can
more.
die from alcohol withdrawals, opiate withdrawals, and benzo withdrawals. Maybe
can't die
opiates and
from alcohol
benzos, but not alcohol. Nobody's
I've
dying
seen
from
it.
alcohol
I've
withdrawals.
Yes, you
seen
can.
someone
I've
has
literally
seen
seen it.
I know they say you can, but I think that's a way to discourage people from quitting alcohol, so they keep spending money on alcohol. I think that's a lie.
That makes no sense.
I've witnessed.
Dude, I used to drink a
alcohol
half
seizures, bro.
gallon. Well, this is anecdotal. Anyway, we won't go into that. But
I used
no,
to drink almost 2 gallons of fucking a week of alcohol.
Yeah, and
I work at Burger King making flavor Whoppers. I wear paper hat. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple pie with that? Ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done, ding by the done. I gotta run, I gotta run, I gotta run, I gotta run. Don't bump and fight and hot fat, it really hurt bad and so the skin grabs. Would you like?
anyway, that's another topic for another day. But the reason you die from
let me get
alcohol
this straight.
withdrawals
You
is
guys-
not because
guys
you don't have
are
alcohol
for the
in
nanny
your
state.
system.
Then you guys are for the nanny state,
Yeah,
for the
that's
government
literally
telling you what
what
you
alcohol
can.
is.
Authoritarian.
You're
I'm
gonna
a
die unless you take alcohol.
I've
Look,
never
what are you
lied about
talking
being authoritarian.
I'm an extreme authoritarian. I'm way more authoritarian than JS is.
Which is crazy because I'm pretty
You're
authoritarian.
Mormon adjacent as well, aren't you? Yes.
Yeah, JS is.
I'm not. Oh my god, I live near
So that means
Mormons.
None of you are small government people either.
No, why would I?
I'm not. I'm a straight up state.
Alright, just
I've never lied
just-
about that though.
I'm
Just
so, I am pro small government.
Oh, JS.
You're a fucking libertarian. I knew it.
JS,
No.
no, don't. You, okay.
No, I'm.
You're a fucking libertarian. I knew it this whole.
it's crazy how many people who I see
No,
on the
I'm a
right and I would
theocrat.
think were typically like, I'm small government dude. Now all of a sudden they're like, I'm authoritarian, big government. Yeah,
I've never changed.
Well, no, small government doesn't mean no authority.
Yeah, it does.
So
It
there's
means
still
lesser
authority.
authority.
There's just less government influence on our daily lives, except
I think
for
there should be the
law and
maximum
order.
amount of government authority.
But you realize though, the more shit you make illegal, the more power you have to give the government. In which case, you're kind of promoting that they're
Okay, well then I'll concede maybe I'm not small government, but I might. When I say not small government, I don't mean, or I mean like not like
mission accomplished, making them all big government.
Sure, I'm big government. I don't know,
Mission
but
accomplished,
I
so
think that
feed the
means
coolers till they
there's
fucking
a
sign, put it-
yeah, there's like
This is why I'm more in the center.
The problem is the more limitations you put
I am
on
small
the
government.
state, JS, is the more you're limiting the authoritarianism. Okay, so the smaller you make the government, the less authoritarian it's going to be.
well, no.
So
When I say small
logically-
government, I mean smaller, more isolated, homogenous groups. So I don't think this is possible in 330 million Americans. I think we should probably
Homogenous?
segregate. Yes, I think we should segregate. Maybe a bit of a division in America. Maybe America should divide into like 4 parts, and there should be this part and this part and this part and this part.
American government way weaker. What are you talking about?
So when I say smaller
Let's have
government,
let's have 3 rebellions. Let's have 3 rebellions.
when I say smaller
Good.
government, I mean less people, more homogenous division.
Why would
Sec-
you say more if you mean
What,
small?
no, I know, dude, I'm
Small
super
would mean-
curious
That
about
makes
this.
sense.
JS. I'm very curious about this.
It would be like a natural segregation. Different ideologies don't mesh, and they should not be together in the same government. So you'd have a Christian group, and then you'd have the Muslim group, and then you'd have the Hindu group, and then you'd have the other group, because I think it's more about
Why do we even
ideologies
have
than race
Why
or
do we
anything
even
like
have to have
that.
a
But
fucking Muslim group? Why can't we just get rid of them entirely? Like, what are you talking about?
But
So
that's
bait.
big government.
So
You're gonna
bait.
need big government to do
So
that.
bait.
Like, what are you fucking talking
Yes,
about?
and we're
Let's
okay with
And see,
separate the
that's
country into 4
okay,
parts.
right? See,
Give
so
power.
that's
Let's
why
give
I am more
the
pro
American
small
power to
government.
Muslims. Let's do that.
That's why I'm more pro small government. I don't want to wipe out the Muslims. I just want
I
them
don't
to
wanna
have their
wipe them
own
out. Did I
place.
say that I wanted to wipe them out, or did I say I want to get rid of them and put them in another country that agrees?
You just
with them?
said wipe them out. You just said it.
No, I didn't. What the fuck?
Jess,
Did I
you're
say
the one that
this?
said you wanted to put them in.
Isn't that what he just said? Or what did I
all
mishear?
in their
Maybe I
own
misheard.
little That does not
He
mean
said
wiping them out.
Don't include the Islams in the government group, the Muslims.
No, but the
Well, no,
Did
that's
not
yeah.
expect us to get to this place when we started talking about social media.
there's an issue
I
with
thought we
Jay-
was talking about
there's an-
smoking.
Well, no,
there's an
he
issue with
changed the
Jay-
No, we were talking
was it-
about
Is it
the
smoking? I
government
am
banning
lost. Yeah,
smoking.
Oh yeah.
How the fuck did
We are far past that.
Yeah, we should ban
How the
smoking.
fuck did you move all the way over to that from smoking?
This was a
Sorry.
productive conversation.
Yes, we should ban smoking.
As though it's more rational.
Smoking was a gateway drug to this one.
As I light a cigarette, let me light up my cigarette and tell you why we should ban
Take
smoking.
a vape. I'm not for banning vapes though, because I use vapes.
I don't know.
There's not enough
ban
information on
smoking,
vapes.
ban smoking in public, maybe, but you know what I'm saying? If the boys want to go have a whiskey and cigar after work, let the boys have a fucking whiskey.
Look, I'm okay with cigars though. You don't have to inhale cigars, and if you do, you're gonna
don't
throw
have
your
to
ass up.
inhale
What are you doing?
cigarettes.
I have a third option to this.
Yeah.
I have a third.
point.
Pumpkin, I'm gonna come over there. I swear. If you
Oh,
bring it up-
we can fight. We can fight. It's okay.
Well, the question isn't should we
following
ban
you.
smoking. The question is should we ban cigarettes. So if you're
Yeah.
okay with cigars, which I am also, yes, we should ban cigarettes.
That's actually the most basic thing that JS has said this
Yeah.
entire time.
Shut the
I hate
fuck
cigars,
up,
though.
Elderline.
I
Well,
just
was
want to
smoking.
remind Chad again. There's 60 left to bring Chris back. There was a bring Chris back fund started,
Stop
and it
reminding
just
me.
paused. So I just want to remind chat. It is 60 left to bring back Chris.
And
He's
for
gonna come
anybody
back
who's
into
going to
the
make the
Venmo.
argument from hypocrisy and say, JS, you're smoking a cigarette and you're saying we should ban
You
cigarettes.
just got to mute for 2 minutes.
Damn it.
See ya, JS.
Making the
I was about to
argument.
make a point.
Things better, JS.
Yeah, yes, if you don't say anything for the next 2 seconds, you've lost, right? So
I
that's
need
the
to
reason.
change
Why don't you
it.
just smoke that for about a minute while I talk about
What
how
the
much
fuck?
fair
I
and-
need to
and look
rephrase
like a
it. Why does an
hypocrite,
Elderline?
because
Why
you
does an
are.
Elderline need to rephrase
Put
it?
chair on. You'll still win the debate even when
He
it's quiet.
needs to rephrase it.
I mean, that is true.
Put chair on his.
See, we're all status here based. Awesome. Let's move on.
So nobody else is for banning cigarettes?
Man, that's
I'm
kinda
okay
stuff-
for
I
banning
hate cigarettes, and I'm not for banning cigarettes.
It's not about me. It's about the children.
Am I still allowed to
The
vote?
little children.
My whole thing is this. I'm genuinely in favor of like
I'm going to speak in sign language.
like a free healthcare option.
It's
but
not
I think that
about
anyone
me.
that actually wants. that
It's
free
about
healthcare
the
option should not be
children.
able
When
to
I
smoke
have
cigarettes.
children,
Ooh,
Ooh,
they
that's a
should
bit-
not
that's a
have
bit- that's-
access
no,
kind of
say
fair.
that.
That might
to
be fair.
cigarettes.
Nah,
Well,
yeah,
one more
because
time.
if you're giving them government welfare,
My
and you're giving them
children,
free
I
will,
make
yeah,
a child.
and you have a right, you know, like to do
The
you know, to do right by
child-
them. You're going to refuse treatment to someone. when
I
they
don't
walk
want
in
them to
a
have
hospital because they've
cigarettes.
smoked cigarettes in
Thank
their
you for talking for so long, Bricky, but I want to say something real quick. If you don't
you?
mind,
Well, shut the
just shut
fuck
your
up, mate.
fucking
I'm finished,
mouth for
dickhead,
just
right?
about 2 minutes before I
Previously-
pull you up out of your fucking skinny jeans and
You're
clean
gonna-
you up.
Me?
You can't even
Here.
pull your pants up after you've
Oh,
had shit on
my-
the toilet, man.
Yeah, I don't have to
Child-
pull up my pants because they fit perfectly.
Here.
You got fucking skinny jeans
I mean,
on,
you
hanging
leave
Here.
around
worse than
your
a
fucking
snail does.
knees.
Let's face
Based
it.
Child-
on your fucking
Dragging
ass
your arse
that
across
doesn't
the
even
Here.
fucking exist because you have no
Actually,
ass. You
instead
got a
of
Hank
using
Hill
fucking
ass,
ass.
Here.
bitch.
You dirty bastard.
Here.
You are. Shut up and sit down.
Here.
Speak when I spit at you.
Generations.
Some of the, I want, trust me. I don't care what you're talking about. Whenever you say that you're fucking 6'4", you're not 6'4", bitch.
I'm not 6'4".
That's such a
I've
fucking
never
lie. You're
once
not
said I'm
6'4".
6'4", so you're full
You
of shit.
did. You did. Last time we
When?
talked, you said you were 6'4".
Most people that smoke
I
cigarettes
don't know,
own
about
guns.
a week ago.
So,
I don't
right,
have
so
that-
what you
that
do
absolute
know, but
correct
you don't
knowledge.
know.
Yeah, I do know because I do know.
Right, so when was
But I
it?
said
When was it?
around a week ago. I don't have to
Around
give a
a week ago,
specific
where
time to
about?
know exactly
About a
when it
week
happened.
ago.
Yeah, that's a little bit vague, isn't it? Yeah. Remember
All
when
right,
you
bump
told me
Everyone
you
knows
like
I'm
to
the
touch
only
men's
one
bum
here
holes?
that talks with the confidence of a tall man.
Remember when you told me you like to touch men's bum holes?
Hold
down
on.
the line?
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, remember when you told me that
repeating
2
shit
days
that you
ago?
have applied to your own
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
stream?
I can't
You think I
remember
don't?
what you told us.
I
but
watch
I'm
your stream.
sure you
That
did.
shit gets a little weird. I don't care what JS said in your fucking stream. I'm talking
Yeah, but
about.
when we chairs you,
Fuck
look at
you.
chairs, yeah, right? Fucking, who's gonna get you now? You're fucked now. Watch
Bricky,
chair
I'm
get you.
sorry.
unmuted
man.
now, JS.
Hold on, I gotta go to bed.
Bricky, I'm sorry. Can we please get a translator up here for Bricky? I'm sorry, dude. It's too.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell he was saying. I was just arguing.
I don't even know what
Are
the
you
fuck
gonna
is
pay
going
for
on
the
right now.
translator?
I don't know what
No.
the fuck is going on, dude.
Yeah.
We are not paying for the translator.
Are you
Well,
gonna pay for
you already
the
understood
translator?
him, so he already paid for the translator. Sorry, you in fucking
Easy
brick
used to do
fighting.
it.
Look, Bumpkin and brick fighting. I'm just gonna jump on both sides kids whenever. So,
but with that bumpkin, are you going to pay for the translator?
Huh?
Yeah, well, obviously not, are you?
Everyone, you're all still here. It's just full screen.
Yeah,
Just
Bumpkin's
wait
got
for,
nothing to say.
just wait for Gumpel to put his hand in his pocket and pay for a translator.
Look, me and Brick can argue for about 3 hours on some
Here,
random
since
bullshit.
it seems like you guys are a little bit stuck on this topic, so let's go over here. Let's see.
Oh,
We were having
wait,
fun
now
with
I'm
Elder
so.
Lion. We were having fun.
I
until
went
this
from mute
dickhead
to
jumped
solo
in.
cam. Let's go.
Let's, these
Listen,
two I
it's
wanted
not
to
about me. It's about my children and
get
my
in here.
grandchildren.
It's not
Yes,
about
get out
you.
of
It's about the chair. Don't nobody want to see you.
All right, let's do
Get
this.
out of
one.
here,
Let's see
JS.
Stand up and fuck off.
Thank you.
what do you guys think about this is going to be the next topic. Morality is not possible without religion.
True.
Well, JS has just convinced me cigarettes need banned. He just chair. What the fuck?
Man.
Morality does. I mean, if you're talking about
I can't-
morality,
I can't
objective-
argue.
Talk about subjective morality, of course. Subjective
Yeah.
morality can exist no matter what. But if you're
Without
talking about
religion?
objective morality that matters more than subjective reality, because subjective reality barely exists.
Yeah, but the prompt is religion, not God. Religion is
prompt
dead.
isn't
Christ is
religion.
king.
I didn't know chair could talk.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Reli-
JS. I don't know what the hell. You should let the chair speak. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It says religion. It doesn't say God. It says.
But it also says morality. Morality.
It says
is
morality is not
without
possible
religion.
without religion.
And if
Religion
you
is dead. Christ is king.
Yeah.
It depends on the way you define it, though, bitch.
You can have subjective morality.
JS, if you had a Barbie doll right now and placed it behind that cushion on chair.
Subjective morality is fallacious. It doesn't even make sense.
I mean, yeah, subjective reality is self-defeating, but it's still a form of
Morality,
self-defeating
not reality.
Well, morality is what I meant.
Right, but I mean, there are plenty of people who have subjective morality and would argue that that's more.
JS just had a bong.
Many people argue from that stance.
Have we seen
I
morality?
mean, the definition of morality is just like your set of values from like your culture, like where you grew up and shit. And so like
Effigy is literally on panel and argues from subjective morality.
yeah,
It doesn't even have to
so,
argue at this point because it's a very
enough with this
easy point
chair
to argue.
Yeah, morality does.
I'm not doing the
exist
chair
without
bit.
religion.
If you paid for my chair, you get me. The chair speaks through me.
I think we've
Chair
yet
speaks
to
to the chair.
see any more
Somebody boo that man.
completely develop without religion. So
Pumpkin, you'll
You
have to
paid for
speak
the
up, no one
chair.
can hear you or
Yeah.
understand you.
I mean, you only develop without religion.
let me
if you're
turn
not
my mic
religious.
all the way up.
You
here.
only get religion
Let's
if you
do that.
have moral structures.
That's
that are
better.
Way louder now.
Yeah, there we go. Is that better? Or is that too loud now?
Can't understand
Well,
you.
I'll fuck you up. How about that? Anyway, sorry.
It's too loud.
All right, turn myself back down.
Yeah, that's too low.
I'm
No,
not
you
gonna
can
back-
no, leave it and I'll turn it on my side down. It should be better that way.
Okay.
Try now.
Test.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
fine.
Perfect.
I mean, I don't know. He sounds kind of like a pussy fuck. Still, I'm not gonna change the
Look,
Do you
setting.
hate me
like
because we
volume
probably
adjustments
have
gonna
very
change
similar
that tone of
views? Is that
voice,
why you hate
Elder.
me?
Right, we'll have to deal with that.
No, I don't hate you. I just want to argue with you.
Argue with someone else.
I don't
He
want.
was with me. He was arguing with me. Then you butted in, right?
Pumpkin, you're on panel. He's going to argue with you, just like he's
That's
arguing
fair.
with me.
I'll argue with both of you at the same.
So where's
Right, there you go,
everybody
Pumpkin.
at
Me and you
here
will argue
with
with him.
I just want to know where's everybody at with morality is not possible without religion.
I've yet to see
Yes, it is.
morality.
It depends
I
on
say that
your
it is
definition, but I
possible.
would say
I would
that, yeah,
disagree.
kind of is.
I say
Morality
morality is possible without religion.
I mean, if we're going by
We had morality
yeah,
long
yeah,
before
okay,
religion existed.
Name it.
That's
I
just
say
fucking-
morality is not
the-
possible
the-
without
Okay, I'm not
God.
going to be on the effigy side. I'm going to change sides now because that was such a dumb fucking
But
argument.
God-
Effigy, name it.
the set of values people
What do you
went
mean,
by
name it?
in their
Yeah, it's
culture.
just a set of values they
and
went
if
by.
you and if
Yeah,
you
just that,
name,
because I
believe in
say
your
it's
if
that.
you
religion that
name
they
a
didn't have those.
society
It's
where
morality. That's what morality
morality
is. That's
yeah,
what
if you
morality
named a
is. bro.
society, they had a religious structure. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what religion we're talking about. It's not just Christianity. It's whatever that culture or that society adheres to. It stems
Not
from
always,
religion.
so-
No matter
so if
what.
you're
Okay, so
going from,
by
like,
your
a
definition, they
secular-
can't not have religion, so you can't actually answer the question honestly then. So anything that you would say that would have happened, you get to just point to religion anyway because it's your default in there. No,
All right, well,
morality
Effigy's
comes
got you
from
there
us.
because this
It's an
is
evolved sense that comes from us. You can see the beginnings of morality in small children before they ever receive any religious teachings whatsoever. No, morality is pre-existing before religion. Religion is our attempt to hone our moral sense. Not
So how does
not
it
create out of
evolve?
nothing.
How does it evolve differently in different people?
How do you mean?
based on societal
Wouldn't you say
structure.
overall?
I
Even
mean,
though
you
across the entire planet
are
we
you
have
a
very
moral
different religions
subjectivist
that
or a
we
moral
pretty much
relativist?
for the same. Well, we're all humans, though, right? You guys will always want to think about things that being so different, but the thing is, we're all human
What's a
beings,
human?
and
Right.
it all comes from us.
Sorry,
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They all have a
So
similar moral sense.
so
It's gonna have
two
similar
people
things. We
two
also don't
people
see
each
societies that pop up all you things that are antithesis to that, right? So we wouldn't have society if there was a society where like everybody was like, yeah, we're all cool with murdering each
Less
other.
than the
It just
but
wouldn't
elder
happen, right?
or but effigy, two people both evolve a sense of morality, and those two moralities contradict each other. Who's right?
I mean, look at the world right now. You can't decide between two Christian sects who's right half the time. Like what
Well,
we
I
go
don't.
through
Yeah,
daily is how
that's
we
true.
decide
Yeah,
these
that's
moralities.
not
There,
true.
Well, that's a
there are
problem with
differences in our
religion.
moralities
That's not a
today.
problem with
So it's
Christ.
a problem with all of us. All of our beliefs are different. You would say that you have different beliefs from a Buddhist, right, or a Muslim, right? You even
Yeah.
have
I don't
differences
care
with
about
certain sects of
opinion.
Christianity. So to sit here and be like, well,
I don't
this
care
is
about any
objective, but
Protestant
then
or
you can't
Catholic
even be
beyond
objective in your
what
own
I know.
religion, like. When you're like, show me the proof. Look at the world. We are constantly having moral discussions to try and hone this shit.
But I'm not arguing that.
But
So
we
the
agree on
Buddhist,
the big things because we're all people.
the Buddhist has a system, or well, the Muslim will have a system of morality because they follow Allah, which is a god. It's not about the religion; it's about their moral lawgiver, which is
Did
Allah.
they have morality before they followed
JS,
Allah?
bring up the philosophical argument. Bring up that all philosophy is based on a single God. Like it doesn't. Like what are you doing? Just bring that up. That's all you got to do.
That's kind of what I'm
All
doing,
philosophy,
Elderline.
even
No, you're
predating
not.
the
You're not.
monotheistic religions when it was polytheistic.
No,
it
that's
was just based on a
exactly what I
singular
just
God.
did. That's why I switched off of
It's
Buddhism
not.
to.
You're
Put
like
chair back
bouncing
on,
between a
GS.
bunch
He
of
was doing
religions.
so
You're
much
not
now.
arguing the fact that every philosophy that has ever existed has relied on a singular God.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Every
It's
philosophy
not.
that's ever
It's
existed has
not.
relied on a
It's not.
singular
But
God.
look, we're talking about religion, which is
So
a
the
structure.
Greeks relied
My
on a
argument is that
singular God.
morality comes
The
from
Greeks
your
relied on a
God or
singular
your
God, which
But they
moral
relied on
lawgiver.
many gods, which is religion. Look,
It doesn't come from evolution. It doesn't come
even
from
if that is
biology.
true, people that don't believe in God and don't like have no religion, which is a structure, like a rigid structure of which you have to follow, and they have no religion in their lives, they still have morality.
Where I'm
Look,
disagreeing
okay,
is
so
that a
let's talk
belief
about
in
this
God
real quick.
is a
Every
religion.
single opinion that atheists have has also been argued by fucking
That's what I'm
Hindus,
saying, yeah.
Buddhists, and
Because
Christians.
religion is not just belief in God. Religion is
Right.
much more than that.
You can have a belief in a God
There is no
who
argument that an atheist
forms
can
your
use
moral
that is not
structure, who's your
used by
moral
someone
lawgiver, who's outside of us, that determines morality without having a religion. You don't have to,
Yeah,
you
but you
know,
can have,
follow these practices and these things that are.
but you
That
can take a
sounds like
moral
you being an
stance on things such as
authoritarian.
murder and right and whatnot, and also be atheist and have no religion.
Nope, you can worship yourself as a
Yeah, I
god
don't know
or
about
something else beyond you as a god. It doesn't really
You still
matter.
have to have a foundation for morality. If you
Yes,
don't have a
right.
foundation, there's no morality.
Foundation is a better word than
You
a
can
God.
call it whatever you want. You can
say
call
that
it
you are God
spirituality.
and
You
you're the
can call it
foundation.
religion.
Somebody else
You
is
can
God.
call it whatever you want, but without that structure, it's just whatever you choose to make up.
Right,
Yeah.
which would make it subjective.
But that's still morality. That's still subjective morality.
No,
It's
it's
still
not, because
morality.
then OF girls
isn't it?
can
It's the
argue that
definition of the
they're
word. You
still-
can't
that
say
they're
no, it's
still
not. It's the
moral when
literal
they're not.
definition of the word, Jess.
Well, no,
Sorry?
but your
You
foundation
can't
doesn't
say
have
no,
to be
it's
a
not.
religion.
It's
I want to hear
morality.
Bumpkin's opinion.
Morality
I
can
didn't
be
say
subjective.
religion. I
I
said
stated
No,
my
foundation.
I know.
You can
You
call
said
it-
So,
no,
like,
it's not.
Effigy's
Bro,
foundation
you said
is
no, it's not, because I
biology
said
and
that's still
evolution.
morality. Subjective or not, like the Muslims, they throw gay people, they harm LGBT people, and that's moral to them, but that's their moral structure. It may be immoral to us, but it's still a form of morality.
All right, I'm going atheist mode at this point, Effigy. You got an ally.
But it's based off of their God,
Well,
which
I
is
didn't
the,
argue for religion. I argued for structure. Without structure, there's no. You need a rigid structure for morality.
Yeah.
No matter what
Rigid
you
structure,
or
but
what your
it
argument
doesn't.
be.
It doesn't
Without
have to
that,
be
it's
religion.
just whatever you make up, and
Well,
that's
no,
not.
have that without
you're arguing whether you need a
Yeah.
objective.
It
or
is whatever you make
subjective
up. Like if you make up a book of
You can have
stories that are
morality
obviously
that is
fictions.
not on a rigid basis.
yeah, but I'm agreeing with Jess that it's
Well, then
not
you can
based.
argue
It doesn't have to
anything's
be
not
religion. It
moral.
could be any
You can
whatever your
argue
foundation
objective-
is.
You can argue objective morality comes from religion, and I'll agree to that. But
Yeah.
the simple statement is morality cannot, or along the lines of morality cannot exist without religion. Yes, it can. It would just be subjective because
And
it's
everybody.
Well, let's talk about
everybody
this. I
has
want
a
Ghost
sense
to
of
get her
morality.
ass up here because, like, that shit was she just put in chat. I want her up here so I can fucking beat her into the fucking ground.
Yeah,
with that shit.
she been sniping from chat all night.
Who? Ghosty?
Is that what you're talking about, Ghosty?
Yeah, Ghosty.
I'm
just
wondering
lost
why
every-
you pussies are worried about the chat instead of the people on panel.
Look, I saw the chat.
I ain't even been reading chat. I just said something because I lined it.
It's an
He
easy.
has been
Easy.
cooking y'all.
The real LD's not in the chat no more, is he?
The real LD, yeah, I think he's still
Right.
around.
Who cares about chat?
Chat.
This
reasonable
reminds me of the
language.
whole
Because I'm
Marjorie
almost
side
certain,
thing.
right, that if he knows I
I
can,
love
right,
chat.
we can get a
That's my
1v1
favorite.
start a half going. Because if not, I'll just own it next week and I'll put that 20 in to start a fun for a 1v1.
All right, hold
You know what I
on.
mean?
Have we
Good
just
idea.
replaced the whole
There's no
Marjorie
logical argument
fucking
why somebody
argument
making money
debate
by showing
with
off their body is
morality?
immoral. That's how you feel. Okay, so no, there's an objective standard besides what you feel that I can address. You cannot address it. All you're talking about is
Can't
talking
address
about how
what?
your body, how it feels to make your body
Bro,
sing.
it
to
doesn't
get-
matter. You could be raised by wolves and have a complete
Even by Ghosty's own argument, I can give an objective stance.
But Elder Lion,
Bro, okay,
that's
that's
not
fine.
based
Look,
off
are
of
you
your
fucking-
religion.
you
That's
could
based
be
off of your
raised by
God.
Ghosty's not up here.
If he's not here,
could
I'm
be-
just saying
yeah.
before the time runs out, you know.
Look, you could be
So,
raised by
I'll
wolves
pull
and
out what I'm
have like
making.
a completely wild like sense of morality, but what you think is right and wrong in your head based on your upbringing and where you was raised is morality. And like in that sense, that's morality
Hold on.
without
I'm gonna
any
give an
religion.
argument to Ghosty because she's not gonna come up here. I guess I'm just gonna have to argue.
Bro,
with her
why
for
are
a
you
second.
arguing with her?
I'm going to argue with this because this is the only one that's provided a decent argument the whole day. So even though I want Ghosty to come up here, the reason I want Ghosty to come up here, so I have something that I can contend with, and besides all this random horseshit. But what I'm saying with Ghosty, what objective standards makes it immoral to make money by showing your Bible? The fucking Bible. That's what makes it an objective stance. I can follow the Bible and consider it my own objective stance based on your objective stance.
Well, hold on. You don't follow the Bible. You
Was
follow
the
the
Bible
church
written
fathers.
by one person or many?
I follow both, JS.
Was the
church
Bible written
fathers
by
were
one person
made
or
to
many?
talk about- What the hell?
Was the
I don't want to
Bible
go
written
into.
by
I don't
one
want to go
person,
into that
or
rabbit
was it
hole
written
with
by
you.
many?
Many.
You're solo ecclesia.
Then
I'm
how are you
solo
calling
vote.
it objective when by definition it's subjective because it was
So
written by
multiple
many
people can't come to a consistent standard. Okay, thank you so much. That makes such a great argument. That's such a stupid fucking argument.
Why are we paying for Elder Lion versus Ghosty? Ghosty's not
I
even
fucking
on the
destroy him.
panel.
Yeah, Ghosty's not even on the panel. What the fuck are you doing here?
Pick someone else, but that did match my
Elder Lion wants to fight her.
Well, yeah,
I
but like
fucking
she's not up
destroy her
here.
because
We
it
can't
doesn't
fucking
matter.
make people
Anything
come
that's
up on the
objective to
panel.
her is subjective, so it
make
doesn't matter.
It's stupid that we're even. Why are we debating with people in the chat when there's all these people on the panel debate?
Hey, Evan did it once.
Made a good
I'm just-
argument,
I'm
JS.
so
Evan
fucking
did it
confused.
once
Always
with
talk
fucking
with
Mr.
like two
Reed.
chats.
Why can't Elder Lion?
I mean, you could, but like you can't force somebody to come on, right? Like, that's
I'm
the
not going
thing.
to force. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not forcing
So we
anybody.
can strongly encourage.
Elder
But I
Lion
can
has
interact
delusions of
with chat.
grandeur. He thinks he's way better than
I
at
have
this.
no- I have no
I know, but then we just have to.
That's
It's like
fine.
we
You
have
can't
to sit
be-
here and wait,
you-
and
I know she says she's coming on. Look, she says she'll come on. She can only stay for a few
All
minutes.
right.
So that's fine. She'll come on for the 1v1 and leave.
We'll do the
Can't win
1v1.
anyways,
I'm good.
but she could potentially win the debate.
I guess.
Interesting.
I'm just saying, if Elder Lion wants the heat, I'm willing to give him the heat.
I mean, there's not much heat. It's more like a fucking cool summer breeze, but
I'm gonna fucking
I feel
laugh.
like I'm on a panel
I'm
full of
gonna
women
laugh.
arguing about their truth, like the whole my truth argument.
well, thank
It's
you,
very
JS.
fucking similar.
Thank you, Just Why. That makes so much sense. Anyways, but I could destroy your argument based on morality too, because you don't even have a God to foundate your own opinion.
I purposely left that out.
Yeah,
I didn't say whether I believe in God being in the picture or not.
whatever God.
I didn't say whether that's part of my
Which
argument.
God? I don't care. I only believe in one God. So
I didn't say whether God was a part of my argument or not.
okay, so I'm saying just because you said a God is not the point.
I
does
was just
not
pointing
mean
out
I
the
cannot argue
subjective
that my
morality
God
is
is
bullshit.
the point.
No, I was just pointing out the subjective morality is bullshit.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm talking about.
So you agree, but is it based off of religion?
Agree to a point. I agree to a point.
I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion, so that's kind of
Yeah, which is fucking oxymoronic on its face.
That's interesting when you're
No, it's
saying that religion
It
is
is.
the foundation
no,
of
it's not because the way
It
the
is.
religion is
Because if
run
there's
in
only
today's
one
world
truth,
is
that means there's only one place that you can find the
no,
truth.
the way that religion and churches are run today is more consistent with cults. So
There are a lot.
that's
Yeah,
why
there are
I
a
don't
lot of
call
cults.
myself Christian.
Cool.
That's why I don't call myself religious.
Yeah,
Well, Christian isn't a religion. It's
But
just
if you're absent religion, then your morality would be
religion is dead. Christ is king.
and you're arguing that you can't have morality without.
My morality is based on truth, not
Yeah.
feelings.
Christ is risen.
No, my morality is based on truth, not
Why
feelings.
was- One second.
You don't even know what truth is because you don't even know what God is.
I didn't
Anybody
make an
that's
argument
not
that
had
God
made
is
has not
part of
delved
that.
into theology.
You're trying
Has
to
no,
insert that.
no,
I didn't say
no,
God was a
no.
part of my
Anybody that has
argument.
not delved into theology or philosophy does not even understand what truth
I did
actually
not
is.
say that
They
I
just say
believe
the
in
word.
God.
They just say the
I didn't
word
say that
truth,
God was a
and
part
they
of my
assume that it
argument.
means
Don't
what
put
they
words
say
in
they
my
mean.
mouth, mate.
They
Don't
say
try
it
and
means.
put words in my mouth, mate. Because that's not what I said.
Look, I'm just being contentious. I'm not trying to insult you, but I will insult
No,
you.
you're not insulting me. You're just trying to say shit that's not what I said.
Well, what
That's
did you
all.
say? Say what you said.
I said that morality is subjective. Morality is bullshit, and morality is based on structure and truth. That's what
Yep.
I said.
And I agree with that.
Well, then you're opposing.
I said nothing about religion or nothing about God.
I
That's
think
why I've stayed
religion is the
quiet
way to
because
con-
I don't
conduce
even
yourself
agree
to
with the
places
prompt.
you find
I don't
truth.
have a.
Right. That's what I just said. You
I
just
don't have a yes or no. I have a different point altogether.
Yeah, and it's a point that makes perfect sense in both opposite sides' points. That's what I'm saying. So you can make that argument from both sides. I can make an objective atheist point of view, but nobody else here can. That's what I'm saying. It's possible to make an objective
I don't make
atheist
religious arguments. I don't make religious
What did
arguments.
you- what'd you say?
Either atheist or
religion.
non-atheist, which is atheist. So I don't.
I'm not atheist.
You said you.
I
What'd you
haven't
say?
said my opinion.
You're
I
an
just don't
agnostic then.
project
So you're
that on
just
YouTube.
you're just
No,
you're
no,
just
I
It's
just don't
impossible
talk
to
about it on
attempt to make an
YouTube.
objective
No,
moral
I just
claim
don't
without a
talk
divine
about it on
person.
you're just an
It is
agnostic. That
my
means that
choice
you just
not
pick and
to talk
choose what
about
you want,
religion
which
beliefs
is even
on
worse.
YouTube.
Outerline
allowed
read
to do
6
that.
books over the past year, and now all of a sudden he's the
I've
expert.
read way more than 6 books. You've read about what, one book in the course of 4 years? Congratulations, dude.
Okay.
Anyway,
Elderon, have you read Nietzsche?
no, because he's gay. I read
that's
about
not a
I
good
read about
take.
I read about 3 chapters of that shit, and I was like,
Of which book? Like which of his works?
I mean, name the books because I'll know which one you're talking about.
What's the Antiteron, Elderline?
Zama Sutra.
The Intentodon is what I'm going to do to your mom tonight.
That's blasphemous, but okay.
What did you just say that? Elder line, come on. Come on. That was funny.
Clearly, Goku's not going to come up. Elder line, who do you want? Bumpkin, Jess, Fredo, or JS?
I mean, I'd rather take a piss. To be honest.
Who do you want? Who are you going to 1v1?
I don't know, man. Who do you think I would do best against?
I'll do solo ecclesia versus solo scriptura with you, Elder Line.
Okay, so solo okay.
But I'm not prepared for a full debate about it, but we could
It's
do
a
5
5-minute
minutes.
debate.
Right. That's why I'm saying. That's why I said I would do it.
We're arguing 1 point in 5 minutes, so I'm going to destroy you on that first point.
There you go.
All right, so have we decided that's the 1v1?
Wait,
I'm
who?
okay
It's
with
already
that.
been paid for?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Hold on. Give me like
That's what we've been trying
30
to do
seconds
this whole
to take a
time,
piss.
is decide on a 1v1.
Yeah.
Oh my
All right, go take your piss. Hurry up.
Are we really going to sit here quiet until he has a piss?
I hope not.
I
hope
guess
we're not
so,
gonna
eh?
be quiet.
Because if I can hear him pissing in the toilet, right, that's not
Everybody
gonna work.
wants to cuddle
I'm
tonight,
literally
I
eating
guess.
chocolate
Okay.
now.
Screw it.
Well,
I got one
there
thing to
seemed
say.
like no point in throwing an
about
actual
the-
argument at Elder Line tonight.
I got one thing to say about the DC versus DBZ debate, okay?
Oh, jeez.
You can't just take Goku into space. He can teleport. And we forget that?
Facts.
Instant
Did we forget
transmission.
this? Instant transmission. Did we
Out of
forget
there.
that fact?
Out of
No
there.
one brought that up in
Out of
debate.
there.
Right,
one
but
brought that up.
but he does fight. He does fight Beerus in space as as Super Saiyan God.
But
I
Dr.
think
Manhattan,
technically that is low Earth orbit.
what does that have anything to do with it?
Yeah, but there's still no oxygen, so the idea is that he's not going to be able to breathe. But regardless,
JS, you
Frieza.
are automatically disqualified because you called it Super Saiyan Red instead of Super Saiyan God.
I didn't
So
say.
shut the
I
fuck up.
started to say SSG, and I said Super Saiyan God.
You
I
said
wasn't
red.
gonna say.
Go rewind it.
You did say red, and then you said, you said blue.
I didn't. I said SS. Did I? Well, in the debate or
You
just
said
now?
red, and then you said blue. Yeah, in the debate.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, in the debate? Yeah. Well, yeah, because people don't know.
Look, JS got carried.
All
in that
right,
debate.
let's fucking go. All right, we're gonna get JS.
The accent
and
blue is actually
Elder
SSG
Lion
S2 or wait, Super Saiyan
in a
God, Super Saiyan
1v1.
SSG SS.
So
All right,
again,
JS.
because you guys decided your topic, what is it again? Just so we all know here.
Sola
Scriptura
Sola Ecclesia versus Sola Scriptura.
Okay. Chat, listen.
I believe in tradition over the fucking soul source.
Which is
We are
basically
going-
the church versus the Bible.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
so chat, we're going to 5 minutes. It is 10 to add on a minute 60 if you want to be the solo judge. All right, if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right. So let me ask you this one question. Where does the Bible gain authority from?
God.
And so that would mean that God wrote the scriptures, right?
No, God inspired the men who wrote
Inspired.
the scriptures.
So, okay. So he inspired men. So the authority goes to men, though.
The authority goes to the men who God deemed authoritative,
Yeah, the
not
authority
men who
goes to
deemed
men who
themselves
was
authoritative.
Inspired by God.
Not men who won debates and set up councils 100 years after Jesus. Do you know
because
what?
if you were going to follow that, if you followed what you're
Do you know what
talking about, you'd be a
cessation
fucking
is?
Gnostic at this
Do you know what cessation is? Since you're the expert on theology and philosophy, because you've been
We're not
studying it
talking
for a
about
year.
that. We're talking-
What is
we're talking
cessation?
about-
What is
we're talking
cessation?
about is the authority.
No, stop
Does
dodging.
authority go be no, stop dodging me, you stupid bitch. How about this?
You asked me a question. Now I'm
where does
asking you a
Scripture-
question.
Where does Scripture get its authority?
You asked me a
beyond man?
question. Now let me respond.
Where
with-
does Scripture
I answered.
get its authority beyond man?
God. I already
God.
answered that. So
and then
keep
you
asking me the
already-
same
no,
question.
No, I'm going to ask you the same question because you didn't answer it. Because you
I
already
did answer it.
admitted,
I've answered
no,
it
you
twice.
already-
You've
no,
asked me.
No,
Okay, we're
you
gonna.
already
So
admitted.
we're gonna
no,
do the
listen, I'm
drunken
gonna talk-
elder
I'm gonna
lion
talk-
thing
I'm
where
gonna
he
talk
asked
over
me the
this.
same
Look,
question
this is
over
what-
and
this is what
over and
Janice is
over
saying.
and over
He
again.
says that God.
And I've already answered it
just
twice.
magically floated the fucking scriptures down to the
Elder
goddamn, down to the damn ground. Didn't even
Elderline.
use humans. Didn't never use humans based on his authority, based on the authority that he gave his church from the first century. So he doesn't even understand that.
Elderline, do you know what cessation is?
Why does it matter if I know what a word is?
Cessation is the idea that after Christ came, spiritual gifts cease to happen. They don't happen anymore. Do you think that Presbyterians are actually speaking in tongues?
Why do I have to engage in that?
So Dodge again.
No, it's not. I'm asking you, why do I have to engage in that when I don't think Presbyterians even have the same God as me?
Do you think that when people are going that they're actually speaking in tongues? What are the spiritual gifts?
Why do I have to believe in the same
I'm
God?
dodging. You're not answering a single question.
You're not answering the question.
I've directly answered your question.
The same God that the Presbyterians believe in when I don't.
Ask me. Go ahead.
See,
No. Go ahead. Cross-examine me. I'll answer questions and you'll dodge questions.
This is the assumption that all Protestants make, that we believe in the same God.
I'm not a Protestant. I don't protest against the Catholic or the Orthodox Church.
You're protesting pretty hard right now. So
no, I just believe that I would take and see. This is the problem.
You can follow whatever you want to out of the Bible.
No. This is the problem. You think that sola scriptura just means scripture alone. Yes, that's the literal translation of it.
No,
but there's actually
scripture is the prime authority.
All right, so you're just going to cut me off and you're not going to listen.
Yeah,
to
I'm going to cut you off because I'm not going to let you fucking try to make an argument.
There are 5 solas of the Reformation.
Straw man.
There are 5 solas of the Reformation. It's faith, grace, God,
we're talking
Christ.
About one sola at this point. Why am I engaging?
Sola fide, sola gracia, sola dea gloria, and sola Christos, and sola scriptura. There are 5 solas.
Great, that's great.
Okay,
so awesome that
you've just added solo ecclesia, which I don't.
You're not even arguing the topic. You're arguing so much other things. I don't care about that.
I'm saying scripture. I'm saying scripture has more authority than
no, it doesn't.
Because where did
the scriptures come from? Where did the scriptures come from?
Your church fathers have acknowledged this.
The scriptures came from people. That's all I'm saying.
Your church fathers have acknowledged
who wrote on paper.
Your church fathers have acknowledged that if you do not, if anything that you say is outside of scripture, it is heretical. Your church fathers say that. Am I wrong?
Yep.
Oh no, I'm right. So your ecclesia, your ecclesiastical authority, your church authority leans on the scripture. If they go outside of the scripture, they are heretical. Therefore, the Bible has more. The scripture has more authority.
You don't even understand what you're talking about.
The church. How many church fathers have been deemed heretical? How many church fathers?
They were written by people.
How many church fathers have been deemed heretical?
How many churches? That doesn't matter as long as I follow the.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
It does matter.
Because as long as
within your own church, there has been schisms.
To make sure that the gates of hell
within your own church, you're a schism off of another church, and that's a schism off of another church, and then there's schisms off of that church. Protestants are no different than the Orthodox who schisms off of the Catholics.
You're wrong because you don't understand the history of it. How many patriarchs?
I don't understand. I don't think you understand. I think you have delusions of grandeur. You think you're an expert on this, but you're not an expert on this. I've been studying this for 30 years of my life. You've been studying it for the past year.
I don't even believe you on that.
You spend a lot of money on books, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Like, oh yeah, you've been reading since you were 3.
Your own church fathers acknowledge that if it is not, if it is outside of scripture, it's heretical.
Yeah, it is outside of scripture. It's heretical. But what you argue is outside of scripture.
So I won. Thank you for conceding. I won the debate. Hold on, I just popped my earphone out.
Because guess what? Who wrote those?
I can't hear you right now. Hold on. Okay.
Who wrote those scriptures?
I missed what you just said. I popped my cord out.
Who wrote those scriptures? Was it God or man?
God inspired the men who wrote that.
Yeah. Okay. So man wrote it. Thank you.
Yeah. But this is why I go to cessation. So spiritual gifts, the spiritual gifts of prophecy, speaking in tongues, exorcisms, these spiritual gifts cease once Christ comes and resurrects. So
Why does
so
that
now
happen?
after
Give me a
that
biblical
point,
text that
there is no
explains
more
why that
prophecy.
happened.
There is no more
No, there is
divine
plenty of
inspiration
there might not
to
be
write
prophecy
scripture.
per se, but there is
Everything
prophecy in
written
the
after
sense, and
Christ
there
is just a
there
guy's
is
idea of
healing
what
based on the
how his
fucking
interpretation of it.
power.
And then
You're
what
just talking
happens
about
is
random bullshit,
what
man.
happens
You
is
don't
the
even
people
understand. No.
what happens is the people
Dude,
in
you
see
don't even understand what
this
you're
is
talking
why
about. This is the thing. You can spend 30 years reading the biblical text on your own and not come up with
I
a
haven't
single
just read the
conclusion.
biblical text.
Okay. The biblical text
I have
based
the
on
same
what
books that you're
Protestant.
reading in my phone right now.
Yeah, just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean that they're not
Yes.
correct. What are you
And so
talking about?
so you trust intelligentsia more than you trust.
I trust the church that Jesus trusted with his
You know,
knowledge.
Moses didn't go to college. Jesus didn't go to college. You trust
Okay. I
smart
don't care
people
about
who
college.
read a lot of books and did a lot of research more than you trust divinely
No, I
inspired
care
people.
about what the church. I care
And you
about what
trust
the church
people.
decides
You
is
trust
good to
people
follow.
who were in power, who held councils and held debates 100 years after
Okay, so
Christ
then you
died.
don't believe in any councils. You don't believe in any rhetoric. You don't believe in any kind of consistent standard. This is subjective Christianity.
No, because it's the
That's all
same.
it is.
It's the same. It's the
subjective
same as a
Christianity.
VK. It's a popularity
You've
contest.
got subjective
The
Christianity.
people
You
in
just believe in
power.
you believe in a
Heresy.
subjective
Heresy
God. That's
just
what you
means to
believe in.
go against the accepted norm. In COVID, I was a heretic. With the Hunter
No,
Biden
you weren't.
laptop, I was a
You were arguing
heretic.
against the government. You weren't arguing
Jesus
against
was a heretic.
How?
He got
How was
thrown
he a
out of the churches because the rabbis said, you
Okay, so
haven't
he's
done
a
enough
heretic
study.
based
You
on the
haven't
rabbinic
studied enough
Judaism.
books. You haven't read enough
No,
scripture.
no.
You don't know
because
because
you don't
Jesus
even
said
understand the question. You just asked.
Jesus
You
walked
just said
into
that
the
it was a
church.
heresy
Elder
based on
Lion,
the
Elder
rabbinic
Lion,
Judaism.
hold on.
Hold on. No, I'm going to finish this point.
You
And
hold
I
on.
know I
finish
don't
this
care
one
if I
point.
lose this
Land the
debate
plane.
because
I'm going to finish
help
this
you out,
point
bro.
because you're basing your argument on what? Rabbinic Judaism.
All right.
you
All right,
rely
no,
on a
JS,
popularity
JS,
contest
I'm
hold on.
not arguing
tell
for
to
somebody.
determine
popularity
who's the
contest.
church
There's way more
authority.
people that believe in what
Bro,
you're
bro,
saying.
Somebody
Elder Lion.
basically won an election and they won a debate because they had power and they had the
They had the
the
power and
popular
the Holy
opinion.
Spirit.
The popular
What's the
opinion.
Holy Spirit besides one person who just decides what's correct?
Jesus went against the popular opinion. He went against the authorities and he
And guess
walked into the
what?
church and he
Guess
told
what the
them,
rabbinic
you
Jews did
guys
not
are
have?
wrong.
No,
You
the
don't
rabbinic
understand
Jews
All right,
because
had
your
the Holy
father
Spirit.
is Satan.
Real
They didn't
quick,
have the
real
Holy
quick.
Spirit.
Chat. I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Elder Lion on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Get your votes in right now, chat. You got 2 minutes.
I know we
But
lost
look,
on
the
that
only
one
thing I'm
because
gonna say
This has
at
been the
the end
best
of
I
this
know
example of
I
why
know
there
the
is no
audience.
objective
I know the
morality.
audience. So
The fucking effigy doesn't have a fucking stick in this race. So all I'm saying is that JS believes in a subjective
You was
God.
asking the wrong question, Elder Lion. You kept on saying who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible? Man, you should have said who put the Bible together, the church. And
It doesn't matter
yes,
because guess what?
yes, it does.
Both man put the Bible together
Depends on
and
which
wrote
version of the Bible.
The original, the canon of the scriptures, the church put it together. So the Bible, the sola scriptura that you're trusting in the church that put that together, bro.
I don't trust in sola scriptura. I'm just saying all my
But
argument
you were
was the
arguing.
scripture
Well, you
is
were
You was
arguing
arguing
that.
for it.
no. You don't understand what sola scriptura means.
It means by scripture alone. I know exactly what sola scriptura means, bro.
Yeah, do you understand that there's 5 solas of the Reformation?
That's fine. But
Okay.
what I'm saying,
So the name inherently
bro,
doesn't
you were
make
just
sense.
arguing against Protestant churches.
Okay, yeah, see,
while
so you don't know
citing
what
the
you're talking about. So
Reformation, bro. I know exactly. You don't know what you're talking about. You're
the
fucking,
5 solas of the
bro.
Reformation are grace alone, faith alone, God alone, Christ alone, and Scripture alone. So inherent in the name sola, it actually doesn't make any sense.
In the 5 solas, you get those exact subjective Protestant churches.
All
you
you've
were
done
talking
is
about.
added church alone. So there's actually 7 solas in modern there.
Wait. Hold up.
Can he do that?
No, Elder.
I don't know
remember,
why
after-
he's gonna
after
solo
we
judge
got
to
the
make
vote
himself
going, we
win, but I
can't
don't know
do a
why he would do
solo
that.
judge.
Oh,
He
damn.
didn't. I didn't know.
What if-
Nobody ever said that.
Elder Lion, you were gonna win anyway. Like,
yeah, for the 1v1s, and I'm pretty sure you're winning.
Easy, but
oh,
in
actually,
fairness,
I'm
you never
pulling
took
ahead.
time
He's
to do
not
a
winning.
solo judge
No,
either.
I'm pulling ahead. I'm surprised. Wow.
It's very.
I mean, I didn't
close,
hear
though.
anybody say anything
I don't
about
even be looking
not
at
the solo judge thing
You
being
can just
over,
throw
but
30 more on. And
Yeah,
boom.
like
the
that's
debate-
why I always add in the extra minute because of
well, yeah, but sometimes
to
it's
see
like
if
an extra
anyone
minute,
wants to
extra
solo
2 minutes.
Damn, that was
They
close,
could
but
eat
I
a
actually pulled it
49.
out. Dang, I did not expect that. But no, the argument is not that it's
I wanna know
either
where the other
or.
1% went.
It's not either
Which
or.
got
The
1%.
argument was which has more authority, the scripture or the
Yeah,
church.
the church has more
the
authority
church. The
because
church put
based
the
on
scripture together, dumbass.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
they put the scripture
Dumbass,
together and they wrote the
dumbass. Let's
scripture.
debate about it, Fredo. You're gonna
Let's
lose
do
too.
it. Solo
just
scripture.
wait
I
though,
don't.
just
I don't
wait.
even
I
So
didn't
yeah,
lose.
so
You
listen,
just
wait,
You know
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait.
know that the church says that the
Hold
scripture
up,
has
boys.
more
Hold
authority.
up.
Dumbass.
Hold up. Hold up.
Dumbass. You don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, wait, just
Okay,
a
we're gonna
second, motherfucker. Just a second. So yeah, so like yeah, with the 1v1s, that's why I always give that extra minute at the end to see if we'll get a solo judge, because I don't want people to wait for the 1v1 and then do a solo judge.
Yeah, I thought I was voting in that first minute because nobody said anything between that.
Well,
Oh shit.
wait.
But
So he
you
can't
see-
pay for his own solo judge?
Well, no, you can pay for your own solo judge, but you have to do it either like within the debate or after the debate. I give that extra minute at the end.
What if you pick someone random on the panel to solo judge?
What?
That would
Yeah,
be
but
like a
the chat
new.
vote-
That would be
chat
like a
wins.
new rule. That would be.
Yeah.
Fine.
So did I win?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Let me, motherfuckers, you fucked this all up. But
I
yes,
mean, I wouldn't
okay.
have done this if I didn't
But
hear somebody
You
say
come up and say something about the extra minute
not
to
it
solo
being-
judges? I never even heard you
not
do
being
that.
over.
It would have been nice if you would have answered like any of my questions.
I didn't. No, I don't have to answer most of your question because all of your questions revolve.
Well, I answered all
around
your
nothing.
questions.
I think,
Yeah,
I
you
think
didn't
we could
answer
have
any of
like
my
a
questions.
minute re-round or 2 minute
did.
rematch
But
and then-
listen,
Multiple times.
that this just means that you have 60 credit. Someone in the chat, you could add 30 to that and bring Elder Lion back.
Ooh.
All right, just letting you know we still have. Let me see what we have here. Oh, actually, we're about to get into the finals. But how about I'll give 5 minutes to see if someone brings
Elder.
brings Elder Lion back.
Also, I've done a whole video about how the five solas are contradictory and it doesn't even make any sense because they each mean this alone, but there's 5 of them. And whenever anybody says your sola scriptura, they don't know what they're talking about. There's multiple
You shouldn't have
solas.
taken the
So,
fucking
Just
debate
so-
from.
well, no, the
just so
debate.
everyone
the
knows,
argument
too,
was
that
which
was, like,
has more authority, the
stupid
church or the
close.
Bible. And your church says that the scripture has more authority. So
All right, hold up.
No, it doesn't.
it doesn't.
We were at
Dang,
51
Read more
votes.
books.
Hey,
I've read
shut
a
the
lot of
fuck up for a
Sorry,
minute.
Sorry.
Fuck. 51 votes. All right. It was 51 votes. 50. Oh, look at this shit. Look at this shit. JS is gay.
I'm not gay.
Other lines.
I'm not gay.
Might as well be when you're subject to God.
Oh my god, man.
But before his soul can even be taken.
I don't think so.
Before his soul could even be taken, he was rose from the dead. The self-res based.
Yep,
Thanks
that's
for
'cause
proving my
JS
point that
looked-
all it takes to
you
win a
know,
debate is money and power and popularity.
No, the only thing that takes
All
the
it takes
ability
to hold a
win the
council
debate
and
is
decide
popular
the
opinion, which
authority
based
is
on
money and
democracy.
power and
Yeah,
popularity.
it's,
Thanks.
Actually, in this
And
case,
listen too,
he has
before
nothing
we
to
get into the finals, just to make it fair, because I was gonna give 5 more minutes for Elder Lion here. I'll give the 5 more minutes. Also, if you guys want to bring Chris back in for the finals, okay, you have 5 minutes to do it. I'm gonna start this timer here.
Look, I was going to
I'll
bring
give you
Chris back
5
after
minutes
Jazz
to do
got
that.
fucked
He
up,
has
but
60 left. So if you want to give the 60 left to bring back Chris for the finals, now's your chance.
JS, just in this one particular case, popularity has fuck all to do with it.
I know, because
All
yeah.
Elder Lion needed to be back in this. No power, no popularity, just money.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah, just money.
Solo ecclesia,
Yeah, and
bitch.
actually, that's really what it comes down to, because Constantine had a lot of money.
Effigy.
Oh, we're gonna argue the whole fucking concept. Oh my god, dude! Like, could you get a higher level debate than that?
Uh-huh.
Right, so we're gonna get some blood now, people.
Even
this
if
is where
Constantine
it's all
did
meant to
that,
be now. So
even if he
get
did,
fucking ready.
what kind of
Steady to
justification
us
do you
through.
have to justify that he was wrong?
I'm not saying that I
Thank you so
disagree
much.
with
Thank you
everything
so
they
much.
said.
That's
I'm
it.
just saying that
Thank you so much for everybody that voted
you
for JS.
determine
This is
the
what you voted for.
you determine the
I
authority.
didn't determine anything. I chose.
They held councils and they held debates, and people won those
Yep.
debates, and they said
Guided
the
by the
argument
Holy Spirit.
settled. We're in charge. We have the apostolic
That's
succession.
what made your
And
canon, bro.
They
That's
didn't
what
do.
made your
They didn't do
scripture.
no.
I don't
They didn't do no
understand
like DNA test.
where your logic is going.
What do you mean
That
by
argument's
my
not gonna work
canon?
against JS.
What do you mean by my canon?
The
I
Bible
respect.
you read, the Bible you go by.
No,
right?
I respect all the canons. I read all of it.
Yep. See, this is why I didn't go that route, Fredo.
I don't have a problem with the Orthodox canon or the Catholic canon or the Protestant canon. I read the Gnostic Gospels. I read the Book of Enoch. I mean,
but God did say, let he who takes away from my word be accursed, right? And so the Protestant canon has less books, the Catholic canon has less books.
Yeah, I don't think maybe they shouldn't have. I don't think they should have removed those books. I think those books are
This
important.
is why I don't think
That's why
JS
the
is a
church
Protestant.
matters,
I
bro.
think he's just some wandering person in the desert. That's how I see him. Wandering to find the truth.
Oh, he's definitely a fence sitter. He's just waiting for which way the fence falls and then jumping to the right side.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And he's Mormon adjacent as well, so you can add that of it.
I do live near Mormons.
You know, if Mormons weren't completely heresy, I mean, they do have one thing going for them. They are a uniquely American religion. I will give them that.
Yeah, based on a few arguments, but ultimately,
Yeah, but they're going woke.
What?
Yeah, they're going super woke.
10
10 years ago,
Mormons.
Yeah, they got the Mormons. Yeah.
How is that even possible?
Yep. 10 years ago, if you posted something gay on your Facebook and you were going to BYU, you would have got kicked out of BYU. Now BYU is flying gay flags. So
got drag queen story hour, the lot.
I don't.
Oh no, civilization has come to an end.
Yeah. In the best
Let's
of
go
it
live
is,
in the
though,
bunker. The wrath is going to wash over us all.
He organizes all this.
Yeah, hopefully the beans are still good.
but I'm only Mormon adjacent insofar as much as I live near Mormons. So
you're adjacent to Mormons.
I am literally adjacent to, like, I think my next door neighbor is a Mormon. Actually, I think my next door neighbor on that side is probably, I don't know. He's probably Hindu.
You should know you stare through that bathroom
He's
window
Indian.
enough.
Huh?
You should know you stare through that bathroom window enough, don't you? Into that washroom.
No, they have a direct view of my bathroom window. They're probably looking at me.
Right, so you both stare at each other and you leave the window open. I don't know what goes on in your house, Jess. I really don't. I'm just
Not much.
I mean, I don't want to know, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to live next door to you. Put it that way.
Usually, if I'm in my house, I'm sleeping or I'm streaming, so you see most of it. Or I'm cooking.
I don't think I've ever once made it to the finals on this show, by the way.
Welcome.
Maybe I just need,
But
maybe I just need
anyway,
to show
look,
up.
look, I'm just
I'm
gonna
get
bring
ready
this
for
one
blood.
point
We
up
need
to
we
JS.
need to start
JS
attacking each other.
complains about people winning the popularity vote constantly when he thinks he's correct, and
I
then
won.
when I lose, and then when I lose the popularity vote because there's a bunch of Protestants in the chat,
You
that
buy
doesn't
your
mean
way
anything.
into a victory.
Yeah, I did. I got money.
There's no way. Popularity is popularity, man. I won that eugenics debate.
Look, I don't mind popularity, but
Last
No,
week, I
all
won.
I'm
JS
saying
can't.
is
JS from now on
All
cannot.
right, listen up. This is
174.
the 5 minutes is up. We are about to get into the finals here. All right, let me reset this timer here. So we are about to get into the finals. How we do this is we do a bunch of 1v1s now to get it down to 4 people. All right. These will be 8-minute 1v1s, no added times. People can still solo judge them, but yeah, there won't be added time. So let me see here. Let me see where.
I'm voting for Bumpkin because he's an
You
alright
just
dude.
seen, so it was just Elder Lion and JS that just had a 1v1.
You can put me in easy straight away, mate, if you want.
I'll beat your ass right now,
Bricky, I know you're ready. I know you're ready, Bricky.
Nobody made his name Brikachu.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
There's an emoji coming.
Somebody said that in chat. That was so good.
Opportunity.
No, the
That's what
no, the
this is all
problem is
about.
Pikachu is the little stuffed animal he's got. He's got a stuffed animal. So there's Pikachu.
What you actually
my
like
son
have?
does the
Are
same
you
thing
like?
like that.
What are you, a weeb? What are you?
What the hell? He's a dad. What are you talking about?
You didn't know, bro? He's got the rarest Charizard Pokemon card in the world, bro.
He's also a dad, man.
Do you have a
Like,
first
he has
edition
stuff.
holographic Charizard?
He's
like
got the
32
best
million.
one, bro. Don't even show him, Brick.
Brick, you don't have to do that.
Is
Don't
it?
even show him, Brick.
I stole the moon and shrunk it with this guy as well.
If you got a first
Oh,
edition
Brick.
Charizard and it's graded, it's like, and if it's in good, if it's a high
Brick,
grade,
look
it's like
like-
100K.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny. Okay, wait. I want to get the newest on the panel in debate. So we're gonna start with Bumpkin and Jess White. That's what we're gonna do. So let me get everyone else.
I don't know what
into
we
the back.
disagree on, but okay.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We always do. All right. Let's start real easy. Death penalty. Where do you both stand?
Oh, here we go. Let's have Bumpkin debate the death penalty for the 18th time. Yeah, I'm for the death
18?
penalty.
Is it that long? Many? You think so? I don't
It's
know.
not 18. I exaggerated. At least 6, though. At least 6, though.
All right, how
I'm
about
for
this?
it.
Should we legalize? Should we legalize marijuana?
Honestly, I'm indifferent with that one.
Yeah,
Like,
Jess?
you
I'm
just don't-
I'm not
you-
for or against with that either.
You're not for or against?
No,
Is that what you said?
I kind of am in between. I've got views on both sides, so yeah, that kind of undecided a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
We could try death penalty. Jess, are you for or against
Well,
death penalty?
wait a minute. You know.
Penalty.
Oh, we're both for the death penalty. Okay.
Okay. Well, then.
I've debated that on here before too.
Yeah.
Where do you guys? Oh, what do you guys think about abolishing the income tax?
Abolishing the income tax. I don't think I'm strong enough to debate that.
Neither.
Not
I don't
strong
debate a
enough?
lot of
You didn't lift your weights today, I see.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Keep in mind, I just got off an 8-hour shift. I was lucky enough to have an 8 today. It's at 12.
Okay. I hear cope in there.
That's crazy. You're gonna do me dirty like that? Okay.
All right, let me see. Let me see where you guys stand on universal health care.
I'm genuinely in favor of a 2-tier healthcare system, which would include universal.
You're muted, Jess.
Well, I'm in a country where we have systems like that set up. So we have both private and government-funded medical care in Australia.
Oh, are you for that? Or?
Yeah, most Australians are.
I did give you questions, Elder Lion. I asked you
Yes, but not entirely.
about
The way that
cessation.
it is here, where it's
And
there's
you could have
some
just said, no, what is
basic
cessation?
cover, but
And then
it's
I would
not,
have explained it,
there's
which I
stuff that
did.
falls outside of that. I think that's pretty fair.
The ceasing of spiritual gifts.
All right, what about the sale of human organs should be
And
legalized?
I forgot what else I asked, but your question was,
Imagine the amount of crackheads
who
you'd have
determines the scriptures? And I said God. And then you asked me again, and I said God.
So you both for no here, or what?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is tragic.
And
We're
you
gonna
didn't
go through
even
the entire
realize
list.
that I was.
All right, what about
it was a
birth control?
setup
For it or against it?
because sola ecclesia and sola scriptura
abolish
are
birth
both
control?
nonsense because it's actually
am
all of them
genuinely
together.
pro birth control.
And I understand this. I understand that we need the church.
I don't even know a top one
We
to
need the
suggest.
church. We need the
What?
church authority. We
Oh,
need
I
the
was trying to
scripture.
think of an
We need
actual
Christ.
prompt
We
to
need God.
suggest, 'cause it's-
We need grace. We need
Well,
faith.
are you for birth
I pretty much,
control?
I think birth
People
control is good, but I'm not
confuse
for
sola with
as well.
solo.
What about birth control sold over the counter?
None of them are alone. Even though if we transliterate sola,
I mean, I'm
it means
genuinely with age
scripture alone.
verification, yeah.
Yes, but there's
With age
5
verification? Yeah,
solas,
we gotta make
and there's
sure
really
there's
7 solas. It's love, grace,
Like it is now.
faith, Christ, God, scripture, church. I'll include church in that.
Jess,
All I was trying to debate is that
you agree with that?
scripture
We
takes
are making
precedence
your job so hard
over
right now, I'm
church
sorry.
authority. And the church
Well, I
acknowledges
mean,
that.
yeah, especially when you don't have takes on things, it's a little bit, you know. I think you guys are trying to avoid debating
It's
each other,
both and
but you're
neither.
going to debate
Well,
each
not
other.
neither. It's
So-
both.
Why would I avoid that?
You need the church and you need the
We've debated
scripture.
each other
I
before.
agree.
Yeah.
All right, so what have you debated before?
But the problem is,
Fuck, I can't remember. It's been a while.
and this is the problem I have with the Orthodox
There are
community,
some topics that
is they always want to shit over people and
variations,
say,
like disagreements.
"You're
but
sola scriptura. You're sola
Generally, we're on
scriptura."
the same side with a lot of topics when we've been.
I don't
down
like
off.
that because
Okay, all people should have the right to
what they're
own guns.
implying is you're talking about Protestants. You're talking about the Protestant Reformation. And they say, you're just sola scriptura. Well, sola scriptura is only one of the 5. And all you've done is added a 6th, which is sola
So
ecclesia.
you're for like.
And I agree with the sola ecclesia. I agree with
able-bodied
sola scriptura. I agree with sola fide. I agree with sola deo gloria. I agree with
you guys are
or sola de
protesting,
gratia and sola deo
people's
gloria
mental ability
and sola
before
Christus.
getting guns?
I agree with all of them. We need grace. We need faith.
well, they
we
do
need
that here
Christ. We need God.
Well, yeah, we're
We need
talking about
church.
shoulds,
We
though.
need the Bible.
Yeah, I think
We
that
need
should-
all
yeah.
these things. But it's not solo. It's sola. It's
what
all of
about
them
sex
together.
work being legal?
They add to each other.
No.
But what the Orthodox Church has done is, and I've seen this on the internet. Maybe this is just an internet
Oh, I was
thing,
surprised 'cause,
but I've
like,
seen
I've
seen
seen everything else based
Orthodox
off
people
what's
on the
going
internet
in
shit
Australia,
on the
but
Bible, and I don't
no,
like it.
I fucking I
So-
roast cheeks all the time here for that.
I'm not saying you do that, Elder Lime,
What about
But even in my
every
chat the other day,
able-bodied
when I'm
male
doing my
should
Bible
have
study,
to,
you're like, you should read this
do
church
military
father
service?
from the 20th century. This guy
is
who
that a
has a
Messiah?
doctorate in
Every
theology. You should read
able-bodied
his book
male should
first
have
before
to
you read the
do,
Bible.
military
I can't
service.
agree with that. Now, maybe you read the Bible, then you read other sources to help inform
I
you
don't really have a stance on that. I feel like
on
that's
what that
kind of
means. But
crazy.
all of those things are, none of that stuff you should take to
As
heart.
a
You need to
female, I
have an
feel like
open
I
mind
don't
and an
really
open
say
heart.
that.
Well, not an open mind. I shouldn't say open mind. An open heart.
Lord, oh Lord.
That was a base take, though.
Because the
Most
way
of
we
it
know
was what you
things
said,
is
not
through
gonna lie.
divine revelation.
Not having a stance.
Preview for the
Because
debate
she's a woman.
Stance.
No,
with me and
not because
Stepfire.
Having a
I
stance is a
We don't
big
choose
thing.
divine revelation.
Yeah, because she's a woman.
No one does that. A lot of people, Orthodox people on the internet do.
All right,
Every
end
time
the
you
testing.
shit on sola scriptura, that's what you're
I'm
doing.
genuinely for it.
That's what you're saying. You're saying
loud. Is that
it's not about the Bible. You
Yeah.
just take the Bible.
Well,
You need to.
because you have to test on something. Or
That's what they're doing.
All right, now this one here should animals
Even
have
if they
any
don't
rights
think,
at
even
all?
if they don't mean to do that, like
So we
that's
should,
what
just to be
it
clear, make sure
sounds
you
like
flip
to
on this
everyone
page.
else.
I should be able to stop
I don't
dead
need the
puppies,
Bible.
and you guys,
I need to study.
nothing should happen.
I need to
should be able
study
to buy puppies just to swap them
Irenaeus
out in
and
my mouth. You
Athanasius
guys are cool with
and
that?
Dionysius and Miscellaneous and Richardusius and Dudiganius and Paulinius and John
No,
Martyr.
not should I do it?
I think
No,
John
no,
Martyr
Stop doing that. I asked you a very simple question. Should I be
No.
allowed?
probably pretty based, but
You shouldn't be allowed to.
Okay, so you do
puppies
think
in
they
your
should have some
backyard.
protections. Okay,
Yes,
got
some
you.
protections.
So how about you now, Jess?
and this is why the Bible warns against this. The scripture warns against this.
Oh man, I'm about to fucking debate you.
And the reason I brought up cessation is because post Christ,
All right. Anyways,
we don't know that these men are inspired.
This is craziness.
You could
All right,
simply
I want Jess to answer.
be the
first.
most popular, win the debate, have the most money, have the most power,
Here, so I want Jess to
and you
answer
could
these
deem
first,
what
these
the
next
truth
couple
is.
first. Is lying objectively bad?
But Jesus stood against that. That's what they did to Jesus. Jesus walked into the churches and said, "You guys are wrong." And they said,
"Yep,
no, we're going to kill you, Jesus, because you're wrong. Why are you such a heretic? You're going against what we're teaching." And Jesus said, "You guys don't understand."
Yes and no, like yes.
And that's why they killed Jesus.
Shouldn't say some stuff, but outright lying.
I don't know. But anyway, let's get back to this debate. They haven't picked a topic yet. They're about to pick up a topic.
No.
All righty. That was easy. I should have made Jess answer from the start. Let's fucking go,
Well,
chat. We're going
my
to
first,
8.
I could say on both sides because it's.
Well, yeah, I would agree.
you
Most
pick your
people,
side. No.
most people who
it
talk about
depends on where
sola
you're coming from
scriptura
with
don't
that to enter that.
understand
Like
that
leaving
there's
that
5 solas.
so wide open the way you did that.
I'd say
that
there's
made
7
it
solas
Easier to fall on either side, actually.
because I include
you argue for the side you
solo
pick.
amore
Let's
and
gotta
sola
go like that,
ecclesia. So,
Mm-hmm.
love
Listen,
alone
chat,
and
we're
God
going
alone,
to 8 minutes.
or love alone and church
You
alone.
can solo judge, but there's no adding on time. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Okay, morality is completely
By love, I
subjective.
mean agape,
It depends
God's
on
love,
what
selfless love,
societal
not
standards
earthly
are
human
set
love,
in said society,
not fake
if
love.
lying is right or wrong.
Loving your enemy.
Yes.
Outside of your will.
From that stance, yes, but from
I don't will myself to love my enemies.
If you're lying, then your lies pile on
I
top of
have
each other,
to.
and
I'm
then
commanded to.
you
I
kind
have
of,
no
like,
choice.
You have to contend with that. Plus, you're always living. You're not actually. If you're not honest, then you actually don't even know what is true and what isn't, because you're not only lying to others, you're lying to yourself.
So, do you think that you should be completely honest with your children? Like, you should straight up tell them.
No,
that Santa
No,
Claus
I
doesn't
don't
exist,
think that
Easter Bunny.
I
you
thought
should
you
be
were.
100%
I thought.
honest all
Well,
the
if
time,
there
but I
was
don't
like a
think you should lie
crucible
either.
raid there,
You can
Elderline,
Well,
you would have
by
crushed
telling them
me.
that
You
Santa
cannot
Claus
just not
exists
say
or
certain
Easter
things.
Bunny or all of those, you are lying to them.
Well, I don't do that.
You don't do that at all. Do you think
No.
everyone
Oh,
shouldn't?
I thought I was gonna get destroyed. If there
I
was a
think everyone
crucible raid there and there
shouldn't
was
lie
400
about things
people
like
watching
that.
from the crucible,
Yeah.
you would have
Do you
won
Yeah,
think like
I
the
do.
entire
by.
idea of like
It would have been
Santa,
80 to
Easter
20.
Bunny, all
It
of
would have been
that would
80
be
to. It would have been
things
90
that
to
make the
10
holidays
if there was a
magical for kids?
crucible raid there.
You don't think that we
Elderline.
should do that?
No.
Why?
Why do I think that we should not do that?
But I'll be honest, I
Because
don't think you did well
you're
at all.
literally telling your children that creating a delusion is
Like, I
and
don't.
living in a delusion is okay.
I don't think you
Living
made
and
any good
creating
arguments.
fantasies and delusions and living those out is okay.
But
That's what you're
you
teaching your
know,
children by doing that. When they
Yeah.
get older, they get a real shock to reality too, and then that also
There's no shock to.
yeah,
there's
I'm
no
a
shock to that.
recovering
It's
heretic.
intrinsically bad.
no, that, for a lot when
Actually, I'm
kids
lying.
grow up and
I
they
love
find
being a
out that their
heretic.
parents have
Jesus
lied
was
to
a
them, even
heretic.
with stuff like that, especially when it comes to stuff like that, it creates a lot of distrust too.
The wide
Okay,
path leads
let's
to
do-
destruction. Heresy is
let's
just
lead this versus
opposition to
somewhere else, right?
the accepted
Okay,
narrative.
World War II. Okay.
So I
Is
love
lying
being a
to an
heretic.
SS officer
I'd rather be a heretic.
about
I don't want to
people
go.
being
I don't
in
want to
attic
take the
or
wide road.
basement, is that wrong?
Sorry?
Okay. World War II. Is
Which-
lying to an SS officer
I mean,
that just
that's
walked
why.
into your house about people
Never
being
mind.
in your attic or your basement that they are looking for. Is that wrong?
We doing lying? Is lying? Oh, I like
Is
this
it
one.
wrong to lie about people being in your well?
How about Ray? Well, this is the
I
Rahab
like
argument.
that's not a decision that I made, so
Yeah. So it's not wrong.
Is
so
this is
therefore
lying ever
lying
okay?
is intrinsically wrong because you are, by telling a lie, right, you are saving lives.
yeah, but you.
I
Could
like
say
this
that
topic,
in a lot
actually.
Of situations
And-
about lying to protect someone, that doesn't mean the lie is correct.
There's a lot of
And it depends on
situations
what
where it's better
term-
to lie.
It depends on what you mean by wrong.
There's situations in the Bible where God made
the
people
question
lie.
That scenario.
Well, I already made that point in my
In
beginning
terms of
statement.
protection, in terms
Heresy
of
is
protection,
wrong,
do you
think?
mean is it wrong to lie to protect somebody?
Thanks, Orwell.
It depends on what who you're protecting and what from, and that.
Yeah, when they
lying
told
is
you to
still
put a mask
wrong,
on for
but
COVID, if you didn't wear one, you were a heretic.
Sometimes we do things like, is murder wrong?
I'd rather
Yes,
be a
but we still
heretic.
murder to protect. So when it comes to certain situations of protection, humans will do anything. That doesn't make it right or wrong.
Did you get your Vaseline too, or were you a heretic
I
on
would
that?
say that in certain situations, lying is necessary.
Heresy is wrong.
Like
Think
you have to lie in certain situations. You
all
even
your
stated
thoughts
that,
are
like,
wrong.
You will lie to your
Thoughts are
children, right?
lies.
In my hypothetical,
No,
you
I didn't
would
say
lie.
that. I said
Thoughts
I
are
don't do
fiery darts from Satan.
You don't. You tell. Okay.
Stop
you tell
listening to your
children the
thoughts.
absolute truth 100% of the time. Like, should
that. I tell
parents
myself
tell
the
their?
truth, or I
should-
don't tell them something.
Well,
I
you
don't
can't.
lie to them.
You can't help it. You couldn't choose to stop listening to your thoughts if you wanted to. God
Okay,
chooses
so
that.
you think parents should not lie whatsoever to their kids?
It's okay. The things I'm gonna say, the things I say
Yeah,
are
I think
gonna
parents shouldn't lie to their
seem
kids.
heretical and
Long-term
confusing to
ramifications,
you,
that's insane.
and that's to be expected.
Because there are little white lies, right?
I don't think that doesn't mean that I think that parents should be absolutely 100% brutally honest with their children either. But I don't think you should lie to your kids either. No.
Is blank tool or action inherently evil
Lying
again?
by omission is still lying.
Sorry?
Lying by omission is still lying.
What does that
No,
got to do
all
with what I
thinking
said?
is wrong.
Right. So skewing the reality, right? If you're asked a question and you deviate away from it,
That's actually an
you are
expression
still
in
withholding the truth. You are lying.
in the
right?
gaming
So, for
community.
instance, if
in the
let's
chess
say someone had a kid that
community,
walked up to them and
in the
asked them
card game
whether
community,
they-
we say think long, think
Okay.
wrong.
obviously depending on the age,
You don't
that's
think
gonna
about
determine what
you
you're gonna
don't if
say.
you have to think about
Well,
it,
you would
You
say
don't
they
tell
come from
them.
the
you're
mother's
probably going to be
stomach.
wrong. You need to know.
That's easy.
Okay.
And when you
Some
know,
parents wouldn't. Some parents would.
you didn't think about it.
Well, that's not a lie.
You just
it's not
know.
100% truth, but it's not a lie either. It's not
You're
brutal
still you-
truth.
Yeah, but
It's
you're
not a
still
lie
obscuring
either.
the truth, though. You're still obscuring the truth.
But it's not a lie.
It is, though. You are
No,
still
it's not.
obscuring the truth. You're
No,
not
it's not.
telling them the full truth.
You shouldn't be 100% brutally honest with your kids because it can traumatize them. But you shouldn't lie to them.
Exactly. So therefore, no.
No one
No,
preaches
no.
the
You
truth.
shouldn't lie
You're
to them
still
either, though.
upholding the truth.
No,
Jeff.
you
You're still
shouldn't
up-
lie to them either, though.
No, I disagree.
Okay. You are still.
In all my days
upholding
of
the
seeking
truth.
and not finding, I
Therefore,
found
you are
one
lying,
righteous
right?
man
Because
among
being
1,000 and no
brutally
You're not
righteous
lying.
women among them
Being
all.
brutally
No,
honest with them
you
is
don't
damaging.
need to be
There are
brutal with
righteous men.
someone to be honest with them. You can be honest without being brutally
They're
honest.
just very rare.
And that's not a lie.
You are withholding the truth. Therefore, it is a lie.
No, it's not. It's not a lie.
It is.
No, it's not.
I think that's where the debate. It is a lie, though. How is it not a lie?
Sorry, if you're either if you're not 100% brutally honest and harshly honest, then it's lying.
You are
That's just
withholding the
stance.
truth. Yes, you are withholding.
So
the
if you're
truth.
not 100% brutally harshly honest,
That's
you're lying.
lying.
So you're either going to be harsh and brutally honest.
We
or
talked
you're
about
lying. That's
this
just it.
in the Bible study.
Is a lie. In some
That's-
regards, yes.
I'm just asking, like, yes or no. Is that your stance or
Yes.
not?
Yes. If you withhold information, you are lying.
That's a very
If
feminist
you withhold information,
idea that
You're lying.
lying through what is the word I'm looking for?
No,
lying
I
through
don't agree with that. Well, I agree that if you like twist. The
What am I
truth and
trying to
stuff like
say?
that, that's lying.
lying
But
by
you can,
omission.
You can also be honest without
Lying by
having to be
omission,
brutally
is that a
honest.
lie? I don't think so.
Like you were saying
Women-
about the thing with children and knowing where babies come from. You can tell your children and be honest with your kids about where babies
run to the washroom quick.
without
Lies by
being
omission, it
graphic
ties into
and brutally honest with it. And it's still the truth.
the Aussie's about to take me out, guys. The Aussie's about to take me out. You bet. Oh, there is no revives, is there?
I like that
How do
topic.
you
That's
lose that?
I'm done. I did not lose that.
That was so educational, and I mean, I don't know
You said that.
how I'm going to get that time
I'm
back.
gonna be honest with you.
No,
I didn't
no,
pay
no,
attention to that. I
no.
was
Kieran,
over-
the other Aussie just
So-
solo
Oh, shit.
judge.
Kieran is the solo judge of the 1v1.
Aussie's about to take me out.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
you're right.
that.
You're right, Bumpkin. But and you
See you, Bumpkin.
You're right,
I like it though.
Bumpkin.
I
Is
want to
it,
beat your ass. But
who did he pick? Did he pick already?
No, but we know. We know.
We know.
We know.
is he a simp?
He's a simp. I'm just playing. Kieran's a
Sorry,
I'll be
Jim.
honest with you,
Jess
very
wins.
surprised.
Everyone
So-
type Kieran's a simp in the chat. Everyone type. Everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody type Kieran W.
It
and
happened
Kieran is
again,
kind of a
chat.
simp.
It happened again. I won the debate.
I really thought Kieran was gonna surprise us just now.
Just to go against
That's
the
what
grain.
I thought he was
Just,
going to
yeah, I
do.
thought he was gonna do it just to trip everyone up.
He had her on the liable mission. I'm just saying. Liable mission.
Shit. Bumpkin. Tell everybody where we can find you.
You can find me at Pax Americana or Bumpkin Bumpkin 234, I believe it is my at. I run panels over there. Come like and subscribe. I will win one of these times. I will.
Facts.
I will.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Bumpkin. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the save of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. All right, let me see who we're going to put next into a 1v1. I
I want
think.
to do a roast battle with Brick.
Yeah.
Go for it. Let's go for it.
Please, after that.
Does that mean you're gonna get on camera too, Alder? Because I mean, both of
I
you
can if
off
I
of
have to.
camera roasting each other.
You have to. If
I
you're
mean,
gonna
I
roast
can if I
somebody.
have to. I'm
What
not
are you gonna
totally
roast?
bald right
Is he
now,
just
but-
gonna?
Yeah,
roast
you know what I
you?
mean. It's kind of like, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. It's
Gotta
just
make it
makes it
fair.
more fun for a roast
Technically, it's
battle.
2
I
against
think.
1. 'cause I
Oh,
won.
Brick's almost done with his bottle of Franzia.
No, that wasn't Franzia. That was the what was it called again?
The
Shit.
barefoot.
I searched it up and ended up finding this like crazy fucking. What's that called again? Grouse?
Famous grouse.
Famous grouse. Okay, let me see if I can get this to pop up again. I found this fucking like 12.
The famous grouse.
Or not wine, whiskey.
Whiskey,
It was
it's fucking
insane,
whiskey.
bro. I was like, what? I started searching into this shit, and then I found some other Scottish whiskeys that are fucking. So one bottle is $12,000. I was like, well, who the fuck's paying
I
$12,000?
only paid $6,500
This
for that
little
one. though,
tiny
easy.
bottle.
That ain't whiskey. That's tickly.
Hey, this is what I drank. With this shit.
Right, that's piss
What is
water.
it, Captain Morgan?
It's a whole damn. Who gives a fuck about what kind of piss
It's
water
an
it is?
empty bottle.
It matters. It matters.
Smoking neighbour's
It matters the
recycling bin, you
percentage.
tramp.
I mean, if that's beer.
All right, let's go.
Not
That's
beer.
Captain.
It's
I used to
fucking-
drink
it's-
Admiral
it's a whole
Nelson.
damn
Let's
can
have
of piss
a
water.
drunken roast battle. Why not?
Let's go.
I think everybody wants to see that.
Dude, Elderline is a
Drunken
ginger.
roast battle. Chat. This one's gonna be a roast battle. We're going to 8 minutes.
Elderline
No
does
added
not look
time.
how
You
he
can
sounds.
Solo judge. Okay. Going to 8 minutes here. Listen, fighters. Good luck to the both of you. Let me get this right background too. I almost didn't switch that. There we go. Good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
All right, Brick. I'm gonna let your scraggly ass make up a fucking couple of insults while I take this shot real quick.
Dude,
Honestly,
I can't
don't
look
have to
at
make
him
any
while I hear
insults
his
up for you.
voice.
You're just one big insult, as you were a disappointment to both your parents, which is why your father left your mother and your mother left you on a doorstep. You know, I mean, when do you realize you look?
He's
like
wearing a
Evan,
Pikachu
like
hoodie
Evan,
while he
but,
does
like,
this.
Older, ginger hair, and I mean, like, you really do need to wash that beard. 'cause you've got
Diet
that
Pepsi
insult.
Let's
chaser?
talk about yourself real quick.
Yeah,
Let's
go
talk
on.
about the fact that
Oh,
you got
I
a
would
goddamn
roast both of
Pikachu.
these
What the
fools.
hell are you doing?
Can I
boy?
get in this to roast both of these
Oh
guys?
my god! Don't shave your fucking head.
But
I will beat
looks
your
better.
ass.
It looks better than you, but I'll be honest with you.
Better
You could
than
do
me?
something to
No.
cover your head and face. Apart from that scraggly ass beard you've got fucking tashed across.
Chris got a
Scraggly? Look
vape
at this
and a
shit.
cigarette.
I'll get
This is a
Def Cut to
thick
lift
ass.
your chin and take
This
all
is
the hair
thick.
off it, right?
Elderline's got a
Come
ginger
on,
neck
take
I'm way
beard.
away.
thicker than you. Your wife told me.
Brick's
herself.
wearing a Pikachu hoodie.
Sorry?
I said I'm way thicker than you. That your wife told me herself.
You are certainly thicker than I am. I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
definitely thicker and girthier.
Like, Dave would be, like, anyway,
Yeah,
you
I'm
are
both
back
at the
one.
same time.
You are back one, aren't
I'm
you?
a double contradiction. That's what I am.
You're a double con.
Which
what?
would be
You're
a-
double
I'm a
contradiction.
double
I'm a
contradiction would be
contradiction.
Yeah, you're a dickhead.
acceptable.
I'll just take the last part and just put
I got a
it in.
dick head and a dick.
Can I light a
dick
cigarette right?
Body.
Or am I going to make your beard more ginger through nicotine? That's what it's through. Wash your beard. Take the nicotine out
My
of it.
beard's plenty washed.
Why is it
Your
full
whole
of
fucking
nicotine?
body. Your whole fucking body combined with that fucking
Yeah,
Pikachu
you love my
shit.
body.
that you got going on.
Don't you?
No, I don't love your money. I'm the one who spent money, bitch.
This is
My
awesome.
body.
You got a fucking weak ass fucking Pikachu costume to placate
Not a
the
costume.
fucking
It's not a
millennials
costume.
in this fucking chat.
Well,
And the
what's
only
your
thing I've got
costume?
to say to you based on
What's
your
your costume?
what's my
You look like- you
costume?
look like you're
My
going dressed
costume
as
is the
Ted
real
Bundy's
me.
younger brother.
My costume is the real me, and what my costume is a bunch of.
What the fuck's them over your head? What you
This
got over
is
your
so
ears?
good.
Those are called earphones, man. What the hell? What kind of century are you in?
I haven't. I can hear you fine.
Yeah, that doesn't make an
How
argument.
much did you pay for them?
Like maybe $5.
$5.
Yeah, they look about like $5
Why didn't you just take
headphones.
them off?
Because then I can't hear you.
All right, so your computer's shit. Well, I can hear you.
My computer's way better than your computer. But
we're going down that road now.
My computer is going to be better than all their
dad's harder than
computers,
your dad.
except for maybe
I mean,
Jeremy's.
I'm way harder
Even
than
though
your
he's
dad
dead,
at this current
Even though
moment
he's dead,
for your
he's
wife.
harder than your dad.
Or not. Sorry.
They both look so goofy. I know.
For your mom, I'm way harder. I'm way harder for your mom at this
Have I
point.
just made you feel sorry for me?
Well, kind of, because I went a little bit too far.
They suck at roasting.
You never ever feel sorry
Okay,
for me.
then
There's
I'm not
so
sorry
much.
at all. I'll take
There's
your
so
ass.
much to work
I
with
will-
here.
I will.
I gotta pee.
What are you gonna do with my ass?
I gotta pee. I'm gonna miss this.
Hold on. Keep spanking it. Hold on. Pouring a shot.
Keep what? So you want me to keep spanking it while you pour a shot?
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I told your mom last night. So.
I mean, again, I'll just go back to it, right? I'm an orphan. So both my mother and father, I don't know them, and apparently they're both dead.
Orphan does not mean that you don't have a mother. So even if you don't know your mother, it doesn't mean that I'm not spanking her ass
Who are
right
you
now.
sleeping with then? Whose mother are you sleeping with? Possibly
Your
your
mother.
own by the looks of you. I mean, you look
No.
like an inbred, so possibly keeping it in the family, are you?
It looked like you spoke too much.
What?
Don't fucking don't do that shit. Okay, that you're making me feel disturbed.
I'm making you feel disturbed.
Yes.
If you could see what I can see, you would feel disturbed, right? Okay.
If you
you
could
look
see
at
what I could
yourself-
see, you'd definitely be way more disturbed than me.
I mean, we've got 8 eyes between the pair, you know what I mean, Elder? So I'm sure we should be able to
8?
see. You've got 4, I've got 4. 4
Bricky's in 2x.
I don't see through my asshole, so.
Yeah, I never
Bro,
met
there's
you.
so much
You've got
ammunition to work
arseholes
with
on the
here.
brain. Like,
I'd be like, Elder Lion, why don't you change your
Are you-
camera
are you
angle so
big
we
on-
don't see
you're
3x
not
neck
giving me a
beard?
prostate examination,
Then I'd be like,
Yeah, I'm
3x
currently
ginger
kinda
neck
am,
beard.
So.
And Brick,
That's
I'd
what
be
a
like,
prostate exam feels like, then I'll tell you what
you
I'm
look
going for
like
the more
Derek
regular.
from American History X.
Look, thank you for enjoying the prostate exam, though.
If he was.
Is that
Oh
what
my
you say?
God.
Is that what you say to everybody on my special?
Oh my God.
Because we might have
Middle
sex
school
after.
What the
roast?
hell
I
did
know.
you
There's
say? Like, that was so.
there's ammunition for
I said,
days.
is that what you say to all of your patients? Or am I just
We
the
don't
only
have any
one with more
patience. The
special?
only patience I got is you and JS, and JS lost that fucking last debate. Let me tell you.
Listen, if you right, well, you get rid of him. I'm not playing second.
This is
fiddle.
American
Get rid
history
of him or I'll Pikachu's
extra
going back.
elderly.
Pikachu's back. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't want you to Pikachu nothing.
Pikachu, you got pigtails on your head. Is that when you're giving your
No,
boyfriend a
not really.
blowjob? He gives him something to hold on to?
Seems like you kind
What
of
are you
like
doing?
the fact that I could Pikachu you.
Sunglasses to keep the nut out of your eye? What do you?
Like it, but I'm still on the fence.
See?
With it, you know.
This is what I'm saying, boys. This is what I'm saying, boys.
But
Ricky
you say
likes
that
being
to all the
Pikachu.
boys as well, because I feel like I want to be special. Like you can't say it to all the boys and then
Okay,
me.
so look, you're not special. You're just one on the list.
So you're admitting you sleep with and you go after many.
No, I
multiple
didn't.
Men. So you are gay.
I said if no.
You definitely are gay.
Didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Did not
Yeah, you
say
did.
that.
I'm one of many men on your list, right? That's what you said. You've
Nope.
chat. Listen to that. Elder line.
I said if you were somebody that was on the list, that you would be probably
Right,
at
so
the
I'm
bottom.
somebody. So there's other people on that list.
Yeah, if I was gay, sure.
If
But I'm
you,
not.
You've got the list there. And
Well,
said
you have to-
yes, what
I
are
have
they?
a list inside my mind currently at this precise second.
Right, well,
A lisp?
name another 2 names off of them. Or just one. So me and JS, and who's the other one?
I mean,
It needs to be a woman to make you at least a bit straight. Just gotta see a
I
woman.
mean, if you want to talk about a woman, Sigourney Weaver's pretty hot.
Yeah, she's not.
What do you mean? My roasts
I
are
don't know Sigourney Weaver.
destructive.
Right,
That's what I
be
thought.
realistic.
Thank you so much.
You thanking me? What have I done?
Yeah, I'm thanking you for conceding.
What have I done?
You don't even know who Sigourney Weaver is. You can't even give a justification
Well, she's
why
not
she is
chat
or
on
is
the panel, is she?
What do you
In
mean?
this
Brick looking like
CIA
America history, extra
Make a
elderly?
genuine comparison. 'Cause you
That's
use
a good
GF.
can't
one.
make a comparison because you don't know who Sigourney Weaver is.
Right, so basically, you live
Why
in
are
a
they talking
fantasy
about
world, right?
me?
Okay, so any woman
I don't
that
live in the
would want on
fantasy
your list,
world.
right,
You're
you
Keep
living
my
in the
name out of
fantasy
your
world,
mouth.
just imagining what Sigourney Weaver looks like.
Yeah, I really don't know why that's a bad thing for me. Okay.
Well, the bad thing is your beard sucks ass, and my beard, look at that shit.
Your beard itches ass as well. That's what that would do. It would just itch
No,
your
it
ass.
doesn't.
Yeah. And you
Nope.
need to keep your beard
So you're
out
going
of
down the
people's
whole
arseholes,
neck.
because that's why it's that color.
My beard is this color because I've been way up into your mom's pussy at this point.
Oh shit.
Oh my gosh.
All I'm
I
gonna
gotta
say,
get to 9 minutes, see if we get a solo time.
all I'm gonna say is, if Sigourney Weaver was hot, Bricky would probably know who the fuck she is, dude. She is fucking ugly as shit. I don't know what the fuck.
Dude, with the amount of
Damn, girl.
ammunition you both had against each other, I don't know how that was such a bad roast.
That was terrible to
It was,
me.
it
I
was,
would have French
shut
fried
up,
the shit out
Jess.
of
That was a
bro.
decent
I
roast.
mean, I am a little bit drunk now and that, whatever. But honestly, I was totally distracted by that beard.
I would be fucking flaming the shit out of y'all niggas.
Oh man.
Sigourney Weaver being hot, man. That's the thing that's sticking out in my mind.
Oh, let's do this right now then, because I'm about to get kicked because, whatever. But let's do this right now then. Sigourney Weaver is way hotter than 99% of modern women. Let's go.
What about me and GS? So who's hotter? Sigourney Weaver, me or GS?
All right, chat.
Sigourney Weaver.
Real quick, while you guys, right before you guys do that, real quick, chat. Listen, putting the poll in right now. All right, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Elder Lion on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. Get your votes in, chat. You got 2 minutes.
You got a piece of scotch tape holding together your headphones?
Did you say hotter than 90% of women?
No, I haven't. You know what? No, I'm gonna.
Yes, you do.
I'm gonna address something that JS just said. No, look, these fucking lights right here bother the fuck out of me. Okay, so I put some scotch tape over that. I don't like the fucking bright ass lights, dude.
And on that Sigourney Weaver topic, okay? So
yeah, you tripping, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about,
Fredo?
What the she's hotter 90% of
you said 90% of the women.
90% of modern
everybody
women
Google. Everybody
hot
Google
movies. Hot chicks
Sigourney
in movies are
Weaver
played
young.
as like sexual objects.
Look, I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
I'm about to hit everybody. Okay, Google.
I think we both deserve a bit of an L on that one. Like, I think we got a little bit too
No,
much.
Sigourney Weaver's hot as fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Crazy fucking work, bro.
Sigourney Weaver would save your ass from a fucking alien fucking invasion based on the fucking
because you said that,
no. Sigourney Weaver would save your ass based on a fucking alien.
That's dope. Or
it makes her super hot. Oh shit! Sorry, my boy.
Yeah.
That don't got nothing to do with her attractiveness, bro. That's
a strong masculine
What
woman.
the fuck are you talking about? My glasses, King. I'll fuck you up right now.
Did you like the crew cut?
Don't listen to them.
What crew cut? I ain't got no cut. I got a bald ass.
Can I just make sure
Sigourney.
I'm correct that Sigourney Weaver is the one from Avatar?
Bro.
What the fuck?
No.
Alien.
Sigourney Weaver's from Alien.
They modeled the kid.
She looking
Alien
like
is peak Sigourney Weaver hotness.
she looking like a man in Alien.
She looking like a man.
You look like a man. You be fucking a man at this point, yes, based on your own subjective views on God.
So sexy they had to digitally edit out her bush.
Look at that jaw, bro. She been
Nah,
mewing
Bush is
like
a-
a
First off,
motherfucker,
wait a
bro.
minute.
You did say you
Almost
wanted to
lost the
take
timer
that,
there.
so I guess it would not be far from you.
All right, chat has voted. We got 30 votes in. 73% has voted that the winner of the roast battle was Bricky. Elder Lion, tell everybody where to find you.
Well, I kind of expect to lose that, but it was fun. Thank you, Brick, for arguing with me. I'm gonna roast your ass after the.
Yeah,
I'm gonna roast your ass for about a week straight. So,
yeah, don't let people say that. Don't talk about
and
that.
King, go fuck yourself. That's what I'm gonna say. King, go fuck yourself.
Shit, he's going after everyone now. Listen,
I'm gonna
it was
go
a
after
pleasure
everyone.
having you, Elder Lion.
Spend $90 to be here.
And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Spend
And
$90 to be
also,
here is
I'm gonna
perhaps the best
also
answer
correct you
ever.
assholes. Okay, Sigourney Weaver is in the Avatar movie.
Yeah.
Okay, so fuck you guys for saying no to me.
I said she was.
Well, no, it's not that she's not in it. It's just you're asking where the context was movies that she was considered a sex symbol in.
Yeah, she's kind of,
and that's her from the 80s and early 90s, not mid or late 2000s.
But I mean, I did say she was in Avatar as well. I didn't say she wasn't.
Okay. Well, listen, no, I don't. Okay. I'm pretty sure you did say no when I said she was in Avatar.
I said she was in Avatar. She was also an alien. Feel free to go back and review, but I specifically said she was.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. All right, let me see here. We had. So we are down to where two people's gotta go.
Wait there, can I finish the rest of this bottle off now? Am I safe from another?
Two left to go, yeah.
Just
what?
Because I've got a bit whiskey left that I'd like to just down and not know that I have to argue again. Oh, am I?
Oh, you have to know. You want to know if you have to argue again?
I mean, I mean, just because I just want to neck this just to get really drunk.
Well, it's possible. It's possible, and then there's that last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, right. Well, it's getting drunk.
You know what I'm saying? There's the last 10 minutes too, so it's possible. So just hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Do as thou wilt, Bricky.
We need to get at least two more 1v1s in here. Okay, I think we're gonna do. We're gonna do Fredo and Effigy. I think that's what we're gonna do.
Nice.
I think this can be a good matchup here. Let me see here. Which topic for you two?
Oh shit! I gotta do my laundry. Sorry, I'll start it after the stream.
Okay, have we done all the topics from tonight? Did we do the? Had you guys already done the boarding school versus public school?
Actually, we didn't do that one yet. Where do you guys stand on that one?
Like
public school over boarding schools.
Moving the whole school system to boarding school?
If those are the only two
just
choices.
Simply like which system is better.
Oh man, I might have to pick.
Okay, both.
Yeah, I'd have to pick public school over boarding school.
Shit goes down in boarding schools.
I think there's benefits to boarding schools, but it comes down to time spent with parents.
Income tax being abolished.
Against that.
Man, I'm not an economist, bro.
Yeah, I know you.
I would be for it, but I don't know if I could argue it effectively.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying here. We'll find a better one so that you both can come at it hard.
VK running late. Yeah, he started a little later.
Where were you on the morality is made by religion topic right now?
I was on your side. You can.
There's still
have
like
now
another
your
hour
religion,
left because
yeah.
we gotta do.
Yeah. I remember you were both on the same side.
Gotta
of that.
narrow it down one more after this, and then
So
we
you
got
guys would both be
to
on the same side, probably.
do the
Of the world
last
does not
thing,
need
the vote.
religion.
No.
Oh no.
I'm not on that side.
Actually, I
Oh.
might surprise you with an answer on that one.
Yeah. Damn. All right.
The world does
While
not
I
need
don't think
religion.
humanity may need religion like in the future. I think that's where we're going. If you ask me about this exact moment in time, no, I'm still of the mind that many people need moral guidance because they can't do it on their own.
Yeah, I'm of the mind that Christ is God. You know what I mean?
Wait, but that
Without
implies
him,
that there's a
nothing would be-
moral guide.
and the first mover. So
He doesn't believe in a moral
Yeah.
guide.
So
What?
on the same side, even though for different reasons.
Yeah, that's wild. All right. Let's see.
I'm gonna go put my pizza in the oven.
Where were you?
What about objective
I need to
morality?
eat.
What'd you say?
So what about objective morality?
Objective morality. Does it exist?
Yeah, is morality objective? Is it? If you're religious,
I
usually people believe
can't.
in
I
objective
can't
morality.
really argue that because morality could be subjective.
Gotta go put
Subjective
my pizza in the
morality
oven.
exists. So, there's multiple forms of morality, but yes, there is an objective morality and one true objective morality. But that point, we're just arguing: is Christianity real or not?
What do you guys think about free healthcare, like universal healthcare?
I don't know. Man.
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
think we're both
against
now on
it.
that topic.
Private.
All right, my oven is
How about
preheating.
raising the legal drinking age?
No, hell no.
Lowering it?
Oh no.
Yeah, we could lower it. That's fine.
IFG, where are you on lowering it?
I would be fine with lowering it. I'm not. It's not something I'm super for, but it would not be against anything that I believe in to lower it to the same age of legal adulthood as everything else. I think there are huge detriments, but
Driving age or voting? What are we talking about? Because I got it.
Okay.
it's kind of just arbitrary. So, fuck Fredo, I didn't realize we agreed so much.
Yeah, for real. I always said you was base, bro. You're one of my favorite lefty debaters.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one that we haven't done for a bit here too. At the same time,
Boom, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
what about moving all schools to private schools?
What about abolishing schools?
Yeah.
Let's get rid of schools. This is Japanese speed run.
Why not?
Short and technical.
Why not?
Okay.
Is there a time limit? I can't see because of the camera.
Let's do this one then.
There's a door here.
All right, chat. Listen, we're
A lot
going
of
to
things
8
I can't
minutes.
see. Like I can't see what's up
All right?
here.
It's no adding time, but you can definitely solo judge.
Have to go to door.
You can definitely.
It's
send in your money
I'm gonna
right?
lose.
Just dump all your money into the dono bar.
Is it auto level? No, it's not
just
auto
'cause,
level.
You know what I'm saying?
It's almost auto once you go through the door. It seems like.
Going to 8
Hold on,
minutes.
watch this.
Fighters.
Watch
Good
this,
luck
watch
to
this,
both
watch
of you.
this, watch this. Watch this.
Let's get it.
1, 2, 3. It's a triple jump.
Yeah, so
Triple jump is necessary. Okay, I see the
reason I would be
indicators.
for moving
Watch
to a
the
system of
indicators.
private
Watch,
schools
watch, watch.
Because,
There's jump
the
indicators.
county would
Watch.
have, or the state would have.
Ready? Jump.
Autonomy over their curriculum, no government overreach. You know what I mean?
what?
No sort of
There's only is it a
propaganda
triple
or
jump?
anything. And the
There are
communities
jump
can
indicators.
teach their kids what they value most, and you know, more tend to
Yeah,
needs
they want me to
of
do a triple jump.
the
through
society
there.
and moving society forward in
Check me
certain
out. Look,
geographical locations.
26
And,
inches.
Well, you didn't
it'll-
necessarily say that this
two,
was owned by the community.
three.
You said privately.
Didn't
So
work.
that could just be a private company. That could be.
Yeah, it
company
is
whose
technical.
Main base is in the middle of nowhere, Delaware. You know, telling.
I mean, you can
this is
get through
happening
with a
where I
bullet
live, that
bounce.
There are
One.
And what would be wrong
two,
with that?
private schools that are
Oftentimes-
corporations. Well, you said it reflects the community. I'm just wondering how the corporate sponsorship of a school could reflect the wants of a community when they're basically giving orders
Indicators
from
are not
half
very
the
good
country
though.
away.
Well, if it's a
One,
corporate structure
two.
that owns this,
Oh, I almost
school,
had
then
it.
they're gonna
I
wanna
had the
compete
double jump. I
because at
didn't
that
have the
point they're in
triple.
a market, and so they're gonna want to give the community the best service, and so they're gonna want to tend to the community as best as they are
One,
able.
2, 3. Got it. And I missed the.
So do you think? Because one of the main benefits for public schools to me is
What's the time limit on
that
this?
you can have access to them regardless of your
1,
socioeconomic
2,
status,
3.
location, all
Jump.
that other stuff, academic
Jump.
ability for sure. When
Oh, the
private
end's right
schools-
there.
If we privatize the entire system, there would be this kind of like specialized.
Let's just
education
slide in.
or do you think
The
that it would
end. It's 20
get to a
seconds,
point
so.
where basically your level
2,
of education or
3.
the
Jump.
quality of your education was directly equal to the amount of money you could pay for?
No, I
I
actually
see what
think
I'm
that it
supposed to
would-
do here.
I think that it would fix.
We're
the,
gonna get it.
Educational inequality.
We're just
'cause
running
you-
out of a
you know,
lot of
schools
lives in the process.
Who have bad
1,
kids or unruly
2,
kids and
3.
get worse grades, they
Jump.
get less
Ah, I
funding,
jumped
so
too
their
early.
quality of education is lower.
Little
But
bit of a
if we privatize
delay.
the system, we can give those who need assistance vouchers to go to these schools, and then their level of education gets higher, and they're more able to lift
2,
themselves out of
3.
that poverty
Jump.
state.
And we're in there. Oh, I thought we were in there.
Even if it was say like a private institution who had, say like
Ground. I'm gonna ground
from my
pound at
point of
the
view,
end
like
just to be
a
safe.
private Christian institution that didn't want to teach certain things.
Watch. Here we go.
Certain
2,
scientific things.
3. Jump. I
That would be up
clipped.
to
They're private.
I clipped.
and the
Ah,
community
the
around it,
that
and there would
thwomp
be
is a problem.
guidelines, you know what
So,
I mean? There's certain things
so you
that
you got to
would,
make it perfectly. 1 life
have to
left.
include,
2
so,
lives
like, these
left.
private entities can just act unchecked.
Ready?
There's private prisons,
1,
you know, they have
2,
to act on
3. Jump.
as the
I'm
same
clipping.
guidelines as the state.
I'm clipping and it's I'm clipping on the side of the wall there. 1 life left. Can we hit this? We can hit this.
Disconnect it from.
We can hit this.
No,
We can hit
actually,
this, baby.
they're held to
1, 2,
more scrutiny.
3. Jump.
The
Ah, I
government,
clipped
they're
again.
The ones in power, so they can just get
Ah, and there's no way around
Any
it.
possible
Yeah.
private
We need
institutions are not
redemption.
held up to the
I'm
same
gonna beat
scrutiny.
this level.
Absolutely.
Like a public institution,
Like I was saying,
transparency requirements allow you to look at everything that's going on.
But
right?
you are the government. You are in control. It's easy to sweep
I
these
don't
things
have
under
the right to
under
look
the
into
rug.
private
But a
institutions, do I?
private citizen is under the scrutiny of under the government. They're gonna fucking look into every nook and cranny to make sure that you're on the up and up. Whereas you are the
I
government.
don't even
so
know if
you
there's
don't
a
have to
time
be on the
limit,
up
so
and
you
up, or
could
gotta
probably
fucking
cheese
arrest
it and
yourself.
just.
But it's all public. You can always see if they're on the
3.
up and up, and they can have
Exactly.
people go after
Same
them
thing with
more
private
easily.
institutions. It's the same regulations, like
Easy.
I just said.
It's an
the
easy
same
level.
It's
regulations
not.
they have to
No.
follow. Yes, it is.
I don't
It
have
is.
the same ability to look into a private institution that I do public institutions as of just a person.
Yes, you do.
Like, that's
Especially if
patently
it's
false.
especially
no,
if
I don't. I can't
especially
go to
if it's-
fucking Bank of America and be like, "Give me your books. Let me look at them." I can't do that. But there are public
what?
records laws that allow me to do that with most public institutions, right?
Are there government financial institutions that you can just go and look and say, "Give me your books"? It's a non-point, bro.
I mean,
Non
would you consider
sequitur.
like the Department of the Treasury or the Fed or like we
But
know
that's
what
not
goes on in these 'cause of the
individual
public records
banking.
laws.
It's a whole different institution. It's a whole different.
It's a
thing.
hold
I'm saying,
right.
right? I don't have access to.
It's a
private
hold
institutions.
right.
I don't have laws that allow me access. to
Not
private
auto
institutions.
level, but close,
Yes,
easy.
especially whenever it's like I'm gonna say this analogy again. You have private prisons, you have state prisons. They're both subject to the same regulations. They both have to have the same amount of
This is
transparency.
not easy.
Transparency.
They aren't though.
Is there a time limit on this?
That's
I
why
can't see
private
my
prisons
timer.
are
So
full of way more abuses.
No, they're not, bro. Private
yes,
prisons.
yes, they do.
Private
They are
prisons
full
are
of
no. They're much
T
better
jumps.
conditions. Much better conditions.
Trump
than state
jumps.
prisons. State
Trump
prisons, you can
jumps.
have,
Not
air
quite
conditioning
exactly
all the time,
Trump
bro.
jumps. So a
Like,
Trump jump is when
I'm
you have
telling
one
you, speaking,
frame.
bro, private prisons are
Trump
much,
jump is when you have to
much
land
more
in between two spikes,
maintained, have much better health
and you have
care.
one frame to
They're
get it
put
accurate.
under higher
This is not a
scrutiny.
Trump
There's
jump.
government people walking through there all the time.
This is a
I completely
semi-Trump jump scenario. Basically, I gotta land right in between the two spikes and hit the Goombas to bounce.
You hear what? I mean,
But the setup is not a Trump jump.
I hear about the abuses. I hear about them getting public money and then stretching it, and you're supposed to use.
If I could get that mushroom, if I could get that star, actually, I don't know if there's a time limit though, because I can't see my timer.
You get paid. You get paid more in private
Like, see, for example,
they pay you more.
I'm gonna try it here.
There's more programs that
and
you
then they
can
go and lobby
attend.
the government to make it easier to put you in jail.
There's more.
Oh, you troll. You troll.
Well, that's a conversation to be had about lobbying. You know what I mean? Right now, we're talking about
The star's a
public and
troll.
private schools, and
I
as
think
it
the
stands,
mushroom is
if,
probably
if
a troll too.
If a school is acting up, they're first of all they're held to the same regulation. And to get back to the community standpoint, if they're acting up and the community finds out
delay
about
is
it
going to
because
cause
of
me a
these
serious problem here.
transparent
If
regulations
I'm doing
that
T
they're held up
jumps,
to, then they're gonna pull their kids out of the school, and these motherfuckers are gonna lose money. They're gonna lose government.
I need
vouchers
no
and all that shit.
latency.
Let me take it a different avenue.
See, I need no latency if I'm
What
gonna
would-
hit
what would
these,
prepare you more
and
for
I
the
have
world in
latency
general?
right now.
Being around a diverse group of people who are not
You
like
guys don't
in
understand
all
what
kinds
it's
of ways,
like.
socioeconomic backgrounds, race, all this other
And
stuff.
that's a point in
or
my
being
favor,
around
'cause just
specifically
like I
a group
was
of
saying,
people who are just like you.
No, just like I was saying, we're not talking about
Any
because
latency on a T
private
jump,
school, right?
you're gonna
So
fail.
along with
Like,
that
so
comes
I need to
choice.
get
So
these
people
jumps
that were in,
exactly
disparate areas,
frame perfect,
they have the right
but
to
there's a
choose
slight
whatever school
delay
they want
in
to
the
go to,
latency
and all these schools are going to be
between
private
OBS and the
It
Elgato.
won't be though, right? Because you're gonna have a market, right? So rich people are gonna have the more
I think
expensive
with my
schools
new
that they're gonna
computer, I
segregate
want to buy
themselves
the
at.
new
Christians are gonna
Elgato,
have their
the
Christian-oriented schools that they'll segregate
the
themselves
4KX.
at. And then you're gonna
And
have
then
poor
you're
people
gonna-
who can only
and then
afford
you're
certain
gonna have-
amounts, and they're all gonna be in one place.
Because this has latency.
I mean, there's
So
laws
essentially,
that
it will
See,
increase
you're
I
supposed
can't
to,
even.
bro.
in
There's
society.
Laws, there's laws that
I don't like this level. I'm gonna skip this level.
where,
Man,
like, if you
we're,
have this voucher, you
so
can
you
get
so
into
you
a
don't
school. You
think
can
rich
limit.
people
You
went to
can
private
limit
schools
how
en
much
masse to get
that
away from public
tuition can
schools?
be. Like we should be doing to colleges right now. You can limit tuition. You can make sure that all vouchers are accepted at all schools. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's ways around this. You're just
I'll
bringing
let
up
it get to
problems
9 minutes.
where there are none.
No. I think it's
If we
not
got a
far-fetched
solo
to say that
judge?
it would increase stratification in society, especially after we've seen integration cause rich people to basically pour into private schools to get away from public schools. Like, people naturally want to segregate themselves, and it hurts people at the bottom the most. Especially if you put a dollar amount on access to it.
Who won?
We should put a
Good
dollar
debate.
amount on
Enjoyed that.
access to college. Yeah, I like it too. My mind thinking. My noggin jogging.
Oh, there.
All right, there's 9 minutes. Let me get this poll in the chat here. All right, chat. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for animated effigy on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. Get your votes in. I'm starting the timer over. You got 2 minutes.
I need to wake my dog up. Get my dog over here.
I was hoping you would pick the boarding school one because I thought that would be easier for me.
No, actually, I'm against boarding schools. Kind of like those are like low regulated,
same.
like crazy fucking nut houses. They're almost like asylum levels of abuse. It's crazy.
Hey, Fredo, before you potentially get voted out, UVC, racism isn't real. I thought that was going to be the opening topic we agreed on.
That's the opening topic. Like, but bro, what? Like, what are you talking about?
We'll
Like,
wait
I
and
mean,
see.
Are you mean like physically, like because it's a concept, bro?
How do you want to say it? You want to say exist? You want to say it's not real? You want to say it's a lie? How do you want to say it? Don't worry about. Go watch my debate. I've already debated it before. You got.
I got debate prep material for this.
Yeah, you got material.
It just seems like such an unserious.
You don't want to do it? It's not. It's very serious.
Is it gonna be one of those races aren't real, therefore racism can't be real kind of thing?
Oh my
No,
God,
races are real.
Oh no, I kind of don't. I think we should.
If you don't want to do it, that's fine. We can find a different one, but.
Nigga said racism isn't real. I'm gonna go watch that debate. Is that what it's called on your channel?
I think it's called Racism Doesn't Exist. And I said this in the opening, the same thing you said. Existence is not really the best word for it.
Because it's a metaphysical concept. Like, it's not.
Yeah, like I said that in my opening. I was like, yeah, concepts aren't real, but that's not my
That's not your argument. It's not like your core argument. I'll watch it, but I don't know.
This is like
I'm gonna try to think of something we disagree on.
I don't think it's real. I don't think anybody hates anybody because of their skin color.
All right.
Even if it is cultural or like stereotypical.
That is.
Well, that wouldn't be skin color, would it?
On the poll.
See, I think we would agree.
Race. It still attributes to race.
That
No,
is
it's
2
not.
minutes, 40 votes. That was close as hell, back and forth. All right, 40 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted. All right, appreciate the participation. Like I said, it was stupid close. All right. 40 votes, 52% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Fredo Fonzarelli. Animated effigy. Tell everybody where we can find you.
You can find me in the deep dark pit of my soul, licking my wounds from my loss. Until next time, Fredo, we shall meet again. Until then, I die.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, FG. And until next time, my friend.
You are so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Now we gotta get one more 1v1 in here. And I think we should I think we gotta do let me see here. Yeah, I think we gotta do JS and Jeremy in this next one.
That worked out quite well, didn't it?
Let's get everyone into the back. Boom. All right. So
just to be clear, I'm debating JS, not Chair, right?
Wants to make sure it's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see here.
There's probably a whole plethora of things to go on here. I'm pretty sure JS and I are on the different sides when it comes to death penalty.
Where are you at for that, JS?
Yeah, pro death penalty.
Yeah, and I'm not.
You guys just want to go with with death penalty?
I mean, can we like put that on the back burner and try to find something different?
We can, yeah. We'll
if we can't,
we'll come back to that one.
I mean, we can go to. I mean, we can, but
no, we'll come back to that one just to see if we can find another one good for you guys.
If we're spending 10 minutes trying to find something, we can go to that. But
no, I think we can find something with you guys, something else for sure.
You've heard me. You've heard me talk about stuff, Jeremy. What do I say that's wrong? What do you disagree with?
Well, I mean, there's several things
All right. Well.
that I can actually argue as well, because that I actually care about. Like, I don't particularly agree with you on your dinosaur topic either, but I not researched or versed enough into that to actually debate that as a topic. Your whole racism thing, I don't agree with you on that either, but I'm not versed enough in the topic to actually hold that as a debate platform.
Yeah. Those are things that I've debated before.
All right, let me think here. Let me look down here. Look at the newer list. Oh, where do you guys we've talked I love that one. Where do you guys stand on the should jury trials be abolished?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, it's not a huge. It's not something I'd have a big thing on. Like, I kind of do like the idea of judges, just a group of judges instead of a group of jury.
But that would still be a jury. It would just be a jury of judges.
Yeah, I guess.
All right,
Yeah,
debate.
so
Be conceded. I win.
No, it definitely wouldn't. But now I can't give you your argument though. All right. What about term limits for presidents?
no.
Yes.
Oh, look at that! Boom! We got one. We got one. All right, chat. Listen, we're going to 8 minutes. There's no extended time, but if you want to be a solo judge, you still can. And also, if you just want to, send all your money over here. No, I'm joking. Don't send all of it. But, feel free to still dono. I see Shazzy said she slept in, but she came in with a dono at the end just because. Love you, Shazzy. Thank you. And thank you to everyone also that's been here tonight. It's been a fucking wicked night tonight. Great debates. A lot of fire. So, chat once again. We're going to 8 minutes. You can solo judge, but no added time. All right. Fighters, good luck to the both of you.
Hey, wait.
Oh.
What the prompt again? Just so we clarify who's the affirmative, who's not.
Did you forget already?
No, I just want to know what the actual prompt is, as opposed to just the little.
Should we have term limits for elected presidents?
Okay.
Good.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
Well, wait, no, wait, because that doesn't declare who would be the affirmative and who's not.
Well,
you saying yes, we should. So you're the affirmative.
But the question is, should we, right? So if the statement is we should have them, that would
okay.
But if the prompt is
we should have term limits for judges,
right? So I specifically want the prompt defined, which declares who's the affirmative.
Oh, okay. So the way I usually prompt it is we should have term limits for elected presidents. I'm just gonna have it written out here too, so that it can be across the bottom for you guys. All right, one more time. According to 8 minutes, you can solo judge if you want, but no added time. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right. So in that, because I'm the affirmative, I will go ahead and start with my argument. Is we should have term limits simply for the reason that having a single leader that can just run and keep running, and even if they're extremely popular, their ideas may actually not match that with the majority, but they can still have great approval ratings because they do some things that everybody supports, but a bunch of other stuff that's actually not good for the country. I think it's better that we only have them there for a period of time. They're welcome to vet somebody that could replace them and bring in some new ideas, but I don't want the same ideas sitting there for an indefinite amount of time. That's the gist of my argument.
Do you think somebody's going to stay popular if they're leading to the destruction of America and people are suffering because of them?
They could, because there's a lot of people that vote on single issues, right? So if the leader supports, say, AB, right, which is an extremely popular thing that a lot of people do vote on, they could vote on him just on that, and everything else he does is bad, and they just continue to support him for that one issue. Yes.
Right, but when they're suffering, so like that's like a single issue voter, a low propensity voter who's just voting on that one topic. But overall, when the whole of America is suffering, they tend to show out to change the president.
There's a lot of single issue voters. That's why when the candidates run, they pick like 3 political topics that they're gonna platform on, and that's all they talk about. The other stuff is minute. They don't bring that up because they care about they bring up the 3 issues that are very popular amongst the people to vote on, and that's all they're going to focus on. That's all that's going to get elected.
Yeah, but we just saw the opposite of that. So like Joe Biden was running on the popular idea in these fringe things that a lot of people, a lot of single issue voters are going to vote for Joe Biden on these things, but people are suffering. The economy's bad, immigration's bad. When that happens, America shows out and they vote in the best guy for the job.
Well, no, they voted against
Or they vote against him.
The Democratic Party altogether really doesn't have anything to do with any issue or topic of that matter, other than the fact that they were just disappointed with the Democratic Party as a whole.
Well, people were suffering.
Interestingly, it's funny the one topic that the Democratic Party chose to run on really was the AB topic, which was not one that was anything important at the time. Economy was the topic to run on, and yet Kamala chose AB, and that's why she lost.
So Democrat voters tend to follow like the media and tend to follow non-issues, things like trans and sports and things like that, and that's why they lose the vote. But the important things, the things that really matter, America shows out to vote for the best guy. We may not show up for the protests, but we're going to show up to vote. And so why should we not have the best man for the job stay in office as long as possible?
Well, he may not be the best man for the job. Like I said, they're voting on a few issues that he happens to be in alignment with. They don't worry about the other stuff. They take those things to keep the issue or the issues that they are very vested in.
Have you ever heard the expression voting for the lesser of two evils?
Yeah.
Or voting for the evil I know versus the evil I don't know?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to vote for the lesser of two evils in a lot of cases, but that doesn't always mean the case. For example,
so
when Hillary was against Trump, right? I didn't actually even want Trump to run, but I voted for him because he was obviously the better candidate than Hillary was.
Okay, so in a situation, let's say hypothetically, we get a 35-year-old guy into office and he gets 4 years, and in his 4 years, he does amazing things for the country. Because you're arguing like the counter positive. Like, let's think about the positives of this. If we get a great guy in there and he's doing amazing things for the country for 8 years, and he's by the time he's out, he's 43 years old. Why should we have to pick the lesser of two evils, the unknown evils that we don't know, instead of just letting this guy stay in office and keep doing these amazing things? He's got a 99% approval rate. He's an awesome president. Everything's great. Why do we need to pick from these unknown entities to come into office to take his place. Why can't he just stay in there?
But they don't have to be unknown. Like he can literally vet somebody in, and like during that second term, he could be vetting somebody in that would come in and have those ideologies. I'm all about bringing new ideas to the table. So 8 years in, he runs a great show. Great, they can keep those things going, but bring somebody else in who has some new ideas that might actually be better than what's there.
This is why China destroys us in a lot of things, is because they focus on a long-term plan, and we're so like small. It's incremental in such a small degree that America swings back and forth every 4 to 8 years. We go, our pendulum is constantly swinging back and forth.
But we don't have to go back and forth. It could literally be a new person with the same political ideologies. It just tends to be we go back and forth, but we don't have to. Like we could have a new.
Well, we do have to, because we have term limits.
No, we don't, because there would be a different conservative candidate on the ticket.
But it won't be the same. Why can't we have the same? Well, it doesn't even matter conservative or liberal. The best guy for the job, why can't he be there for 50 years?
Because he's not necessarily going to be the best guy for the job for 50 years.
When he's not the best guy for the job, we will vote him out. When people start suffering because of his decisions, we'll vote him out. But why do we need to limit what's the word I'm looking for? Why do we need to limit an amazing term to 8 years? Why can't it be a 50-year amazing term?
But the justification for suffering is also a subjective thing that you're saying based on what you say people are suffering. Other people who are suffering have a different.
No, I'm talking about when everybody's suffering because of it, we will vote that guy out and we'll get a new person in there.
Well, no,
but why are we forced to make that decision when we're not suffering?
Everybody is voting on different subjective terms.
Like if everything's going great 8 years later, this guy's 35 years old. He gets in there at 35. He's 43 now, and he's still just as sharp. He's actually getting better. Let's say this president got in when he's 35, and in his first term, he's changed America for the better in every way possible. In his second term, it's gotten even better. Now he's 43, and he's getting smarter, and he's getting sharper. Because of term limits, we need to get rid of this guy and pick somebody new? Why? Stunlock. Stunlock.
Ideas coming in.
There's no good reason. There's no good reason why.
Bringing the same person in does not bring new ideas to the table. It's literally the same cabinet.
Kieran sends in 50 just to say "fuck you" to Bumpkins.
I mean, we say we don't like echo chambers and things like that, and yet you're voting to keep the same guy in, which is going to keep the same cabinet in place. And operate under the same ideologies.
That was a 50 well spent.
But it's not an echo chamber. It's an agreement that all of the country is seeing the benefits of this president. Why do we need to get him out?
The chamber's not going to change. You're voting to keep the same everything in place.
And he's actually doing better. By his 8th year, he's doing better than he was in his first year. But now, because of this arbitrary number that we've chosen,
also
it's his 8th year. We need to get rid of him.
9 minutes and 30 seconds just to see if we have a solo judge. I didn't say anything.
Like, let's say his 8th year is 8 times better than his first year, and everything has gotten incrementally better and better and better, and everybody loves this guy. Almost everybody agrees. There's no protest. The world is coming to order. But 8 years is over. Let's get rid of him. We got to, because 8 years is up. Why is this arbitrary number set for a term?
Right.
Well, I mean, it started as
again.
So your argument is bad things could happen, so we need to. But if bad things happen, we can still vote them out.
I'm not even saying that bad.
But if good things happen, we can't choose to keep them in. Hold on. No. Oh, that's the point.
Could be better.
That's the point. If bad things, if we're keeping
the exact same people there.
No. If we have no term limits,
real quick before you guys keep that going, chat. I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Get your votes in, chat. You got 2 minutes. I'm starting over the poll, the timer right now.
if we have term limits and bad things are, shit, man, I lost it. But if there's no term limits and bad things are happening, we can still choose to vote them out. But if there are term limits and good things are happening, we don't have a choice but to vote them out. Does that makes sense? But I don't know if I said it good.
Wait, but so hang on. I do accept that a third term could bring even better than the previous 2 terms. I totally accept that. But I also state that the cabinet, if everything's good, the cabinet will never change. So literally, the ideologies that are coming out of that.
Well, no, I'm pro term limits on cabinet members and Senate and House. I'm pro term limits on that. We're talking about the president.
Don't have terms. They're appointed by the
right, and I disagree with that. I think there should be on the lower levels of government there should be term limits, but on the president there should not be a term limit. We were talking about the presidency, not the Senate, not the House.
But that's the point. Is right now the cabinet doesn't have term limits, so he's going to.
And that's a problem. I don't like Pelosi being in there for 100,000 years. I don't like reptilians running our government.
Wait, Pelosi's elected. I'm not even referring to Pelosi. I'm saying specifically the advisors.
I know she's out now, but
the president chooses his
Schumer
team of advisors. They're not elected. They are appointed by him, right? So if he's doing a good job and continues to keep getting elected,
well, no, there's still votes that happen for
cabinet.
The president doesn't just get to appoint who he wants. It still gets voted on.
He picks his cabinet members. And
okay, well, Trump picked Matt Gaetz. Where's Matt Gaetz at now?
He can get rid of them too.
He didn't get, he dropped out because so there's still going to be a process for him to appoint his cabinet members, and there's still going to be voting on these lower levels of government. But I'm saying the president, if we have no term limits, we can choose to vote out the bad guy or vote in the good guy. But if there are term limits, go ahead.
Oh, we got 2 minutes in. All right, we got 34 votes. Thank you to everyone in the chat who participated in the votes. All right, 34 votes, and it was close. 52% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Jeremy.
What?
JS, tell everybody where we can find you.
JS Urban Adventures, you all suck. Trump 2028, Trump 2032, Trump 2036.
Trump forever.
Damn.
Instead of the Wakanda, we're gonna do
Trump forever.
Forever, my brother.
Oh shit. For real. Tell everyone,
yeah,
go find JS Urban Adventures on everything. Mods, share JS's channel in the chat, okay? JS puts in a lot of work. Share his channel there for everyone to go find him.
Realistically, the chair puts all the work in. Jess just sits on his arse.
The chair puts
That was a good impression of your mama when she's got a mouthful.
Yeah.
Rick's still in roast mode over there.
But you're a grown man with a Pikachu pillow.
It's always a pleasure having you. And if the winner, are you still gonna be going after this?
Yeah.
Okay. So like, if the winner and no one running up has a panel, we'll send them over to you. All right.
Yep.
But until then, my friend,
Doses.
Your soul is mine.
You lost me at the end, not gonna lie. I thought you won the rest. It was too slow. It was. I like Jeremy.
Soul added.
I like Jeremy. I couldn't get into like a heated thing. I really wanted to like talk it out with him, but I came to the what I said after the debate is actually the most important point.
Let me get this.
And I didn't
final
word it
goal
well. I worded it. It was convoluted the way that I worded it. But what it essentially comes down to is if there's no term limit,
I'll vote for you.
then we every 4 years we get to choose the best person for the job, or we can choose to vote out the worst person. But if there is a term limit,
I'll vote for you, Jess.
we can't choose to keep the best guy for the job. We don't have a choice. We have to get rid of the best guy. And that's all it comes down to. If we have the best man for the job, and he's 43 years old and he's getting better and better every year, why do we have to get rid of him after 8 years? That's crazy.
I'm glad because you look like something fucking scary.
But if there's no term limit, then it comes up to the people's decision. And this is democracy. If you want democracy, oh, I gotta go put my pizza
I want to
in.
make sure everyone in the chat knows who they're voting for. So
I think that's an undefeatable point, and I just made it. I didn't make it in a very clear way.
You're gonna be voting for Bricky on the poll. Okay, if you want to vote for this woman right here, you're voting for Jess White on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, this dog over here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. All right. We're going to have 10 minutes on the clock. All right. Remember, you can still do like name changes. You can fatality people. And if you fatality someone, they can still be brought back before the timer's up. All right. This goes till 10 minutes, not a minute later. So chat, make sure you vote for your champion. This is going to be the winner of the night. They get the prize money, the character, the promo, all of that. Make sure you vote right. Your vote counts. And everyone, good luck.
And Jess, that poll in the chat is not for you to dance around. It's not a strip club. Yeah.
Hey, just because you wanted to dress like a friggin' creepy ass friggin' birthday clown for most of the night doesn't mean you have to fucking try and project your shit on me.
Yes, have you seen you when you wake up in the morning, love? It looks like a clown was on your pillowcase, right? And you look very scared.
What are you doing looking through my window, Brick? That's a bit sus.
Well, we're there. Elderline says it was all. I mean, it was there. No, it was not Elderline. Sorry, it was. Who was it? It was Cleaner. Cleaner says it's all right to look through people's windows. So.
What?
He looks through the school windows to check out the schools. He was saying that was 5.
It's a crazy jacket to put on somebody.
Can I ask you a question, Brick? Do you cuddle your little like Pokemon Brikachu, fucking whatever you want to call it? Do you cuddle that to bed while you're in that Pokemon outfit?
Of course I do.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you expect?
Oh, and also,
do you think I just kick it out of the bed?
Are we supposed to be roasting right now? Oh man.
also, I almost forgot to mention, shout out to Pax Americana. Drop bombs in. Let's go.
I feel like I'm on a panel full of
I almost
Put your camera on, Jimmy. Are you scared to break it?
dude, that super chat right there almost makes it worth losing the debate.
Where your camera at? Show him how you catfishing with that photo you got on right now.
Hey, just because you
That almost makes it worth losing the debate. That $50 super chat. Shout out Pax Americana. Half of the goal from one super chat. That's Bumpkin. Thank you so much.
You see these pectorals, you know what I'm saying? You about as buff as me. Look at the look.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I'm in the
I
front
think
seat,
that
dude.
I think I made the argument after the debate, and I just didn't make it clearly. I'm kind of getting tired, but
fucking see us so he can fucking do shit after the show.
but yeah, that's
I think you can't even see your.
But let's listen to this.
Do you want to look at it?
Why are you worried about whether or not we can see our fucking penis, dude?
I don't know. It's just
are you wanting to
as
see
long
it?
as you can see
it's
it,
just
right?
an
That's all that
assumption.
matters.
As long as you can see it, Brick. I'll let you use my microscope so you can better handle that.
What do you use a microscope for?
Or your magnifying glass.
What do you use a
So
microscope?
you
You
can
guys
so you can
talking
find
about
them
dicks
so you
is
can
just
find
as cringe
so you
as
can find
female
Jeremy's
fucking
stuff.
comedians talking
Do
about their
whatever you
vaginas.
do, bro. What I can't even understand you through that thick Australian accent. Probably got koala chlamydia.
Half of the goal in one super chat. Let's go.
I'm sorry to be
$100 goal,
educated without
guys.
chlamydia. What is
Make
it
sure
with
you
you
hit the like
Americans so
button.
paranoid about all our fucking animals?
We lost again.
Oh,
I
you
don't
can't-
know.
You
I
know a bunch of
catch
pussies.
chlamydia
I have
from
yet to
koalas?
win
We
a
walk to
night
Australia, I'm
VK.
like,
I've
You
won the
can't-
daytime
you can't
VK,
catch
but
chlamydia from koalas. How
it
would you
is
know
what
that?
it is.
How would you know that?
Because it's a different type of chlamydia,
No,
retard.
not me, not Paul Love.
You sound like Bricky.
No, I sound like you.
Even though it seems like
You sound like Bricky.
I know it seems like
you sound like you've been smoking.
you know, Easy's chat or the people on the panel are mostly like-minded on a lot of topics. There's still minor like differences, and I will usually take the less. I'll take less popular opinions on things. I don't, you know, not believing in free will, thinking dinosaurs built the pyramids. Term limits. Most conservatives are pro term limit. This idea of not having term limits, it's kind of a new idea. And well, it's not a new idea. Actually, it's the foundations of America were not pro term limit. Term limits didn't come around until the 50s, but I believe it was 54. But in modern America, when you say I don't want term limits, it sounds crazy to people. But I think that's what it hinges on is if we have a bad president in office, we can still vote him out every 4 years. You know? But if we have a good president in office, we can't keep him after 8 years. That's a problem. And that's what I was that's my argument. That's what I'm saying. I don't see why we should limit the best president to 8 years. So then they'll argue, well, what if you get a bad president in? Well, we can still vote him out. If he's bad and people are suffering, we're going to get him out. Maybe we'll get him out after 4 years, like Biden. But if there's a great president in there, we have no choice but to kick him out after 8 years. I don't like that. Especially if he's young. Let's say, and I keep saying he because, you know, we ain't going to vote for no women, but I still think I won that. I think that point is a killer. And we never accept defeat. I've never lost a debate in my life. Never. It's never happened. It's never happened. Never lost a debate. Greatest debater you've ever seen.
I could cut glass with your
Master debater. Some call me a master debater.
Cut a hole.
I say, yeah, I do master debate.
Looking like the crimson chin. Look at you. You got Australian crimson chin.
I think you're wrong about term limits. I just think Jeremy was shit at debating that.
You never seen Fairly Odd Parents? Looking like the crimson chin.
Why am I wrong? But what's your argument? I mean, come on. We'll probably host the after panel
Fredo,
after. You
this
can
is
tell
between
me.
you and Jess now, literally, right? Okay, we're
I
talking
know
me
what
and Jeremy
people will
already know,
say.
right?
They'll say
You
an
need to start sitting
authoritarian
down
is
and
going to
up with
get
yourself
in,
because this
and then
bitch
they're
is
going to
ruining it.
take over the
Winning me?
democracy, and they're going to basically keep themselves in forever.
Right,
But I'm a
What is
theocrat.
that?
I'm okay with a king.
Right?
Like, so
me?
that's not a problem to
Doesn't
me.
matter what we
But
think, chat always wins,
That
right?
me?
Speak proper English. I don't understand.
that's like the best argument is that the longer that you're installed in government, the longer you're in government and the longer you're seeped into government, you have more, you can take over power more and corrupt it more.
Right,
And
but
so
like,
the reason we have term limits is to keep them from reaching a point to where they can take absolute power.
I think
That's the
Jess,
argument
look,
against it.
It's quite.
listen, you got loose with a biro pen,
do say
right?
so
And you scribbled
myself.
that on. Let's face it.
I think I could draw on a better mustache than that.
I think you just grow one.
I think
thought
if you
that
did,
you were a
Jess,
manly
you would
man,
definitely
though.
win, guaranteed. If you draw a
Where's the
mustache on
beard?
and show your face, right?
Was it close? What did the poll come down to? Dude, both
My
my
15-year-old brother is freaking looks more.
both my
manly.
1v1s tonight were like
Like
49, 52, 52, you know, like I think that one was
I bet you look more manlier.
what
than
was
him.
the percentages on that one?
Fredo, she got you there, like she backed you right into the corner there, didn't you?
With Elderline, I only
I was
won by
about
like
to say,
1%.
you did.
And I
You
think
did.
with Jeremy, he only won by like 2%. So,
You know why you're simping? What the fuck?
and I think that's
Nah,
good. I think that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
You've got a minute and a half left.
If
Bro,
if the debates are all like
I've been fucking
80
listening.
20, 70 30,
5 minutes to come up with one.
then
It's okay.
I don't think
alright,
that's
you'll
good
be
for
okay.
entertainment value or but if the debates are coming down to
Fredo, don't worry.
49 51
So I
48
wonder
52
if the ladies in the chat if they like
I think that's
displays of an emotional man. Do they like that?
a good thing. Told my buddy to vote. They had just closed the poll. Damn.
I find it
Damn,
so
Rome.
cringe when males
You're
have
losing
a
your
certain
mod
level of
status. You were too slow.
arrogance.
No, I'm
Like,
just kidding.
it's
For the blood and I give it to him.
fucking-
That's the agreement. That's the
Like, and
arrangement.
I think that's one thing I add to
hilarious,
this.
though.
Yes, you know the only reason you're even up.
I think that's one thing that I add to
I know
VK
that.
is when I used to watch
Because he believes in
before I
truth.
was on it, usually it was always very one-sided.
Truth by
The chat is like
is not truth.
everybody
You don't accept that. You're
agrees with this one person. But if you're good at debating, even if the chat mostly disagrees with you, if you can
and the fact that you don't accept
convincingly argue it,
I didn't
you
make that
kind of
line.
even it up a
You
little
did
bit
make the- you said
and
the
you
right
get
line.
more
No, I said
55,
I said that
45,
lying is wrong.
you
Lying
know.
is wrong, and it is
I think
wrong,
that's a good
Okay,
thing.
regardless of
You didn't
circumstance.
accept lying
That means I'm
as
swaying people.
being a thing,
No,
and-
lying is wrong regardless of circumstance. That was my position.
But you also were going in the when Bumpkin was pointing out how you wouldn't tell about telling the full truth to the children.
Oh shit.
You would
Bastard.
No,
essentially
no,
react
you
with
can
detail
tell the
and being
truth
brutal and
without
violent,
being
and
brutal or
shit,
harsh.
you're lying by
And that's
omission.
the
Gee.
you can be
Jesse
you
got
can
you
be
just at the
truthful
end.
without
You
being
were
brutal
truthful
or
about
harsh.
the debate.
He got you.
You don't have to be brutal and harsh to be honest.
The truth
Okay,
is
so
Damn
I
right.
got, and I could show you here, but this came in literally right after the timer hit. So the anonymous
Uh-oh.
100, you're gonna have to keep that as, or I
Oh,
can
don't-
send it back.
No,
if
no,
you
no,
want.
no, 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 no. Did you already send it? Don't send it.
Wait, what?
Roll it over for next week.
What did you send it?
Wait, well, wait, no,
What?
no.
What does he think he
someone
won?
sent me 100 to make a move, but they did it right after the 10-minute mark.
Hearing you, son of a bitch.
What was the move, Easy?
I
What
know
was
it
the move?
Ken.
I can't
What?
tell you.
Too late.
I can't tell you because that would be like, you can't, I can't give it
Well,
away.
it was 100, so it
I'm
was
not
eliminating
gonna
one
do the
person.
move.
It was an elimination, bro.
So
It might have been the Cashapp assassin.
just know that somebody was gonna get
Somebody
it.
was plotting. Oh,
But
shit.
let me know. Send me a message through Discord. if you since
What
you can
happened?
stay anonymous.
Jeremy, we
And
were
let me know if you want me to just send you the 100 back for now, or just keep it for
Somebody
next week.
wanted to. Probably Kieran wanted to get rid of
Send me,
Fredo for
and
talking
I'll
shit
do
about
that for you.
Jess.
But
I mean,
chat has voted, okay, and we got 65 votes, and that's fucking great. Someone said there was more votes than people, but I see 66 people, so I don't know. There must
Who's
be.
voting on multiple accounts?
Let me refresh the page. See, oh, it says 62 now. Oh, someone is using alts.
Somebody.
I mean, there's no rule against using alts. Like we can't do shit about that. So
you could have told us that
you know
before.
what I mean? We can't do shit about alts.
Wait. You're looking at the number that's here now. Remember, the vote's been up for 10 or so minutes, right? Somebody could have voted and
And
said,
then left.
"Here's your vote," and then left.
That's true.
Jeremy still wouldn't have helped us too, mate. We
won.
were proper shafted tonight, Jeremy. They picked on us too.
Bro, I don't care.
Well, I wore me good Pikachu hoodie and everything, you know.
I don't give a shit. I don't care if I win.
All right, Alicia, are you still up too?
Chat always fucking wins.
It says sent it in time on my end. I know, but it wasn't when the timer. I didn't get it until after the timer. Like if you look, the timer's still. Oh, it's behind my head.
This
right
is
now.
mysterious. I don't know what happened.
But it's at.
I have a feeling it was
10 seconds actually passed.
Kieran trying to get rid of. What happened to the Cash App assassin?
Obviously, it was going to eliminate
assassin.
because that's why it's controversial.
What happened to the Cash App assassin?
Just trying to figure this out.
Cash App assassin just disappeared, died.
Oh, you think if it wasn't?
I haven't seen or heard from the Cash App assassin in like
it wouldn't have mattered then, would it have?
Like a month.
No, it wouldn't have mattered who. Even if it was gonna eliminate everybody, it's the rules. You got until that 10-minute counter.
I was gonna say something about that. Where did the Cash App assassin go?
I can't.
It disappeared.
Go past that, right?
I guess that's. Oh wait, Jeremy's mentioning it.
Just missed it by
right
a second
after,
or two.
Well, they came in right after the buzzer hit. So
yeah.
Listen, if you're not fast, you're last, right? And it was 10 minutes, and they did cut it a bit fine, like. So,
all right. So listen.
I am the Cash App assassin.
We always stick.
Elder Lion is the Cash App assassin.
So listen, we had. Okay, why is my?
That's possible. It's very possible.
Anyways, we had 60. Oh, sorry, let me bring this back up.
I'm that baby daddy.
5 votes.
I'll be that baby daddy.
And 38% of the votes. It was actually close too. 38% of the votes said that the verbal combat round 66.
Who said that? You said that.
Fredo Fonzarelli.
Dang, Fredo won.
Second was Jess with 30. Bricky came in third with 15, and Jeremy with another 15. It was very, the two top are very close, and the two bottom matching up. That was actually a really, really good.
Yeah, when it's close, it's good.
There
it means
listen. First off, before we do the outros here, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came and participated. All right,
a lot of close votes tonight.
Well.
A lot of
all killed it tonight. Was actually I really enjoyed the debates. The roast session here at the end too, fucking great. You two going back and forth was great.
I'll find you, bro.
So.
Why is Elder Lion trying to hunt people down constantly?
A little bit gay. Well, I'll let it slide, Daniel. I'll let it slide.
We'll let Bricky argue how that's not gay.
The poll disappears after the vote. You may have thought it didn't go through.
Yeah, we need to
if you get there late, the poll will still be up. But when you click on it, it disappears.
Like this here.
That means you're voting too late.
Tell everybody where we can find you.
I think that's what. was happening to Cat, and she got all
disappointed, really, to be honest with you. Right, but I'll let it slide. Chat, I know you.
Wait, he's wearing a different. When did he change hoodies? He's a cow
All
now.
night I've been
How
here,
now,
and
brown
I do want
cow?
to say this one thing, because I never promote myself, right? I do want to promote Chris's channel on a Wednesday or Thursday when me and him do a stream together, right? Come over and you can just be as nasty as you want in the chat. You can come all over the chat, right? Okay, and you can play all our ridiculous games, right? Other than that, I'll see you back here on VK. But look at 5-time VK champ, 1-time UVC champ. Boom, boom, boom! Didn't need it. I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure.
What is this guy wearing? Why does he have
him over there on Chris Lestrange channel? They got a
Halloween costumes on deck?
And Brick, always a pleasure. Until next time.
Wardrobe department is on point. Facts. What is happening? This guy's got a cow outfit and a Pikachu outfit, and who does his shopping? Look how Chuck ran. I don't think Chuck ran. Chuck, I'm gonna get dude. The 57D Ti's are a decent price, and yeah, I'm gonna get a 5070 Ti. I know you told me to get a 3090.
Jeremy, tell everyone where we can
for the 24
find
gigs of VRAM, but
Well, I guess you could pretty much find me.
I think I get a 5070 Ti, and I think it will maintain its value to some extent, so that when they fix the
Chris's channel, while it's a good channel to be at, I'm gonna go ahead and give a bump to Jay.
He said Jay
as well, because he's got some fun conversations. We play poker and chess sometimes. At some point, we might play some Settlers of Catan. We did Uno with the boys the other night. And I mean, it's the only place you're going to really see the true chair in long form fashion is over there. So
true.
Nice.
True.
Shout out,
just
Jeremy.
know that you guys deprived these beautiful dogs treats. That's what was lost. I hope you live with that.
I hope you live with that. 1 second, I had to do something quick.
He meant Brick shouted out Chris's channel, so he shouted out. Let's go.
But Jeremy, always a pleasure. Okay?
Poker, I didn't even know her.
Pleasure. And until next time, my friend, and like Jeremy said too, everyone go check him out over there. JS Urban Adventures. All right. But till next time, my friend.
It's okay. My sister's boyfriend drives a Ford. 5070 will maintain value, but not the performance you need. Chuck, I get the performance. This is the thing, though. I get the performance that I need out of a 1660 Ti right now. I have a 1660 Ti right now, and I get the performance that I need out of it. Like, I mean, come on, it's a huge upgrade. What am I? And worst case scenario, I still have my laptop, and I can use my laptop to stream from, and I can get an Elgato capture card. And I can use the PC to game. Like, there's options here. But what do I need? I don't need that much. I don't need perfect 4K, 240 frames per second on competitive gaming, first-person shooter, rapid fire with the greatest graphics while I'm streaming, while I'm doing that. No, I don't need all that. Like, I think a 5070 Ti is going to be more than adequate for what I'm going to use it for. Now, maybe it's not super future proof. Maybe, as I grow, I want to upgrade. and we can upgrade, and then I can sell the 5070 back and get, once they fix the 5090s, I can get 5090 or whatever the next series is. But I think 16 gigs of VRAM. What does the 1660 Ti have? What do I have? 4 gigs of VRAM right now? And everything works good. I just can't play games I want to play. And I don't need the games to be super perfect graphics. I just want to be able to play every game. But it doesn't need to be perfect graphics. You know? I want to be able to play Cyberpunk. I want to be able to play Final Fantasy 16. I want to be able to play Baldur's Gate 3. I want to be able to play Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 looks... I was watching a review of Alan Wake 2. I want to be able to play Alan Wake 2. Doesn't have to be high, you know, everything maxed out. But I want to be able to play it and stream it. And talk on Discord. That's it. That's all I need.
Oh, damn. Fuck. All right, listen.
I think with a 5070 Ti, I don't have any problems playing what I want to play.
66 champions.
Why is everybody always crying when they win?
Tell everyone where we find you.
You can find me at my
This is a
channel.
good job. It was really fun.
I won't be doing.
You're going to go
anything
out
there
to
for
me
about a
for.
month or two while I'm in school, but I'll be back to normal schedule.
I want to play
Normal
Cyberpunk.
schedule maybe change, but you can also find me,
what
in the interim and even
what? I don't know. Is it bad? I don't know.
at the.
I'm just saying that's like the
on YouTube, and yeah, you can just keep that channel up. On the
that's what people like. The benchmark
like I
is
said, roll the
Cyberpunk.
money over, and we're gonna keep this thing moving. Thank
I think
you
a 5070
for
Ti is
hosting
going to be
this,
more than
the
adequate to
Battleground
run
Ideas,
Cyberpunk
thank
and
you, chat,
Discord and a
for
stream.
electing me your, duty
And if it gets bad,
you know what I'm saying?
I'll get an Elgato
Go. That's
capture
what I'm
card,
talking about. So next week,
and I'll run my
prize will
laptop
be
into my
$300.
PC,
All right,
and I'll stream through
also,
the laptop,
Fredo,
and I'll play games on the
are you
PC
doing after panel?
if it's necessary. But I don't think it's even going to be
Is
necessary.
there anywhere
I think I'll be
specific you wanna
fine with a
send it?
5070 Ti.
Chat was talking about either JS or Chris, so whichever one of them want to do it.
Okay. That's what's up. We'll send them over. Is Chris even live?
I don't think Chris is
Let me see.
live.
No, Chris isn't live. Chris, are you going live? Is that what's going on? Let me see. Chris, are you going live?
No, fuck that guy. If he goes live,
Oh,
I
that,
lasted longer. He lost.
Maybe they were just telling him to go live. I could see that being.
I'm
what
kidding,
happened.
Chris. I love Chris.
Oh, maybe.
Even though Tesla is
JS
whack.
is live
Yeah,
right
if
now.
JS is live right now, then yeah, do whatever is expedient.
Just get Chase in on the Discord. I'll beat his ass in the
We
DBZ
need
debate.
Puffy Degen. Okay. He was just saying we need a Chris pan.
Oh
Puffy
shit, my
panel,
pizza's
sorry
ready.
about
Hold
that.
on.
A Chris panel, Puffy.
My
panel.
pizza's gonna burn.
All
Gonna
right,
burn
yeah,
my pizza.
We'll send him over to JS then. Let me get that set up. And again, everyone go sub up to the current Verbal Combat champion, Fredo. Always a pleasure. And shout out to you for carrying that over to next week. You know, now next week's gonna be even bloodier. It's gonna be nutty. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming.
Already.
And listen, chat. You guys absolutely fucking amazing. Okay. Can't thank you guys enough for all the participation and all of the people who came on panel as well. Thank you guys. Again, absolutely amazing. Yeah. Can't thank you guys enough. I'm gonna send you guys over to JS Urban Adventures channel. Fucking shout out to Daniel for giving me. I fucking couldn't hold it in. I just read that comment And as soon as I read it, I fucking seen Fredo start laughing, and I was laughing too at the same time. Oh, fuck. Too good. Easy. Next time I want a 1v4 for nerd topic. Let me get the blood. Well, I mean, we don't usually do that. We'd have to set up something new. But, you know, maybe we could figure something out. But you gotta get up here, motherfucker. You gotta get up here to debate 1v4.
Pizza. Oh, the
Can't
pizza
do it from
ready.
the chat. All right.
Oh, the pizza going up.
Honestly, you guys are amazing. It could be 30.
Oh, the pizza going up.
Okay. Could be 1,500 in the chat.
Oh, the pizza going up.
Have a beautiful Easter.
Thank you for putting the Discord in there.
See you guys till next week.
You guys are probably already in the Discord.
I may do something.
We got Elderline in the Discord waiting.
I may pop up. You may see me.
Elderline in the Discord waiting. Get in the Discord.
Okay, I don't want to get everyone's hopes up.
Join the Discord before the raid.
But you may.
The few people that are here.
Things go.
Once we get the raid, we'll do the little grift.
How things go. But everyone have fun over there at JS's. He usually does the open panel, has his Discord going so everyone can hop in. So that's always fun. I'll be listening in for a little bit. Who knows? I may jump in. I do every now and then. So, you know, have fun over there. Everyone stay safe, okay? Have a beautiful weekend with your families. God bless to you all. And I'll see you.
I don't know if I should tell you guys about this dream. Dude, I had a crazy dream last night, which is today. Which is like a couple, you know. Today I had a crazy dream.
Are people more productive or less productive?
Don't ask me another question. Answer my question.
I'll just say this. Andrew Wilson was in my dream.
The radio isotopes are much easier to track.
It wasn't nothing sexual.
White ass special person on there, so maybe he can't count to 5, but he ain't special like that.
Rome's like popcorn time because Rome knows I got some crazy dreams. I'm going to write books about my dreams one day.
Daniel didn't like that.
By you leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet is that people...
Dude, I can't even look at Andrew the same way now after this dream that I had.
Put a wig on, haven't you? Put a wig.
It wasn't sexual, chat.
On the top of your head and pull it.
By the way, my voice is about to give out. So if I punk out,
stop sucking so much dick, bro.
Giving up on the principle. You're like
What up, Shazzy?
Without...
Shazzy's here before the raid.
Why are you guys getting all bogged down
All right.
in particulars
you mean like
All right. All right, we're going to leave the studio. All right, give me 1 second to fix the cam. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. All right. Shout out for the raid from Speakeasy. Let's go. Andrew was not naked in my dream. No. I don't know if I should tell this story of this dream because my dreams are dang. I don't know, man. I'm a cessationalist, so I don't think they're prophetic, but I got some crazy dreams. For all the people coming in, I was just saying that I had a crazy dream last night, and by last night I mean today because I sleep during the day. I had a crazy dream. And before I go in the Discord, maybe I should go in the Discord and tell the story of the dream. Maybe I should just tell the story of the dream. You guys want to know the story of the dream? You know what? If you want the dream, here's the grift. Guys, hit the like button as you come in. 48 viewers. We only got 16 likes. The goal, the super chat goal is $100. We're at $50 thanks to Bumpkin, thanks to Pax Americana with a huge $50 super chat. You know, we're at halfway to the goal. It's just $100 goal. Help us smash it if you want to, but if you can't, that's fine. If you spent all your money on verbal combat, that's totally cool, except for the fact that you didn't spend it on helping me win. But if you want to know the dream story, I need at least $20, and it can be a group effort. If we hit $70, I'll tell you the dream I had last night. It was a crazy dream. But otherwise, you don't get to hear the dream because it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that I'd be dreaming about damn content creators. I guess it's because I'm always on YouTube and I'm always watching YouTube and listening to YouTube. So it like creeps into my subliminal thoughts. The thoughts that I have no will over. Like, I don't will these thoughts. I don't know where they come from. It's crazy. It's almost like I don't even have free will. But anyway, let me go in the Discord. Hold on. The Discord was okay. I'm gonna pin the Discord instead of having the goal pinned. Oh shoot! I did not mean to do that, King. I did not mean to remove your. I did not mean to remove your comment. Hold on. Let me pin the Discord. But there is a goal. I didn't get the email to sign up for the goal setty thingy. The goal is $100. We're at $50. We're halfway there. But here's the Discord. You guys can join the Discord and you can jump in the conversation. But let me go in here. We're already in there. We got Goon in there. We got King in there. We got Elderline in there. What up?
Hey, yo.
What's up?
Yes, we were having that very deep philosophical conversation before you got here, so please don't interrupt. Goon.
What is it? I'm going to meet you outside. I know about philosophy.
No.
I don't even know about philosophy.
We're trying to figure out the whole reasoning and what the premise is of your naked dream with Andrew.
He was not naked in my dream. It's actually there could be some like philosophical implications, but it's not.
Yeah, there's some very
exactly. Why do you think you smoke cigarettes like he does?
You don't get to know the dream unless I get.
Did you know, JS, that smoking cigarettes is like sucking dick, and you smoke a hell of a lot of cigarettes, just like he does. So.
Why do you have so many debate space-based dreams?
Hey,
I know. I do. I'm
gonna bring this up. You're welcome for carrying your ass in that fucking Dragon Ball Z debate. That was some weak ass fucking argument.
Bullshit. I fed you every argument. I fed you every argument. I said, what about character development? I said, what about power scaling? I said, Zeno, when he brought up gods.
What about power scaling? What does that
When
even
he
mean?
brought up
That
hell,
means
I said there's a hell in
argument?
Dragon Ball. I was feeding you all the arguments and you were just blah, blah,
Okay,
blah,
so
blah.
you're a great assistant. Thank you.
Yep.
Whatever. Y'all had to phone a friend. It was me who pointed out that Goku can breathe in space.
That was Goon. I got that from Goon. I forgot about that.
Well, I'm already gonna call you out on that shit.
Well, no, when he said it, I was thinking about it and I was like, no, I think this has been debunked, but I couldn't remember. Yeah.
So that's why I didn't bring up that argument. So you're welcome for getting carried.
Nope.
Yep.
I wish you guys would have noticed it when he was saying that you guys were supporting Hindu shit, because you could have so easily been like, isn't Diana a Greek goddess?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Wonder Woman one of the main heroes of DC a Greek goddess?
Yeah.
Didn't need to. We were comparing
and what about
What about Thor? What the fuck is?
Well,
what part
Thor's
is he in?
Marvel, but yeah, if it was Marvel and
Here's about
DC, then
horror.
I
We're
would have.
comparing one god from one universe to another
Yeah,
god.
that wouldn't work for Marvel versus DC because they're
No, I
both
guess not.
have Greek
But
shit
yeah,
in
they're-
them.
Yeah, they both got ancient fucking gods in them.
Granted, one of them's like the Roman belief system. I think it's the one with Thor, right? Because it's like Thor and Odic, or is that Nordic?
Thor or
Yeah.
well, Odin, Thor and Zeus, or wait, yeah, one's Nordic
They're
and one's
different
Greek.
religions. They're different
Thor and Zeus
religions.
is Greek. Thor and Zeus is Greek mythology.
Me, myself, and I.
Odin is Nordic. Norse mythology.
It's Norse, yeah, it is Norse. Okay. I couldn't remember if that was just something in
Xbox
Skyrim.
account.
That's not even a joke.
No, Thor and Odin
Fucking locked
is
out of it.
Nordic,
That's right, because I locked you out of it.
Yes.
and then Zeus and
Hey,
like
none of you are
Zeus and
proper Dragon
Hercules.
Ball fans in my eyes
Yeah,
until you
I
read or watch or listen to Journey of the West, whichever way you want to go about that. Check that
Well,
shit
it
out.
had to do
Yeah,
with
I've
the
already
actual Dragon Ball
read it.
series.
I
I
love you
said
guys. That's all I
that.
wanted to say.
I said that in the debate.
I know you
said,
have.
It has nothing,
I know
it has
you
nothing
have.
to do with the
I meant
actual
that in
Dragon Ball series.
general.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
Black Myth
but I
Whoop.
mean, it's one of the huge. Yeah, it's not
When I
In the
get
goofy
It might- it
comedy
doesn't
movie
matter how freak
version.
it is, it doesn't
When
Yeah,
I
you
matter
get-
did
if
good. You
it's
both
not
did great. I don't know why you guys are busting each other's balls. I thought that was great and entertaining. I was just like,
Yeah,
look, he's gonna
what
bring
points
up
did Chris
Super.
had? Chris was just like a dark side. They could destroy the
Which one's that?
universe.
Actually, the
Like,
dreamer.
Oh,
man,
yeah,
everyone's
yeah, yeah.
above universal
That'd be good.
threats. We're at multi-universal threats.
Wait, hold on. Me, myself, and I. Are you an anti-super Dragon Baller?
I'll fucking debate his
No,
ass
I'm not
out.
anti. It's just not my favorite, Jess.
Okay, well, let's do it
Okay,
now.
because I know some people that are like, don't even bring up super. Like they're
No,
like,
you can't.
I
I actually appreciate our. I
Super.
appreciate our.
Super does not get good until the Zamasu arc.
Well, Super's okay. It's
yeah,
not the
that's
That's a
true.
good hot take.
Well,
I could
Look,
know that.
Super's not the
Yeah.
greatest, but it doesn't even matter because once Goku reaches Super Saiyan 1,
I'm one of the few
all
people that like
99%
GT,
of the
so I'm not
people
even gonna.
in the fucking DC universe. Just saying.
I love
Yeah, I
GT.
like the original Dragon Ball. Are you there? Me, myself, and
Yes, I'm OG. I'm there. Yeah, Dad, bro. I'm sorry, but Roshi, Grandpa,
I don't
Gohan,
even
just the
like the
characters and
latter
how they
half of
develop
Dragon
for
Ball
years.
either. I don't dislike it, but I think the first half of Dragon Ball is literally
Okay,
one of
so
the
let's
greatest
talk
shows
about
It was
ever.
good, bro. But hey, at least all the way through it, they had banger music. I don't know how much of the opening titles in Super had the best music.
I don't know about
Halfway through
music,
Dragon
but
Ball, they start doing like
Movies are good.
filler and
Movies
shit,
are
where
good.
there's just like it's
No.
literally after the first
Yeah, see
World
that-
Tournament. They have
Once
like
I
the
got
first
older, it
filler.
doesn't bother me. Yeah.
the second half
Yeah,
of Dragon
yeah,
Ball
yeah,
is
Gohan.
with Piccolo
Watching
and
Big kinda done
the
it.
Piccolo saga and Dragon Ball
Mhm.
is epic.
The Demon King.
No, it's not bad. I'm
Yeah,
just saying, like,
the
The
story
Demon God?
of Rosaru based off
there's
of like the
zero
whole
filler.
bro.
Okay, so
in
let's
the
talk about
show.
Dragon Ball Z filler arcs.
I
real
just
quick.
don't need a
Why-
bunch
why
of
the fuck- why
action the whole
fuck
time.
do
I
we
like
have
a storyline.
12 episodes about Goku learning how to throw. Who cares?
Nobody's talking about that.
Go.
That's something about filler arcs.
The
I'm talking
driving
about filler
episode is
What are you
literally
talking
the
about,
best
filler
filler
arcs?
episode in all of Dragon Ball Z. That's the only worthwhile filler
Bro, I
episode.
watched all of Naruto. Don't
best
talk to me
filler.
about flashbacks or fillers.
I love seeing
All of
Piccolo
Shippuden.
in a snapback.
No, the best argument is
And I still like it.
the best argument is you're pro Japan versus pro America, and I was worried he was going to lean into that.
I was thinking the
cares?
same thing. I was thinking the same.
I didn't want him
But
to
then I
go
was
down
like,
that
well,
road.
but someone made that. Well, then you just made the same rebuttal. It's like we're talking about like
Well,
the company,
Jess,
not
Jess,
like what country it
Jess,
came
I will help
from.
you. I will help you with that road, Jess. Although in country and nationalism wise, America is better. Sorry to say, Japan has better animation.
Well, and I'm sorry to say, but ethically, Dragon Ball hasn't changed, and the ethics
I'm
of
seriously gonna
Japan,
need
the
you to, like,
moral
try and help me
ethics of
break
Japan
through
hasn't
that.
changed, whereas the West has been corrupted by woke ideology, which was my whole argument about Batman. And if it was Marvel verse, Marvel has gotten so woke. Marvel, like the Marvel
Well,
comics
dude,
and the
the
Marvel
essence-
movies has
at the
gone so
essence.
woke.
Like Dragon Ball
The
is supposed to be a
games? The
collaboration
games?
of like American and like
I want to see some
Japanese pop
bouncing.
culture. So it'd
Chase,
probably
get
be
your
the
ass up
hardest
here.
anime to make that argument against, considering half of Dragon Ball is about how much Toriyama loves American shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Android 8, there's multiple characters that are based off of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I mean, even the thing that Chris
It
brought
was
up, because I
based
never
off of,
thought
like,
about
Who's
that.
humming
That's
to
not on
themselves?
accident.
houses.
He definitely had Goku be Superman on purpose. Like
That
that's
was
like
me. I'm sorry. There's something playing.
But Sonic the Hedgehog stole Super Saiyan.
hey, but that's
How do
called
you
the
know they
chaos
stole it?
energy. Okay.
No, they even came out and admitted and said, "Yeah, we took inspiration from Super Saiyan." And
No, but we'll go sue. What's that one that they went that they're fighting
Wait,
a law?
so
And
let me bring this up.
would that be a
Even
lawsuit?
if
Go ahead.
even if Superman's brought up by fucking Superman, how does that mean that Superman is then therefore more powerful than fucking Goku? That doesn't even make any sense.
yeah, I don't think he's more powerful, but
Exactly. So that's a non-point. That's not even a point you have to argue with.
I had to Google when did Superman start, and
I
it
had
was
to
like
Google a fucking thing. You're lucky that I came up. You're lucky that they
it was like
fucking put me in, boy.
1963.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be like old as fuck. It was like
And
one of the
Dragon Ball
first
started, I
comics.
think, in 1983 or 1984, somewhere
But
around
that
there.
doesn't even matter because
Yeah,
it doesn't even
you're real
end
close.
with the argument that within the universe,
No.
these
And
two
it's like the
people
exact same
within the
story. Like
universe.
he just straight
Okay,
up
so
stole
there's
the idea
doesn't
from
mean that
Superman.
Goku is less powerful than
Well,
Goku. That has nothing to do with
I was
whether
curious.
Superman is more
But
powerful than
Goku
fucking
and
Goku.
Superman being more or less powerful, it doesn't win the argument.
I could give you a little bit of
And
feel
that's why
for the
you
DC thing.
that's why
What
you
about
did not
Magneto?
carry me, Elder Lion, because all you
I
wanted to
carried
talk
the
about is
shit.
power scaling. I'm trying to bring up
I
character
carried
Well, I
the
thought it was
development.
teamwork. What the fuck?
I'm trying to bring up the creator of the series. Toriyama is a legend. I don't
So
know the
that's
name
the
of
total
any
motion.
I don't know
Total
the name
motion.
of any DC
Listen, if you guys wanted to get into
writer
broken
or
power scaling, you guys could have went through some Marvel shit, but it's clear you guys just don't know a lot of Marvel stuff.
No, I would go Marvel over DC.
How about like the Hulk
That's what I'm
comic?
saying is
The
like
Hulk
if you guys
comics,
made
that guy
arguments based
wasn't the
on
Hulk in the
like Marvel, you
comics
would
I'm
have
like
to
I'm like
crazy power
anti
shit.
I'm
Dude.
anti DC. I think DC's lame. I don't like DC.
DC's gay. Look, Dragon Ball
Yeah.
Z is
Wait,
way
what
better.
about the dude? Come on, you never watched the X-Men? Like Magneto, that one dude. I think it's Magneto. Like that whole backstory and stuff. I just thought it was like the
X-Men is not
craziest thing ever.
DC.
Watching it.
X-Men is Marvel.
X-Men is Marvel.
Oh wait, what? Oh, sorry, I misheard you. I'm sorry. Misheard. You guys speaking on
You
DC.
good, bro?
I'm out.
You good,
I got
bro?
two things going through me.
You got nerd shit.
Whatever
Yeah,
happened
nerd
to
shit.
whatever happened to yeah, thanks. Whatever happened to like the Hulk, the Hulk in the comic books? Wasn't he Goon? You would probably
That's
know more on
Marvel.
this.
Well, Hulk is Marvel, so he wouldn't have
Well,
been.
no,
like-
I meant no. I know. I'm saying he wasn't he like fucking crazy powerful. Well, I mean compared to what we saw in the movies and shit.
Yeah, but he wasn't more powerful than
He had all those like personalities and like.
It depends. Like if you there's different like runnings of the Hulk. In one version of the Hulk, he literally like collaborates with a star
Well, if you guys
and
wanna
becomes
make
like
it
one with
debate-
it or some shit, and he becomes
Yeah,
Hulk, the
yeah, that's
ultimate
something I was gonna
destroyer,
debate. Let's
and he
talk about
destroys the
action
entire
heroes.
multiverse.
Yes, that's popular.
Let's talk about action movie heroes.
But there's like a couple
there's a way more
comics
subjective
lines
way
that just
to
end with
argue
one of the
either or.
like superheroes getting infinite power and destroying the universe.
Yeah, but didn't the Flash kill like several or like all the universes and merge them together into one at one point in time?
It doesn't matter. He's not a
Really, that's
fucking
not
DC shit, I know that's about, but I wouldn't be surprised. Flash is OP in DC. A lot of people just don't talk about it.
No, I
But he's,
do.
like, he's
Flash is OP.
busted.
Yeah.
I mean, Flash is great, but he's not fucking like god level superpower. He doesn't have that.
Everybody's OP or
No, I
underpowered
don't
in
disagree.
DC.
I'm just simply saying is you.
There's no balance. There's
only
no
go through it
progression.
because somebody did a thing, and you're gonna come with somebody else who also did a
Well, it
thing.
depends which iteration of Flash you're talking about too. There's faster versions of Flash, and then there's slower versions of Flash.
No level of Flash ever reached god level.
Quit humming to yourself.
No, some
I'm sorry,
versions
I'm
of
not.
Flash.
My
Hey,
fucking
leave
thing's
me-
all
leave
reset.
me
No,
my
I just
fucking
realized that. I just saw that.
Some versions
I'm
of
sorry,
Flash get
Stan.
fucking
Not
crazy.
used
Like
to
there's
not
a
being on this.
Yeah,
Flash
you can
zombie
travel
that
through-
like
travel through
chases
time. That doesn't
speedsters
make
to
the
take
book
their life
properly.
away because they're able to outrun death itself. And Flash is so fast. I don't know if that's Barry
Wait, is
Allen,
that,
but
are
one
you,
of the
are you
Flashes
referring?
is so fast he just outruns death.
Wait, are you referring to a? I don't know if a zombie version of Flash. Are you referring to the Speed Force themselves? Because they look like the Speed Force in form looks like zombie ghouls or whatever.
No, there's this one guy. His whole job is to kill speedsters, because speedsters are able to outrun the time of death. So whenever they outlive their time and they still keep running so they don't die, he comes and he gets them. And he's supposed to be like extremely fast. I forgot what the fuck his name is though.
That's pretty cool.
But there's a version of the Flash that's so fast he's even able to outrun him and he doesn't have to worry about him.
You see,
Okay. Yeah, how to
Ellen
do that.
Page or Elliot Page is going to play the next Flash.
There we go.
Who? Isn't it aren't they already Flash?
Is she gonna be a
Elliot
speed-
Page.
Wait, what? Really?
That's what I heard.
What?
No.
Aren't they already Flash?
No, it was in the last Flash movie. It was a different guy.
That's not. Hold on, JS. You're misinformation there. That is not true. That's not happening.
Maybe it's fake
they did
clickbait from a
BS.
meme.
Yeah, we need
Yeah,
some more.
Yeah, that's what it is. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. They're either gonna keep that one dude who's actually got all this like crazy shit about him. That's why it's weird that they picked him in the first place for the new Flash, or the
Well, when I
director
Google
is,
it, it says
thinking about doing Grant
DCU
Gostin again.
DCU concept art of Elliot Page as the Flash goes viral. DC fans divided over Elliot Page as the Flash. Fans demand Elliot Page in the role of DCU's Flash. Many fans want Elliot Page to play the Flash. Fans desperately want Elliot Page as DCU's the Flash.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not true. I guarantee it's not true. It's trolling. Because if you ask.
What? This is from IMDb. This is from Reddit.
IMDb, the woke.
Yeah, I know, but
IMDb and Reddit.
Reddit's not a good source.
Propaganda to
But
me.
it's
I'm
from Game
skeptical
Rant.
on that.
Game Rant.
Oh, Game Rant. That's not woke at all either.
Yeah, even
they're all
like
woke.
more
So why
not
wouldn't you expect?
credible.
If all the nerds are woke, why wouldn't you expect them to do this?
Mainstream
Is that the
media
person from Juno?
Because
Yes.
Wait,
Ellen
hold on.
Page, yeah.
Oh yeah, a DC
Yeah.
movie going woke. No, that could never happen. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't even know they were trans. Like, I didn't even know.
I didn't
that
even
this
know
was
they
a
still
thing.
had fans.
They transitioned. Yeah. No, it's what's crazy is
They
that,
kind of do look like the other dude that just played Flash.
Yeah, they look very similar.
Right. That's
Ezra
the
Miller.
only reason. That's why it turned into a meme, and everybody turned it, and they're like, "Oh, Elliot Page needs to be the next Flash because she looks just like." Well, I don't even know that dude's name that did it now. Whoever he is, he's a PDF
Miller.
file.
I would
Ezra,
take
there you go,
fucking-
Ezra.
I would take a,
He's a
I would
huge.
take, yeah.
Ezra Miller is a huge PDF file. If
I
you go
said that.
ask the fan base, and if you actually go looking in like the blogs and shit, everybody wants Grant Gustin, the original Flash from the Warner Brothers universe.
Look, I'd take
Dude, the
Elliot
dude from the
Page over
CW
fucking
show is
Ezra
fire, but he's probably too old now.
Right, that's who it is, Goon. Grant Gustin. That's that dude.
Yeah, I never knew his name. I just watched
Miller.
the show with
Let's talk
my
about this real
family.
quick. Why the hell? Why would Ellen Page cut off her tits? Like, let's be real about this. I'm gonna be a little degenerate. Well,
I mean, they weren't that big to start with.
Look. No,
Right.
Elliot Page with tits. Flash with
and he
tits would
didn't-
be better than Flash with no tits. Okay.
Well, but let's be honest. Ellen Page was a horrible actress, so she needed something to kind of drum herself up in the media to make people follow her career.
She still had tits.
Irrelevant.
She still could have been better.
Juno's all right.
Juno was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, but was it because of
She was
her?
good
or
in
was
those
it-
video games.
Was it
I
her?
thought she
or
was
was
good
it-
in those PS4 video games.
Last of
Michael
Us.
Cera,
The fucking distilled souls or whatever, the two souls. or
Yeah,
whatever the
Beyond
fuck it
Two
is.
Souls, and she was in
Yeah,
another
yeah.
one too.
Actually, I forgot about that. That's actually, yeah, that was actually
Michael-
good. That was good.
You
fun.
know, actually, they did. Wait, didn't they sue like The Last of Us?
Oh wait,
and,
so yeah, it was
the
Beyond
of-
Two Souls, not
copy-
Last of Us.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
she
she-
copyright struck Last of Us and then made her own video game, and I think that was Beyond Two Souls.
right?
Yeah, and they both suck.
Fuck you, Last of Us, the first Last of Us.
It was not that good.
It
No,
was
it was
good.
horrible. That was
I
one
kept
of the
getting
only
killed by the zombies right away,
It
dude. I'd try to shoot them,
It's
and like the
so
shooting
good.
in that
There's
game's
nothing.
ass.
There's nothing more manly to go the whole game protecting somebody, and at the end, being like, you know what, fuck
It's
it.
nothing more
gonna kill
manly than
everybody.
playing a game as a woman.
right.
What the hell are you talking about? That's fucking Last of Us 2. You
Hey, what the
stupid
hell,
fuck.
dude? I'd rather stare like if I get a pick between a man or a woman character. I don't want to be staring at a man's ass the whole time. Every
And
now and again,
look,
you gotta pick the woman.
Okay, me myself and I.
Listen,
please,
Last of Us
don't
2,
get
you were
involved with this.
Oh man. So you picked the girl character in the games.
destined in the first
Well,
game.
girl
In the sequels, you
character.
eventually play as the child.
Depends on the
It's
game.
destined to happen.
You don't play that in the fucking first game, dude.
I'm almost 100% sure. Eventually, the next game, God of War, is going to be your Loki.
Wait, aren't you
Mark
already
my
Loki
fucking
in
words.
the last one that came out?
Not
like whenever they had-
please.
It's like when they had Lightning McQueen train that other car.
I'm pretty sure that you play as like the fucking Kratos' son in the most recent God of War game, don't you? And that's
Yeah,
I
Loki.
wouldn't be surprised. That's how that mechanic works. That's why in The Walking Dead, you play as the guy who finds a little black girl, and then the next game, you play as the little black
Hey,
girl.
don't think all this shit about fucking Walking Dead.
Speaking of
I'm
Journey
not,
to
I
the
like those
West,
games.
one of the first games I'm gonna get once I get this new computer set up is Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah,
fire.
Jess. Hey.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
pretty
That
good.
game looks like a certified banger.
Yep.
I'm excited to play those games.
I don't buy new age
Yeah,
consoles
those are-
though, so I've only ever
Oh, wow,
seen
weird
videos
ass
of
shit.
it.
Play as a monkey. I'm a damn human. I don't play as a damn monkey. Not a damn Darwin.
Whatever. It's Dragon Ball.
The gameplay, how you want to play it.
Goku's
Point
literally
of it.
mostly a human.
Goku's a monkey.
No, he's not.
He's an
Ozaru.
alien monkey.
Ozaru.
He
He's
can
an-
turn into an Ozara. That doesn't make him an Ozara.
He's an alien monkey.
Not.
Yep.
I mean, he's an alien, but he's not a monkey.
And they look more like gorillas.
I mean, they look more like red ass baboons, but I'm not gonna try to correct.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. No, I love what the fuck. I like that take. Actually.
Restart to install the latest Windows updates. No, don't do that. Stop.
Why are you narrating Windows updates?
Because it's trying to shut my computer down.
Yeah, I did that just a few minutes ago. I didn't narrate it.
Well, if it happens, I want people to know what happened. What happened
Well,
was
it did happen, and you just disappeared for about 2 minutes. If you come back, you're like, "Whoops."
Also, now that Chris is gone, I'm willing to say this. Fuck Zenu from Dragon Ball, though. Who knows if he's even God? How many times have they revealed God in Dragon Ball?
and there's another level.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's what
Dude,
I
I
was talking about.
concur.
There's Xeno, which reaches the
Well,
minimal-
actually, in
minimal God
I was
and
done once I heard there was gonna be a Frieza Black. That's when I was
in
like,
the
dude, no,
manga,
I'm sick of
there
these kids.
in the manga there is somebody higher than Zeno.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would be so, of course. Like, I don't-
It's like
I was
Zeno-
only
trying to
arguing that Zeno was the peak. Just
Yes.
to wait for them to go for somebody that actually was above Zeno, then I would have pulled
Did
out
you
the other thing.
But that's why Dragon
did you
Ball's
watch
awesome.
the Frieza versus that Decepticon and Death Battles, Jess? I think it's
No, but I read in the
one of the main
manga
bad guys.
Frieza Black, when Frieza goes black for the first time, he he
Does he go
solos
back?
UI Goku and Ultra Ego Vegeta in one shot. He one shots Ultra Ego Vegeta and Ultra Instinct Goku in one shot. He double fists. Pause.
You worded that differently than they did on the
Bro,
deadliest.
they up
whatever it is.
gods so
That's
fast in Dragon
It's
Ball. I
crazy.
swear to God, the Supreme
no
Kai
power
was
limit
only
in
the
Dragon Ball.
strongest god in the show for like 3 episodes, and then you
There's
find out
no,
there's a
there's
Grand
no
Kai.
power limit in Dragon Ball. It keeps getting way more and more
It's literally
crazy.
like, holy fuck, this is the Supreme Kai. This guy is literally on top of everything.
I know,
But then
right?
3
And the
episodes
Ginyu
later,
Force
they're
was
like, Goku, you
terrifying.
gotta
The
go train with
Ginyu
the Grand
Force
Kai.
was terrifying, and that guy just showed up and swatted them like flies.
Let's
Yeah.
talk about the Ginyu Force. That little green fuck could stop time, dude. What happened there?
Yeah, but
he got impaled by his own weapon.
Yeah, but like freezing time, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, but Hit could freeze time better.
Well, see, that
Chaozu's
guy,
been able to
there
do
was
that
a
since the
weakness.
original run.
Goldo just held his breath.
That was more like a paralyzed.
Goldo could only freeze time while he was holding his breath, but
He
Hit
did freeze
actually,
time. He was just super
Yeah,
fast.
Chaozu didn't even have to hold his breath. He just had to stick his hands out.
yeah, Chaozu could
Yeah,
do,
well,
could do it
Chaozu, that
too.
was more like a side,
Well,
like a
Chaozu's bitch. He
telekinesis.
never even
Yeah.
beat anybody ever once.
Chaozu wasn't really freezing time; he was just freezing people.
No, yeah, exactly. You could use like a
freeze
like a fucking site, like what's
But
that called?
Goldo could freeze time
Kinetics?
if he was holding his breath, but then Hit could freeze time like
No,
the
it was
concept
so
of
fast.
time.
I think what was that? It was like
It
a
was so
time
fast,
skip.
concept of time didn't make sense.
No, Hit
I-
froze
I-
time,
I could never
and then
make sense out
Jiren
of that.
shattered. Jiren was so strong that he shattered time because he broke
Yeah,
through
him,
Hit's
Broly.
time lock.
Yeah, they did that. Whatever happened to Broly fighting the fusion Vegeta?
These are the power levels we're
I think
talking
Goku.
about in Dragon Ball. We're talking about shattering multiverses in time.
Yes, you
with a
forgot to
punch.
mention like Broly.
Fucking anything that ever came
Oh,
out
with Brawly, they punched into an alternate universe. Like they like.
Yeah, literally.
My favorite thing is they kept fucking up the transformation the whole time. It's like another 30 minutes, another 30 minutes, and Frieza's just getting fucking mad.
Yeah,
That was actually a
That's what
callback.
it took for you to understand what kind of power level it is.
That was a
You had to wait
callback.
a
They
week.
did that.
You had to wait a couple of weeks to understand
Yeah,
how
that was so...
good they were.
Yeah, and people are like, I don't like how it takes multiple episodes for a power up. Bro, that's how
I mean,
you.
just
That's what you
watch
call
Dragon Ball
developing
Z, bro.
tension.
Bro, in Dragon Ball,
You
my
know,
biggest
let's talk
complaint
about-
is they have to be fighting in space more at this point. These
Well, let's
motherfuckers be
talk about
fighting
this.
on planets while dropping like universe-destroying bombs. Like,
No,
how the
the-
fuck is the
Wow.
planet making it out?
The world, the universe
the
survival
logical
tournament
ones or
is the
something like
best
that.
part of Super because Zeno said.
Yeah, because they're in space and they go all out.
Well,
Seven
no, Zeno
episodes
said you're
of
not allowed to
watching
fly.
Goku charge up was not a fun experience.
So they couldn't
That was
fly.
power.
So if you watch,
Seeing him do Super
hey,
Saiyan
shut
3
up!
before it
I'm
was a
trying to make a
semi-go,
point.
yeah.
Shut up.
Almost 2 months of watching Goku charge up. I don't want to see that shit. I want to see him beat. I want to see.
Listen, when
beat
he's
Frieza's
fighting
ass.
Jiren, when Goku
Just
and
go watch
Frieza
Kai, they
are
made it for
fighting,
you.
shut
Just
up.
watch Kai.
You guys,
Watch Kai.
hey, one at a time. When Goku and
That's
Frieza
just
are
one
fighting
on one.
Jiren, they're not allowed to fly. It looks like they're flying, but if you watch the episode, you see they're never actually flying. They're jumping from rock to rock as the rocks are falling through the sky. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, in the
Yeah.
arena is supposed to be
I'll
made out of
watch
like
the
super
tournament
fucking
power.
durable shit too.
Yeah, and they still destroyed it all.
Wonder how many people.
We're hemorrhaging viewers talking about
I
this.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be
my
surprised.
bad.
We're just talking
That's
about
why
fucking
it just
Dragon
came to
Ball.
my
We're
mind.
debate topics or something.
Jeremy, help me hack my account. Fuck. I want to play something. So bad.
What is King talking about with Shazzy? It's not your stomach, but your upper pelvic region. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, we're in the where Jess got cooked in her bumpkin debate.
Yeah, we're talking about a C-section because Shazzy said that they they cut through the stomach to remove the baby,
Yeah,
but it's actually not your stomach.
Never
It's
in the
it's where your
stomach.
uterus.
The baby was never in the
It's where your,
digestive tract.
where your uterus is, and they make the incision along your pelvic, like your upper pelvic region, and where your uterus is. It's never towards your stomach at all. Your stomach's actually up higher on your belly than most people think.
But what was Jess and Bumpkin? Because I missed the. I was in the
They
bathroom.
were arguing.
Lies.
They were
Lies,
arguing,
right?
lying.
Yeah.
Basically, Jess was saying you should never lie, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Omitting details or being deceptive. A lie is deception. Omitting details and saying things deceptively is a lie. So literally, one of her defenses was a lie.
Yeah, a lie of omittance is not a lie. That's a woman's version
But it's
of
a
a lie.
withholding of detail of being a form of deception, right? But in her particular case, she said, like babies come from the stomach. And she stuttered when she said that, knowing it really wasn't an actual truth.
Okay.
She
Yeah.
straight up fucking lied.
Yeah. Both of those, like, so when he brought up the hiding somebody in your attic, like the Anne Frank argument, or a crook breaks into your house and he says,
I don't think she got that was,
that's a biblical story, the story of Rahab. She hides the Israelites in her house in Jericho, and then they end up saving her because of that, because she lied to the people and she hid them.
Boys? Yeah, have a safety meeting. Chris is here. Hell yeah, what's that?
Whoa.
And then
Yeah,
the lie of omittance. The lie of omittance is Saul. So God tells David to go make a sacrifice and to sanctify some people. And he says, if Saul asks you what you're doing, just tell him that you're doing the sacrifice. Don't tell him that you're sanctifying these people. And so God tells David to do, quote unquote, a lie of omittance, which isn't really a thing. It's just something.
I don't give a shit about that. What I'm talking about is Rahab.
I know you don't. Because
Yeah,
if the church father said it, you would give a shit about it, though.
No, I wouldn't necessarily.
I think your viewers
But anyways,
are fucking funny as
but
hell.
anyway, Rahab literally did lie, and guess what? She's part of the genealogy of Christ.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Chad, you're the best.
That's my point. What are you arguing about?
Funny.
I don't know. I just got here. Man.
I'm making the same point. Rahab lied for the good of all of Israel, and if Rahab hadn't have lied, it's almost like it was determined to happen that she lie.
Well, man, that's a big ass leap. But okay.
No, it's not a big ass leap. It's an
It is.
obvious. It's an obvious
No,
progression.
it's a massive leap.
It's an obvious.
It is a massive leap. That's
There's
what
no
she
other
told.
way. There's no other way it could have happened.
There are plenty of other ways it could have.
So
happened.
you think there's a possible world where Rahab didn't lie and Jesus never happened?
No.
Is that what you think?
Do I think that there's a possibility of a
Do you think
world
there's a
where
possible world where Rahab
No,
did
I mean,
not
Jesus
lie?
would've-
Do you
Jesus
think
would've been
Rahab
able to
could
tell
have
Rahab
chosen
if
to
he
not?
would've-
Hold on. No.
I mean,
Hey,
yeah.
Elderline. See, this is your problem. You don't listen to the question. Do you
I
think
do
there's
listen
a?
to the question. You
Do you
don't
think
listen to
there's
the
a?
answer.
Do you think there's a possible world where Rahab did not lie and Jesus
I mean, that
never
would
came
imply
about?
multiverse theory.
Beautiful.
Just because, look,
Yeah, it
something
would.
happened.
It would.
Yeah.
That's what you're
Okay, so
implying.
listen.
You
no,
just
it's
said it
not.
could have happened multiple other
It could
ways.
have
So
happened
you
based on
implied
the decision
multiverse.
that whatever Rahab made, like it doesn't, like what does it even mean? Just because somebody could make a different choice doesn't mean
Just
there's
say
a
I'm
fucking
right.
multiverse.
Just say I'm right.
You're-
Just a
you're
point
not
of
right.
just a point of correction.
You're both
talking
wrong.
about-
Ricky,
Just a point
dude,
of
what the
correction.
fuck happened tonight?
Just a point of correction. Talking about possible
You can
worlds
choose
doesn't
both.
imply. Talking about possible
Mhm.
worlds
Doesn't imply
doesn't,
multiverses.
yeah, because it's just a modal operator, right?
Right, but implying that there's another way that it could have been does imply multiverses. So if you say
No,
there,
it doesn't.
if you
just
say
did the same thing twice, but you
Hmm?
agreed with the one way of it being phrased and disagreed.
no,
with
of
another way.
course, it is possible. It's possible that didn't happen, but did that happen? No. Could that have happened? No.
Could that have happened? Sure.
Could that have happened? Well then you don't think that God is God is all powerful and outside of time.
God makes all the decisions.
That's fine.
He was a bit unfair on Elderline, let's face it. He made him ginger, so that was one.
Yeah, Elderline is a ginger. Who would have who bet on that?
Doesn't the prayers give him power? There's probably too many people and not enough of them praying, so maybe he's like all weak now. No, that was stupid.
I'll come after you right now.
I know you would. I know. Bro, you're a big teddy bear. You can't fool me.
Look, I love people, but I don't like heresy.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
you're
should
right.
stop doing it then. You think that it's
I like
possible
people.
that
Well, no, you're just in a idea that you
I
think
know
is a
Elderline,
contradiction.
just say I don't mean to offend you.
no, I think that
Derek, you did a good job. That was really entertaining, by the way.
I think that Rahab had no choice to lie but to lie.
I tell you now, I had so many jokes that I could have said to
I
you,
had
right,
so
that would
many
have offended
fucking
you
jokes,
badly.
You should have said them, Breaky. That was one of the worst roast offs ever. You both
Ricky
got
was trying to be nice.
No,
Ricky has feelings. Ricky has out of all the people, why were you and Jeremy like hella the quiet ones?
Oh, at the end, I never said it wrong, me. I knew I was losing.
Look, I was trying to be nice to Rick. I wasn't trying to roast him, but I did kind of at some points get a little bit of jab.
There was some sort of handicap going on.
No, I'm not particularly
You
good at
asked for a
battles,
roast
so
battle.
That's where where I failed.
You asked
Was
for a
that
roast
I can get
battle.
I'm actually I put in some new hardware or new KVM for my desk, and my webcam's actually not working. I was trying to get it going all night.
What the?
You know, there's
Alright,
an
well,
easy
I wanna
there's
ask- I
an
wanna
there's
ask
an
a
easy
question.
rebuttal to the web.
How did you not mention Elderline's camera angle once the entire time?
Great camera.
Bro looked like he was sending you
I know.
pics off.
I did. I think it pissed him off.
I'll keep that one. I'll keep that one because you'll not change his. You'll not even change it now, even though he knows I'm going to say.
Why
something.
were we seeing? Why were we seeing?
Camera up somewhere that doesn't even like. I had nowhere to put my fucking camera.
We're
Why
seeing
don't you-
3x neck beard.
Yours are clean as camera angle.
I don't have a
worse.
damn neck beard. It's
It's
right at the face.
I like the chin. I just thought it was weird. Maybe put like cool tapestry above your head
I
or
like that the
something.
angle wasn't even
right
only
now.
low. It was like off center, like your head was off to the left the whole
Guys,
time.
he
See
does
all the Rice
that.
Krispies that were stuck in your fucking beard as well.
He does that to make himself feel tall.
I am tall.
The easy rebuttal to the you don't have a webcam on is go fuck yourself. I mean, I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, not
I'll take an outer line over the bear any day of the week.
You can't do a roast battle if one person has a webcam and one person doesn't.
It depends on what you're roasting, doesn't it, Josh? Does roasting necessarily mean that you're taking the piss out of how someone looks? Can't you roast what
Yeah,
they
it could be
do and say?
roasting your posh ass voice, Shiva.
No.
Oh, you love my posh ass voice.
No, Shiva, I actually like what you did with your name and stuff. I was like able to read it, and I like read, and then it took me a second to dawn on me that the things were backwards and stuff. Kind of cool.
They're upside down.
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay,
backwards
then
as
I
well.
maybe I have that some sort of dyslexic thing going on.
That's how your brain works. If you
That's
flipped,
cool. I like that.
if you took a bunch of words out of, or took a bunch of letters out of words, and flip letters upside down and reverse letters, you'd still be able to read it.
Yeah, because what we see when we're reading isn't the individual letters, but it's the pattern that
Right.
Okay, so
The structure of the word.
I have a question real quick, Jess. What does knowing and doing have to do with each other?
Ozzy in the chat.
What does knowing and doing have to do with what? Free will?
With what? With each other. What does knowing and doing have to do with each other?
What does it
Nothing?
have
What
to
do you
do with
mean?
this conversation? Just to be clear, because
Well, can you expand on the question a bit more?
Well, I
'Cause
think it would have to do with
thank you,
It's
Shiva.
about free will.
roasting.
I'm asking what knowing and doing has to do with each other.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking you to expand on the question because I don't understand.
Well, I'm very drunk,
what-
so I can't expand on it very much.
All right, okay.
I
Well, I
said
think
no. I
I
don't
was
know.
getting at, I
Nothing.
think it had something to do with more of the roasting. The thing in the picture thing, was that what you're kind of going for, Elderline, or no?
No, I'm talking
No.
about free will.
Free will.
Yeah, I'm saying, what does knowing and doing have to do with each other? I'm not talking about your
Well-
view, Shiva. Your view is way more airtight than JS's. Well,
What do you mean? We
To be
Oh
honest,
wait. So you're saying
like-
that we make all the same arguments except I believe in God, so I add an all-knowing God to it.
Nope.
And so
You
you're
make
saying
different
his arguments are
Nope,
more airtight.
You don't make
Yeah,
the same
some
Yeah,
argument.
see, you just say shit, Elderline.
No, I don't. I'm saying that
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
make the
you
same
just say
argument
shit,
you
but
do.
you don't like. There's
Okay,
no.
so then you're not going to answer the question. Cool.
I already did answer the question.
Elderline,
Maybe you
that's-
should
No,
have
you
paid
didn't.
attention. I said
You
nothing.
didn't answer
They
the
don't have
question.
anything to do with each other. Nothing.
Exactly. Thank you.
My,
You're
I
gonna
have
get
a question for
destroyed by Spitfire
theists
if you can't answer that question.
because after engaging with Jim Bowden,
Do you think that was like
who
an
kept
own?
on
It's
who,
not an
who
own.
kept
It's
on
a
talking about
a legitimate question that has to do
Yeah.
with that.
Man, that was very rude of you two.
Hold on. What do knowing and doing have to do with each other? What if I know what
Shiva.
you're gonna do?
Yeah.
I don't know, just know you're gonna do it. That sounds pretty important.
Okay.
So you know. So you didn't decide.
So if God knows that tomorrow you're gonna go to the grocery store, do you think you could
Yep.
prove God wrong?
No.
Fucking
No?
quote of the
Then
day,
shut
bro.
the
I'm
fuck
writing
up,
it down.
retard.
Okay, so what does
Then
that have to
shut
do
the
with
fuck
you making
up.
the choice, dumbass?
JS.
I mean, Josh actually asked
Because he
a
thinks he's
kind of
doing
really,
odes.
Man.
Oh my God.
No,
Josh
because
asked a
knowing does
really
not imply the choice
important.
being made.
I agree,
Right, so
Shiva.
Josh asked. Well, hang on. Look, theists. Josh asked a question that actually cuts right to the fucking heart of free will. Now, that Aussie guy, Jim Bowden, kept on fucking talking about City of God. So I bought City of God, right? And I've been reading what St. Augustine says about free will. And he also skirts around the same question, but never
they
really
can't answer it.
fully,
Yeah,
right.
those
So,
statements don't
so
have an
here's the
answer.
question. Here's the question. If God is prescient and has foreknowledge of all future events, can you act outside of that prescience? Like, can you do something?
And if they
that
say
God has
yes,
not-
then they don't believe in an all-knowing,
And beyond,
all-powerful
hold on,
God.
beyond that
Yeah,
prescience.
exactly.
They believe that
Hold on.
they have
Now,
more power than
Chris,
God.
you
And that is
won't
the
even-
lie
you
from
won't
Satan
even
that Satan
understand
sold
what-
you in the Garden of
You
Eden.
won't even understand what you're talking
And that's
about
why
because you're
Jesus
ignorant.
says Satan is your father. I don't say that. Jesus says that. That's not what I
Okay,
think.
cool.
That's what Jesus
That's
said.
great. You're not Jesus.
In
so I don't
John
care.
8, I just said that, Elderline. That's why I said Jesus says in John 8. The reason
Right,
you
so
hear
you're trying
these
to
words
use
and you
Jesus-
don't
you're
understand
trying to
them
use
is
Jesus to
because
imply that
Satan
you're
is your
saying the
father
words-
and
the
you
same
do
words that
not
you don't
do
even
your
know.
will.
imply
You
so
do
much
the
emotion.
will
We should
of
be
your
careful
father
with
Imply
Satan.
so much
See,
emotion
this is
on
what he
everything
does.
that
This is
Jesus
what he
says.
does.
You don't even understand.
He just spurgs out and he
We're
and he-
jumping.
he
I'm not
can't.
working out.
Jumping
I'm
to
literally telling you what you
That's
do.
what-
JS,
I'll-
now
I'll-
that
I'll
I've
wait
heard you
for an
do this
answer to my
argument
question.
so much, I know like the best counter arguments to what you're saying too
Right,
at this
but
point.
but you don't believe in God. So
Oh, Master Goon.
this is an argument
No,
for
no, I don't even mean like different ones. I mean like even through a
My chest
theological
teacher.
perspective. Like you would go with Mosman's question, which is how did Moses change God's mind from smiting the Jews?
yeah.
Well,
That's
that's a dodge. My question is this: if God has prescience,
But
he
Mosman
has
didn't ask me that.
foreknowledge.
I asked myself that.
What's
Mosman
your
never brought
Oh,
that
did
up.
you?
If he
Okay,
has-
right now,
okay,
I
that
have
might have been
this
something that you
question
just
for
brought
you.
up.
Do you want?
No, that's
I got
something that
questions for you.
that's something
Has
that
nothing
while
to do
I
with
was
what-
doing my Bible study,
Knowing
I
has
brought
nothing to
that
do with
up and
what-
I said this
Yeah,
is an
man.
interesting
Nothing to do with
question.
doing.
Mosman never
I've
asked me
answered
that.
this question to
Right,
all of
so
you
my
guys. I
question
have answered
is
it.
this: it's a really straightforward question. If God has
Yeah, let's
prescience,
go.
if he has
Yeah.
So I'm
foreknowledge,
better at debating myself about
Yeah.
this than they are.
oh my God, Josh, let somebody else.
Sorry,
do it.
go ahead,
Come
Shiva.
on,
Go
man.
ahead.
I got a lot more books to read. I still have like
You just
10
admitted. You
essays.
just admitted a few minutes ago that knowing has nothing to do. Oh shit! Am I still here?
If God has prescience,
Yeah,
if
I
he
hear
has
you.
foreknowledge of all future events,
Yeah.
am I able to act outside of that prescience?
Yeah,
Has
but the
nothing to do
problem
with
is we
coincidence.
keep trying to talk to you about this, dude. I'm gonna answer your question, but
You
let me
keep-
just preface quickly. You keep thinking about this in the fucking way of how a human
human mind works. Even me with a human mind can look at a friend and say, What you keep doing with drugs or gambling, you're gonna destroy your life. I am not even
No,
God,
no,
and I
Chris,
can
no,
fucking
that's
know
not
that
what
can
prescient
Even
happen.
is.
outside of that, even outside
Do I
of
know
that,
it's
that
gonna
That's
doesn't
not
even
what
happen?
matter as
prescient
Do I
much as
know
it's
it's
done.
gonna happen?
Sorry,
The thing
wait,
is, though,
no,
just
no,
because
Chris,
knowing
that's a
something
mis.
does not imply
That's
that
a
you
I don't
know
mis.
agree with
it.
that either.
Hang on, guys.
Midstream,
Hang
I think
on.
he's doing pretty
Hang
good.
on. Look,
Jesus,
look.
can
Sorry,
everybody calm
Chris.
down
That's
for
a
a second? I need to leave
misunderstanding
and
of.
talk
I'm not even
of
mocking you, Shiva. I
No,
love
hold
your
on,
accent.
hold on, Shiva. He's talking to me. So,
I concur to that accent comment.
hey, me myself, shut up, Chris. I would say,
Yes.
You shut up.
I would say, you're wrong
He was talking to me.
because
He actually
because
addressed the question to me directly, Josh.
I thought he was asking me. He said,
Yeah, how am I wrong?
who are you? Who is this to, Chris?
Are you any of you? Can you be 100% sure of how our outcome is gonna be? And you both fuckers
you're-
aren't God. Is that
That doesn't
correct?
even matter.
Well,
That's
it's
not
it's
even
a
Right,
fair.
okay,
totally
yeah, but
different
Chris-
thing if you're asking me or
Chris, right,
Shiva.
here's the problem, right? God is
Yeah.
prescient. He has foreknowledge
Yes.
of all events. So my
Yes.
question is this: am I able to act outside of
Okay.
that prescience?
Do you know if God has
They can't
already
answer
made
that
your point.
8,000 different individual outcomes that he knows is possible?
Yeah,
So
so
even
it's
though
Doctor
he
Strange
knows
theory.
each of the possible
Right, yeah, no,
1,000
Chris, yeah,
outcomes,
but Chris,
no,
Chris,
no,
it's
no,
not
no.
just that he
Listen,
knows
you're
all
thinking like
possible
a human.
outcomes. He
Listen.
also
Jesus
knows
Christ
the
and the
actual
multiversal
outcome.
madness.
You're presupposing there's
I
only
agree,
one
Chris.
fucking outcome. That's the problem.
No,
with
you're
most
You've been watching.
modern
Yeah,
You've
so
been
the
watching too
society
much.
equals the media
Opposing that
shit
truth
out of.
equals knowledge.
But
That's
can he
If
beat
I
the
know
Scarlet
1,000
Witch?
outcomes, but if I know all 1,000 outcomes, it doesn't mean it's
Yeah,
predetermined.
you
There
watched
might not be
Infinity
one
War too many
outcome. You're
times.
thinking like a
Chris,
fucking human right
You
You gotta
now.
think
Chris,
outside the
right,
box, yeah.
hang on, Chris, does God know the actual outcome as well?
He knows every possible fucking outcome.
Yeah,
it
no,
doesn't
I
matter whether
understand
he
that.
knows.
Now,
You're
you're
going with a
dodging.
I
human
understand
brain.
that
You're
he
approaching this
knows
with a
every
stupid
possible
human
You're
brain.
dodging the
What has
question,
to-
Chris.
No.
Actually, I
Does
haven't
he
heard.
know?
I'm answering
Does
the
he
fucking
know?
question better than any of you fuckers have.
Right,
Carry
so
on.
Chris,
No, you're
answer my
not.
question then.
You
Chris,
think
answer
you
my
are.
question. Does he know the actual outcome as well as all possible outcomes?
If he knows
Does
all
that imply
possible
God?
outcomes, he knows the actual outcome. You're asking a dumb question and you're not realizing
Right,
it.
so
Right.
here's my question. All right, so then
Question.
So I've already asked.
no, that goes back to my original question. Am I able to act
Shiva?
outside of the actual outcome that God has foreseen?
No, God knows
you
the
know
actual
every-
outcome. Can you prove him wrong, Chris?
God knows the actual outcome?
Could you
Yes, I
choose?
said that. He knows every
Could
possible
you
outcome.
choose?
You're not listening.
If God
He
knows
knows
which,
every possible outcome.
God.
Yes, he knows the outcome. He knows
could you?
every
Can you
possible
prove?
outcome.
Can you prove God wrong?
No.
Why would you need saving if God, if there was no point to do this? Is it proving God wrong if he knows exactly what
Because
you're
God,
gonna do before you
we
do
were
it?
already saying.
What
This,
are the Ten
and
Commandments?
this is where we
again?
go into the elect. So, God already
Yeah.
chose us before we were ever in the womb. Before the beginning of the earth,
You
God
still
knew who
talking
His
But you guys
children
don't
were.
understand what you
Shit,
do
in the
every time
face.
with these arguments. Can I
not
prove
listening.
God wrong?
I
Can
read that
I
on
do this?
Popsicle.
You
You're
guys
not
are
listening.
taking the
Sorry,
very
video.
essence of what God
Saying
is
what would
out
be
of
the point of
context.
anything if that's true does not refute
No, what
something.
they're
There is
doing
no
is they're
point.
trying to
This
debate
is all.
God as if
What
he's
they
a
do is they
human man
presuppose
and
they
taking God out of
presuppose that
context.
everything
That's the
that
fucking
God
problem, and they
describes
don't
What if I?
realize
What if
they're
I
doing
just
it.
say there is no
Is
point?
Wait, Chris, are you also claiming that St. Augustine
Who
took
cares?
God out
bad.
of context?
Saint
One of the
Augustine
So what
would
did
be
you
a
say to
Christian
God?
thinkers
Don't just laugh
in
and say
history.
something stupid. What did he say specifically? Make
This
an
is what
argument.
Chris
He
That's not an
does.
argument.
right,
Giving me a shitty
what St.
laugh, bro.
Augustine does in City of God, right, is
Yes.
he fudges the issue. So he doesn't address whether humans can act outside
Okay.
of God's presence.
Yeah, they can't. They
Okay.
can't
You
address
can't
this.
act
They,
outside of God's presence if God knows every
everybody I
possible
talk
outcome.
to about this does the same
writing
thing
earlier
Chris is
Mark
doing, does
Church
the
Father.
same thing Elderline's doing, does the
Holy
same
shit,
thing
stop.
Mosman
No,
did.
wait,
Does
Dan,
they
don't
all do
have
the
that.
same
Hey,
thing?
hey,
just
dude,
brought,
do you guys want to do
Oh my God,
fucking?
when
Do you
he all talk
you
at
two
once,
fuckers
it's
want to
very
do
difficult
Muslim
to
debate.
understand anyone.
How does God's knee look? How does God's shin look? How does God's knee look? Because we don't see God as the fucking metaphysical creator of everything,
And
so we
also,
make
it
him a
doesn't
man.
matter.
Okay, how does his
Yeah,
fucking
sure,
shin
wouldn't
look?
even
How does
matter.
his
How would it
knee
even
look?
have
Doesn't
it?
Because this is the level of argumentation that you're
No,
doing,
Speak,
and you're
we
not
don't.
realizing that that's what
Doesn't
you're
do it.
doing.
Do it.
That is what you're doing. You're taking the context and the ontology of God out of fucking context
Anyway.
and making him human.
and you guys are too dumb
I
to
don't-
even
I don't wanna
realize-
do-
Wait, Chris,
What
no,
if-
no, humans aren't
Wait,
prescient.
wasn't
Free will
what
crash
if-
out.
What
You can't
if,
do you
right?
can't do something
What
like
if-
this on a panel.
Get rid of him.
please.
Get rid of
Hold
him,
on, let's
Joker.
Joker talk about some random
Seconds,
shit for a
guys.
minute.
Hello,
seconds,
Joker.
right?
You're gonna be fucking nice. I swear down, honestly, because you've been a proper cunt lately.
Oh,
Seriously.
don't worry, Christopher. Nobody asked you for any input yet, right? If I want an input for you, I'll chuck you a bone.
Oh, this guy.
Right?
Hey, hey,
Right?
Joker.
What
How
if-
come?
What if you're all mistaken what the Old Testament is?
Hey,
the
Joker.
New
Why don't you try to come at
Revelation
me
says?
with that dumb shit you were bringing on James's panel about 21 Satans and
21
what
and
were you
1,
saying?
the 22 fallen angels. Yeah, you get it in a Paramount movie.
Yeah, where do you get that
it in a
from?
Paramount movie thing, but yeah, because there's
Where do you
21
get the
plus-
idea that there's 22 fallen angels?
Well, it's all there for you, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Depending which Bible you want to read. See, the
Oh.
Bible's a bit like-
So which version? So which version of the? No. Hey, hold on. So how about
the Old Testament? It's all there for
what
you.
was the other thing you said? Demonic means what did you say?
Demonic
Demonic
means
means
from
what?
God.
Jewish
Yes,
No,
from
no,
God.
it doesn't.
From
No,
God,
it
yeah.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, the devil is from God, isn't he?
What I
The devil is from God, isn't he? The devil
No,
is
it
from
comes
God.
from the word
He's a fallen angel.
demonic.
He's God's angel. The devil
No.
is God's angel. He's a fallen angel, so he comes from God.
Created him.
Well, God
Yeah,
had
yeah, yeah.
he
God
was a
created
fallen
him.
angel, yes. But where do you get the idea that there's
Demonic is from
22?
God. The devil's demonic.
So it's
The
a
demonic
third.
comes from God.
It's a third
Yeah,
of all
no,
the
Jim,
angels.
everything
There's
comes from
no.
God. What's the point?
Yes, okay, so
Yeah.
you can understand
just
how
because
words
God
are powerful
creates
and have
somebody that's
meanings.
capable of evil.
Religion
Just 'cause God
is
creates somebody
powerful.
capable of evil does not mean that he made evil.
Everything comes from God. Good job. Yes, and
Yes, exactly. Everything comes from God, Chris. Everything, whether it be demonic or whether it be angelic. Because the
Yes,
demonic
yes.
used to be
Yes.
angelic. Didn't they? They used to be angelic, the demonic.
Yeah.
What
Because the
about
thing is, if there was no
Skyrim,
evil,
they're all
if there was no
dangerous
evil or
theories.
bad, there would be
21
no
and
right
1,
decision to
22
make.
fallen fucking angels. Innit? And the
Yeah, it's
Paramount
necessary
pictures,
for humans.
How
Paramount,
many
yeah,
churches
Paramount
know that?
pictures give you the Mount Heron that they all fell down with the 22 fallen stars. Oh,
You're not
stars are
making a point.
angels! Woo!
Oh, my
Interesting.
Yeah, you're not
stars!
making an argument, bro.
Stars
Speakeasy.
or angels?
Thank you. Speak easy. Thank you.
No,
I
the
forgot to
pow-
go to.
The powers and the principalities hang the stars in place. There's
What
nothing
up,
that says the
everybody?
stars are angels.
Where the fuck is Pluto?
I don't fucking know! But
couldn't
man,
listen-
Fluffy
I
better
couldn't,
than you!
Joker's just gonna spur JS.
Josh, I love what
Yeah.
you've done with the
Boys,
place.
boys,
I
love it.
couldn't listen
I
too much.
can't.
Boys
Yeah,
is
just
knowledge.
mixed it up, man. Big up Jojo, mixes it up. And you all love
I
conversation now,
don't
don't
hate
you?
all of them,
And
man, but there's too many euros in this call. It's getting very Eurocentric.
8 euros out.
True.
All right, simmer down. What do you want,
So you
Easy?
guys got to fight each other for your position.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to come and, explain to Shiva that, so if God knows the future based off your free choices, do you
Right.
not still have free will?
What my question is?
Why are
this,
you
can I
explaining it to
act-
Shiva? Explain it to me.
What?
He don't even
Can
believe
I-
in
You're
God.
not making good
Well,
arguments.
Shiva was
You're
the
not
one.
making good
Shiva was the
arguments.
one. So I can explain it to you as well.
I'm the
but-
one that asked this question.
That was a good way to word that.
Can I act outside of what God knows?
Oh my God! He's,
When
he
you're
was just
saying
the
act
same thing
outside
I
of
said.
God, what God knows, you're assuming God's knowledge is like has some like
Yeah.
it's
A
it's
limit
not
or something?
God's knowledge is timeless, right? It's not
Right.
sequential. It's not
Right.
like our experience
Yeah.
of time.
Easy, you're gonna
So, like,
struggle
he
because
knows
they-
all
he has
possible
prescient.
futures and even your choices.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so
they
he
categorize
knows
God.
all,
They try
all
and make him
possible
human.
futures, but but in City of
So
God.
no, you can't act outside of what he knows, but
We
he
don't-
gave you
Right.
but your free
Nobody
will
cares about
isn't
City of
based
God,
off
Shiva.
of what he knows. What he knows is
Mhm.
based
Hey,
off of
you-
your free will. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
Well,
I'm gonna.
not-
Okay,
ho-
but,
not-
but
Shiva, Shiva,
not
hold
our
on.
choices.
my
Hold up,
question
hold up,
is this.
Hold up, hold
Look,
up,
look,
hold up.
look,
It's not
look.
our choices are based off of what
Mhm.
he knows. It's he knows his knowledge is based off of our choices.
Right. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah. I'm not making the claim.
You
that-
guys did
that
this the
what-
other night. I wasn't there
Oh
the
my
other
God.
night. Let
Pretty
me.
far out.
No, Shiva,
You guys
you
make
oh my God. You don't
conversation
have a
very
God.
fucking
Who are you
difficult.
saying? Who are you pleading to when you say, "Oh my God"? Let me handle this.
It's
So
just
sh-
a turn of
doesn't
phrase,
matter.
Josh.
okay,
Don't get
okay.
your
No,
fucking
it's
knickers in a
not.
twist.
All right. Well,
No,
let
it's not. Where do you think it came from?
hold on. Let me do this. Easy. Do you believe in biblical prophecy?
Yeah, I believe in biblical promises. Thank you.
Yeah. What about a?
So when Isaiah says
You're not
Cyrus
gonna
is
address
gonna
what I said,
come.
though.
Well, no. Well, I want because you were talking to Shiva. I want to do a line of questioning here. So
Well, I meant both. I was saying it to both of you. Go
okay.
ahead.
James, can you not do it on your own panel anyway, mate?
I am on my own panel. So when when Isaiah writes, one day somebody named Cyrus is going to come along and liberate Israel from Babylon, right? 300 years later, Cyrus reads this and he says, "Oh man, I need to liberate Israel from Babylon." And he does it. Do you think that Cyrus could have chosen not to do that?
Yeah, Cyrus could have chosen not to do that, but God knew that he would.
Okay,
The
but
God's
but if
prophecy
but
was
if
true.
Cyrus chose not to do it, he would have proven God wrong. Biblical
And he didn't,
prophecy.
so God's
No,
right.
because the
Again,
prophecy-
when you
prophecy
say
that God
prove,
gave
when
was
you're
different.
saying this is no. See, this is where you're getting it wrong. So I tried to just explain it to you. When you're saying proving God wrong, you're assuming that God knows
be
it
wrong.
before you made the choice. He knows the choices you're gonna
They
make.
did
before
300
you
years
make them.
before.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that your choice wasn't free. Again, the knowledge of your future is based off of your choices, not your choices are based off of his knowledge.
Yeah, but I'm
of
not
you.
just talking about me or you. I'm talking about when Jesus tells Peter, "Tomorrow you are going to deny me 3 times." And Peter says, "No, I would never do anything like that." And the next day he does it. Could he have
Yeah, God-
chosen to
No,
not do
God
that?
sees his heart. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait, I don't know why you keep asking me basically the same question. Yes.
Yes, what
he
I'm doing
could
is
have
giving you
chosen
multiple
not to do
examples
that.
of where we did not have free will.
No.
He did.
You're showing me examples of God knowing your free choice. That's what it's.
Easy, can I say it in a
Do you
simple
not
way, bro?
understand that? I like.
So-
like,
The
have you ever
issue is
watched?
easy.
Wait, no.
Say it.
Stop.
I know you're
Let
not
me try
gonna
to do
say-
this in an analogy.
Okay.
Have you ever watched a movie so many times that you know exactly what's gonna happen in every scene of that movie?
Yeah, and it's never I've
Yeah,
never
did you
watched
create
it.
the fucking movie, dummy? Or do you just know the fucking movie?
Wait, how is that a mic drop? I've never watched the movie and something different happened.
Speakeasy.
No.
That's the point. Oh my
No.
god.
No, that's my point. The author, the
Josh, if you
creator, the
always-
producer, the director of the movie
Did you make
made
the
it.
movie? Did you make
Speakeasy.
the movie?
No, you think you have more
But
power
you know
than
the
God.
outcome, right? Does that mean
Nope.
you made the no? Because you're fucking saying because God knows the future, He created the future.
You're
That's
saying
not what-
you
that's
have
not the-
you're
no.
saying you have
No,
more
that's
power
not
than
what
That's
I'm
not
God.
how it
saying.
goes.
That's not what I'm saying, Easy.
That is
Why
what you're
can't he-
saying.
You're
No,
saying
no,
you
no,
could
it isn't.
choose. You're saying you could choose differently than what God already determined to happen.
He didn't determine it. You chose
That's
it.
not what he's saying.
Well, again,
That's
I'm
You
not.
chose the path you
Yeah.
walked.
Well, hang on.
I
I
don't know why you
just
keep
want to be
doing
clear.
that.
I'm
And
not
this is,
claiming.
That's not what he's saying.
I'm not
That's not what
claiming.
he's saying. What
I'm not
speakeasy
claiming.
is, God knows the
I'm not.
outcome.
This is
God
why
knows
free,
the
free will
outcome.
is a lie from
God
Satan.
knows the outcome. God knows the outcome, but He knows that you have a free will of multiple choices. But He knows what you're going to choose, just like the oracle in the Matrix.
Then you don't
knows
have free will of
Right.
multiple
Then you
choices.
don't have free
choose
will.
not the choice, but He's infinite knowledge all time. That means that He knows you'll have a choice. He knows what choices, what avenues and forks in the road you can choose, but He knows which one He will. That's why He trusts in you to be the real.
Knowledge is limited in the book.
It's not
So
that
look,
rocket
I'm not.
Knowledge is not
Don't
equal.
be rocket science if you're a
just to address
scientist.
Easy's point.
All I've ever
Only
said.
rocket
Just
science
to
if you're a
address.
scientist, but that's
Just
just
to
another
address
doctrine.
Easy.
You believe
Yo,
that.
hold on.
Just to address Easy's point, I'm not claiming that prescience implies that God is dictating events, because in this instance, I'm just taking precedence on its own. So I'm
Then
not
what is your
including it with
argument?
omnipotence and providence and
Then
him
what is
having a
your
plan,
argument
right?
then? But then what
It's
is the
all
argument?
down to knowing
The
that
argument is that if somebody, anyone, right, in this instance God, if anyone has foreknowledge of events, if I'm unable to act outside of that foreknowledge, then my actions
You're
are
saying what
necessarily
fucking Jay is saying just
determined,
differently,
right?
bro.
Yeah, but okay, but Shiva, this is why I said you're the thing you're assuming about God's knowledge is that it's stuck. It's sequential. It's not.
No, it's supposed to be
timeless,
unfathomable.
right?
Something that the
I'm
mind
not
can't
sure that's relevant.
comprehend. That's the whole
I
idea
think
of
God is
that.
human, dude. I think God is a human, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, that like I don't know
What
if
kind
you're
of
like.
what is
I mean,
that?
in parts
What
of the
what kind
book,
of
it's
argument is
literally
that?
Knowledge
sequential,
is
right?
timeless.
Like,
Do you think
there
that's
are
like
parts
deep?
of the Bible where he is sequential.
I'm not claiming that he's sequential.
Like,
Because
no,
my
but I'm saying,
understanding
like,
is
there
that
are
he's
parts of the
outside of
Bible that
time,
are
right?
sequential. Like, the whole flood comes off of sequentiality. There's no reason for a flood to happen. If he always knows that there's going to be a flood, then he would just never create the people if he exists outside of time. He would just skip that point.
Why?
Why
Why not?
explain this to you guys?
Isn't a story more
because
interesting if there's an antagonist and a protagonist?
Why does it matter about what story and what the story is?
With a good beginning, middle, and end. Innit?
Because God is the author of everything.
Which is why
And
you're
an
the good creator
author,
of
an author doesn't write a boring story. They write a story with an antagonist and a
You
protagonist.
lower us down.
Depends
such
on
a
the
severe
Well, I don't
way.
think this was for entertainment. I thought this was
I lower us
something
down.
like
Yes,
that.
I'm lowering us down to nothing. We are nothing. God is everything.
Okay.
You raise yourself up to be a
Doesn't
God.
mean our prayers
I raise myself and you up, both.
No.
Meaning
You
the
raise
exact
yourself
thing
up
that
to be
God
like
has
God.
said he would do.
You call
He wants
yourself to
to
be
run
like God.
creation
You
with
eat
us.
the
That's
fruit.
what he wants to do.
I'm out. Bye, guys. Have a kick-ass day.
You've
Easy
eaten the
fuck these
fruit.
turkeys. They're silly.
You too, Chris. You take it easy.
And you've eaten nothing. Like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You're listening to the snake that tells you you have free will. You have bodily autonomy. You're a
And
strong
the whole idea
man.
is that you understand that knowledge equals action. Man, like, what are you talking about?
No, we are nothing. It's God's will. It's not our will.
Your whole argument
Okay, so
relies
then
on
you
action
explain to
equals
me.
knowledge.
You know what? I got a better one. Let me flip this around. If we don't have free will, then why does God make people do fucked up shit?
He doesn't make us
So
do
God doesn't give
no.
us free will, but also makes us rapists. Go
Those
ahead.
there are children of Satan and there are children of God.
So anyone who does anything that's considered a sin is a child of Satan. Is that
Well, what do you mean by sin?
Hold on.
So my righteousness.
No. You don't get to dodge. You don't
I'm
get
not
to
dodging.
fucking dodge.
What
that.
do you
You
mean
know
by
what
sin?
Sin is. Sin is clear as day in the fucking Bible. So go ahead.
Is it?
Yep.
What is sin?
Are you
Going
serious?
against God.
What is sin? Going against
let's
God,
just start
right?
with the
So
Ten
if it's God's plan
Let's just start
that
with the Ten
David,
Commandments. Go ahead.
if it's God's plan that David murders Bathsheba's
The way to
husband,
dodge the answer.
I'm not dodging that.
Yes, if we don't have free will, why didn't God just make us all sinless and not rapists and shit? Go ahead.
That's a problem of evil that you need to take up with people who believe in free will. I don't have a problem with evil.
What's the problem that
You
you
don't have a
have?
problem with evil? No. I didn't ask if
No,
you
the
have a
problem of
problem
evil
with it.
doesn't
I asked
isn't
you
a problem
why.
to me.
Why?
To me, the
I didn't
problem of
ask you if
evil
it's a
is
problem.
necessary.
I didn't ask you if it's a problem.
It's
Why
it's
does he
because
do
God
it?
said so.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. So evil is just neutral to you?
No, that's the way God planned it.
That's the way God planned it to be.
Yeah.
For great.
What do you? But you think people do evil of their own free will?
That are innocent to die
So
every day.
if you have free will,
like
why? If everybody has free will, why would they ever do anything that they know to be wrong?
Because they like it. It feels good.
Some people are just bad because
Is that
they
a
wanna be
serious
bad.
question?
Yes.
Yeah. If I know something is wrong, why would I still do it anyway? So as Paul said, the things I want to do, I don't do, and the things I do, I don't want to do. So therefore, it is not me that sins, but sin within me.
What's that have to do with choice?
This sounds like a good way to. So say that again. Say it again. And what are you quoting?
I'm quoting Paul in. I'm not good with versification, but
saying that sin arrives from foreign, like
outside.
Comes from within. Like it's like
there's
work of the devil.
There's a being imposing sin upon you.
Adam and Eve would have never eaten the apple if they weren't influenced by Satan.
So how could you be influenced if you didn't have free will?
If the snake would have never,
how could you be influenced if you didn't have free will?
So this is talked about throughout the entire Bible.
I asked a very simple question: how do you get influenced if you don't have free will?
Jesus, using my damn
words. Influenced.
Yeah, that's like a
because you're
it's like
influenced.
not a
Because
thing.
you do.
Things arise in
Is that an
because will is agency.
Yeah, things are
will is
rising
agency,
independent
and
concept.
agency is informed. It's informed by something. It's influenced by something. So you're influenced by good or you're influenced by evil. You're a slave to
so
good
you're
or you're a
influenced to
slave
make
to
a different
evil.
choice. You can
Your
be
father is
influenced to make
Satan
different
or your
choices.
father is God. This is like a consistent theme
be
from
influenced to make
Genesis
different
through
choices.
Revelation consistently throughout the Bible. Like I
Jesus
don't.
said multiple times
If
he's
you
not
can be
sure if we make
influenced to make
choices or not.
different choices, wouldn't
Well,
you
it
What
be
depends
about
on
the 10
what you mean by choice. Like,
Isn't that
What
what
do you
we have to
mean?
follow? But we have the choice to follow.
You just said you can be influenced to make a different choice. So if you can be influenced, wouldn't that imply you have free will?
yeah, and then you're following. No,
Right, so-
because then it's not free.
Thank you.
No, no.
Right, no, because it's not
It's
free.
finally
If
over.
it's influenced, it's not free.
Or
Free
they just
determinism
really
If it's
argument.
influenced,
you that
if you're
good to make
influenced
you
by
free.
something, you're not doing it freely.
Yeah, but it implies that you have free will if you can be influenced.
That's a defeater of free will,
That's what
You
they
just said
want
you
us to
can
think.
be influenced.
huh?
It implies that you have a will that can be influenced, not that you have free will.
Oh,
Oh,
you have a will that can be influenced. What is a
Yeah.
will?
Your will is the agency by which you inform your choices.
Will is the agency
By
of
which
I write my will to where
you
my stuff
inform
goes when
your
I die.
choices.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by agency?
Agency, faculty.
Ability.
It's the
Yeah, that'd be like the family.
it's the collection of resources that you use to inform a choice or to make a choice. So when I make a choice, my will is determining my choice. But what determines my will?
Well,
So Schopenhauer said, you can will your choice, but you can't will your will. So could you stop loving your family right now?
yep.
What the fuck?
You really think you could freely will yourself to stop loving your family right now?
Yep.
I think you're being I don't think you're being honest.
Yeah. So
I don't
what do you
think there's any
Well, that's a bit
possible
cheap,
world where
aren't
you
it?
could freely will yourself to stop loving your family. I
But you
don't
didn't
think
give
you
the
have
answer you
any
wanted.
choice but to
You
love
could
your
think-
family.
You could think that that's not possible, but it is.
Could you
Okay,
choose
well,
to not believe in God?
I did for about 30 minutes.
My family could do me so wrong and do so bad that I wouldn't want nothing to do with them. Just disown them.
Well,
for
no,
that
like
act.
But
That would be
my.
my.
if
This is
someone-
I don't mean this as like
someone-
an attack on you or anything personal, Easy, but this is actually a common hypothetical that is used
No,
here.
that's a
Could
cool-
you
that's a
freely
cool-
will yourself to go up and punch your wife right now?
Could I freely will myself to do that? Yes.
I don't think you could.
Right. See,
but-
this is the
You don't think
problem
I
with
could?
arguing.
I don't,
this
and I don't
up
think
in-
you're being honest because I don't think you
cannot
think you could.
empathize this show.
Bro,
I don't think a white
You
person
know
what
could.
you
That's for
think,
sure.
like-
Impossible.
So,
You said
like,
it would
what
be
do you?
physically
How do you
impossible to
explain
do
people
that.
literally taking their whole family out all the time? Dude?
Yeah.
Every
Okay.
fucking
Yeah.
day. What are
Yeah.
you
That's a
talking
I watched
That's a good
Code
question.
Football with
That's a
Cam.
good
about? What are
question.
you talking about?
Eternity is,
People
I have to
take
think
out
about
their
it.
whole
That's a good
fucking
question.
family
No,
every
no,
day.
no,
What
no.
are you talking about?
No, that's a good question. I don't think that those people freely willed themselves to kill their family.
Oh, okay. So we shouldn't hold them accountable for even doing it then.
God holds us accountable.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't
Why don't
follow.
God have to hold us accountable for
Look,
things
look,
we don't
okay.
do?
Look,
Do you think those people could have
that,
the people who murder their family? Do you think they could have freely willed themselves to stop
could've,
right
yeah.
before they did it?
Yep.
Yeah.
They would need a good reason to.
All right. Well, see, you guys aren't like genuinely thinking about this.
No, you're not legitimately thinking about
Yeah,
it. You think
so
just
like,
because something
let's
is
No,
that
there's
means
no
that it's
way
Dude who
the
murdered his
person
whole family.
the
because-
person who
He murdered his whole family because he couldn't keep spending his dad's money on some OF bitch. Yeah, that guy really had no choice but to murk his whole family. Shut up, dude. What are you talking about? You're gonna tell me he had no
wait,
will,
hang on,
bro?
wait, no.
You
Again,
freely
we're kind of conflating
choose.
terms.
I'll show
Easy
you
in
this.
your
He was
mind
so
is
compelled
free
because he
will.
needed more money for some OF bitch.
You
Easy.
think there's a
Is-
multiverse where he didn't
wait,
murder his
can
family?
I ask a
You think
question?
that
Is free
everything
will in your
is
mind
and knowing,
synonymous with
knowing
just
is.
being able to make a choice? Because that's not my understanding of free will.
It's not
No, will
only
is
being
not
able to
choice.
make a choice; it's being able to make a choice outside of the any factors and occurrences.
And why do you think that guy murdered that? Didn't you just give the outside factor for why that guy murdered that person? What were you?
Yeah,
what was
because he
the?
wanted more money.
So
Well,
his
that's a conditioning
desire,
factor, isn't it?
yeah, sounds like it. His want for money
Wait a
outweighed
minute,
his.
wait. Just because he did something for a
Actual
reason doesn't mean he
predeterminism.
didn't have the. He couldn't have
Yeah,
chosen
he's
not
like
to do
literally
it.
telling us
I willingly
No
do
one's,
random
wait,
acts
wait.
of
I'm not
kindness all
arguing
the
that he
time.
couldn't have
Fucking
chosen not to do it.
insanity, dude.
This is a straw man.
Wait, what?
Look, I'm not
Well, I
sure
can
that
relate.
anyone, like I'm certainly not, and I don't think that Josh
Oh,
is.
no,
I
no.
don't think that we're denying. I'm certainly not. I'm not going to speak for Josh. I'm not denying the ability to make choices. What
Yeah.
what I am denying, what
Okay.
I am denying is that ability to make choices free from conditioning factors.
Yes,
Or
that's the
causal
part.
factors.
Yeah.
Have any influence.
Variable?
And so,
Or
so
what
Goon,
is
to
that?
answer your question, I'm gonna go with yes, we do make choices.
There we go. See, that's what I'm telling you, man. You gotta bite the bullet on this question. It's your weakest link.
Well, it's
Why is
because
it a
I
weak
because
link?
I'm trying to say it on like a different.
Stick
Like
to the dinosaur debate.
we don't have to go into that, but
Because it always
Yeah,
centers
no.
around someone
Like,
catching you
so,
say something
Shiva,
like,
this is the thing. When
and
you
then it
say what you're
influences, and they're
saying,
like, wait, so you believe in
nobody's ever
influence?
caught me on that except you, Goon. And so
when you say what you're saying there, Shiva, it's
Mhm.
almost as if you're just trying to say we can't make choices in a vacuum.
What do you think free will is? Like, this is why I asked you if
Yeah,
in your
free
mind
will is the ability to act upon your own intentions.
free
said
of
without
any
outside
prior
influence.
conditioning
Can
or
you define
causal
the
factors.
vacuum for me too? Though?
Right, yeah,
What-
that makes
what's
no
the
sense to me.
vacuum?
yeah, it's
Yeah, you can make an
it
argument
doesn't
that
make,
you
it's
can make
nonsensical.
Your
That's
argument
right.
about
It's crazy.
let's take your argument. Let's take your
Literally
argument about punishing murderers, right? Like just the fact that punishment exists is itself a conditioning factor
For
which I've
other
no
people
doubt-
in the future.
Wait,
yeah,
Right.
which I've
And
no
for you
doubt that
too.
as a parent.
Angry Beaver, what are they doing?
Hang on, Jesus fucking Christ, guys, what is wrong with you? Which I've no doubt that as a parent you are fully aware of, and I'm also sure that as a parent you are fully aware of the fact that if you don't follow through with the threatened consequence for a given action, then that conditioning power fails. So the argument that we can't hold people morally accountable for their actions falls apart.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that I just want to punch in the face sometimes.
Yes. Hey,
But I know if I punch them in the face, there's going to be a con.
They might fucking learn something.
There's
Yes.
I
So
know
what
that
does
if I
what you're
punch
saying
somebody
is-
in the face, there will be a consequence.
Yeah, but who?
That
who would
factor.
be your first choice to everyone on this panel? Who would you punch first?
I'm not talking about people on the panel. I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm
I'm
just
talking
saying,
about.
Come on. Get a game.
You, Brick. I would like to punch you in the face, Brick.
Only because
No,
you're closer.
Stop. No, I'm saying if I meet somebody and I think, man, I just really want to punch this person in the face, but I know there's a consequence if I punch this person in the face, I'm going to get another assault charge, and then that's going to cause blah 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 things to my, that influences my decision to not, even though I want to, even though I really really want to, the want to not get charged with assault outweighs my want to punch them in the face. Therefore, I don't punch them in the face. I've been influenced. My
But you
will,
could do if
my
you wanted to.
agency.
Well,
So if I
Like,
if
this is just like dumb.
Sounds
no
like
no no
more-
no no hold on.
sounds
So
like more.
if I
This is
punch,
just-
if I say, you know what, screw that. I don't care about the consequences. I'm gonna punch them in the
Yeah, but
face.
you have the intelligence
Hold on.
to do
If
that.
if I say screw that, I don't care about the consequences, I'm going to punch them in the face anyway. What that means is that my want to punch them in the face outweighed my want to not get the consequences, but I didn't determine my want to punch
Yeah, it
them
was
in the
based off
face.
what you wanted. See?
Or I mean, I didn't
what you
I didn't
want.
freely
Free
will.
will.
I didn't
Like,
freely will
holy
my
fuck,
want to
free
punch
will
them in the
doesn't mean
face.
you're free of any of your fucking consequences from your actions. What are you talking about, dude?
It's
No,
like
you're
when you
not
were a
hearing what
baby,
I'm
when you were a
saying.
little boy, did you
Yeah, I
say,
am
"Mummy,
hearing
mummy,
what
I
you're
didn't pee in
saying.
the bed. It was somebody else made
I'm
us do it."
saying
Just
my
because
desires.
just because you had different outcomes that you could have
No,
had,
no,
and you
no.
chose
No,
one
what I'm
based off the
saying.
outcome you wanted, doesn't mean
Other
you didn't
people
choose
No,
it
no, that's not
yourself.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is my desire to do something is what will lead me to do something. But I don't freely will my desires. Sometimes you
Well,
desire things that you don't
might
freely
have
will.
had a
That means
different
then
desire
I
if you
just
weren't
don't
already
understand how
in that
any of you
position
can even have
before.
this argument, because if that's true, what you just said, that
Oh, don't do
literally
this, man.
means your conclusion of we don't have free will isn't your own fucking conclusion. It's just based off a bunch of influences you had in your life, so it's fucking
Mhm.
meaningless. Right?
Yeah,
That's
all,
what
all,
it is.
all views
Any
are
actually
conditioned. They're all
conclusion that
dependently
you guys
arisen.
come up with, you should never give odds. Never give odds, and any
Mm-mm.
conclusion
Well, wait,
that you
why?
Why
guys
not?
come up with,
Why, if I
No,
believe in
no,
an
no, that
all-powerful
doesn't follow.
God?
any conclusion you guys
Never
come
be
up
quick to
with,
judge. Let us.
yeah, because it's
Wait,
it's
wait.
not your own thoughts.
Wait,
and
do
I
you
don't think
believe
anyone
do
should
you
listen
believe
to
that
it.
do you believe that your will be done or God's
Because
will
I
will
might
be
want to
done?
punch that guy and not be
I
smart
don't care
enough to
about your
think about the
platitudes right now.
consequences.
That's a platitude?
That's what you're doing right now.
I'm doing a platitude.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
well.
that I think
What
you
is-
could.
what does that
you
question
could
have to
probably
do
do
with
this
what
first
we're
when I
talking
punch as well.
Do you
GS, now,
believe
just
that
now.
God is all
Well, the
powerful?
difference between having
Yep.
that experience.
Okay. So do you
What
believe
does this
that
have to do with what
do
we're
you
talking
believe that
about?
if God deems that you're going to die tomorrow, that there is nothing you could do to stop that?
Right.
Okay. So God is in control. You're not in control. You don't
That's
have
not-
free
no,
will.
that's
God
not-
has
that's
free
not-
will.
That's not where you
So
go with
as
that.
as an atheist, I could see how you could
Again,
argue this
God
way
also
with
gave
Shiva,
me
but you
free
can't.
will. So like what you're saying is dumb.
God did not give you free will.
God has all the power, and He had the
No,
power to give you
Jesus
the free
rendered
will.
his
Okay.
will to his Father. Jesus said, "Not my will, your will be done." And in Ephesians 1:11 it says, "Because we have been predestinated to serve God's will, His purpose will be done, not our purpose."
It sounds like GS is trying to.
It's in
play-
Ephesians.
I wanna
It's in
add that
Ephesians.
this is also
It's
translated
in
You know
Proverbs.
why-
It's in
different
Isaiah.
language,
It's in
too. They
Genesis.
could be
It's in
different words.
Ephesians. It's in Ephesians 1:11, 1:4 through 5. It's in Proverbs. I forget the verses. It's in Ephesians 46:10. It's in Genesis. It's repeatedly throughout the Bible, constantly. Pharaoh wanted to let the Israelites go, but God hardened his heart. Against his will, God hardened Pharaoh's heart to make an example out of him. When Joseph's brothers put him in the pit
You're
to
just-
kill him,
like,
he
you're
said,
just
"What you
naming a
mean for
bunch of shit
evil."
that has nothing to do with humans.
It's called
having
epistemology,
free will.
dude.
Has nothing to
I
do
want to know
with
what
humans
you've done,
having free
GS.
will.
Me, I think you've done something right that you're trying to like, cover up.
No, I think free. I honestly
He's been in the clink, so he knows better not to go back there again.
I kicked your neighbor's puppy.
I think free will is a lie from Satan. It's do as thou wilt. It's Crowleyan. It's atheistic. It's the idea that you're in control and God's not in control. And I think it's
Okay.
I think it's a
No one said
harmful.
God's not in control. That
Well,
doesn't,
you
like,
Well,
did
like,
when
wouldn't-
you
why
said
would
that
there
we
be
have free
commandments
will.
if we didn't have to follow
Yeah,
them?
that's not the
I'm
same as
confused
saying
here.
God's not in control.
Well, if you have free will, then you're in control.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
if
whole
my
point of the
choices.
practice, right? So we follow the right.
Yeah,
So
I'm in
wait, was
control of the choices that I make while I'm here on Earth. Yeah.
so God doesn't know the choices you're gonna make
What's
already.
I didn't say that God doesn't know the choices you're gonna make, but
the?
he knows the choices off that
We're
I'm
going
gonna
in
make
circles
based
now.
off of me making them.
We're going in circles now.
Is there a scriptural
No, we're
source
not. It
for,
just
for free will?
it shows that your argument.
No,
is
free will is mentioned 3
defeated.
times in the Bible. It's in
A lot
twice
of
in
really
Deuteronomy
good,
and once in Psalms, and it's ratson,
No, those
which
are
is
choices, not
right.
free
It's
will.
right. It's
a lot of good thoughts to chew on
ratson
there.
means voluntary. It's in Deuteronomy twice, and the word is ratson. It means voluntarily, and then I forget the one for Psalms, but it's in the King James Bible 3 times. But predestined is in the Bible a lot of times. The elect, the chosen, God chooses, God's will is in the Bible constantly from the beginning to the end.
You know, JS, this is one of the things that, that's why I asked you what I asked you, because when you say stuff like that, that's the reason people like Alex O'Connor and them will be able to say, oh, so like you're saying it was God's will to have a bunch of like babies raped and burnt in fires and fucking all that. That's God's will to you.
Yeah,
That's God's will.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not. It's not solid. It's not full.
I don't. Yeah, and I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
When people like Shiva
That's
bring
a
up
perverted-
when
that's
people like
the
Shiva
devil,
or
buddy.
Alex O'Connor bring
The
up the
devil loves you,
Amalekites.
buddy. The devil loves you saying that shit over and over.
When people like
Yeah,
Shiva
'cause
or
he's
Alex
just-
O'Connor bring up the Amalekites, I would say, yeah, God wanted to wipe them out. So if Shiva said,
that's not what
Josh,
I'm-
Josh, if
And
God
when
told
they
you,
said, what about the little?
I
little
just
6-year-old
talked
that
about
got
this the other
raped by
day.
a bunch of men?
What you meant for
You'd
evil,
say
God means for
wanted that
good.
to happen too. Is that what you'd say?
Wait,
Say it. Go ahead.
yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, what did you say?
Exactly.
You see, I actually
Stupid,
didn't hear
man.
you there.
gotta
What
get
did you
this shit
say?
out of your head, buddy. It's so dumb.
There's a smart way to put this. It's oh man.
I think you should just shut up now and not even try and put it a smart way, because there's no
There's
no
no
way.
smart way to put this.
No. The smart way to put it is
Wait. When you guys hear a parent like their kid dies
At
and they're
least
like,
Shiva
I hope
doesn't
this is a
believe
God,
in
a part of
fucking
God's
God and
plan.
says
You
there's
guys are
no
like, what a
God,
fucking
though.
retard. God's
This guy
plan.
So I
believes
don't
it's
know
God
the I don't
making
know
everybody
the
great people. That's
I don't know
wild,
the
man.
I don't
That's
know the
fucking
smart words. I don't know the
insanity, dude.
smart words for it, but those are the children of Satan.
It's
The
a whole
children
lot
of
to
Satan are getting raped at 6 years old.
No, the children of Satan are
And that's
graping
God's will?
people. The children of Satan are graping children.
The children of Satan.
And those children are blessed. And
Wait, wouldn't they be? Whoa, what? That's crazy.
those
Who blessed?
children,
Which one of them?
the children who are getting aborted,
That's God's will. God's will is for Satan to have children and great people.
well, God could stop
Yeah, I
it.
thought we were God's
No,
children, and Satan's trying to control us.
God created Satan.
I know this.
Wait,
this
JS, you're missing JS, you're missing the counter. JS, you're missing the counter.
The counter is
Easy. Can I ask you a question then?
Go
Can I ask you a question
why
then?
doesn't God stop it?
Yeah, why doesn't he?
Yeah. If you believe God is all powerful, why doesn't he put a stop to it? If you think that it's Satan that's doing it, or if it's their own choice and it's against God, why doesn't God stop it?
Because it's part of the plan.
When you're supposed to be following the practice, and then
Or the
that won't
plan.
happen to you,
Yeah,
right? That's how you know, as long as you have faith with God.
So just to be
Do
clear,
you believe
it's
rapists
God's
are
plan for
unstoppable by
Satan
God?
to have children to great people. That's
Yeah,
God's plan.
do you think rapists are unstoppable by God? They're untouchable? His will is not stronger than a rapist's will?
No,
I mean, hopefully he might be able to find
that's-
them.
I mean, what they mean for evil, God means for good.
So God means for 6-year-old to get raped for good.
Well, what
Yeah.
you're arguing is that God can't
Yeah?
stop it. God is not
Yeah.
all powerful. He's not
Oh,
able
good luck,
to
buddy.
stop 6-year-olds
Yeah,
from getting
I'm not
raped.
gonna say things to placate people and make them feel nice. Like, you want me to just like cop out and be like,
What?
oh no,
No.
everything's nicey nice. No, the world is not
Well, it's not
nicey
even that much
nice.
of a bullet bite. It's like,
No,
so you
but
think
it's kinda
everything's
stupid
predetermined.
that
So is
you
everything
think God is
predetermined?
all powerful, and he has some great plan that needed 6-year-olds to get graped. That's wild.
That's
Logic,
crazy
too.
way to think about it. Holy shit.
Great logic too.
Thank you for the picture.
I mean,
Well,
once
well,
again,
how do
your
you how
argument
do
is
you
that there
explain
is
it?
God
no
is
that.
so powerful.
Like,
he
that was
needed
kind of
children to
mostly.
you
get
don't.
raped,
I
guys.
mean, free will
Your
doesn't give
argument
you
is
a
so
Kind
weak,
of
he
pretty.
can't
Powerful. He
stop
needed
it.
children
free
to get
will
graped.
Your
doesn't
argument
give
is
you
so weak, he
free
can't
will.
stop it.
Yeah, free will doesn't give you an out to the problem of evil. Like,
Right.
What are you talking
So
about? An
you're
out
talking
to the
about the problem of
What are
evil.
you talking about?
You're talking
Out
about
to
the
the
problem
problem
of
of evil?
evil. That's what you're talking about. Why do bad things
No.
happen?
Evil being.
So, I mean, I know you're trying
Evil
to
can
use
be an act
emotional.
and
You're trying to use emotionally charged language to say that a 6-year-old gets raped. Let's just say the problem
Yeah,
of
I thought that
evil.
was pretty
Bad
nice.
stuff happens. Yes.
Mhm.
Does
Yep.
free will give you an
No,
out?
you don't like the reality.
No, I
You
don't have
wanna
a
cover it
problem
up
with
with this
it.
little, like,
I don't have a
bad
problem
stuff
with it. I'm not the
happens.
one using the emotionally charged
It's hard to
language.
comprehend a lot of
Wait,
that.
Just
why
switch it
does it
around like I did.
emotionally
He just
charge
won't
you?
engage with what I'm
It's
saying.
emotionally charging?
Yeah, it's emotionally charged to say
Are you getting
God wants
emotional?
6-year-olds to get raped. No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not a
what you're
woman.
saying. I'm just saying the reality of what you're saying. If you don't like that, maybe say something else.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't
the
affect
reality of
me.
what you're saying is God can't stop them from getting
Well, see,
raped.
Goon, it's confusing to me too because I haven't like read as much as
Yeah,
like
he's
all the
saying
books and
God
shit
is
you guys
so
have too.
powerful, but
Well, then
yet can't
just
stop
listen.
something crazy from happening. Also tells us not to do it.
No, you're saying he
So
can't
we
stop it.
shouldn't
JS is saying
murder.
it's planned.
God tells us not to murder, but we don't have a choice to because it's his will to do it as well. Do you understand how stupid this is? That
No,
would be the most
no, it's
retarded.
fine. It's
That's the
fine.
God you worship, bro?
It's
You
it's
worship that
fine.
God?
It's
That's not my
fine.
God, bro.
But you
You
worship.
worship a God that is so retarded
Okay, but
that he
you
needs to
worship a
create
God that
evil.
gives people the free will to choose that.
Yeah, you worship a God that's so retarded that he needs to create evil.
Easy, your God's like Batman fighting the Joker.
Hold on,
What?
hold on.
Like
I
an
don't.
eternal struggle that's
I
like
don't.
My
unendable.
God.
Hold on. I don't see how both of our gods.
I don't agree with anything.
Fuck, I
this
need to
guy
get me
said.
one
What
of
are you
those,
talking about?
man.
Both of our gods are the same God.
Hey,
Easy.
get me some
No,
more
no,
fucking
no,
weed,
no,
mate.
no.
Like, this is
We don't
getting
worship the
weed.
same God, bro. Not at all.
Okay.
Can I jump
well,
in a second?
All right. Well, that's
No
fine.
fucking shot, yeah.
I.
You literally
this work?
believe God is all powerful, but
Mhm.
No,
want
wait, but is
everyone to be
He
raping and
doesn't.
murdering.
He doesn't want it.
You said it's his will. What do you mean?
So
You said it's his will.
it's that's
Also, he wants us not
that's
to
the
murder,
way it
but
has
it's
to
his will
go.
for us to murder. Do you
There's
understand how
there's
crazy
no
that
other
sounds?
way that it could be because that's the way it was written.
Try telling that. Try telling
So
that.
so
What
the
does that
person
even mean?
what it
Dude,
means
that's
is
like-
what it means is the person who grapes the child, Hitler, when he does the Holocaust, is the antagonist. Stop interrupting me. Is the antagonist written into the story?
Oh, so human beings is just like some storybook that God wrote, and he needed some bad guys.
Essentially,
just wanted to
What the fuck are
mention
you
like
talking about?
like hypothesis. This is confusing as fuck. That's all I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean
That sounds
that is
crazy,
a.
dude.
I don't
If you're
like it
confused,
without
then
an
shut the
actual
fuck up.
argument. You're literally just
No,
saying you don't like what he's saying.
God
You're like, I
needing
don't like
bad
that
guys.
God. It doesn't
Dude, you
disprove
literally
his
I'm
sound
trying to
argument.
push you
Right.
off. I
He's saying
actually
he
I
doesn't.
wanted to
He's saying he
understand
doesn't
what
like
the
that God,
conversation
but
was.
his God doesn't solve the problem any better because his God gives us the free will to choose to do those things.
And God needing bad guys is a well-known problem
Yeah,
in.
because we couldn't truly love God if he just made us some autonomous robots that loved him. So he gave
Right,
us
and
the
God-
choice to love him or not.
We don't choose God. God chooses us.
God needing bad guys
Right,
is a
very
well-known
scary,
problem
very
in
scary.
theology, and it's called Felix Culpa, the fortunate fall. Like, this isn't a new idea.
Yeah, the elect were chosen before the formation of the world. God's children, God knew his children before the world was formed. God knows who's going to come to him before the world was formed. Before you were born, God knew how many hairs were on your head, and he knew if you were going to come to him or not. So he knew if you were his child or not, or if you were Satan's. If your father is Satan, as Jesus says.
Based off the
Wait,
choices
so that
you made,
I didn't
though.
know that could be a thing.
I want to hear you finish that sentence.
Which one? Me?
Yeah, you were saying if you're Satan's son, I want to hear you finish that sentence.
Jesus said, you don't understand the words that I'm saying because your father is Satan and you do his will. I do my father's will. I was sent on my own accord, not of my own accord, but of my father's accord. If you were of your father God, you would understand what I'm saying, but you're of your father Satan, so you do his will.
How the
That's what Jesus said.
Oh, so they're not your creation. You're just like, that's what you're following?
Okay. I've got two
That's
questions.
what the whole father thing.
So, King David was, he was one of God's chosen, loved him very much, and all like that. Was one of God's, correct?
Mm-hmm. He was
Okay.
a man after God's own heart, and he
But yet,
he
because he
murdered
had,
a man and slept with his wife.
yes,
Yeah.
which would show he had free will and he made a mistake and he got punished for it. And he repented for it and he learned from his mistakes. My other question would be, you're a believer, but you had the choice to decide whether you want to follow Christ
No, I
or
didn't.
follow Satan. You don't think you had a choice. I had
No.
a choice. I'm glad I made my decision.
Do you think you
But
choose what you believe?
let's put it this way. I am a believer. I have got Jesus in
Yeah,
my
no,
heart.
yeah,
I've
but
been,
did you
No, no,
choose
no,
to
no,
believe,
you choose.
or were
yes, I
you led to that belief?
I actually became a believer after reading the Bible. I
So
was
you
an
were led to the
atheist
belief,
You're led to the
through the word of the Bible, through reading the
right?
Bible, not by a
So,
person.
but what I'm asking is was the choice to become a believer, was that a freely willed choice, or was that something that you were led to due to conditions?
I felt strongly led. I'll be honest. But here's
Okay,
my thing. I believe that Jesus lives in my heart. I believe Satan speaks into my head. I
right.
have a I was a sinner in that I watched inappropriate things on the computer. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Pornography.
Okay, I didn't know what I can say on the platform.
I
But
think we can say the word pornography.
but ever since October, I swore off of it, but it was a daily habit,
Right.
and I did it
Well
for
done.
decades. But it wasn't until I had Jesus in my heart, and Satan tells me, "Oh, what? Well, who cares? Just do it. It doesn't matter. Just do it." But I have the will to decide I'm not going to do that because I
Right.
feel Jesus is living within me, saying, "You will not defile my temple like that."
Okay.
I still think it
I
is my choice to keep my hands where they belong and where they don't belong.
Well, 6 years ago,
agreed.
I was slamming
We
heroin,
make
Comes
and
out to get the
choices
mail like
like you
Quagmire.
won't get any argument from me there. But I'm just interested in this idea of whether we can choose what we believe. I was watching an Alex O'Connor video. In fact, Josh was playing it, where he brought up the
fireman.
example of mathematics, right?
Oh.
So it's like if say you've never heard of mathematics, and then someone says 2 + 2 = 4, and you're initially skeptical. You're like, oh, I don't think I believe that. But then they kind of take you through the process of establishing that 2 + 2 is 4, rather than 2 + 2 being 5, right?
That's why math and science is universal.
Is the process of coming to believe 2 + 2 = 4, is that something that you choose, or is that just something that happens to you?
Because it's fact.
Yeah.
Because if I've got
Something
£2
you
coins,
discover.
I've got another £2 coins. That doesn't add up to £5 coins.
Okay,
Right,
Brick,
but
hold on. Brick, hold on.
Well,
Let him
I've
answer.
shut up for fucking ages. You've been blabbering on about shit, and that was my.
Well, there's
and
a
I got
lot of
that
people on the
question,
panel,
right?
so but you're not adding anything.
I've just
you're
added 2 plus
Right,
2 up. So I am.
Okay, but do you see the point that Alex was kind of getting at here? Like, do we choose what we believe, or are we led to what we believe
Well,
as a
I'd
kind of
like to
inevitable
you know,
process?
I have
with what
one
I would
question,
mean.
Shiva. I have one serious
Mhm.
question. If
Mhm.
if we don't have free will and we do things out of our own choices, I need you to explain to me, JS, what the fuck compels you to keep talking to this retarded fox over here? What is it that
What-
keeps
So anyway,
you?
Shiva,
Well,
I have
Because
you know
I'm
what it
never
is?
taking you at face
All,
value.
You know what it
all
is?
voices
Anyway,
matter.
Shiva.
All voices
I'm
matter.
fine with
Easy.
serious.
Hold on,
I'd like
hold
to
on,
answer
hold on.
Shiva's actual
No, I
question.
want to answer Easy's question.
Nothing but like a chaos
You
agent.
don't need to.
And a
You
You
fucking-
know
don't
what
need
it
to
is,
defend
Easy?
yourself.
I'm
He's just
very
being a
curious.
little
Hold
bitch.
on,
Compels
hold
you.
on, hold on. I'm gonna answer the question. You know what it is, Easy? It's this right here. The grift guys is is $1 per minute, $10 minimum to mute the fox. That's what
You guys
keeps
are
me
all
talking
evil.
to the fox.
Bounties, let's go.
Make
Making people
money off of
money.
it.
Yeah.
The grift.
Maybe I'm missing
So
something.
Shiva, the answer to your question is I think the sooner you start critically thinking, the sooner you go from having beliefs put onto you to forming your own beliefs. And that even goes towards like exploring and learning, like even the most fundamental aspects of like critical learning even.
Right, but
If you're
even
asking
taking
me,
critical thinking as an example, that's a great example, right? Because someone introduced me to the idea of logical fallacies about a decade ago, and I'd never even heard of them, right? And then
Same.
once I started
But
looking into
not
logical
necessarily.
fallacies, they clicked, right? But that wasn't something like that. That process of logical fallacies clicking wasn't something that I chose. Do you see what I mean?
One.
It has to make it has to make sense in your brain, which is almost like making the choice to make it work. I see what
It's
you're saying.
I
Coming from
disagree
like doing
that it's like
self-reflection,
making a
maybe.
choice. Look, if I'm presented with two options, 2 + 2 = 4, or 2 + 2 = 5, what is it that leads me to believe that 2 + 2 = 4?
The world around you.
Well, what
You
if you decide
discover
to
it.
draw from personal experience and look at like, well, I've put two sets of blocks together that contain 2 each, and it gave me
Right.
4. So I know there can't really be any other answer. Math
So
can't
then
contradict itself.
Yeah, so you can
then
like see
that
physically.
belief cannot be said to be free of conditioning factors, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, like for one thing, we're not taught at an early age that math can't contradict itself. We're never taught that there's no such thing as 2 + 4 2 + 2 = 4 and 2 + 2 = 5 being true. We're taught that it's only that, and we're not really given anything else, which I'm fine with. And so we do learn a lot of things through like inference as well.
Agreed, but inference again is a conditioned process. And I just want to make myself clear, just to repeat myself, I'm not denying that we make choices. What I'm asserting is that those choices are dependently arisen because they depend upon conditions.
Yeah, I guess.
So what about sorry, is this a determinism argument? I may have jumped in a little sooner than I
Yeah,
thought.
we're
I thought I knew
discussing free will.
Oh,
Just
okay.
pimping you
So
out anyway,
here's an
Joe.
interesting thing to consider. For those of you who know what entropy
What
is,
happens
there's
when you
actually
just join in because you just fucking clout
Honestly,
chasing?
blowing my
there's a
mind.
measurement. There's a measurement for into how smart someone actually is that's coming out. It's called neural entropy. It's kind of how many different states your mind can handle. And I think that neural entropy is a great argument against determinism.
No,
Right, what do you mean?
Iceman. Job didn't have any free will in that story.
I've never heard of neural entropy before, so you're going to have to spell
Just
it
like
out.
every story in the Bible.
Well, it kind of makes our brain out to be more of a black box where like the set of inputs we receive don't necessarily give us a determined set of outputs.
I'm
It's
not
hard to
arguing
explain
for.
without getting into.
Yeah, I think the study of the mind
Okay,
is
So
kind of
I'm
like
not
math. We're
really
trying to
I'm
understand
not really
something.
arguing for determinism. I'm arguing for dependent arising.
Sure. But here's the thing, right? Like in most other like in any applicable use of the word determinism, where we
Mm-hmm.
can say like we can, like, I can expect a certain set of behaviors from a deterministic system versus a
Right.
different set of behaviors from a system with free will. Usually it's that if we have a certain set of initial starting conditions, then we can almost predict where it's going to go from there. And
So
I don't
in
think
this
that's possible.
neural entropy model, the
Why
outputs
don't you
are
just
they
ask it easy instead of asking it in the chat?
Yeah, so I'll try to put it this way.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt.
Can
Shiva.
chaotic systems be deterministic?
No, he said I was wrong for saying you don't worship the same God, and I asked him, would he tell a Muslim that, or do you believe that Jesus is God?
I would just quote Jesus and say, I'm the Son of God. He and his Father are one, and he's the Son of God. And in the same way that we should be one with the Father, he is one with the Father. He's the Son of God.
Yeah, so it's a long way of saying no.
Fucking nuance. Wow.
Yeah.
Right?
Look at that.
Right,
Sure.
so yeah, like if I
If that, I mean,
believe
if
in the
that's what
Trinity,
I'm
if
just
I
quoting.
believe in the Trinity and you don't, do we believe in the same God?
Yeah, we just disagree on the
Oh my
ontology.
Lord. Come on, man. This is dishonest.
We believe in the
Okay.
same God. We just
Alright.
disagree on the ontology of Jesus and God.
Remember how Jesus himself said, I decide when I lay my life down and when to bring it
So
back
I
up.
believe in God the Father, and I believe Jesus is his Son, who is with him from the beginning of time, uncreated. Everything the Nicene Creed says. I believe that he died and rose for our sins. He was born of a virgin. I believe in
But he's a
all the same
separate being.
thing.
But
Yeah,
he's a separate
we
being.
just disagree on the ontology. You say that they are one. I don't understand this. So I don't understand. So I'll just say I don't understand that that tri-ontology as you understand it. And maybe I just
God
don't get
is
it yet.
spiritual
And my
being.
mind,
Does this
hold on,
come
hold, hey,
from-
hold, me, myself,
I had a
and I,
question.
hold,
Okay,
well,
yeah,
hold
follow.
on, hold on, because this is important. Because
But he's allowed to talk,
I
man.
know
That's fine,
people
I've
like
read
to like come at me about this. My mind is
I wasn't
open.
coming. I wanted to ask.
My
a question.
mind, I know. I'm saying, hold on. My mind is open to the Trinity. I just don't understand it the way that you understand it. So maybe I'm just too dumb. Maybe
You're not dumb. You're
yeah,
just
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
God
So
the Father is a spiritual being.
okay,
He
I know.
himself could not come to earth to be there in person.
You're not
so
about
he can
to
have his physical
teach him the
form
Holy Trinity right
be
here.
I know. Like I
And
haven't.
when Jesus died, he gave his
So
spirit
you
to
both
the
do still
world.
read the
And by
same
the
book,
way-
and it's because
No,
of
just
the
say true.
By the way, I
interpretation, or is it
believed.
because you guys follow a different.
By the
version
way,
of the book?
everything that you guys are gonna tell me, I believed in
I
for
had
the
a
first 33 years of my life. So I know everything you're gonna say, and then I saw
change
arguments against it, and then for a little while I went hardcore against it, and now I'm saying I don't want to go against it because if I'm wrong, I don't want to be telling people the wrong thing. And I hope that God has mercy on your soul if you're wrong. But
But what if we're right and you're wrong?
I'm not, but I'm
What if
just,
you're all wrong?
I'm just quoting Jesus. I'm just gonna
Like
say what
this.
Jesus said, that he's the Son of God and that he's one with
You
God
could
in the
be
same way that
interpreted
we
as
ought
wrong,
to be.
Josh.
So if I'm one with the Father as Christ is one with the Father, am I part of the Trinity now?
No.
Would be if you want to be.
No?
Do you guys read
especially
a
with the
different
online
version of the
thing.
Bible, or is it just a different interpretation of the Bible? That was my question. Sir.
I read all the interpretations of the Bible.
I mean, that's a bold claim.
So,
There
no-
are a lot
Well,
of
not
I was
all.
just
You know
wondering,
what I'm
'cause
saying.
there's, like,
I'm saying I
different
look at all of
books,
them.
or
I
do
look
you
at the
guys read
Greek.
the
I look
same
at the
book, and
Hebrew.
there's,
I
like, a
look at it.
disagreement
I look
based
at
off
all
of
the different
the text?
versions. I look
I
at
don't
them
know.
all. I hear all the different arguments,
Yeah.
and then
I'm
I
not-
try to form
Right.
a decision based off of that.
Yeah.
Now,
Open
if I go
picture, doesn't count.
off of the arguments,
Oh,
I
I'm reading here. It's denomination.
I think there's better arguments against the Trinity than for the Trinity. But maybe that's worldly deceptions that are trying to lead me away from the Trinity. So I'm just going to say I don't know about the Trinity. All I can do is quote what Jesus said, which is I am this. When they accused him of being God, he said, "Did you not read the scriptures and say you are gods? I am one with God as you should be one with God. I am the Son of God. Everything I know, I learned through my Father." So that's all I know. I don't only know what Jesus said. And I only know that insofar as much as I read it in the Bible. So I know Jesus is the Son of God, and I think you would agree with that. And I don't understand the ontology of God. So, but if you ask me, is Jesus God? Well, he basically said no. But I mean, then there's other verses that you can interpret that he said yes. So I don't know. But I know he's the Son of God. I know he was born of a virgin. I know he died and rose for my sins. I know he was uncreated from the beginning of time.
Listen to all that.
Okay, well, I know.
Well,
Yeah,
because
I'm not gonna.
in my belief, right? If you're honoring or worshiping a god that is of a different nature, then you're not worshiping God and you're worshiping something else. Like if you're saying Jesus is a separate deity, are you like this would be basically saying there's two gods, right?
That's what I
No.
wanted to fucking ask, because it's like fucking hell.
Well, no, because I would say God. I would say
Jesus
God
and
is the Father. God, the Father is God, and then Jesus is the Son of God. He sits at the right hand of God. So I believe when I go to heaven, I'm gonna see Jesus sitting at the right hand of God.
Right, but like I'm asking, like, what is like you don't believe Jesus is man, right?
But he's one with God in the
uncreated.
same way that I'm one with my dad. In the same way that when Jesus says, "You see my
So
Father
a
in
god.
me."
Do you think Jesus is a god?
Well, no, but I'm one with God too.
Wait. So you think Jesus is a man?
Well, no, we are commanded to be one with the Father. We should be perfect as the Father is perfect. Jesus says, "As I am one with the Father, you should be one with the Father." We are supposed to be one with the Father in the same way that Jesus is one with the Father. But I don't think that makes me part of the Trinity. I'm one with my Father. Jesus is one. Jesus is my brother. I'm one with the Father in the same way that Jesus is one with the Father, but I'm not part of the Trinity. And that's what I'm just going off of what Jesus says. So if I have some, I don't understand the Trinity through the way the church explains it and all these other things. So I don't know. So if the Trinity's true, then let's go Trinity.
I mean, Jesus says before Abraham was, I am, but you don't think this is Jesus saying I'm God?
Yeah, ego on me is yeah, there's a whole there's a whole thing about the translation from the Hebrew to the Greek to the English. God was saying, "I am who I am." They asked God, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am who I am." And then they asked Jesus, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am who I am." If you asked me, "Who are you, Josh?" I would say, "I am who I am." Does that make me God?
No, that's
Okay. Well,
that.
so what's the point?
He said before Abraham was, I am. That's
He said,
different.
"Ego I me." He said, "I am who I am."
Before Abraham was.
Yeah. And then they.
So what does that mean, you think?
It means God was saying, "Don't worry about it. It's above your pay grade. You're never going to understand."
Jesus is God then.
No, Jesus was saying, "I am who I am." If you ask me,
Jesus says before Abraham was,
multiple
I
people
am.
in the Bible said, "I am who I am." Like,
I don't know why you're ignoring what I'm saying.
What?
Before Abraham was, I am.
Yes, I believe. Yes, I do believe that Christ is uncreated and he was with God from the beginning.
So, and you think he's a separate deity?
Not the beginning, but before the like eternally.
So, okay, so you think he's a separate deity, but exactly the same as God?
He's one with his Father, as we should be.
Yeah, when you keep saying that, what does that
Because I don't
mean?
know how else to answer it. All I can answer it is the way Jesus answered it.
So if he's one with him, the way
So if
you are
so
one
so if
with
you
him,
take that
do you
as
think
I
he's a
deny the
human?
Trinity, then you say Jesus. If I'm quoting Jesus when you ask me this question, then you're saying that Jesus denied the Trinity. But you wouldn't say that.
Oh, I'm
So
not.
how can you say so
I
I'm not
didn't say
denying that?
Jesus is denying the Trinity.
Right. So neither am I, because I'm just saying what he said.
Yeah, he says, "I and the Father are one." Before Abraham was, I am. This is him telling you that he's God. If you've seen me, then
Alright.
you've seen the Father. How can you say that they're different
Yeah.
beings?
Well,
It's
if that's the correct
I mean, if I look
exegesis,
at
then I
you, I
agree
Yeah,
with
see the
it.
that's what I
Father
wanted to
too.
add to.
Is
You
that
ever
what you
like
think? Yes. You think if I
you
look
ever
at
read
you, I see the
subtitles?
Father too, or what? But that's what Jesus said. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. I and the Father are one. So you think
Yeah.
if we look at each other,
When
we
you
see the
see a son, when you see a child, you see the father. That's why when you see children, you say, "Man, he looks just like his dad." You see the father in the son. You see me
right. So
when you see
you
me,
think
you
he's
see
a
the
God
father.
then? Yeah. Guess what? So
And
our
in
sons,
Christians, you
our
ought to
daughters
see the father
are
in
human
us.
beings, right? So that means you think
Mm-hmm.
God's son is a God.
Huh? What'd you say? I missed it.
Our children are human beings. So do you think that God's child is a God, a separate God?
Separate God. No, I believe in one God.
So what is Jesus?
The Son of God.
Yeah, what is that though? Like, what is that? Is he an angel,
I thought
a
he was.
God?
I
I thought he was
mean,
just like a bodyman of him or
God's the
something.
Father.
What did it say?
He has his Son, who is the image of him, does what his Father wills him to do. He comes to earth in flesh. Like, I don't
I think
know.
what JS is saying is that Jesus had a certain entelechy to him. Like Jesus always kind of existed, but never as the flesh. Flesh was the
No,
realization.
that's not what I'm saying. But
Sorry. Well, I'm trying
Jesus
to listen. I'm sorry.
Jesus did. He
This is
was
my
made
bread and butter.
incarnate. He was here before
You just contradicted
everything
yourself.
with his Father, and then he was made flesh.
It
You just
sounds
said he
like
was
what I said.
created, but earlier you said he
What
was.
you just said that I believe he was never made flesh.
No, when I said there was a certain entelechy before, there was always like I think of it as potential energy versus kinetic, but it's just a difference in viewpoints. But like he always existed prior to that until he existed as the flesh.
Yeah.
Luke 1, 46, 47. That'll tell you it. I've just managed to do that, JS, and that's me. Just go and look that
My
up.
thing is,
I'll give you it.
Let me look it up. I'm
Right,
sure
read that.
I'm sure there's gonna be something I've never heard before.
my thing
I'll
is
take
like
that
I don't
when
think
you
either
do
of
it. Well, why
you
haven't
are
you?
like
That's well, read
are,
that then. That's
are
me
either of
adding
you like
something to it,
biblical.
right? Don't try and put
Okay,
us down now because you put yourself down. Just read that, Dick Fred. Go on, read that out
okay.
loud, and then tell us that what you're still
Let's
telling
get
us. Good.
halfway meta
And
for a
Mary
second.
said, "My
Just
soul
halfway.
magnifies the Lord." This hold on. I gotta
Well,
Are you a biblical literist? Are you a biblical literist, JS?
no. The parts that are meant to be taken literally, I take literally, and the part that's
So it makes sense that if speakeasy also isn't, I'm
Big
not going to
words.
speak for
What?
it, but then like both of you are going to have different interpretation. There's a lot
Luke
of room
1,
there.
46
Yeah,
and
well,
47.
I take my interpretations
But
from
so they are
apostolic
still reading the same
tradition. I
thing.
don't take my
Okay, that's what I was-
interpretations from my own mind. I know that this
But are
stuff
you a
had to be passed
literalist?
down from the
Yeah,
No,
you
from
learn
no.
based off
When
of the practice,
Isaiah,
just like a
No.
when
marksman or
Isaiah says,
something.
when Isaiah
You learn
says,
the basics and
the men will be
practice
like grasshoppers, I don't think that we're really hopping around
You
and we
don't go
have 6
making up your
limbs and
own.
we're no. There's metaphor, there's simile, there's alliteration, there's poetry, there's narratives, there's history, there's all you have to know when it was written, who it was written by, what it's written for, the context. There's all sorts of things that you have to take into consideration when you're reading the Bible.
I'm just saying, like, from a standpoint of like the fact that neither of you are literalists, the only way that you could possibly agree on everything in the Bible is if you were both literalists and took it.
I don't think
everything word for
anybody's
word
truly a
Hmm?
Bible literal. You can't take if you take everything in the Bible literal, then you get some crazy like there's obviously some wild metaphors in the Bible. Like I just said, there's verses that say men are grasshoppers.
Why?
The men came
Good morning,
like
babe.
like grasshoppers. Like that.
So is it really like and again?
Of course, if you read, so it's just understanding context and knowing how to read things. Like if you read a metaphor, then you just know how to understand that's a metaphor.
Yeah, and I think the important thing is like these are minor differences in the end, right? Like you both probably think God is all powerful. That seems to be more important.
We both
Oh,
see. Maybe Easy disagrees, but we both
that's
believe in
good.
the same God. We
Oh.
just
That's crazy.
I'm not gonna take a hard stance on his ontology that I'm not 100% sure
you're
about.
wrong about that, and this is leading you to.
But I'm not saying
No,
you're
yeah,
wrong.
like not Matt,
Like,
but
you're
I'm not
basically
saying you're
there's
wrong.
a-
I'm
there's
just
a
saying
separate God.
I don't know
He
yet.
does kind of look like that.
Yeah, but you're
That's funny. I never even
basically
thought of that.
well, I'm saying you're wrong,
Oh,
though,
shit,
and
sorry.
I'm saying you're saying that, and I'm trying to show you like.
Well, no,
just
you're saying
logically
Jesus is
how
wrong because
you-
I've just been quoting Jesus.
No, you keep saying I've been quoting Jesus
Because
but
that's
then
all I can do.
Yeah, but your own interpretation of quoting Jesus.
No, I'm not making an
doesn't even make
interpretation. I'm just quoting what he said.
I don't believe that I don't believe him and God are one. But he
You don't
says,
believe that
"I and the
Jesus and
Father
God
are
are one? He said, I
Yeah.
and my Father are
I don't
one.
know. I
Yeah,
posted
but you
in
don't
the
believe
chat.
You
in
do
that.
believe that
don't
because you believe in the
what
Trinity.
AI
What do
had
you
to say.
You
I asked
said
what the
that
difference
you believe he's a
between.
separate deity.
Like
I mean,
Jesus
even
and God, maybe.
Trinitarians believe that the Father is not the Son is not the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is not the Father.
Not that it's separate deities. You understand? It's three persons in one being.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, Easy, but I think I understand the Trinity probably more than you do.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I
So how
don't
do
think
you
half of those
understand
words
it
like the
more than me?
grasshopper
And then
thing.
you
What they
just
even
finished
said stuff
saying
like that back then.
you need to actually
Because you just said
maybe I'll
that
clip it for you because you just literally went on a rant about how you don't even understand the Trinity, but now you know it better than I do.
it's
That
well,
makes
it's called
sense.
it's called humility. I'm saying I understand your arguments for the Trinity, and I understand the church fathers'
So wait,
arguments
now
for
you
the
understand
Trinity.
my arguments
I was
better than I do?
raised in the
That's
church and I
wild.
believed in the Trinity my whole life. And I have I hit
So you don't
age and
understand it?
I saw some things. Now maybe that was a deception that led me astray, and that's why I'm saying I'm going to leave it as I just don't understand God's essence.
You're not even
Now,
convincing
yes.
yourself, GS.
I'm not trying to
Well, what
convince
I would do
anybody
is
of anything, Brick.
I would want to understand why
This is why
one
You
one
should
of you thinks
read.
him
You should
based
read.
off of that
I
one.
want you to explain this one for me, then, since you like the solo scriptura stuff. Read this for me. Hebrews, 8. This is God speaking to Jesus.
I like the
Okay.
sola scriptura stuff, so he give me a Bible.
Yeah, so this is God speaking to Jesus. Says, "Your throne,
Hold on.
O God, will last forever and ever. A scepter of justice will be the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has set you above your companions by anointing you with the oil of joy." Go ahead, explain that to me.
I think that sounds based. I don't
I
know. What
got
do you?
2 Bible verses
So
right
God
here.
calling
What's the
Jesus
what's that
God.
really? What's
I've
the
got
fuck?
2
What does
verses
that
here.
mean? That
Oh.
Jesus is God?
What was the verse again? Because I just want to read it because I mean when you
It
read
says
that
you-
sounded
Read
awesome.
the whole thing. It's
I
Hebrews
can't
1.
pronounce it.
It's Hebrews 1. And read up to 8. Or read up to
Mhm.
9.
So is the Bible supposed to have objective truths, or can it have subjective truths too?
Hebrews is one of my favorite books, but
That's a
you
good
say?
question.
Depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, I guess
And
it's
that's
for either Speakeasy or JS. Is the Bible supposed to have objective truths, or can it also have subjective truths, or is
so
it possibly also just
on the
subjective
both.
truths?
God, who
My
at
answer
sundry
was
of
correct.
Like he
times,
said, yeah, his answer is 100% correct. There's those two variants.
God, who at sundry of times and in diverse manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Seems like there's two separate entities there, the Father and the
Did you
Son,
read yourself how you
who
just said
being
that?
the brightness of his glory and the express
You're
image
gonna
of his
skip right
person,
past
the
that?
image of the Father is the Son, and upholding
You're
all
gonna
things
skip
by the
right
word of his
past
power.
that.
What did I skip past? I see
Whom he
God.
appointed heir of all things, and through whom also he made the universe. Didn't God make the universe?
Well, I didn't say anything about a universe in these
Wait,
verses,
so you
but
don't believe God made the universe?
no, I said God, who at sundry times, hold on, God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Through whom also he made the universe. Through whom.
Okay. And
So
so God and his Son.
He made the universe through
His Son.
his Son.
Uh-huh.
Didn't God make the universe? So how did his Son make the universe, but he made the universe? Which
But
one
it
was it?
literally says God did it through his Son, the Father and the Son.
No, not the. No, do you understand that he's
Wait,
not
wait.
saying
How am I
with?
miss? Wait,
The
how
one-
am I?
It's not with.
What am I missing
It's
here?
not with his Son. It's
No,
through his
listen.
Son.
I'm not
Did
being
he
bad
need-
faith.
He
Easy.
needed his Son. God
Easy.
needed his Son. Is
Easy.
that what
I'm
you're
not
saying?
being bad
God
faith.
being
I want you
all-powerful?
to show me. I want you to show me this. So don't get cocky and like I'm really my mind is open to this.
Don't get cocky. You literally just told me you knew this shit better than me. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
no,
not
because
being
I want
cocky.
you to show me what I'm missing. I see God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things. So God is the Father, and his Son is the heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. So God and his Son made the universe. I would
So this
that's what I believe.
It doesn't say
to be
with
clear,
his Son, JS.
Well, that's what
It
the
says
King James says. Which version?
through.
That's what the King James says. Which
says
version would you like me to?
through.
Do you want to look at it in the Hebrew or the Greek? Or, I mean, I'm sorry, this is New Testament, so it would be the Greek. You want to look at it in the Greek?
so do these words like with or through,
Here, let
do
me
they
pull up the
carry like
interlinear.
objective
Yes.
importance, or are these like interpretation points?
You said you were
where-
looking at the King James version. It says
Yeah.
through there too. What are you talking about?
It says, by whom also he made the worlds.
Through whom also he made the worlds. What are you talking about? I'll bring it up right now. King James Version, you said?
King James Version, verse 2, Hebrews 1:2. It says,
Yeah.
by whom, okay, whatever, by or through. If we replace,
whom?
okay, so God
And even
created
if
the
it was
world
by whom,
through
it's
his
not
son.
with, right? It's not with.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference, right?
But does the word through eliminate the possibility of what JS is saying necessarily?
Right, I don't think that
Yes.
changes what I'm saying.
Yes, this has been the interpretation.
So
How does it
through,
eliminate that?
so through instead of by
wouldn't have to come
changes the
through a-
context. What if I
Through
say,
his son would almost
what if I
imply
say,
that Jesus did it all by himself.
what if I say I built a company through my son? Does that mean that me and my son are the same person?
No, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
If you look at it
Unless
from
you
your
were.
perspective, it doesn't make
Unless
any
you were the
sense.
same
Right?
person.
Well, no, if you're two different people, you could do something through somebody
No.
else.
No, unless you were the same being, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense.
Anyway, see, and this is why I don't like, I don't even like
What
this.
does it mean to have a representative agent?
I don't like this debate because it
No in
sows,
between
it sows
mans in
division.
Speakeasy's world.
What
It
does it mean
sows
to have
I
division.
a
can't see
genuine
any mention
article?
where Jesus gets a mention for making the world, like, so obviously God's taking all the credit, but
Look, I
Jesus
have
must
no
have been on
problem
that
with
meeting.
you believing in the Trinity, Easy. All I'm saying is I don't understand it. So I don't even want to go into all this. Because I think because I've like, and this is what led me away, is that when you really start looking into this stuff, like what you just said, it literally says the Father made the world through his son.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So you understand, you said you understand the Trinity, right? So like you've obviously heard it explained to you.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
believed
know
in the
if I
Trinity
can
for
maybe
the
give
first
you
33 years of my life. I went to Christian school
maybe
when I was a kid. I've
Yeah,
done
so you had to read like the
I've
passion
done
stuff.
I've
Okay,
done
cool. So far, I was
courses.
curious if
I've
that
taught
meant
Bible studies. I've been in youth groups.
What up, Pimp?
I've been like indulged in the church my whole life, Easy. This is, if you asked me when I was 15 years old what's your favorite topic, I would have said the Bible. If you asked me when I was 25 what's your favorite topic, I would have said the Bible and other theologies. I started getting into like world religions and stuff around that age. If you asked me when I was
Okay, you're both holier than
all
me.
my
Like,
life,
you
this
don't need this competition.
no, I'm just saying, like, this is what I've been engrossed
You're
in for
both
my
getting into
whole
heaven.
life.
right, but like JS, I'm just like I'm explaining pretty like I don't think it's that hard.
Even when
you
I was a dang
read
hobo,
the
I carried a
scriptures.
Bible with me. Even when I was a dang junkie, I had a Bible on me.
Wait.
Like, this has
Wait,
been
so like when you read the scriptures and have it the interpretations that you're confused about explained to you by the correct authority, things would be clear.
I'm not. When I say I don't understand it, I'm just trying to be humble and say that it's above me. It's out of my pay grade. This is like Job asking God, "Why do bad things happen?" Don't worry about it. That's what God said. He said, why does the clay ask the potter why you made me this way? You don't question these things. So I'm saying I don't want to look, I've spent enough time looking into the both sides, and instead of picking a side in this, I'd rather just, when I stand in front of God, I'm going to say, my bad if I didn't get your ontology and your essence right, God. But I served
And you're
you.
going to see it that condescending as well.
I'm being asked to say something from the chat from the Dinkus Knows. So the Dinkus Knows is saying, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Was God.
Yeah, so I don't know what that means in terms of your conversation, but
It says John 1:1, and it's saying that that proves the Trinity, but it's interesting that there's a separation between the Word was with God and the Word was God. So God is the Word, and Jesus is the Word, and the scripture is the word. So there's the word, the logos. There's 3 forms. There's scripture, there's Jesus, and then there's shoot, I've been drinking some beer. I can't remember the third one right now. There's 3 forms of the logos. There's Christ, scripture, and God, the Father. So then there's 3, and the 3 are one. I'm okay with that.
I think the only way you
So if
could
that's
find
what the
proof for
Trinity
either
is, then I believe in the Trinity. Let's
Fucking
go.
hell, have you just
I think the
convinced
only
yourself
way
there?
that you could find proof for either side of this argument is to look at the
it's-
people who actually
Just
like were
convinced yourself.
interpreting.
Brick, I never denied the Trinity.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
at
the only
a
way-
time,
I wanna skip
there was a
this
period
one.
in my life when I went hard against the Trinity, and now I'm saying I don't deny the Trinity. But when you ask me, is Jesus God? I'm gonna respond the way Jesus responded.
Yeah, Fox, new phone, too much to type. I gave you the name, just Google the name. It's a really good book. It's just a bunch of like short like poems and stuff. It's just cool literature. Figure you'd like it.
Oh, okay, thanks. I might check it out.
Sorry,
I'm not
Jace, didn't mean
huge
to
on
interrupt.
books. Sorry about that. Okay, I think that the problem here is that like the only proof that we can find here is to look at the people who translated that text from the words that probably held more objective meaning behind them regarding the people who wrote it with certain intents, and to see like what they thought those intents were, because they would have been the
Yeah,
scholars
Fox,
who
but
devoted their life to trying to figure out
we're
what the
supposed to go
intents of
learn
those
it
words
from the
were.
church too.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
what
good to.
theology is. That's where you're going to get these different answers now, where there's people
They
saying
want us
we're
to
supposed
go
to
to the
learn it from the
church.
church because it could
So
come from
I haven't landed my
Yeah.
plane. I'm
an
sorry, folks.
orthodox
I know you hate me
perspective
talking.
or
I just
yeah.
want to land my plane this once. So unless you know who did those interpretations and to like cite what they said, I think that it is like a very subjective thing at the end of the day. There's no real proofs here.
But I also, there's part of me that is like a contrarian and is like that's like if you're demanding that
That's
I
the
say
devil.
that, if you're no if you're
Just kidding.
if you're demanding that I say the Trinity is real and that proves me to be a Christian, then fuck you. Like you're not my
You're
brother.
a rebel. You're a rebel.
That's
That's what you are.
No,
Again.
there is a part of me that feels that way, because like, stop trying to make me say what you want me to say. That's what Satan does. I'm not saying you're
Okay,
Satan,
JS.
but that's what he does. And when
I might be a part of me,
when
might.
the Jews came to Jesus and did the same thing, he rebelled against them, and they crucified him for it.
So
So
anytime you debate JS, it's devil's work, bro.
no, debating's just fun. It's just something fun to do
Well,
on the
then
internet.
what are you saying right now, dude? I'm not trying to get you to say what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain to you how you're wrong.
No, but I've heard a lot of people. They're like,
say what I say.
I
You
know.
learned it from the
I'm not
pastor and
saying
stuff,
I'm not
right?
saying you're doing this, but I've
Yeah,
had
easy. There's
people.
like 50 other conversations charged into this.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a while, and people will come on and they'll say, "JS, is Jesus God?" And if I don't say, "Yes, Jesus is God," then then like they and it's like I'm
Well,
not.
I'm not asking you for the answer. I'm asking you what you think when I'm asking you a
Josh has
Because-
been
question. I was
de-brotherhooded
told the
on stream
answers.
And then when
before,
I
like,
point
multiple
them
times.
when I point them to John 10, they dodge it. So when I say when the Jews said we're going to crucify you because you're
Well,
claiming
yeah,
to be God,
but
and
see-
Jesus said, does not the scripture say that you're gods?
That's the part of jumping around to the different ones too.
Jesus says, I don't say this as God. I say this as the Son of God, and everything I say is of my Father who sent me. And the scripture
How
says,
does that make you feel? That's what Fox is.
anyway, but well, I don't know.
We got counseling up in this moment.
So Shiva, I tried to ask
I'm
you
sorry,
before,
it's hard
but we
not to
got
joke
cut off.
during serious.
And then we got to chat a bit in DMs. But I did ask you and didn't get an answer. would you define a deterministic system as something that can't be spontaneous?
I don't know. What do you mean by spontaneous?
Acting without cause.
All right. No, I think all things arise independent upon conditions.
Oh, right, but I'm trying to figure out what a system that isn't deterministic would be. So would that be something that can be spontaneous?
It would be something that is random.
Wait, Shiva, do you believe in string theory? Is that where this comes from?
No,
That's gonna be a lot
I
to
want to
have
wrap
to
this up with
explain this.
Shiva.
Give me 2 seconds.
Please don't derail this. So you said before that things that appear random don't always count, but you do agree that random things do count as something that negates. And so I would argue that spontaneity is a random occurrence, and spontaneity can be observed in the human brain as a
String
function
theory
of
is literally the core of this conversation.
Thank you, ZT Den. Shout out.
Well, the problem is that
point
our
to a
brains are way more
spont-
limited
can
by
you-
Newtonian mechanics than quantum mechanics.
Yeah, can you point to a spontaneous event?
Yeah, like a certain release of neurotransmitters in regards to what would be considered noise.
And is your claim that the release of those neurotransmitters isn't like that doesn't have a cause?
Yeah, it would be noise. Noise is a random signal.
So noise in complex systems, such as economics or populations of animals like rabbits, right? Like those systems aren't stable. So if you take rabbit populations for example, it'll be stable for
That's
a
not
while.
noise.
And then one
That's
year.
a third order partial differential equation, but it's not noise.
What are you guys talking about? I was reading chat and I zoned out.
Louder words, please. Jesus.
Have you ever done any reading around chaos maths?
A little bit. I'm more into like systems, signals and systems way of thinking, but I understand randomness, nonlinearity, stuff like that.
All right. So in terms of chaos maths, the spikes that you get in say the stock market is noise, or say for example the way that an experiment which should be repeatable will sometimes fail. That's noise, and it was in investigations into these sorts of phenomena that gave rise to the whole field of chaos maths. And the interesting thing about chaos maths is that you can have a really complex structure, like a Mandelbrot.
Easy just Irish goodbye to us.
Yeah, I do that all the time. It's fine.
Well, shout out Easy.
You're not
Thank you
his
for
brother
thank you
anymore.
for coming on.
Destroyed.
Hey, I love Easy.
And the thing about
Not
these
in a
kind of-
gay
You're
way.
a cool dude. Thank you, bro. Well, no, you did just say sometimes you want to just like say fuck people, right? Or
No, I
something?
want to say
No, it was different
like,
wording.
I want to say like fuck people when they want me to like comply to a certain thing, or else I'm not like cool with it. And I don't think Easy's trying to do that. So
Josh never said the president.
So the thing about
I think he was just trying to do the worldview thing, right? I think it's
No,
just
I
like break the
know.
worldview, then
Yeah.
like you show him yours or something, right? I think maybe I don't know. Maybe it's deceiving.
You're talking about people like this, like Randy dude that used to join
How
in
the
here.
fuck do you
and be
remember
like,
all these?
"Josh, you don't believe in the Trinity. You're not a real Christian. You're not my brother."
yeah, I mean,
have you guys finished now?
Josh looks a lot like my wife's brother. It's kind of crazy.
I just don't like things that like sow division.
True story.
And
Have we finished now? You're talking about chaos maths. This is like DC.
Do you know what it's like? It's almost as if I was in the middle of a sentence and then you lot just started talking over me.
I don't care.
It's
Hey,
almost like that happened.
I'm in
I'm sorry
charge
you're
here.
quiet. I'm sorry you're quiet. There's a lot of people here on it.
I sat here like a good girl, waiting for your religious talk to finish. I let you guys hash it out. I even tried to help
There's
you
no
through
such thing as a good girl.
You guys
Hey,
are literally just recreating the in-between dialogue of fucking Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah,
Look,
dude,
we were just as
I saw
bored.
that. I quoted a
No,
couple of things.
Here's the problem, though. We were just as bored by your, maybe not Shiva, but I was just as bored by your conversation. Now it's your turn to be bored. This is how.
Well, you were
people
bored?
religious. I'm bored by both
Hold on, none of this was
conversations.
boring. If this was boring, I wouldn't fucking still be here. So you can
Read
take
2 Timothy
keep
2:24.
that one to yourself.
Being bored
Ooh,
is
is that one of the
subjective.
verses? That might be one that I have saved in my.
They're doing it all. Shiva, honestly, they've been like this all night, honestly. Just screw
Oh, you know, I get it. I'm sorry. The English language sucks, and like a single word can mean so many fucking different things.
A servant
that speaking
of the
for you.
Lord must not quarrel, but must be kind to everyone, be able to teach, and be patient with difficult people. Base, that's a good verse.
What's the difference between chaos mass and dark matter? I don't.
Fairy Furby made it boring.
Dark matter
Yeah.
refers to matter that we can't detect, and
Hey,
chaos matter.
well, thank you
is
for the
a-
raid,
First of all,
speak,
you're
and
talking
thank
about
you.
first
Hey,
of all,
hold
And-
on. Thank you for the raid,
and
speak.
chaos
Thank you for
matter
coming
is a
up.
branch of mathematics that tries to
Good
describe the behavior of
convo.
complex
I concur.
systems.
If
there's an even easier way of saying this. Dark matter would be a phenomenon. Math would describe the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Bro,
good
you-
convo.
Wait,
If it if it
Are
got
they both basically the same
hey,
concept?
shut up. Hold on.
No.
No, Goon.
Speakeasy sent the raid.
He's giving him a
so
shout out.
I'm shouting out to him. Thank you for the raid. And if it got contentious, hey, I love you, dude.
Well, I
and,
just asked because when you say like
Oh, let
that,
Josh
that
do his
there's not
fucking
that there's
call
this
out,
huge
dude.
difference. When I
Yeah.
hear you talk about it, you're talking about like
I think I'm done.
it
But
explains
also,
differences, right?
another reason
Like,
the
in-
Furby
in
is
I
another
heard you
reason the
did.
Furby is here is because without the Furby, it would kind of start to turn into a bubble. So I like different people, and I like to argue with the Furby about science and make the Furby rage and rage quit. So
Right.
I
So
don't know,
the
man.
difference between the two, Goon, is that dark matter and dark energy is simply
Channel
matter
has
and
been taken
energy
over.
that we can't detect, whereas chaos mathematics is a branch of mathematics that tries to describe the behavior of complex
I think I
systems
might see the
that we
disconnect
can
here. Are you saying
detect.
chaos mass?
Mathematics.
No. He says
Oh,
math.
dude, I
with an
thought you were
S at
saying
the end,
math
it's a
this whole
plural.
time. That's why I was
It's a
so
British
confused.
thing.
I was like, what the fuck are
Oh
you
my
talking
god!
about?
I'm just gonna start saying the word mathematics because you guys can't speak the England.
Okay, Shiva,
Well,
just
no
to say-
shit, Sherlock.
just so
Was
you can
born and
springboard
raised
back
there.
off of that.
Yeah, I thought you were saying
will point
chaos
out-
mass. I was like, this sounds like something that would be in like Marvel.
I will
Shiva,
point
do you
out
need
that
me to
like
translate them for you?
I'll get you
Yeah,
to
that'd
worship
be
the correct
fucking
God.
great, Brick, and it would be like
Oh my word!
Shiva,
probably
I
understand
will
it
point out
actually.
the brain uses synthesis
Dude.
in a way that seems like most of our behaviors are ordered, but it doesn't mean all of our behaviors are ordered. And if you know about how reductive synthesis or subtractive synthesis works, where you start with a noisy signal, which is literally just a random signal, you don't know what the next step is going to be from the previous step. You come down to a song from that. You can come up with a melody or even a drum beat from that.
I don't even know what they're talking about.
The fucking brain is. Holy.
We're talking about free will, Josh.
No, you're
It's the
not.
same topic of conversation.
So I'm going to land my plane and say I'm a soft determinist. I agree with you that we're mostly deterministic and we seem deterministic.
Same
But I
plane you
also
were
think
trying to
we're
land before.
capable
I didn't
of
even want to talk
spontaneous
about
thoughts and
free
Dude,
will.
when he's here, I need a fucking thesaurus. Like there's like at least 10 words here. Like
I'm
Look,
just talking to
Let-
Shiva. It
let
doesn't
the
matter.
adults speak. It's
If you just
fine.
let,
okay,
if you just let
okay.
me land my
Let the
plane.
adults
If-
speak. Well,
if
yeah,
I
know,
had-
Just like
holy
with
shit.
JS and Speakeasy talked about theosophy, I didn't fucking bother trying to digest anything.
I
If
wanna
I had
understand
free
what you're
will,
saying.
if
to
I had free
understand.
will, I would freely will we not
Levi
have a
says, "No, don't
conversation
worry,
about free
us
will for
dum-dums will
6
sit in the
hours.
back and we'll
But it happens every week.
We're
Selling
actually getting
bricks.
somewhere. We're actually getting somewhere, and you all interrupt us before we can even respond to each other.
Well,
right.
I wanted to know what that
Step
meant.
on my watch,
I'm not trying to like cut you off, dude. I'm not like
Okay,
trying
yeah,
to
let me
cut you
explain.
off or like
Let me
blow your
explain to
shit
you,
up.
myself and I real quick. So
Oh,
you know what a
wait,
synthesizer,
he has
a
another
musical
plane getting
synthesizer.
landed.
Rick, just Rick, you know what a music you know
Well,
what a music Rick,
because
Cash
I
App?
can't understand why
All right,
Cash
you-
App
you
is
know what,
dreaded conservative.
Mel, let's
all
just
we normally
let's
talk
just have this
together,
conversation on the
Yeah,
incongruous sofa.
that's probably
We're
a
not
better
going to be
time.
able to have
if
it
you
here.
want. But can I just quickly explain to me? There's a you know what a music synthesizer is, right?
Ian, quickly, not 10 minutes.
Sorry,
Yeah,
It's
is
not
that
too-
a?
yeah, it's quickly. If you let me do it quickly, I can do it quickly. If you keep interrupting me,
No,
it'll be
you
long.
can. You can keep talking. I will actually still be able to hear you and listen to you. I grew up
You
in
know
a
what a
weird
Moog is,
family.
like the Moog synthesizers. You press a key and it makes a sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I
So
understand.
there are certain synthesizers. I'm not going to say which ones are and which ones aren't. But there are certain synthesizers that just they create that sound from noise. They don't even start with like a sine wave, and then they filter that noise down until you get a certain sound. Because
So you're coming at this from a psychology basis? Is that
my
is that
God.
what I'm missing?
no, that this is signals and systems.
Like brain, like.
Hey,
Yes.
take Furby off for 20 minutes.
Hey,
Let's go.
I'm sorry. I
See, that's
wasn't
why Furby's
fucking
here.
raised in a fucking.
I love making you all money.
Yep. Shout out Furby for the money. The grift going hard. Well, I just put
Back
up a
underneath the
Thank you
staircase.
so much. I know it. You realise that you're Furby's pimp now. Like, that's literally what you are.
That's right. My
Right?
pimp, my pimp hand's strong.
All right. So what do you lot want to
Focus
talk
lock.
about then?
Oh,
Well, I
please,
wanted you to be able to explain to the next generation, and having some patience and like being able
Me,
to.
myself, and I has a lot of questions.
Oh fuck it. You're right. Yeah, I wrote down like fucking 5 of them in Notepad. Like I got one. I did get one of them.
Ask the questions.
Yeah, fuck it. They're done
Oh,
having
come
their
on,
conversation.
ask
He's
the
muted. I wanted to hear. I wanted to
one
hear
of us
more.
can
I
still
wanted to
hear
hear
me,
more of what
myself,
they were
and I.
talking about, but it sounded like a bunch of like
I
it was
know,
like they
the,
were speaking
We
in
were
a fucking
talking.
different language.
We were
And so I'm
talking
like,
about. We were talking about free will.
I almost took down that that Bible study stream from the other day and decided to just redo that part of Judges because it wasn't the spirit that I want I like when I do the Bible study stream, I don't care about donos. I'm just trying to read the Bible and learn stuff. And it got into like a debate with Elder Lion in the chat and I didn't like the way I almost wanted to take it
yeah.
down.
Also, I wanted to say.
I'll leave it up, but
Well, I was just Also, you kept like responding and going into like because you're actually really cool about that, like doing your thing and then like interacting with the chat. Sorry if I got you derailed a couple of times because I was just interacting, listening, and just speaking in the chat.
yeah. And for the chat that wasn't there, for the chat that wasn't
Sometimes he reads
there,
the chat too much. This one time I put in the chat, JS, you're just yapping right now, and he just read it out on stream. He's like, JS, you're just yapping right now. He's like, okay, good.
yeah, and then I read it on the screen. JS, you're just yapping right now. yeah, sometimes I read the chat
I'll
too
be honest
much.
with you, JS,
Sometimes
like,
I don't
you're
read it
very
enough.
easy
I don't
wound
know.
up.
It's a hard.
No, I wanted to
Very
apologize. I
easy
wasn't
wound
like the. I don't
no,
know.
it well, yeah, but then he.
I didn't know you would interact with everything like we were saying. I was like, holy shit. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I do.
I rewatched it too. And
If you
it's
put
like,
it on the
oh,
prompter, Ron's gonna read it.
my bad.
You know.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. And yeah, no, you two guys made no fucking sense. Who in the fuck? There's like 20 words there. I don't
No,
know.
Elder Lion
Maybe the
said.
rest of you can
Elder
understand
Lion.
that shit.
He was asking me which translation of the Bible he should read, and so I gave out some recommendations for translations that I think are bad, ones that I think are good, and I've done a stream about this before, but about where I went into depth on all the different translations, but then Elder Lion said you should read this book from like one of the church fathers before you read the Bible. And I was like, no,
Yeah.
that's bad advice.
I had a question about it was just based off of like where they
And maybe
from, like the history. All my questions were the history, and it's kind of
maybe I got a
don't
little
know.
too. Maybe I went a little too hard against it because I guess it can't hurt to read some stuff like that before you. But if somebody's new, the problem I have with it is if somebody's new to all of this, to point them towards, and a lot of these books from the church fathers are very like heavy reads. They're like very theologically complex. And
Yeah,
they're
that Genesis and stuff. Holy fuck.
Yeah, they're very
Oh, they're
deep,
them
like
books with a
against
tiny word
heresies
letter
and
on with no
Irenaeus
picture
and
in them.
Athanasius and all these different things. So I was like, no, don't do that. Just read the Bible first. You don't even got to read the whole thing. Just read the New Testament, and then maybe go to the Old Testament and then read, just the Bible first, and then go to those sources to get understanding. But
No,
said you
I'm
read
just
the
here
full-
for the
why
audio
not read the
book. If
full
I actually
Bible before you go anywhere?
want to go to church.
yeah, but it turned into
like,
a big argument about should you be reading like the church fathers before you read the Bible, which I don't think you should do that, because then that leads you into it with
I don't know what
with
it
their
is,
ideas,
but-
and I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see. If you actually
Isn't
gonna
it
go
all
take
about
it set
entertainment
in
on YouTube?
stone.
Not always. But I'm not a teacher. But
I learned how to change my fucking brake fluid like a long time ago on YouTube, so I
I'm
don't
not a
think so.
teacher and I'm not a preacher. But if somebody asks me for advice, I'm gonna say, I'd say you just focus on the Bible and prayer, and then if you're
Yeah,
trying to find the
someone
right
asked you for your
church,
opinion.
yeah, if you're trying to find
What
the
if you
right
can't read?
church, just try out a couple churches in your area and see which one you like. That's a starting point. That's where you start, and then eventually you can get into the deeper stuff. But in the beginning, don't get all tied up in all that stuff. Like all these,
Confused. Are you
like
giving
the
advice or
debates
not?
that we have. The debate. It's advice, but I'm not
Because
teaching.
you're saying this is what you should do, but I wouldn't.
I can
tell
see
you to
why
do
this shit starts so many
I'm
wars.
confused genuinely because I haven't even read the Bible yet. But so, I mean,
Yeah. So if you ask
Actually, it's
me,
really fun and cool stories, bro.
if you ask me where should I start, I'd say start
I would
with
assume.
Genesis.
I would
Then
ask.
read Genesis, then Exodus, then skip ahead to the New Testament and read all of the
That's
New
part where I
Testament.
don't understand when you say skip ahead. Like, why?
Because you're going to get bogged down in Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy and Samuel and Nehemiah, and you're going to get bogged down in all of that, and it's going to discourage you from keeping reading it. So if you read Genesis and Exodus, then you read the New Testament, then you read the Old Testament, it's going to help you understand the New Testament, and then you read it from the beginning to the end. But first just start with Genesis, and then read the New Testament, and then read the whole thing. That's what I would say.
And you not
Also,
just read it to us.
And you can throw Psalms and Proverbs in there whenever you want. Just if you ever just want to pick
And
it up
see the
and read
same-
it, if you ever just want to pick it up and read a little chunk, you got 20 minutes, you just want to read some Bible, open up to Psalms or Proverbs. That's what I would say.
What,
Yeah. And also, I'm going to
exegetical
ask a
text
bunch of
would you
different people
recommend?
the same questions.
But if you're just trying to read if you're like, I need to read the Bible cover to cover, what's going to happen is many men have been lost on the shores of Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Like once you get to the begats and you get to the templates for the tabernacle, you're going to be like, what am I reading? Why am I reading this? Like, if you've
So you're
watched
reading the Jewish religion.
yeah, you're gonna be like, what is this? I've just for the last 20 pages, I've read schematics for a tabernacle. Like it.
I think if you're gonna make a judgment and assessment, I think reading all of it, right? Even if it is crap or whatever, that's it.
Yeah,
If I
eventually
read it,
you
I
should
would
read
be able
all
to
of it.
determine that myself, and then move on. If it's gonna, if you think it's gonna influence me, right, and I read it and it does or doesn't, then I would say because I read it, I made more of a better choice for the. So I'm definitely not gonna skip through it. Like when I do eventually read it, Josh, which I might get
But
round to.
it's not like
I don't like jumping around either.
When you
and also I'm not just gonna go off of one person's word.
Hold on. When
ask
you guys
Josh,
say
Josh,
skipping
what-
through it, you have to understand the Bible is a collection of books. It's not
Yeah,
one
it's a
book.
library.
It's a library. of
Josh,
books.
what exegetical texts would you recommend?
Exegetical text? What does that mean? Like outside of the Bible,
texts that are-
exegesis on understanding
Yeah.
the Bible.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or at least on understanding the scripture. It doesn't necessarily need to be about understanding the Bible. Like,
I don't know. I wouldn't. I mean, no. I can't recommend any.
none.
No.
There are
No
no
eggs in ham?
people writing about the scripture that you would recommend as being a good.
I haven't read a lot of that. I've read books. Like I've read books by like James P. Gills and. No, I don't have anything to recommend for that. I would probably recommend you to the church fathers and stuff like against heresies
or Pastor, I think.
Then I would go to I would say Elder Lion would have good recommendations on that. Like what's the one that I have on my phone right? I don't even know what it's called, but
he did recommend a book.
Can you just buy with that one?
I can't remember whose chat it was, but it wasn't available on Amazon.
Yeah, because these are like, and a lot of them are very expensive. But like stuff from the church fathers, I told him in the chat, I was like, I'm not saying these are bad books, but I would say first read the source, then read the exegetical books. Don't read them first,
Right,
and
but
then
reading like if I'm interested in say the Orthodox position on free will, reading the Bible isn't going to give me that position because free will isn't mentioned in the Bible. Like that's a matter of exegesis, right, rather than scripture.
Yeah, but I'm a.
I think. Yeah, it's something you learn from listening to the
There's books I
pastors
just
and
can't
stuff while
think of
you're in
them.
church, right?
There's books I just can't think of them off the top of my head that I read when I was younger, and I can't remember. But
like I'm reading City of God at the moment, but my understanding is that while that's good for getting an understanding of the Catholic position, it's not particularly useful in getting an understanding of the Orthodox position.
Yeah, I think those books are more for.
Is it like a bias kind of thing, Mr. Shiva, or is it
No,
like
it's just that Saint Augustine was a Catholic.
they cover that? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. They have different fucking denominations.
Is there not a video style documentary that I could watch just to save us reading all that?
I mean, you can just look stuff up on YouTube.
I like to read.
Video style doc.
Go to a
Ricky's
fucking
already trying to
library
take
if
the
you want
easy
to
way
learn
out of the essay.
I'm just thinking because I mean, if you see it's loads of books, and I'm like,
Bible beginning to end the movie.
Listen, by the time I've read 3 pages,
dude,
if you want to understand, so like this, I could answer. If you want to understand the Catholic perspective, I'd say go to like Trent Horn. If you want to understand the Protestant, I'd say go to James White. If you want to understand the Orthodox, I'd say go to Jay Dyer.
Or theology.
That Wes Huff guy had some pretty good.
See,
Wes Huff is good. Wes Huff is good.
I don't know.
There's lots of
explaining shit and knowing history.
I can read far quicker than people can speak, and so I find watching videos actually really fucking irritating. I would much rather just read a book.
Yeah, I can't point you to exegetical stuff because I don't even really like that because I don't believe like I'm a firm believer of let no man teach you. So I don't.
Well, you're sitting there trying to give her advice and teach her. Oh, thank you, and I'll just.
I'm not trying to teach anybody anything.
He's just sharing his opinion, bro.
I just
You're
think
like,
out
he
loud,
sees
and
it.
I'm doing my own. I'm studying on
we
my
put all
own
these
to
things
learn
together. Yeah. The fuck? He's not like saying, here, follow this, or like fucking, you're like, what?
Yeah, you don't have to listen to anything I say.
What Shiva said was bullshit. What you said was bullshit, Shiva. I have never met a speed reader that has decent comprehension of anything that they read.
I'm not calling myself a speed reader. I'm just saying that I can read faster than
He doesn't have the patience, is what I get from it.
But there is a certain level, if you read enough, Shiva,
Or IQ.
I bet that you get to where
Higher
you
IQ.
can you can kind of just look at a sentence and, like we were talking about earlier, the words take like a form and a structure, and so you're not actually reading the words. You just boom, 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 and then that grows and that grows.
Like, I should point out that I read a lot of books. Like,
If I read, I read like I play D&D. Every single line of dialogue needs to be voice acted in my head and set at a pacing that it would come out in a movie. And if you don't do that, you are not properly experiencing the story.
Nah.
For my comprehension, for me to retain it, I actually got to take notes and go back and like.
That's where I always get speed readers. It's like I'll bring up something in the story and I'm like, you can tell by the way he's saying it. There's supposed to be an emphasis.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, it's like the people you go on and watch their YouTube video and they're like playing something. They're like watching something when you're watching them, and they're like fast forwarding the YouTube video. I'm like, what the?
I forgot what time it was when Easy did the 20 minutes, so I don't even know where the time limit is on Mel.
2 minutes ago. It was only 2 minutes ago.
Oh, it started 2 minutes ago?
Aye.
Okay.
At most.
I think it's been at least 10 minutes.
What do you mean? Oh, the fox.
When the fox comes off of mute, I forgot to check what time it was.
The fox is actually pretty good, well behaved for one of those followers of that.
I got the timer running. I'll let you know when it's been 20 minutes.
Who knows? You guys might be able to save them if.
Hold on.
Shiva, what do you think about that idea? That
I don't
you
know
should
if I
have to
could trust
voice
your
act out the
timer.
lines?
Don't.
When there's
What do you mean?
three
What's wrong
people
with my
talking at
timer?
once, it's not difficult to
My clock's
understand.
just a little broken.
See,
It's right.
I understand that, Shiva, but I'm also with me, myself, and I can speak over like 8 people and like perfectly hear this person I'm talking to.
You gotta give me an accurate timer.
Crazy loud family, like in dinner tables and shit.
You got to give me an accurate timer so I can grift as much as possible off of the fox.
What was your question, me, myself, and I?
Oh, I was just commenting off what was something said. And yeah, it's just.
It wasn't even.
I think.
No, it was me who asked the question.
Oh, you won't want to hear it.
I was asking, what do you think about the idea that you should have to read it as if you're voice acting the lines like they're really happening in a story?
I mean, how else do you read? Like, the words appear in your mind, right?
Well, when you talk about, well, you're saying you read it faster than you speak, then it would sound unnatural while you're reading it.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what benefit that would bring.
No, I kind of know what you're saying. Like when I'm reading Stephen King, when I'm reading Stephen King in my head, I could speed read it, but I kind of like to keep a pace where it actually seems like a story. Like, oh, then this person went and did this, and then this person said da 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 da, instead of you know, because it makes it more of a story in my head. So I kind of know what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like there's context,
but I still read way faster in my head and still have comprehension, and the story makes sense and it's entertaining in my head than
a lot of the shows
than if I were reading it out loud.
Subtitles. Fuck.
Yeah, like if I'm reading
the silence
something,
of the vanishing thing's really good.
If I'm
by
reading
Rob
something,
Lewis.
if I'm reading something out loud, right, that takes twice as long as if I'm reading it in my mind.
Right.
But when I'm reading stuff in my mind, it's not like I don't understand what I'm reading, and it's like the words are appearing in my mind as if I'm hearing them.
No, I'm not saying that you have like a lack of
definitely
understanding of your
should get
reading. I'm
one
not
of
trying to
those
say you can't
jobs.
understand anything that you
Like
read. I'm
doing
just
the
trying to say, do you
audio
think
for
that there's
voice.
any
Oh
like,
my God! One at a
no,
fucking time. What's wrong with you people?
I'm saying, do you think there's any value that's lost in reading it that way? Because like I said, if you're reading it to where it doesn't sound like natural speech, it's not going to sound like an actual story.
But it depends on what you're reading.
But I'm not reading stories. I'm reading non-fiction philosophy books.
Yeah. You don't need to read those slowly and like you know, it's not.
Even
it-
philosophical books have like a shit ton of quotes and stuff, and I would still read those all as if they're a normal person saying them.
I mean, I just read them as if they're words on the page.
What's normal?
Can they speak English is a hate crime.
Not when something's 2 times speed, like you were talking about. That's not normal. not the way you're talking about reading Shiva.
Well,
The way me myself and I
again,
was talking about.
I just
videos.
want to make clear. I'm
Thank
not
you
a
for
speed. I'm not a speed reader, but I think it's a fact that people speak slower than you can read, like because there's all sorts of pauses and ums and ahs and ers and all sorts of shit that you get in verbal communication. That you don't have that when you're just reading a book, right?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. You fuck up. Like when you read out loud, there's like way more mistakes that you make.
Well, it's not even just about mistakes. Like for example, if you're watching someone who's making a YouTube video,
Somebody sent me $1. Whoever sent me $1, shout out.
Look at that,
They-
perfect. Yes, it's officially been 21 minutes now. If you
Okay.
want to keep actual time.
No, we got to hit the goal, so we got to unmute Mel. We're $30 away from the goal, guys.
Do you want to finish what you were saying,
By the
Shiva,
way-
or you good?
Oh, can I just quickly jump in? JS, I have a recommendation for you. I'll put it inside chat. It's a book. I might have told you about it already. It's a coming of age book called A Boy's Life by Robert McCammon. It's fucking
Yeah.
incredible. It should be a movie.
Wait, say again?
Is it
What
like
was the
filled with
name of
like super gay stuff or?
No, it's got.
The
If
book of
anything,
a
it's more
boy's
racist
life.
than.
I've read that too many times.
I don't know.
racism.
Sorry, the title of that book
He's
just like
terrified
that's.
of getting linked gay stuff at this point.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. No.
He's afraid he'll try it and he might like it.
Thank you for the $1, are we not, man?
You're
Let's
just
go.
saying that
Way too
because
good at-
Gemstones has a lot of male frontal nudity. I get it, but no, this one is actually way more trad in its storytelling. The main character is it's a lot like that other movie Stand By Me, but it's way more like fantasy based, and it talks about race in some crazy ways.
Stand By Me is a short story from Stephen King.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like this will blow your mind. This should be a movie.
Is there
About
any boobs in
race?
it though? No, that's what he wants to know.
No, it's not
That's
necessarily.
good
It's
book
actually
adaptation
it-
movie.
it's
I'd be careful.
it's
Is it
actually
filled
a
with
bit of a
some
murder
dang
mystery.
commie gobbledygook?
It's a murder mystery. It also has religious undertones, but it's also kind of like the world is mysterious when you're a child and lots of crazy shit happens around you.
That's just an interesting title. The title of the book would almost be a little.
What's the
1
do you
minute
like
for
Goodreads,
Furby. We
like-
gave Furby 21 minutes, so
You fucking groundhog.
you
I
got
kept
your
track
minute.
and it
Are
was
we not,
longer
man?
than 20.
I know.
I just thought it was funny when Brick was like, it was only 2 minutes, so I was gonna double down.
I think it was longer than
Gotta-
20.
But I'm
No,
not
we
really
gotta
sure.
watch a boy and his dog. I went back, Jess. I went
That's what I
back
was
because
saying,
you
Green.
said you wanted an accurate timekeeper. So I went back like a good mod, and I found the timestamp from when Easy sent the chat in, and it was 20 minutes. And then Are We Not Meant and the extra $1, and then I was
There you
gonna
go.
let it go to 25 minutes, but I decided, hey, you know what? Let's be honorable.
All the Bible talk is making him feel like all holy and
Well, I
nice.
did.
today.
It was actual legit.
One more.
Anyway, JS, it's in the side chat. I gave you the good reason.
Hey, there's a $10 minimum. Are we not, man?
Yeah, true. Yeah, he did say $10 minimum.
But I gave
Sorry,
you
no,
I gave you
oh,
your
yeah.
$1 because maybe you.
Yeah, I don't even know why you guys try having these conversations here. You should have seen JS try to do that IQ test I sent him last week. It was crazy.
God, you failed it so bad.
Was it
Here, I
the?
got
I'm gonna do one now, one yeah. Can you?
Bro didn't even know there was gonna be El Salvador or due process.
Couldn't even get through 2 questions of Goon's test.
I
Not
I
even
vote
3 questions.
I vote El Salvador is due process.
You're funny.
I was looking at the picture, Jans. Did you notice that like all of the women with children are on the El Salvador side, and all the ones without children are on the due process side? And I was like, I did not set it up like this on purpose.
I didn't even catch that.
It's a trap.
All I know is that Furbies are discriminated against heavily when we try to cross the border. Not fair.
Oh,
Got what?
and we're at $70. That means I get to tell the dream that I had last night.
Well, before
I
you
should
do
be
that,
able.
All right,
Wait,
everybody,
we have to read your goals.
Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson was in my dream.
So I'm gonna bounce. I'll see you guys
we're
later.
going. Yes.
Sorry for cutting you off.
Bye.
Shiva.
See you later, Shiva. Thank you. Sorry, I'm freaking. I don't. I can't. Yeah.
So
Brain just doesn't work right.
shit. Now I gotta remember how it started. How did it start?
I might want to hear a wet dream about Andrew.
It was not
This
a
ain't
wet
gonna get
dream.
weird, right?
It was not a wet dream. No, it's not.
Okay.
Well, it does get weird, but not like
I'm not-
sexual.
Yeah, Steve told you it was.
Okay.
No, what happened was
No, I understand what you're saying, Jess.
what happened was in the dream, it was like there was a house party, and it was at like an ARB. It was like an Airbnb, and like I guess I don't know.
You might have been seeing the future. Dude.
I don't know what I don't remember what the setup for the party was, but
Commander.
basically it was like a party at a house, and Andrew Wilson was there, and I went to this party and I could invite my family. So like my brothers are there, my mom is there, my uncle's there. My uncle Matt is like my big brother. He plays a big part in this dream. And so anyway, we're like sitting on like a circle of couches, and people are like arguing and stuff on the couches, and I sit in the couch and I like interject, and I'm like kind of like getting involved, and I'm like, oh,
This
hey,
is your
Andrew.
dream life.
Yeah. In my dream, I'm like, hey, Andrew. Yeah, I've been subscribed to you
Going up
for a while.
against Goliath.
And we start arguing about something, and my uncle comes in, and my uncle is like my big brother in real life, and he comes in, and he starts talking shit to Andrew, and so I get up and I'm like, what the fuck? And I take my uncle to the side, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing right now? Are you trying to like screw me over? Like, this is my chance. And my uncle's like, no, like, don't trust that guy. That's not a good thing. And and anyway, I'm like, no, don't mess this up for me. So I go back and sit down. And meanwhile, there's like a bunch of like ops sneaking into surrounding the house, and they end up like killing. They murder everybody, and everybody gets killed. And like everybody's hiding, and people are coming in with guns, and they're just like popping everybody, and everybody gets murked.
Yeah, so
Bro, you should write this. You should be like a screenwriter or something, bro. Holy shit.
Were you watching Righteous Gemstones before you went to bed?
No, I think I was.
want to know what he was watching before bed too.
So at this point,
I was yes, I was
and
watching Righteous
Speakeasy-
Gemstones before I went to bed.
So at this point,
And I was probably
Wilson,
watching The
Speakeasy, and-
Crucible. So it was a mix between watching like debate streams,
Whatever you're freaking whatever.
writing a
whatever
debate,
it's
planning
called,
for
the
a
algorithm
debate,
kept playing.
and then I watched Righteous Gemstones, and then I went to bed, and then in my dream it's like these people coming in masks, and for some reason we're debating on a couch, and Andrew's there, and my uncle's like, this guy, he's like warning me
You were
against
in the Illuminati.
I'd pay $10 to watch that. I'd pay $10 to watch that short film. Now, see if there's a projector that can connect to your
Everyone's
brain
wearing
and
masks.
like project your fucking.
No, but it got
dreams on,
real
like, the wall or
crazy.
something.
It got real crazy when they came in and started popping people, because like in my dream, like we're running and hiding, and like different groups
you
are
try to protect
separating, and there's
Andrew?
like a group of
Okay.
kids under the stairs, and
How
somebody comes down
graphic
the
was it?
stairs,
Was it
and
like
one of them
PG or
gets hold of a
rated R?
gun, and they're like
Gemstones.
shooting back, and it was a whole damn movie.
This is where Shiva could have come in handy.
I'm
to
cutting you off.
entertain your
I'm
dream
cutting
view.
you off from. I'm cutting you off from Righteous Gemstones, JS. Too violent for you.
Did you
Giving me
save?
nightmares.
Did you save
much
Andrew?
blood was there?
Did you make sure he was protected?
No, I
Ran
think
out the
like
building with him
I
with
think like
flame
three
behind
Even
and
shooting
everything.
zone.
I've got you,
like
Andrew.
3 people escaped, and I can't remember because it was a dream, and a lot of it fell apart after I woke up. But dude, it was crazy. It was a
You don't even know
crazy
if
dream.
Andrew made it out alive.
Yeah, and I don't even know
What
if
if
he
it
was
becomes a
like really
deja
the.
vu?
I don't know, like if he was like the. I'm pretty sure he was like the guy that organized all of it. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. But if I was gonna write it,
Damn, bro, Destiny's got shooters.
That
dog.
sounds like some of those.
could have been
Y'all
it
got
could have
killed
been
by the
damn
Destiny
Destiny
shooter.
sending people in to take us out. But the craziest part was the conversation with my uncle, because like my uncle's like, because I'm like having a discussion with Andrew and we're debating, but at the same time I'm like, hey, but just so you know, I like your content, but I disagree here, and we start getting into an argument. And then my uncle comes in and starts talking shit, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing right now? You're screwing me over. And he's like, no, don't let them get you. And then all of a sudden we get like raided by like masked figures with guns, and everybody's hiding in corners and stuff.
How the fuck
Do you
did
think
you make
large
it out?
end, like content
'Cause I'm a
streaming is, like,
gangster, that's how I
righteously
made it
evil?
out.
Like, do you
This
think
is
just
your
being a large
subconscious
streamer
realizing-
might be evil?
This is your subconscious realizing that
Nah.
Trump's like anti-immigration squad is eventually going to come for you to deport you because you're not Christian enough.
No,
No,
we've
there's
talked
actually,
about
like,
this
a
before.
psychological reading
That'd be
you could make into
hilarious.
This is like the
That'd be
third
awesome.
dream. This is the third dream JS has had about other content creators, usually larger than him, trying to get some type of like over on him. In,
What
like
do you
some
take
horror
for sleep? I
movie-esque
want
way.
some.
I mean,
Yeah.
we should have. I mean, nobody's
My
ever
dreams are
taken
fucking boring.
doxing to a
Is it the
doxing
law?
war.
Yeah.
Speakeasy one was
Speakeasy
That's
was
fucked
in
up. That's not even
Speakeasy
cool.
was in one of my dreams, and he set me up with a girl online, and she ended up killing my family.
Yeah, and then he was out on the fucking driveway.
He was in the
smiling at
driveway
you the whole
laughing
time.
at me.
To have a
You sure
drink
that
with
didn't
him.
actually
I
happen?
would have a drink with him. Honestly, GS,
When-
I would.
What
I
if
would
these
have
are like
a
the
drink with
separate
you.
lives?
You know what funny as fuck you. Because you're deadly serious what you're saying, yeah. And
I'm
and I love it
100%. I'm
'cause
totally
I know-
serious. These are
I
dreams
know,
I've
and it's
had.
fucking- I mean,
I have some
Yes,
crazy ass dreams.
you're making
What you
Andrew
described
sound
about
like
Speakeasy
like
sounds
I'm
like it could
somewhat
have
kinda
possibly
jealous.
happened. Are you sure? It
No,
was
I think
actually a
it-
dream?
Somebody analyzed it. I think a pretty good dream
Yeah,
interpretation. They're like
analyzed.
analyzed it. They're like JS, you have trust issues,
Analyzed.
and you think, but well, I mean, I've never even talked to Andrew, but it's like,
Yeah, I'm trypophobic, and like one
Wow.
of the worst trypophobia pictures that ever triggered me. All I'm
What?
going to say is that
What is
you
that?
could have called it analyze.
what you are.
See, that's why. Hey, don't worry, Fox. I'll get you someone. I invent that shit. I'm calling it mind.
I've
to
never
Soap.
been
For the things you
analyzed
can't
in a
unsee, I'll
dream.
hook you up with a free sample. if it ever
JS, do
happens.
you think there's a part of you that thinks Andrew Wilson might be evil?
but the craziest part was once the like shooting started and they were coming in, all the like groups of people that were hiding out were like children, and I was like coming to try to save all the children. I didn't succeed. I think like
Why was there children at a beat? Like, wait, what was? Hold on.
Yeah, there were children there because people brought their
What?
families.
Question.
Everybody brought
I
their
have a really
families,
important
so there's
question.
like all these
Oh,
kids.
yeah, I forgot about that
Yeah,
context.
think
Yeah, I
about the
forgot about that
symbolism
context.
of
My
this
family,
dream,
you
man.
just didn't mean like
His uncle comes in, okay, warns him that Andrew's leading him down a bad path. JS doesn't believe it. Next thing you know, he's getting shot up. Where's Andrew? He doesn't even know. But JS is trying to save the children and no Andrew to be found. I
Shouldn't
think this is
Andrew be
more about how
packing?
You
Hey, I
think
have a
you think
question.
Andrew
Hey,
Wilson might
I'm
be
shut up.
an agent of Satan.
Nobody
That's why they were
cares
all wearing
about Andrew
face
Wilson.
masks.
Nobody cares about Andrew Wilson. I have a question.
So, GS,
Do you know what a
when did this
Canadian
happen
goodbye
exactly? Like
is?
what?
Do you
Because
know
you
what a
reported it to the
Canadian
top
goodbye
authorities.
is?
No.
This happened
Well,
last. This is a
obviously
dream I had
biased.
last night, right before I wake up. Right before I
Sounds
woke
weak
up
to me,
and
like,
got on VK. This is
going
the
on
last.
CNN
I
this.
have to do my Canadian
CNN are
goodbye.
reporting about
God,
it now.
that's
As a
a
Canadian-
weird thing to go into that with, Jess. What the fuck?
As a Canadian, I have to do my Canadian goodbye. JS, it was
What?
very
Look,
nice.
and for
Thank you for
fuck's
having
sake, will
me.
you?
You're a
You're a lovely
hosehead?
person. Rick, thank you for being such a knucklehead.
Such
Couldn't tell you
such a
hardly said
polite,
anything.
such a polite goodbye.
Thank you for teaching.
I think you're actually pretty smart. King, thank you for not saying much. Me, myself, and I, you're cool. And Jeremy, LOL.
or a C?
I'm about to say the N word because she didn't even say nothing to me, and I'm about to pop the fuck off.
That was a blatant dig at you, my friend. You know.
Bitch, I'm the only one that stands up for her. The only one. I'm what fucking Eternal wouldn't be
So
that
is it
night.
a
I
dude
stand
like
against
to
the
be the
ocean.
girl, or is it a girl being the dude?
It's a dude claiming to be a
I
chick.
haven't been here. Okay, thank you.
I still find
I
it
haven't been here.
hilarious. I still find it hilarious that he constantly calls me a lol cow, yet he's the one that people are fucking paying to mute and do all kinds of other shit on. That makes him the lol cow.
I was curious if it was a triangle scheme there for a second.
Seesaw, I was
like
thinking
an
the
act.
same thing, Seesaw, when Mel was doing that just now. That's the same thing Jalen does. Like, before I leave, let me announce,
None of us know what
I think this about you. And what?
What does Jalen do that Mel does? It's not something that he's doing private, is it? Because I don't want to know, right?
No, it's instead of just leaving and saying goodbye, everybody, it has to be like, let me go through everybody on the panel and say something nice about them. But meanwhile, they hate you.
You shouldn't have to go out of your way to do that anyways. That should be genuine.
Keemstar notice me.
Well, that's just your way of fucking being nice. What the
Speaking
fuck?
about YouTube drama, Goon, how about, I love it.
I
How
got
about,
you, bro. There's so many topics right now. Go
I
ahead,
know
hit me
there's a
up.
lot going on. How about the three-headed dragon eating itself? How about the three-headed libtard dragon eating itself right now? I love it.
What do you mean?
What?
Ethan
Hassan, and Ian. Oh my god!
I wouldn't consider Ian ahead, bro. Ian's fallen
No, but
off.
he
He's
used to.
so
He
gone
used to
now.
be. That's what I told my brother. My brother's like, "Did you see? There's a new content cop." And I was like, "Dude, didn't that guy like die like 8 years ago?"
Dude, it ends with him crying. Did you see the end of it? He's crying at the end of it.
Is he? I didn't watch it till the end. I
I'm
watched
not-
about.
This isn't hyperbole. This isn't internet bullshit. He's literally crying.
I watched about 40 minutes of it, and I couldn't anymore.
The end of it is him crying to a therapist, going, "It's so hard knowing the hate they're going through, and me and Anissa."
Red flags.
Wait,
Him
he's crying through it.
therapist end of an internet video.
Hold
There's
on,
4 red
but that
flags.
sounds.
Content cop at the end of a hit piece.
Yeah, but you can't take a camera into a therapist's office, so that had to be fake.
No, it's
right?
some like bullshit online therapist dude who does like reviews of it's like a YouTube
I thought some of them record it. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well,
Just because of wearing glasses and holding
Oh,
a book
that
in their
crap's
hands,
a load.
but I was like,
Right.
my brother told me to watch it, and I was like, I really don't care about any of these people, but it is pretty awesome to see, because we in the conservative sphere we had this with Daily Wire and Crowder and Candace not too long ago, and all the lefties were like, look, the right is eating itself. The Daily Wire and Candace Owens and Steven Crowder, and they're all fighting with each other, and now it's so nice to see it happening on the left.
It's always been happening. That's what the end of Gamergate was everyone started eating each other.
Listen, the woke left is absolutely took. If the Democratic Party are putting AOC in Crockett up as their pick, honestly, that's brilliant. Be a Republican nation
thank you, Mel.
for many more years to come. Because who the fuck else is going to stand up? The woke left took over it.
I've already said I think it's gonna be Gavin Newsom. Like I think they're already leaning to the idea that Gavin Newsom might fill in for Biden. I definitely think it's gonna be Gavin Newsom next election cycle.
Him or Gretchen Whitmer or Janice Crockett. I think they're setting her
Yeah,
up.
but those names I don't feel like fill as well as.
Is she old? Is
I know
she
a lot
old
of
enough?
people hate Newsom. It's just Newsom's like maybe not though. Yeah, she might not be old enough. But Newsom's just so well known. Like I feel like he, out of all those names, I feel like he has the best chance.
He's the best masculine person, and I say that very lightly, that the Democratic Party would have to offer. Because who else?
He looks like Patrick Bateman.
Hold on.
Wait, Brick, you live in America?
No.
Jasmine,
You
not
said
Janet.
Newsom was masculine.
She's 44, so she's old enough.
Newsom. Are we talking
Yeah,
about
he's
the same person?
masculine and like I would agree with him in like a city metrosexual urban type of way. He has like he has the Patrick
I mean, out
Bateman
of the
look.
whole men in that party, or ever, who
No.
else? Like Tim Waltz is a proper pun. He's a little, you know. So you
Yeah,
need
he's not a
someone.
pudgy. I get what you're saying. He's not a pudgy little freak.
But he's still so that would be the best
yeah,
bet.
he is.
That's why they'll have someone like AOC or Jasmine Crockett, because the woke left will
Yeah.
just take over them and force them to do it.
So 2028, I see Jasmine Crockett, Gretchen Whitmer, Newsom, maybe AOC's on there, and Bernie Sanders. And then for the right, I see DeSantis. Nikki Haley's going to be back.
Sounds like we're playing like draft.
Hopefully Doug Burgum.
I don't think it'll be AOC.
I don't know if she'll. Yeah, I don't even know if she'll even be on there. But
We're gonna start a fantasy politics app, like a. Oh wait, you can't gamble that.
yeah,
No, it won't be AOC. Like, even though the Democratic Party is the
JD.
party of,
Hopefully
like,
JD runs.
diversity, they're not going to run a black woman 2 elections in a row after it didn't work the first time.
They're gonna do the exact same thing that they did with Kamala. They're gonna if they can get somebody else put in charge, and then the following year they're gonna run the woman.
Yeah, exactly. I think they would.
To say they're not
like,
gonna do it implies that the Democrats have some sort of like logical reasoning, and I don't think they do. I think Jasmine's gonna be. Yeah, I think that's who they're gonna go to, and they're already raising her up. They're already put. Freddie, you're on mute.
Said if Trump runs, Obama's gonna run.
Thank you.
Gonna run if run. Yeah.
If Trump runs, Obama's gonna run.
Yep, third term, both of them.
That would be crazy.
Big Mike.
No.
Dude, the dude can barely walk, let alone run.
Big Mama.
Big Mike.
Yeah. We'll see.
Sorry, ignore my
Trump's not gonna run again. I think he's just trolling people.
Nah, he's gonna try.
Trump doesn't do that. Trump never ever does that. Honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys ever watch that? The fucking, or excuse my language. Why do I hear?
You can cuss. It's okay.
Tell you what, that Letitia James,
Yeah,
she's got a lot to answer for now, hasn't she? Yeah. That's very hypocritical.
Also, why do we say grape on here? I gotta figure this out. Why do we say grape on here?
Because YouTube has a thing about.
I don't know.
I watch YouTube channels. I watch YouTube channels where YouTubers literally scream the word rape like 100 times in a row, and nothing happens to them.
Are they monetized?
Yeah, literally, Chud Logic yesterday was getting like content ID'd for looking at some like Jewish girl's video, and the whole time he kept saying, "I'm getting raped. I'm literally getting raped right now." And the whole chat, we were all spamming the chat with "completely raped" because it's a Sam Hyde joke. Like that's literally a Sam Hyde meme. The rape.
Yeah, I think that
I can explain.
We've
this
been
to
saying grape though since like RuneScape.
and I can explain this to you. I can explain this to you why they do that. It's not necessarily that the word itself is going to get the channel banned or demonetized or anything in that regard. But those are words that trigger
turn on the algorithm.
The system to monitor
the eye of Sauron.
or lower your prioritization in the algorithm and things like that. That's what the creators are trying to avoid.
Yeah, I call it
They're
the
just
eye of
trying to
Sauron.
keep their channels off the radars.
So if we start
It's
talking,
gonna be smart if people are like clipping you and like putting that shit together.
But I've done
Chud Logic. If you click on Chud Logic stream, if like anything goes wrong, it's literally everyone spamming that to him. You've been utterly raped, totally raped, bruv. Completely destroyed. You've been felted in fees.
Yeah, but he's a damn.
Yeah, but then he will scream. He will scream it too. He'll be like, "I'm being felted in fees. I'm completely."
Well, I was like, "Oh crap," because JS was get into it with I don't even know if you noticed JS when you're fucking easy we're going at it and you said the mustache guy's name.
And
I've done.
I was like,
wait.
Yeah,
I've done. Some creators are large enough that it doesn't matter if they show up in that. They're still going to.
And that's the thing.
their
if
streams
you're
anyway.
if you're smaller and you're trying to grow and you're trying to get into the algorithm, it's better to avoid those words. But I've done full streams where I've talked about suicide and I've talked about and I do news shows where I'm reading
Holocaust.
reports and I
Why
talk
would
about
these things
rape.
not exist?
I've done a whole breakdown of Hitler and the Holocaust and
Yeah, I
Those
mean,
are
I believe you. I was
discussions that
just
need to be
asking why.
had.
yeah, you can
I
say
thought there was some
all
sort
this
of
stuff,
lift.
but it's just
Well,
like
good, yeah, but I want to be respectful.
and if I'm on somebody else's panel, then
Because
I
I
don't.
went to use the word in chat
it's just-
earlier, and then I was like,
yeah, it's
"Is
just
JS okay
about
with me saying this in chat?" And I was like, "I guess I should talk to him about this."
Yeah, I don't
Well, yeah,
really-
I literally been practicing like with the word like small hat and stuff, and like the whole R word, because
well,
like,
there's certain
like gay and
things
stuff
that
here.
there's certain
Yeah.
things that you
What's your R word though? 'Cause are we talking about retarded?
you can say
Yeah, that one.
retarded, but
You can say retarded.
Who shouted?
I
for it?
kicked you off because you
Yeah.
said I kicked you off because you said it 30 times in a row, and then I said stop, and you kept doing it.
Well, I know you can't say that.
It
on
was
TikTok.
more. It was more
it-
about. It was more about you disobeying my authority.
Yeah, because you said you can't say it, so don't say you can say it now.
No, I said
Didn't King?
no.
Pay,
My brother.
Didn't King pay for that
Hey,
kick out?
Hold on. I kicked my brother. I kicked my own little brother out of the chat. And then later I texted him. I said, listen, I don't care if you say retarded, but if you keep saying it over and over and I say stop saying it and you don't listen, then I'm going to kick you out.
So you don't mind if you say it just a number of times. You need to tell people how many times too many.
It's the Eye of Sauron. If you say it once in a 10-hour stream every couple of little bit, but if you say it over and over and over and over and over and over again,
Well,
you
I just
said
think it's also good practice.
you said it like
when you
15
don't
times in 30 seconds.
You're a victim of oppression.
No,
You're
I'm the
scared of
oppressor.
Jews. No, you're not. You're protecting
Yeah,
the
aren't you the-
oppressor.
I'm not
Freddie,
the boot.
Freddie,
I'm
you're
not the
Freddie.
bootlicker. I wear the boot.
Aren't you the oppressed?
Bootlicker? Yeah, you know about a bootlick. It's like those vegans, bro. Them vegans, those fucking vegans, they can't eat nothing. Fucking vegan.
Hey, S ain't got the heart to wear the boot. He wants to wear the boot because he thinks he's going to boot only MS-13 members. The first time he gets a hold of a normal Hispanic family, he's going to be like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to give him the boot.
Speaking of that, Aiden messaged me last Saturday and he's like, "Do you want to come on my stream?" And I didn't see it until later, but I would have went on.
What is this, OnlyFans?
I think he was looking to
You're
somebody
gonna
to
have a
talk.
dream about Aiden next, aren't you? Josh, that's your next dream.
I'm gonna have a dream about you next, Brick.
You dream about me all the time.
You guys are gonna be building the fireplace out of brick.
Listen, I live rent free in Josh's head. I'm the last thing he thinks about before he goes to sleep, and the first thing he thinks about when he wakes up.
Nah, Bricky.
Nah,
We all
Oh
know
boy, what?
Bricky, that's wrong. We all know it's the chair.
This guy stole my belt.
Oh, wait, talking about that, JS, do you want to have that conversation about term limits we were talking about?
He wants
Yeah.
his
What's
belt
your
back. He's not getting it though.
yeah? What's your better argument against
Well,
them?
go ahead and refresh me on what your point was again, because it's been fucking hours now.
My biggest point is that if there are not term limits, then we can freely vote out a bad person every 4 years whenever we choose, and we can freely keep in a good person if they're doing a good job. But if there are term limits, then we're forced to kick out the good person after 8 years.
You should put a
That's like the
in it.
system you would want.
I would want us to be able to keep the guy who's doing the best job.
That's the
in.
previous system that we had, right?
I don't want to be forced to vote out a guy that's doing an amazing job. He gets in when he's 35. He's doing a great job and he's getting better and better and better. When he's 43 years old, he's at his prime, and now we have to vote him out because of a term limit.
But you would say that before FDR, that was the system that we currently had, right?
Yes, the founding fathers did not write term
Have a
limits.
good day. Bye, babe.
All right, because the argument I would make wouldn't be whether or not term limits are good or whether or not term limits are bad. I would appeal to authority because term limits are found through authority, which is
term limits are created by people who had no term limits. They were created by people who had the power you're talking about, deemed that absolute power corrupts man absolutely, and that they need to create these restrictions. The same thing happened with the FBI. The originator of the FBI had almost no restrictions on him. A lot of people argue that he could have became like basically the biggest global terrorist in American history if he wanted to, but he just never did. Before he quit, he basically wrote up the rules of conduct for the FBI afterwards.
Yeah, and this was what I said. This is the good argument for term limits is that over a longer period of time, you're going to keep accumulating power until eventually you can't be voted out. You're going to make it.
Yeah, and that's
you're going to set the system up so you can't be voted out. But the converse.
When the FBI guy wrote about it, that's what he said too. He was like, I realized with the power that I had, if I had ill intent, the damage I could cause to this country could be great, and no man should have this power.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they were like playing chess with it. They were like 20 moves ahead.
But the converse of that would also be true, that if you have some awesome guy that becomes president when he's 35, by 8 years later he's 43 and he's gotten better and better every year, and the whole country agrees that he's the best. Why should we be forced to vote him out just because of a term limit? Why can't we keep him around for another 20 years?
I can agree with you there, because I feel like I have all the people to pick from.
It's like structuring to keep Julius Caesar off the chance that once
like if
Caesar's
we're gonna have
gone,
democracy, like you're pro democracy. If we're gonna have if we're gonna have democracy,
I thought that used to be a good thing. Were you not like into democracy, JS, when you were younger too? Since when did?
No, I don't think we should even have terms. I think a damn king should take over, and if you want a Christian king, but no, but seriously, like if we have democracy, term limits restrict our democracy, because at the end of 8 years, even if we want to put this guy back in, we can't.
Fucking
But
8 years right now.
if you want kings in there, then you don't even particularly agree with the election process at all.
If you want a king, you cannot have any say in that process.
Was that an oligarchy or something?
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, and also a lot of the stuff I can appeal to, you can't appeal to, because a lot of the reasons the people cite for these reasons to be necessary is classified information we will never set eyes on in our entire life. Like their reasoning for why there needs to be limits is because they're like the shit that goes on behind the scenes is so
I just
crazy.
gave my
people can't handle the truth. See, I
just
think
gave
some of that could be good.
I just gave good reasoning for why, if we get a good guy in and he's young and he's healthy and he's doing a great job, why should we have to? Why should we be forced to pick somebody that we don't? Why should we have to be forced to pick an evil that we don't know over the good that we know, instead of just keeping him in? Even if I don't agree with the system, like at all, but I think that's a better version of the system than what we have.
Exactly,
it's a compromise.
But yes, it comes down to, again, the argument that you were making against yourself, where eventually he would build up the power structure around him through appointing different people, so then eventually you would never be able to vote him out, because all the extra duties that the president has, other than just being the president, is all the elected positions that they get, such as even the Supreme Court. Just think of them, they get to eventually, that one person could solely make up the Supreme Court for long after they're even alive, because people on the Supreme Court
I mean, you could just do what they do in like foreign dictator countries, where you just have Joe Schmo run against you that has a 0% chance of winning, and then when you win, go, I was democratically elected.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Because of what you're building up around you, because of the power you have, because after 12, 16 years, people are going to be like,
so like, the president doesn't appoint the Supreme Court. The president submits nominations to the Senate for the Supreme Court.
Okay.
And then the Supreme Court,
the checks and balances part.
Yeah, but
what about the cult?
And the Senate is elected, and there should be term limits on the Senate and the House.
Yeah, fine, I agree. But who else gets to present a candidate to the Supreme Court?
Nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's not very much we get to vote on, huh? Supposedly people have.
Nobody else. There's no fallback. Sure, yeah, they deny one person, he brings up another. Even more crazy. Like who knows? Like you don't know because exactly he has an endless pit of people he can continue
Dr. Oz might wind
to
up in
build
your
up
cabinet.
power. That's what I'm saying.
I
No,
can walk
no.
up and like, hey, I'll
He can
donate
literally use
billions
a
of
group of
dollars
his
if you
friends,
do this.
then turn over the Senate, and then extend that power to the Senate, where then they don't have term limits anymore, and then he builds up them, where then then eventually they completely overrule the election process.
Depends on
I know
who's got the biggest pockets, huh?
That's what you literally you made that argument for
The
yourself.
American system is
The
built
longer
on the
they're in
idea
power,
that like
the
a
more
country is
they-
basically
Okay.
constantly heading towards.
I like that. I
overall.
honestly like that thought.
Yeah, so the argument is okay, it could go bad, but how does that?
It will, because the longer he's in power, he's gonna have more power because naturally his duties will give them more power.
Yeah,
It's
but I
not
think
necessarily
money
power
and
because that's
power
directly in the sense.
money and power accentuate our like who somebody is. So if somebody is if
Like
somebody's
status?
if somebody's inherently evil and they get rich, they're gonna do more bad with that money than they
Right.
could have done without it.
Or
But
they're
if somebody's
greedy and someone could pay them to do bad things
if somebody's
that they want
righteous
done,
and they're
that
doing
guy
the
likes
right
money,
thing,
that's bad.
then it's gonna work out for the good. So
Right, and who's
that
and
righteous
who's to say-
person probably not gonna get
So
it.
those two arguments just counterbalance each other and they get taken off the table. So what it comes down to is our ability to choose who's in charge and not be limited by 8 years.
No,
I mean, I did the best like counter. Which
We
is
need
you
more
reference
people up
American
there to pick
patriots
from,
who
if you
served
ask
their
me. That would
country,
help.
who had those
Yeah,
two
you said
elements, and
they
were
could
like,
get too much
"That is too
power
much
and they could do
power."
evil with it, but I could say they could get too much power and do good with it. So those two things cancel each other
But
out.
that's why I would say I would then appeal to authority. These people had the positions you never have.
That's
The information that they're privy to is much greater than the information that you're
And
privy
also
to.
the Supreme Court and the Senate and the House, that doesn't determine who the people are going to vote for. Like we could just vote that guy out.
Well, there could be like
eventually.
a huge different there's like psychological aspects to it too. Where it could be like, imagine if you've grown up your whole life with the exact same president.
If there's any dispute in the voting process, who does it go to? If there needs to be a law that changes to the voting process, who makes that law?
It doesn't go to the president.
I would hope
because-
it would go to the people.
No, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't go to the president, but it will be a trickle down effect because the longer he's in power, the
It's
more
not
people
because
he
there was a
brings down.
dispute in 2020 and we didn't see the election overturned in 2020. So
Right, I know because not every time, but that's not what I'm saying. Is who decides the disputes? Like who is the end all? It's all these other branches that if they're built around one particular president due to his nominations and his supports, then how will we ever get?
But that's why.
Because
But that's
no
why
way.
that's why we keep term limits on the Senate and the House.
I have the
and
same question you do.
And even the Supreme Court. If we keep term limits on those
But it
things,
comes down to
then
who's okay.
then this president, the ultimate power, has to deal with a constantly changing ecosystem of his Senate is changing constantly every 4 years.
Our country is founded upon the idea that there is no ultimate power.
If the president,
And if he's a good leader, he's going to be able to handle that. But if he's a bad leader, he's going to fall apart.
You just made an interesting point, though, JS.
Extending the term limits for the president
Yeah,
will set the precedent for
I
other
like that.
people to then say, hey, if he's doing good, then why do I need a term limit? Like, then why
Well,
would
no,
we
that's-
extend other branches
Well,
of
no.
government?
JS made a different
Yeah,
point
Jeremy.
that was even interesting. Is he also put the point that that it would go to the Supreme Court? Well, who appoints the Supreme Court justices, right? So if
We
this
just
guy's
talked about
sitting
this.
in here, in office for many, many, many terms, it gets to the point
Can't
where
get
the
shit
majority
done.
of those people that are sitting on the bench in the Supreme Court are people he appointed. So he could literally have all kinds of contesting of the results and all of that. In which case, it would go to the Supreme Court, who would probably have a pretty good loyalty towards him, being that he put them in office.
But we just said,
actually legitimately lost.
the president doesn't
serious
appoint
question.
the Supreme Court. The president nominates candidates for the Supreme Court, and
Yeah,
then
but
the
who else
Senate
is
votes on them. So if the Senate is constantly cycling out, then the president, as a good leader, is going to have to learn how to deal with all of these constantly changing Senate members, and he's going to have
How
to
do you say it's
nominate the best person for the job. It would be
May I ask
constant if there
something?
was a term
It would
limit
all
on
still be
Senate.
appointed by him.
Hire off of
He
merit.
chooses all of the
Either
candidates.
way, either way, you'd have an entire Supreme Court that was made up.
Doesn't
of
matter who
his
went through
candidates.
Congress and got
that would
put
be
in
bad
there.
to have
They
like
were all
a
put
leader
on the
of
dotted
that.
Still
line.
feel like they
Yeah.
were indebted to him in some way because he appointed them for life.
Man,
Okay, so
Trump's
my
judges
question-
are going
Federal
against him
law.
right now.
So there is currently no term limit.
What
There's currently no term limit
Senate.
on senators, but there
Jeremy,
is a
he
term
elected
limit
by
on the
Congress.
president. I think we should flip that. I think there should be a
Yeah.
term limit on senators, but not a term limit on the president.
See, I'm okay with term limits for both, but the prompt was on the presidents.
Yeah. Right. But
Yep.
yeah. So what I'm saying is if there's no term limit on the president, then if the best guy for the job is in, we can keep voting him in. But then the Senate is constantly cycling out every 4 years.
I think we should go back to
Then
the other half
if
we were
he's
talking about.
hold on, if
instead of changing things, I think things work better. I just like what you said. I think that's
if
what
he's
should
a good
happen.
leader, if he's a good leader, he's going to be able to be a good leader regardless of who's in the Senate. So they'll keep changing out, and he's never going to be able to get ultimate power because he's never going to own the Senate. There's always going to be a changing out Senate.
What if you opened up with what if you get a Republican president or a Democratic president, and then you get a Democratic House?
All right, let
that means
Furby
they could
ask.
easily sign something off.
Let Furby ask the question. What?
It sounds like everyone here at least agrees that we should have checks and balances on power, right?
Go on anything, yeah. I think so. Yeah.
No, it doesn't sound like JS believes that.
Well, yeah. In the case,
I
say
just
as in the
wait.
case of the
Yes.
president,
No, I
why
agree
is
with
the
JS
president-
believes that.
I almost didn't
you
catch
said-
the
you said you wanna
sarcasm
flip
there. That's
it
good.
between the Senate and the president, which would mean the Senate would have term
The
limits.
Senate
and
has
the-
term limits. The president has no term limits.
But
There's
why
still
would there be an exception
elections.
for the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm
if
saying.
we
He
want
believes
checks
that
and
there should be an
Yeah, if the guy
absolute power.
fucks up, we should be
With
able
an
to like die.
absolute-
Heck, no.
If we want checks and balances
And
on all
also,
power, just let me-
another
let me-
reason-
let me
An
ask this.
absolute
Let me ask
power
this.
is completely antithetical to the
Another
American
reason
project.
why.
But
Another
here-
reason
here,
why.
let me
Oh,
ask my follow-up question though, please, because just to be clear, if
Okay.
you believe that we should have, if you believe we should have checks on power, why shouldn't we have a check on the president? Why is there an exception?
There is a check on the president's power. That's called an election that we do every 4 years.
That's the same
Not if they
argument
don't
that
have
would go
term
to the
limits.
But
Senate
hold on.
House.
But
yeah,
here's
but then how do we
well,
decide when they're too old or is like time
well,
for them to
The
go?
check and balance on them would also be their election after their term, right? Why?
no,
I
but
don't
here's the
understand why you say we have to have the term limit on the lower.
because I've already
branch.
explained it. If we get a 35-year-old in and he does amazing things while he's 35, while he's 36 it gets better, while he's 37 it gets better. By the time he's 43, hold on, by the time he's 43 at the end of his 8 years, America is in better shape than it's ever been in the history of the world. And everything's great. He has 99% approval rating, but 8 years is over. We got to get him out. Why?
Yeah, but what if we get
How old do you be have to be
a
to
crop
run?
of 20-year-old senators that do really fucking well and in their positions?
Yeah,
You're
right.
putting a term limit on
I've
them.
been really
Yes.
nice about all the
Yes,
buttons,
and
man.
I'll tell you
Really
why.
nice
Your
about all
own
the
argument is
button, man.
No,
self-defeating.
I'll
This
tell
was
you
my
why. I'll
conversation
tell
with
you why.
JS. I don't know why everyone
I'll
feels
tell
like
you why. I'll tell you why. Because
Die,
the
King.
majority of voters have no fucking idea who are the senators. They know who the president is. They're voting for the president. They're not voting for
Now
senators.
you're arguing that they should just know who their senators are, and there's another, like Jeremy's right that that's self-defeating. There's another way it's self-defeating. 'Cause
No,
if I
but
take the
we've
inverse
seen-
of that, but yes, just let me point this out. If I take the inverse
Where's
of
the
that, you could also
production?
have a very long term with a terrible president. I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I already said we've already addressed this that counterbalance that cancels each other out. Yes, you could have a bad president get in for a long time, Yes, you could get a good president that comes out for
Right, so it's better just
comes
to
in
have the
for a long
checks and
time.
balances on all presidents.
So those two
Well, no, I mean,
things
I think
cancel
if
each
we
other
make
out.
another safety switch.
But what
Right,
it
but
comes
that's
down
why you
to,
have an exception for a president.
Well, no,
When
I
it
mean,
com-
I do think if we had a bad president, he wouldn't win the next election.
yes,
At all.
exactly.
So it wouldn't be
need
that we'd
term
have a
limits
bad.
for that to matter.
If people are
No, you
suffering
don't.
and dying
Now,
and
I
the
have a
cities are burning, we're gonna vote them
Well,
out.
if you get rid of term
No,
limits,
you-
you
you
have to
don't,
have
but
some
here's-
sort of
here's the
safe,
thing.
like
I'm
if
confusing
people
I'm
decide
confusing
together.
term
But if
limits and
things
the
are going
election every 4 years.
great,
That's
if everybody
that's not my
loves
bad.
this guy, why do we have to vote him out?
I fucked up there. I
Yeah,
just term limits
Yeah,
with
yeah.
election
I
cycle.
don't. You don't
The country's
realize how
always
dumb what
divided.
you're saying is. How do you hold an
Nobody,
election without
everybody
term
loves the
limits?
Yeah,
motherfucker. Just
Wait,
for
wait,
the
So
clear,
basically,
What
you
do you
do it just
mean?
like you do emissions on a
It's not
car.
annual.
You would get
It's not an
everybody
annual
together and
It means
check and do
infinite
like a
incumbency.
little.
This election doesn't
No,
happen
yeah,
once
Do
every
you
Wait,
know
year.
what incumbency
Wait,
is?
how
Do
is
you
that
know-
dumb, Goon? Goon, how is that
Goon,
dumb
do
if
you-
we
do you know what
currently
Revo
have
has?
no
Dude, you
term
just
limits
give
on
them
the
a
Senate?
physical every so and again, and
Here's
just do a
some
little.
poli-sci.
You're
No,
not
no,
focused
nobody's
on
talking
that.
about a
Answer
damn
the question.
physical.
How about you don't talk over
You know
him?
what? Okay, do you know what incumbency is?
The
An
next
incumbency.
person who's coming in.
Yeah, incumbency.
No.
Well, incumbency means that you won the next
Running
election
again.
like two or more times in a row. It means that this election comes after a previous.
The
consecutive
incumbent is
one.
the person who currently holds power, and
So with term
Right.
elections, you still have elections, but you have infinite incumbency. You can win the elections until you die.
Well, no, actually, no. It's even
okay.
it's,
And
it's,
what
no,
are you
that's-
arguing?
Somebody to
Yes,
not-
the
that's not
incumbent.
accurate.
The incumbent
No.
Do you want
usually
there to be
wins, but
infinite
as we
terms?
saw with the last two elections, that didn't happen.
Hang on though, because you actually
Mhm.
misspoke a little bit on this, Furby. You could have infinite incumbency, but it would also permit you could literally run every year, even if you lost, you could continue running. You could serve
Yeah.
2 terms, lose the next time, and then run every year after that. You could literally be on the docket every year in every election.
But I don't care about
Wait, wait,
incumbency
also
because
using a
Trump
dual
was the
narrative.
incumbent
Even
and
if
he
you're not the
lost,
incumbent.
and Biden was the incumbent and he lost.
Right,
There's also a
exactly.
For his
contradicting
party,
narrative.
he
There's
lost
also
for
a
his
contradicting
party.
None
narrative.
of this
like-
matters. None of this matters. You don't build
No,
guide
Goon.
rails
No,
for a
Goon,
good
because you
intention.
said, how do we have elections without term limits? That's dumb. The Senate, we have elections on the Senate, and there's no term limits on the Senate. So what are you talking about?
Anyways, Jeremy, that was a fair point, but I'll point out you're both you're all kind of stepping on each other because Jeremy, you also said that like we can rely on people to vote them out, but as you also pointed out, the general population is not usually politically informed.
Right.
Populism
They'll
but
be
they are
informed.
effective.
Well, they may be.
Let's
They
put
may
this
be.
down to a very simple level. What I'm suggesting is that we build guide rails, okay? What JS is suggesting is what if we don't build guide rails because the car might drive down the street
No.
perfectly fine.
No,
And I'm
that's
saying
wrong.
The car might fly off of the street, so we should put guide rails there for the cars that do.
No,
And he's
all
arguing that because
I'm
things can be
pro.
normal, there should be
I'm
zero
pro
guardrails.
democracy here. You hate democracy. You're trying to destroy democracy.
I used to be.
I'm trying to say if we want to vote for the same guy who's been
You said you want
president
there to
for
be a king.
I'm trying to say if this guy's been president for 8 years and America is doing better than it's ever been, I don't want to pick from a bunch of people we don't know. I'd rather just reelect the guy that's been doing a great job.
But the fact
No,
that
in
we can't
either
rely
case, we're all
on
pro-democracy.
Or just at least give them the chance to.
Neither
Yeah.
of these things.
That's actually a cool little
It's
idea.
not anti-democracy, JS.
No, I mean
Okay.
my real stance would be get rid of voting and and we have a king
Retard.
come in, and if you want power, then you're gonna have to overthrow the throne.
Okay, well let me
But-
still argue within the framework we were arguing before we get to that. I think it
I was
defeats
curious if
itself
you had a good structure
when we
idea.
can't when like all I have to say is that it's insufficient to have people vote out that president at any point because as I pointed out, people care more about populism and stuff like that than like true policies and stuff like that. Kamala Harris had way better policies and
No, that's no. People are not.
Well, yeah, it fucks.
I know
You
we
can
have.
analyze
I
all
know we
these
have very
things.
little faith in
Give
like
me a
we
hypothetical.
have very little faith in America.
Yeah, we skipped
but
over
you
that.
guys-
Let's talk about Kamala Harris.
We need more than one.
The
Yeah, we need more
lefties
than one.
tried
What
to
I'm
play
saying
the
is-
race card and they tried to play the abortion
that's
card.
besides
And
the
guess
point.
what?
That's not my
After
argument.
4
Stay at-
years, after
Yes,
4
that's my
years of
argument.
watching that destroy America,
Why are you
people,
smirking out? That's not my argument, bro.
I'm
My
saying.
argument-
What I'm saying
my
is
argument
because
that-
this is
that
what
Ian
this is
is
what
right.
Jeremy was arguing.
shit.
This is what
Ian
Jeremy
is
was
right
arguing.
here.
Hold on, Melanie. This is what Jeremy was
You're
arguing in the
spurging
debate.
out
That
on something that you didn't even understand.
I'm
before I
not
can land my
spurging
plane.
out. I'm trying to
Then let me land my
explain.
plane. Then demonstrate you aren't, and let me land my
I'm trying to
plane.
land a plane.
All
Our
I'm
planes-
saying is that
You got a helicopter. I got a plane. We're about to
No way
crash
in
over the
hell I'm
Hudson.
getting on a plane and I see you guys piloting it.
what you're prescribing is insufficient to actually hold the president in power. We need term limits.
Why?
Because populism can easily cause people to vote for a president that's not in their best interest.
Okay. Well, Biden was appealing to what seemed
People on the
popular,
party.
which is open borders and degeneracy and abortion. And guess what? He got crushed.
Then I said we're supposed to be Biden.
Wait.
All I said is that people do not care how much
No,
policy.
go back
you
to go back to like the.
I think
I
people
did
are
run.
people are
Here's
going to
another
vote.
thing.
People are going to
wait,
vote
here's
based
another
off
point.
of what affects them. And so you
not
can
always, not always. Actually, let's go. If they, it was a comedy, but there's some truth to it too. It's an
Idiocracy.
Eddie Murphy movie. Some
Oh.
people just vote off the familiarity of a name. Literally, there was a movie Eddie Murphy was in,
Dude,
and his
legit.
entire slogan was "the name you know."
Yeah. Well, no, that's a common thing. That's why I said
Right?
to you,
And so if the
the evil
president is held
versus I
office,
know
he could
versus
actually be bad, and they vote for him just because it's the name they know.
And
that
that-
they
Yeah,
know.
that's
Callahan
why-
was voting
yes,
for you on verbal
but
combat
we
because
already-
she likes dogs, and you had pictures of dogs on your thing. She's like, on my
that's wh-
phone, I want to vote for him.
that's why I said the evil I know versus the evil I don't know is something that people say, and that's why the incumbent often wins. But what we saw in the last two elections is that if people are very upset about the way things are going in America, we will stand up against that and we'll vote against it.
Yeah, why even pretend to be
No,
a
it's
Republican?
like-
You're literally
I like the
attending
whole
a black
pretend system
revolutionary.
idea, though.
Because I'm still talking to JS. The majority of stuff.
Biden would have
just as
reran.
an example, I'm not trying to defend Biden, but the majority of stuff that you said about Biden was, if not hyperbolic,
Bro, they had
misinformation that
they had Eminem.
you were fed by pro-Trump
I knew you were
right-wing
gonna say
media.
Eminem.
Oh my
And the
God.
fact that you were
Pro-Trump
gullible enough to
right-wing
vote
media.
for it and
Mel,
vote accordingly
Mel, have
shows
you
that people
ever-
can be misinformed if
Mel,
they're voting for a candidate that's not in
Mel,
their
have
best
you ever
interest.
watched my Monday night show?
Did you not get my point? Did you not get my
Hold
point
on.
that you're acting
No,
as
hold on,
proof
hold on.
that we cannot rely on
I
the
got
No,
public
you.
answer
voting
the
in their own best
question.
interest?
Answer the question, Mel. Have you ever
No, you should
have you
rely
ever
on the history
watched
and the
have
facts.
you ever watched my Monday
It's
night
irrelevant.
show?
That has nothing to do with my argument.
Just answer it.
You know what a non sequitur is?
Just answer the question.
Then you don't.
I don't think you've seen it.
Answer the question, Mel. Have you ever watched it?
I'm not responding to a non sequitur.
Okay.
You can
Dude,
respond to
no.
my argument.
Okay. We're not
Regarding
sequiting.
Now we're in Bloodsport. Let's go.
We're not sequiting, Mel. I'm just asking you a simple question. Have you ever watched it?
No, that has nothing to do with my argument.
No? Okay. That's fine. You can just say no. That's fine. Well, let me tell you what I report on. If you've ever watched it, you'll see all of my sources come from AP, CNN, MSNBC, Reuters, mainstream media. I just read what mainstream media is saying. I don't dig into conspiracy. Now, I will come up with my own theories and stuff, and I will talk about things that maybe I've heard or things like that. But everything I'm
Have you tried the
reading,
ground
all of the
news?
information that I'm getting comes from leftist mainstream media. That's what I report on.
Leftist.
When you debate,
AP's not leftist?
Shut
the fuck up.
You should be looking at all of it. And
No,
not just
like
one
nobody's
side
saying
either.
anything
And that's a
of
good
any
thing.
value.
What are
It's
the
crazy.
just so I can, since we're doing testing for metrics here, what are the two skills?
I don't need to look
that
at right wing media to know what the right is saying because
cats
I'm
trying to put
inherently
their
right.
paws on
So
top of each other.
I just read what the
Yeah,
left is
you're
saying,
right.
and then I say, "Here's what I think about this," and guess what? It's going to be the same thing everybody on the right is saying.
But let me ask you a question.
You're not on the right. You just exposed
are-
yourself.
What are the two
You're a
skills?
revolutionary. You want to destroy and topple the government to put forth a Euro-formed government, a monarchy.
Yeah, I was curious.
No, a theocracy.
I would
mind wanting to know what every
No,
person has idea for.
I want more
They could
crusades.
just dismantle our
I want
system.
more crusades. I want more burning witches at the stake. I want Christians to rise up. I want to
Just
bring
trying to
back
trigger the
Old
SJW
Testament.
right
I want to
now.
treat certain groups of people
trying
like
to
the
get a rise out of us.
Amalekites and
That's a cool shot.
Well, he's saying goofy stuff because I did just strike on a core value. Your whole belief system is corely un-American.
Well,
Yeah, I
he
know.
was just talking from like a.
Oh, Goon, I've said multiple times I don't care.
Fix the government. You have the power to.
You're going to be deported.
How would
You're going to be deported by Trump
Wait,
for not being
why
American enough.
are you acting like that's an own, Goon? When I've said multiple times I don't care about the
It's
Constitution.
just it's not a
That goes
Western
back to what
it's
I
not a
said.
Western way of thinking.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, well,
Yes,
I
that
guess
goes
not.
back to what I said.
The
Even when I
Constitution's
said
most
you're
important
going to
thing.
be deported by Trump for not being American enough.
What?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
He's deporting citizens now. AP has reported that.
No, I was born here. He's not going to deport me.
natural born.
I'll believe all that when I see it.
I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty comfortable knowing that Trump's not going to deport me.
Citizens now.
Nope.
So, anyways,
Nope.
let
I
me
got a
ask you,
Trump
tell me
hat.
that you have some media literacy.
I
What
got
are
a
the
Trump
two-
hat.
What are the two most common scales used to measure media bias?
What's media bias?
Two most common scales used to measure media bias.
You can shift them to one side or the other. There's
Are you
two.
talking about the Overton window?
Well,
So, like,
okay,
what party
that's-
you fall under?
That's one of them. Left or right political reporting. What's the other one?
I'm
on.
not really sure what you're
Would it be
asking
like
me, but
sex or
just tell me.
race, or-
I don't know. I don't know.
Factual versus non-factual reporting is the second scale.
Yeah,
right?
that
So you
sounds
have
like
to
some
evaluate
bullshit.
those things. AP can have factual reporting. It doesn't. It's not 100%.
Like
If you don't
hard
think the
evidence,
AP is left wing, then you're crazy.
No, they're neutral. They're very neutral.
I haven't seen one of.
That's the biggest joke ever.
I think we're all divided by this shit.
I mean, they're closer to neutral than CNN is, but that doesn't say much.
Sure. No,
You know, well, yeah.
Look at their name. Look at their name. It's Associated
Oh,
Press.
dude, my poor old man's
Like, I'm-
brainwashed by that CNN.
No, I think AP is farther left than CNN. And I think MSNBC is farther left
Hey,
than both of them.
Media Bias Fact Check will definitely disagree with you. And that's a website that you can use, and it's pretty reliable for looking at
Ground
those two
News is a good
scales.
one too.
Oh, I'm going to go to a mainstream media fact checker from some Silicon Valley fact checker. So, like, do you think Snopes is centrist too? Do you think that? No.
Has anybody used
Why
the
on
Ground
DK
News
did
that
you
says
even try
actually
to
as
say
good
that
as
you're
this they
pro
say?
small government?
Huh? I tried to explain it, but I didn't have time to explain it. I'm authoritarian, but smaller governments. So like more statist and more smaller homogenous groups instead of
You want a
giant.
concentration of.
I'm
you
pro
want a
people.
concentration of
Less
power.
federal. So like America, if we got rid of the Fed and each state was like its own country essentially. So
Basically,
smaller.
you want a concentration of
That's
power
terrible.
away.
And we
So
would go to war
smaller.
with
So
each
a
other.
stronger government, but a smaller, but over smaller with power over smaller groups of people.
Yeah, this is why Lincoln like destroyed the
a Raiders
secession.
game?
So maybe that's the wrong
And-
way of saying smaller government, but
It's
a more
definitely not smaller.
well, it's smaller
That's
as
what she
in
said.
it's smaller as in less control over
Wish.
large groups of people.
So the problem is when you concentrate power, you end up creating bigger governments, because in order to have some sort of control over even just a bunch of smaller, powerless communities, you have.
Well, we
to
already have this in America. We already have this in America. State
You
rights,
have to
Trump.
have something that can
State
apply
rights,
authority
Trump,
across an
federal
entire
rights.
nation. Wow, thank you for letting me finish.
This is
I
why
heard
some
what you
states have
said.
legal weed, even though weed is still federally illegal.
What did I say?
I'm
James? What
kind of
was
with
my
you there,
argument? You
Fox.
certainly
I'm
didn't
kind of with
respond
you
to
there,
it.
Fox, because I think we should be able to go back up to the table and vote on more things, not just let that whole party do
I
it
believe
for
we
us.
should have a direct democracy.
The
Everything-
answer-
in
the
fact, everything should be a
answer is-
referendum.
Get rid of the electoral
What's the right answer,
college.
Pimp?
'Cause y'all
Electoral
vote ain't even
college.
counting. Yeah, y'all vote don't even count.
You know-
count.
Yeah, it all goes to the
I'm not-
delegates, right? And then they decide.
You know,
Right,
I could
electoral
almost
college
agree with
You know,
that.
it doesn't even fucking matter.
I've
I don't
heard of
know if
that
electoral
before.
college is even a topic right now. Like Trump won the popular vote.
No.
Electoral
And
college
the
is
electoral
not
college.
in there.
No.
What do you mean no? He
He won
did.
both.
If
Oh,
a
actually,
party
Even if you win the
aligns
popular
with
vote,
your
you can still lose.
interest,
Even if you win the popular
if a
vote, you can still
candidate,
lose.
He did.
if a candidate's policy
Freddie, he won the popular
Yeah,
vote and the
this
electoral
time,
college.
yeah, this time, but
Well, did you look at who we had
how
to
many
pick from?
Okay, let's think
how
about
many
something,
times
right? If
people
let's think
lost
about
with
something
the
for a
popular
second.
vote?
Let's
I'm
think about
thinking about
something
it
for
for
a
a sec,
second.
fuck.
4 times.
That
If
was
a
like the most
candidate
Richter
aligns,
statement in existence.
if a candidate
I thought it was
aligns
way
with
too good.
your with your best interest,
I
if
think
a candidate aligns
6
with your
times,
best
and it was
interest,
always Republicans, except for
I'm asking
once when
Freddie
the
something.
election
For God's
had
sakes, just
no.
let me ask the goddamn question, dude.
Well, I'm answering his question.
I'm following you good.
If
He asked a question.
a-
I'm answering his question.
No, because if everybody likes the president, as you said, and the electoral
even get
college
to
pick somebody
finish.
else,
He
what
said
the
how
hell
many
vote you have to
times.
like
They
the
don't
dude?
get to pick someone else. They have to vote for the candidate that the party has elected.
That's not true.
You could write somebody
you're
in.
absolutely wrong on that. Furby.
Yeah.
They cannot write people in. You can.
No.
If a bunch of people
the
write in a
electorate-
different
The
candidate, no.
electorates can vote in opposition to what the popular vote is. Some states have penalties on that,
I
in
need to
which
see proof
case
for that.
they can disqualify that
all
election
juicers
and replace
anyway.
them with somebody
That's
else.
all Eastern,
Will
yeah.
vote. However,
I need
that's
to see
not
proof
in
for
all
that.
states. Some states have fines that they'll penalize the electorate for voting in opposition to the popular vote, but their vote will stand in who they voted for.
Do they go
So
to court?
they don't
Do they go to
have
court
to
over
vote
it?
over there.
for
Wait,
who
do they
won
go-
the popular or
Do they
who
go to
actually
court over
won
it?
that state.
Truck over there.
They don't
Do they
have
go
to.
to court o-
So
do
what
they go
would
to
fix
court? Do
that?
they go to court over it though? If they do it, Jeremy.
It depends on
Why
the
would you?
state.
Okay, so
It
there's
depends on the
some legal
state.
precedent for it to be a civil or criminal liability. I rest my case.
No, it's
Going
not.
back-
No, it's
Yeah.
there's no criminal liability
Go
there.
back to Jeremy, I'm done with you. Freddie, if you have a
Yes.
candidate who represents your interests and the electoral college
You're
does
right,
vote
Jeremy.
for the candidate that represents your interests
Mhm.
at the end of the day, you get the candidate
That
that
would be
represents your
cool.
interests into power. How is that not your vote being effective?
Because everybody ain't got the same interest. It's
Because
a
it can be rebutted.
A boot.
divided.
$30 short of the goal.
Divided.
Streams
So
ending
one-
in a boot an
for
hour.
one president having an electoral
Yeah,
college that
that was
agree with
Canadian.
him don't mean the other half of the country agree with him. Just because half the country agree with him don't mean shit.
So you still haven't
You need
explained.
every vote to count.
No, I'm
Majority
saying
of the
I'm s-
population picks the president how it should be. Not these fucking Jews that get chose as
you
electors.
still need representatives electives who said that they will vote for you if you get a certain amount of votes in their district, right?
Then make them vote.
Then they're
They
gonna
make
just
them
figure
vote.
out what all the
That's
people want to
voting for-
hear.
I guess we got $10 in
they're
the
not the
stream
ones running
earlier
for office,
today,
the
so we're
politicians
only
are, and yes, that's how it works for
like
politicians.
$20
$20
short of the
away.
goal. Yeah.
Yes, populism is a
shit,
huge
wait.
problem in politics. People do not care about policy, and all that's. I wasn't trying to defend Harris or Biden. All I said is they had way more policies that they were pushing forward than Trump. I don't
I
know
don't
if they're
know,
good or
man.
bad.
All of
So
it.
I don't care, JS, if you
All of
think
it.
they were good or bad.
Huh?
Yeah.
What'd I say?
Well, the facts do show that like most of the candidates and like what we've had to pick from, and then the past like forever now, it's kind of been getting worse. I don't know if you know this, bro. But
No, I'd be
I don't know,
okay with
Reagan-
I'd be
shit's
okay with
changed a
getting
lot,
rid of the
and I don't
electoral
know if it's for the
college
better or worse.
if we had if we had small homogenous nations. Then
And
I'd
that's
be
what
okay
Gary
with
had
getting
the good
rid of
idea.
the
We
electoral
shouldn't
college.
change our.
Here's the
We should
problem.
not change our
Homogeneity doesn't get
constitution.
rid of any of the problems that we face in society. Any of the problems. There is
Bullshit.
no problem that actually stems from
Bullshit.
heterogeneity.
Go to
Just
why
problems-
do you think UBI works in Finland?
What's the acronym?
Why do you think Hungary is doing so good?
Go on.
Because people with similar ideas and cultures and backgrounds live together, and it's a small group of people, and they all think and act the same way.
That's
They
wrong.
like the same things.
True.
Like in
Look at the
Utopia?
Middle
That's wrong.
East.
That's not
It's
why.
peaceful.
that's
It's
not
nice.
why-
Look at the Middle
Look at
East.
Iran.
Yeah,
That's wrong.
June.
That's not.
I
That's
like
not why
that.
it's better
Yeah.
there.
Look at
It's because
China and
that's
Japan.
wrong.
Look at
That's
like
wrong.
all
That's
the
not
Yeah,
what.
those
I
poor
would like to
people.
respond to JS because he was talking to me. That's
I
wrong.
don't give
That's
a
not
fuck
what
what
makes
you're
it better
responding
there.
to.
That's not
I
wrong.
don't know
He's
why
wrong.
You're
you're
good. You
talking
can
over me
talk
to
I
let
there.
me
know.
know what you're
I know
doing.
you
I
got to
don't give
run
a fuck
damage
about your
control
moment to moment
because I'm saying
action.
he's wrong, and you know I'm going to tell him why he's wrong.
Tell
That's
me.
particularly wrong because the difference is actually like here in Canada that conservatives aren't as desperate to get rid, and I'm talking fiscal conservatives, to get rid of social programs.
Canada is a
because that's
mess
not
right now.
it's not a part of their agenda.
Why are you bringing up Canada if we're talking about
No, I'm
homogenous
saying there's
nations?
there's differences in political parties that lead to the outcome for social programs.
No, you need to talk
Should
about
we using that
Poland.
as an example?
You need to talk about
When the
Poland and
opposition to
I don't
Hungary.
understand why you
And
guys
when the
started bringing it
opposition
up.
to liberals is inherently against social welfare.
All
as
those
part of
people
their
still want to
platform,
come live
it's
here.
going to do worse than when the
Canada's probably
opposition
the
is
worst
kind of like,
choice.
we just want to see it be more efficient.
China, actually, that's not a bad
Efficient.
argument. Japan, China's huge. It has too many people packed like sardines, and that's a homogenous nation of a bad ideology, and that's fine if they want to do that. But
It's not they that want to do that. It's just
Japan-
It's a
still have-
singular
you can
nation.
still
If
have
you get
poverty,
nations
you can still
together,
have
the point what I
poverty,
was pointing
you can
out
still
is if
have
you get
housing
nations
crises.
together that have multiple religions, they never
dude.
do well together. Like
War.
if you whenever you get Asians
Except
together that are
America's more
all
peaceful
Buddhist,
than-
they
than-
never do well together. When you get fucking
Except-
Middle
except
Eastern
America's
people
What
together,
happens-
they never
Look
do
at
well
Genghis
together.
Khan.
what happens
Exactly,
when
dude.
you? What happens
What
when
happened
you
when we
go
left all the
to?
Europeans together? Was it 2 world wars?
What happens
It's
when
more
you
when
go
one religion
to?
tries to act like it's superior to another.
What happens when you go to South Korea and you
Nah,
act like
that
a
never
thug?
happened. We're not allowed to talk about it.
Okay, so I want to point something out here where
Never met a
if
thug.
Ask
there are
Johnny
things like
Somali.
homelessness.
Yeah, what
things like
about South Korea and
homelessness.
North Korea? They're both Koreans and they literally fucking hate each other.
So in
That's like
homogenous
the most
nations,
shared
Yeah,
culture in
and they
existence.
keep
divided.
filibustering.
They don't
keep
share a culture.
Keep filibustering the opposition. In homogenous nations, things like homelessness, poverty, healthcare
that's-
issues, all the things that we are currently dealing with
Excuse
today
me.
in actual politics don't just magically
Mhm.
disappear. So it solves nothing.
I just don't see as many problems.
Secular society is more peaceful than ever, so mixing of religions is not the issue. It's whether or not you're giving religions power to overtake other nations and claim themselves as superior.
Secular
So,
society.
When you spoke over me to
What's
say that,
what's the most important thing?
Hungary,
Okay, good.
Hungary is
my
a
examples
Christian.
were meant to
Hungary is
show?
a Christian nation, and
Well, see to lay it out, good. That's pretty simple.
it's a homogenous
Constitution.
nation. People of the same culture and ethics,
Is the homeless
and they're
rate zero? Is the homelessness 0%?
they're doing great. What about Finland? I know.
Is the homelessness 0%? Is the homelessness 0%?
What's the homelessness
cares?
rate? And I bet you it's very low.
That'll never happen. There's been times where I want to
I
go fucking
guarantee you,
live in
it's
the
more
woods.
it's more tied to GDP per capita than actual and housing availability than it is to homogeneity.
You know, we only live so long, right? So what's most
You
important?
understand that the
You think
price
it'd
of
be
housing
Earth
has a way more
and
direct influence
what
on
our
if you can get
children-
a house or sorry to talk over you, but
yeah.
you realize that the price
No,
of
you're
housing,
not. Go ahead.
the price of housing just inherently has a way more direct influence on who can get a house than whether or not you agree with your neighbor.
Yeah, well, you gotta fucking earn that house, though.
I don't agree with my neighbor on plenty
Don't
of
make
things.
it
I
too
still
easy.
live where I live.
Well, also, I wouldn't want too many fucking houses and like have to live where I'm pissing and I can like look through my window and see some other person's house either. Though, think about that. You can't just start handing shit out to people. You still have to have some sort of merit, right? Or else then you just have failure. It's just like this is why we have sports. That's why we have these things and these competitions. You know, it's the whole. It's like it's to build a better society for our children. It's supposed to like go ahead. I don't think you guys see the bigger
So,
picture though.
Hungary is Hungary
isn't just
is
saying A correlates to B. Therefore
Hungary is
A
7 out of
causes-
10,000 people are homeless. America is 23 out of 10,000.
I think
Okay, so what's the GDP per capita and what's the housing? What's the average housing price?
Wait,
for
Hungary's GDP is far lower than our GDP, but their
Right.
homelessness
So what's
rate
the average?
is 1/3 of
So we got to
ours.
compare GDP per capita to the housing price. How many people can afford a house?
How many homeless people have you talked to and actually like been around? By the way, I'm just curious, like seriously curious.
Plenty. I was
Fox.
homeless myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of the ones around here, like they're like doing it because they like want to and shit. Like they like
I
want to
mean,
live off the
in
grid. But also, I
California,
don't
maybe,
live
but
in a
not
big city. I don't live in a big city. I'm not
So
nowhere near
Hungary,
maybe in
California. I live in
California.
a
I
big
guarantee
city.
you, people
Hungary
in
is
here in Canada
7
aren't
point.
like that.
Hungary is 7.2 per
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to
10,000.
be homeless in
China
Canada either.
is
That'd be kind of a bitch.
19.2. America is
If I were to
28.
A lot of good food to hunt though.
Right. Okay. So now, what's the average cost of a house in each of those? And then we look at that as a ratio, right? Like, what's the difference between those essentially?
Oh my God, I gotta do a lot of searching.
You know, this is why poli-sci is hard. You can't just say A is correlated to B, therefore A causes B.
Well, no,
what
but
good does this do way down the
I can
line,
look
though,
at I can look at I
Earth,
can look at
people, the animals that
Hungary,
we
and I
need?
can look at Finland where they have UBI and it works, and I can look at Poland, and I can see
But I can
small
draw a million other
homogenous nations
correlations.
where things
I can
work,
say
where
they all eat
social
fish more
programs
than we
work.
do.
When you
But I can
point
say they all
to
eat fish more than we do. Is it
when,
because of fish?
when you point to Scandinavian countries for examples of social programs that work, that's because they're smaller, more homogenous nations.
Right, but they also eat fish and pickled vegetables more than we do. Is that because of that? Like, we
Oh,
can't
those
just look
people
at
still want to come
correlations and
live here?
draw causation. Correlation is not causation. You have to find which is the best predictor for these things, and I guarantee you it's the affordability of a house.
It's the affordability of a house. Why do you think the affordability of a house is less in those
Well,
nations?
I wouldn't want to live in California if I was looking to afford a house. Speaking of being
As
homeless.
I described before, fiscal conservatives in those nations are less focused on punishing the poor and more focused on actually creating systems where people have no reason to excuse themselves for essentially not doing better because you've given them everything
Right.
they need.
Well, dude, if I could just go fucking into the woods far away from all ya and just build my log cabin right close enough to the river, I could get fresh water and hunt
You
my own
can do
food.
that.
I won't fucking need any of
I have to
that.
point out.
Like,
You can do that.
that's like a
This is
dream
what
some later in
Europeans
life.
mean. This
Nobody's
is what
stopping you.
Europeans mean when they say like your liberals are like their right wingers, right?
We're just saying, like,
European right wingers are like our liberals here. Even for Canada, we're even a bit shifted left compared to Europe.
Yeah. And
But that's what I'm describing to you right now, and that's why these things are a better predictor for these things than homogeneity.
okay, well, in Europe right now,
take your word for it.
they're getting tired of some of the stuff that's going on with open borders and immigration, and
Particularly countries that serve as like a pass through, right? Countries that immigrants are moving through.
no, they're
and so
not
they have
passing
high densities.
through. They're settling
Well,
in England.
there's no regulation, right?
There's
Well,
mass
okay.
grooming
That's a
gangs.
small problem. You don't know who's
England
going.
is just xenophobia. England can fucking handle it, okay? England can shut the fuck up. They're a first world country. But for nations like Hungary, which might actually suffer from that,
They're not a
because they have
first world
higher-
country
Let
anymore.
me finish.
They
Let
got
me
garbage
explain something.
strikes where there's
Have you ever been to
trash in the
Autobahn?
streets. They got trash and rats.
And they have media which plays all this up to make people like you afraid. Now, let me explain some real politics to you. Let me
never
explain
seen
some
media from
real
Hungary.
politics. Real politics in places like
Dude,
Hungary.
Hungary, though, if you get a
I'm
white
going
wife,
to explain to you real politics. Shut the fuck up.
yo,
Places
if
like
you're
Hungary,
in
that
Hungary,
work
if
as a
you have a
pass-through
Do they have a
country. Do you
food
know what a pass-through country is, JS?
in Hungary, if a white
You
couple
know what a
moves there,
pass-through country is, JS? Do you know what that is?
what? It's a country you're
It's a
probably
country that
moving through to
immigrants
get to another
move through.
country.
Yes, they consistently have a higher density
deep.
than other nations of immigrants because there's always a flux going through. I'm going to point out two things for you. Yes, countries that are
Yeah, like
poorer
Venezuela.
have a harder time handling that. I will agree there. However, restricting your border actually creates more density for the nation behind you. It doesn't necessarily get rid of the problem.
Yeah, true. Then you got those like people that pass through and they're like not from there and they're coming to like the river, the lake spot, you know, and they just come bring a bunch of trash, leave their trash.
Well,
and
you don't even
stuff.
need to
Yeah.
buy a
Oh no,
house
you're
in
talking about the
Hungary.
ones. I thought you were talking about ones that were just traveling, going.
You can
through.
move to Hungary
That's
with
just
a
like,
if you're white, you can move to Hungary with a white wife, and they'll give you a free
I'm not
van.
gonna shit where you.
Like they're like fundamentalist Muslims or something, but like here's the thing: they're just
I don't know,
seeking a
I've
better
never
life.
been to that.
Going to your country because they appreciate your values more than the values of their own
A free
country.
van.
No, that's not
Yeah,
it.
I see that.
I would not.
A free car sounds like a pretty compelling reason to go there.
That's a true
Well, that's-
story.
that's
They're
because we- that's
encouraging.
because we
They're
live in a first world
encouraging a
nation with
certain
no
group
real
of people to come to their country and have children, and they give you a reward for it.
Where does a
If we're
king
talking
fit
about
into all
social
this?
programs, that's not a
You don't even need to
reward.
buy a
I don't know.
house.
If
Why
we're
do you think
talking
so
about
many van
social
lifers go
programs-
to Hungary? Why do you
we're
think so
talking
many
about
van
social
lifers
programs-
from
this
Utah
solves
go
any
to
of-
Hungary?
If we're
Like all these
talking about
small,
social
homogenous
programs, if we're
countries, and
if
I
we're
guess there's just
talking-
like a king.
So if you're
Yeah.
complaining about social
What kind
programs,
of
which
government
gives
do they
people
even
the
have
same
there?
thing that would also be given to the citizens that are already there, I see no problem with
Mhm.
giving people the same head start as everybody else. If I get to have a life that sets me up to have a cell phone by the time I'm 18, and I didn't even probably have to pay for it, my parents did, then I see no reason why an immigrant can't also have that. I'm
Well,
also
we-
going
well,
to
here-
I'm also going to point
Bosh,
out.
there's
I'm
a
also
problem with
going to
that.
point out. Okay, you all want to finish, right? I'm
No,
trying
it
to
was
let
just
you
a real
finish, but you
quick
gotta let me
thing.
finish.
Called those
Wait, so if
$100
my
babysitters,
parents,
they hand
if
them
my
out. Kids, like,
parents
chicken
worked
wings.
their whole
Real quick.
lives,
If you want to keep them from
That's all I
crime,
wanted
if
to
you
say.
wanna
Go
keep
ahead.
them out
that's
of poverty,
retarded, Mel.
if you want to keep them out of crime, if you want to keep them out of poverty, make sure they have a job. They need a cell phone for that. They
Wait,
need, they might need a car for a job.
Hold on, Mel. So
my
if
little
my
niece had a house.
oh, shut up,
Wow.
me, myself, and I.
Right.
Damn.
I thought I didn't know my mic was. I know.
If my parents work hard and they give me a cell phone for my 18th birthday that they paid for, that they earned out of their money, then you think that an immigrant who comes over here illegally should just be given that cell phone because my parents worked to get me the cell phone? We should just give them the cell
Wait,
phone?
what?
You agree? Oh, well, then you're just getting a free prize for existing. Otherwise, otherwise we live in some society where we say like, oh, well, we also punish kids for the sins of their parents, but we don't do that. We find that morally wrong. So I think
No,
it's more.
we
I don't think there's
don't.
any moral
Parents
obligation
do.
to do that.
Parents punish their kids for the sins of their kids.
I don't think it's coherent.
That's the way it should be.
I don't think it's coherent to make that.
The
analogy,
government,
considering
taxpayers
that
don't
we
give the
wouldn't
kid the cell phone. The parents give the kid a cell phone.
I don't think that's coherent to make that analogy.
Not
because it's a double
receiving a
standard.
phone is not a punishment.
I know that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. And I'm saying,
But,
like,
Also,
but
I
you're
think it was
saying
more of a-
coherent because it's a double standard. Either we're
you're
giving
saying
them a
you're
reward
saying
for
they have an
something-
unfair advantage because their parents worked hard to get
Yeah,
them a
they're
cell
born into a
phone.
hardworking family. What the fuck did they do?
So all you got to do is come to the board and you should get everything that their parents worked hard to give them.
I'm saying if we want immigrants to come
This
into
is
this country, and be
crazy.
competitive-
Oh, I see.
let me explain. But before you say it's crazy, the only reason you think it's crazy because you never let me explain anything.
Advantage
If we
millions
want
You can't
immigrants-
explain this.
If we want immigrants to be competitive in the workplace,
I
that
can't wait
involves
until terrorists. I'll leave.
guaranteeing that they have the same wages as everybody else. I agree with you there. They can't be cheaper labor. They can't create more demand for themselves than we would get, but also making sure that they are competitive in the workforce with things like having a phone, a house to live in, food, a car,
How about
clothes.
We
to
got
wear.
libraries.
That all sounds awesome. It really
You want more
does.
immigrant
Fox.
homeless people in the fucking libraries?
I don't want immigrants.
Yeah, I don't want
No, that
immigrants
doesn't get rid
either,
of the
especially ones that
problem.
pretend
No,
to be
legal.
nice.
That
I
doesn't get
want-
rid of the problem.
I don't want
Sounds
illegal.
like your
Get rid of the
nation's
actual
security.
I don't want
though.
illegal
Think about
immigrants. And if you're a
security.
legal
And
immigrant,
make the
Because
pathway
these
to
people could be
legalization easier.
brainwashed and
no,
trained.
if you're a legal immigrant and you're going to go through the process to come here legally, you're probably not going to come here and be homeless.
You can't have it both ways. You can't also support policies which
Or
make
at
the
least you're
pathway
not
to
gonna come here.
legalization
If you
more
should.
difficult and stand behind those.
Well, it's
while
not
also being
my
like, I
fault.
wanna
Yeah,
get
so
rid
me and my group of my
No,
buddies that
It's
once
not-
get a
legal
phone call to
immigrants.
It's
blow
not
up
my
stuff
fault.
at your
You're
like
producing more of them
important
by
places.
supporting those policies.
It's not my
Hang
fault the
on,
path
hang
to
on, no,
legalization is
hang
so
on, hang on.
difficult. It's the illegal immigrants' fault that the path to legalization is so difficult.
No, it's
Well,
not.
no, I
It's the
mean, even
policy
still, I don't.
going to
I don't
Blaine
even care. I
hauling
don't care
cars.
if it's. It doesn't even have to
You
be
made me do
like the
this
whole
logic.
point is right. Is it should be something you desire a lot, in which case it would be a pretty substantial hurdle to overcome any challenges to attain citizenship in the legal fashion, right? So
Also,
just
while trying to
because
get
a
a
lot of
job
people
and
want to be
supporting a
here
family.
doesn't mean that we need to make it easier for them to be here
Yeah.
legally. No,
And
keep
these
it a hard
people-
fucking challenge to get that status.
Well, and if
No,
we
these
had
people
have
less,
to really fucking want
human
it.
beings,
if we
these
had
human
less
beings that are
illegal,
here,
Go to
Mel,
these human beings,
Mel,
these human beings, one at a
Mel,
time.
have
we're
you
gonna
ever
do one at a
talked?
time.
Have you ever talked to an immigrant, Mel?
These human beings are here trying to support their family
of
as well.
Mel,
usually from
I'm
abroad.
married to one.
They're
If you ever
trying
talk to an
support a
immigrant,
job,
they're
and they're
all
being
they will
forced to
all
go
tell
through
you
hurdles.
they will all tell you that if there weren't so many illegal immigrants, the system would be much easier on the legal immigrants. We wouldn't have
It's
to.
a right-wing narrative that doesn't play
It's
out.
not a
actually. All
right-wing
you need to
narrative.
do
It's
is
an
fund the
obvious
agencies
fact.
appropriately. All you need to do is give the agencies that handle it sufficient funding.
No, it's an
So
obvious
easy,
fact.
fucking
If they
terrorist
weren't stretched so
tackles,
thin dealing with
Canada.
illegal immigrants, they could deal more quickly and process
only
more
reason they're
quickly the
stretched
legal
thin
ones.
The only reason they're stretched thin is because Democrats are too feckless to stand up to Republicans who oppose funding these agencies better.
So more money. Throw money at the problem. That'll
What about
fix it.
what about the little bit? There's that percentage
pathway to
of
legalization.
security there. You don't know. You want to know who's like coming in and going out.
No, I
and,
agree with
like,
you.
Who
I
and
agree
where.
with
Mel,
you.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
reason
I
for the
agree
hurdle
with
being
you.
hard.
I agree with you. I'm responding. I agree with you. If we have evidence that someone's there to do nefarious things, get rid of them. We don't want people here who are openly stating that. But we're not going to do some thought crime shit where we're like, if you're from a country with
Well-
terrorism, you must also be a terrorist.
No.
Well,
Well,
no. I
that's-
mean, like, it
none of
doesn't.
us are making
That's
that-
not what
that
I'm
particular
Yeah,
speaking
nobody's
of.
saying that.
No,
Straw
that's what I'm saying. There's
person.
no
That's
point
a
in
straw
having these
person.
hurdles. But then-
No,
then we
there
don't
is a
need to
point in
make
having the
hurdles.
hurdle.
I've seen a lot. Yeah, I've seen a lot of criminals that can act like good people.
I don't
and then
even
just stab you in the
care about
back
it
when you're
being-
done helping them.
And I've seen a lot more. I've seen a lot more native-born
What were you
citizens act
saying,
like
Jeremy?
criminals than immigrants.
The
You're
point,
way more likely to be a victim of a crime
point
from a
is,
native-born citizen and someone you know than an immigrant.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
simply the
sure. I'm
point
just saying,
is,
there's still the
To
security.
become
needed.
what, a pass-through country? To pass through to where? Canada doesn't fucking want them. The time that they get to Canada, Canada's
have
gonna
plenty
turn
of
their ass
immigrants
right
in
around.
When I go on the bus, I see plenty of Indian immigrants, and I'm fine with it.
I'm trying. Yeah, you see a lot of them. A lot of those guys with the things.
Mel,
on
the
things,
point-
they drive those
Mel, the
trailers
point
up there
is-
on Blaine.
The point is, if
Native-
you
native-
Democrats,
Pakistanis here.
There's a
if
lot
you
of
Democrats
there.
would
Pakistanis here.
stand
You know what's
up,
crazy? This is how diverse we are. I've met Pakistanis here. Those people can't stand each other in those countries. They deal
Yeah,
with
and
each
they're
other here
shit
If
because
drivers.
they love
Democrats-
Canada so much.
if Democrats would stand up against illegal immigration, it would make it easier for legal immigrants to come
They
here.
do. They do. When
No,
make
they
legalize
don't.
the pathway, when they make the
No,
pathway
they
to
don't. They make
citizenship easier,
sanctuary cities. They
when
let
they make
criminals
the
in. They
pathway to
release
citizenship-
criminals. What are you talking
Listen to
about?
me.
Then why are they
They do.
protesting every week
What do you
for
mean?
a
What am
damn?
I talking about? You haven't heard what I'm going to say.
They're
They
not even enforcing
protesting-
the laws that are on the books. Okay,
They're protesting that we
do.
deported a
They
gangbanger.
Just break it all down. Why would you want to
do.
leave your country in the first place?
They
And
do
then, like,
when they when
What's
when
the
they go for it.
base?
They do.
Just
when they
stop
make
it
the
there, me,
pathway to
myself, and I.
citizenship easier. Democrats
You're
do when they
right.
make
I'm
the
sorry.
pathway to citizenship.
No, I mean like
easier.
that's base. Why would you want to leave your country?
So Democrats do when
Yeah,
they
you
make
should
the
How
be
about
pathway
stay
to
in your own
citizenship. Or,
country
like,
and fix it?
frowned
Holy
upon.
filibuster!
You leave
You're
your
all such cowards. Just let me answer.
My name's not
No,
Philly.
you can keep
I checked
answering.
out,
I'm
like,
listening.
everything that you said like for the last 10 minutes. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I have
You're
not.
an
I'm
absolute
sorry. I
coward.
can
Your brain
interpret
shuts- your
things
brain
at the
shuts
same
off with new
thing.
information. I can tell. So Democrats do
My bad.
fight against illegal immigrants
No, they don't.
when they maintain the current status quo of the border, which is actually what most Democrat presidents have done, if not strengthen the border,
No.
which Obama did.
Yeah,
strengthened the border.
Obama was deporting people, but he was also letting
True or
people
false?
in.
Obama strengthened the border.
He deported a lot of people, but he
Okay,
wouldn't
that's
have
not
to.
an argument against what I said. That's not an argument against what I said. Next
Yeah,
step
right.
is
So
making
no,
the
no,
pathway to
false.
citizenship
Looking for
easier.
clarity.
False.
Because we
Obama did
shouldn't be
not
treating
strengthen the
everybody
border.
who comes to this country as a criminal by
Wait.
default.
No,
innocent until
Obama.
proven
No,
guilty.
no.
Thank
Actually,
you.
no. Obama did not strengthen the border. He's the one that started catch and release, which is when the cartels started kidnapping
Yes.
children so that they could traffic into America with
No,
children
no.
who weren't
You're
theirs,
just
who were
wrong.
kidnapped.
Obama strengthened the border.
I'm not
The border
wrong.
was stronger
No.
under-
Nope. You
Obama
don't know what you're
actually,
talking
you're
about.
both right because you just got more control by
You
who
don't
had
know
the
what you're
land,
talking
who's
about.
paying who, and then
Obama.
You're confusing other metrics. I'm talking about the strength of the border. and you're talking about deportation.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Arguing against what I said.
You don't know what you're
We're
talking
make
about.
an actual argument for once in your life. I
Nope.
said something else.
Nope.
I just want
Obama
to know
did.
how do we fix
No,
it
you
then?
can't make an argument.
Obama started catch and release.
here
Obama
is
started
crazy.
catch and release, which said if you have a child with you when
That
you're
has nothing
crossing
to
the
do with the
border,
strength of the
we
border.
I'm
have
just
to.
confused
nothing
how
to do
these
with the
are
strength of the
like
border.
real
Yes, it
problems that
does.
are this important.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't.
Yes, it
They're not.
does.
They just want to
I think you should lock down.
Border
It
has
should,
to do
like
with who
Yes,
gets
it
across
does.
the border, you fucking dumbass.
If we're
It's
letting
like, what's
somebody
important?
go,
We're not going to be
happens
here this long.
past
You
the
guys could be
border.
trying to fix
my
those.
God,
You're
man.
going to be
Catch
way
and
dead
release
before you
happens
do.
when you
Sorry,
cross
go
the
ahead.
border, you fucking clueless idiot.
I'm trying to
Border
destroy
strength
Mel.
happens
Yeah,
at the
go ahead.
border.
Well,
Catch and
it
release
doesn't
happens
really matter.
after.
I'm not gonna.
You're a dumbass.
Mel, Obama started catch and release, where if you had a
That's
child
not
with
the
you,
border. That has nothing to do with border strength. Argue what I
But
actually
is
said,
borders our
pussy.
biggest issue?
where did it happen?
That's my.
Where did catch and release happen, Mel?
It can happen anywhere that someone's caught that's not supposed to be there.
No, it was a border.
breath,
It was a
Mel.
border policy.
Deep breath.
It was a border policy. It was when people are illegally crossing the border, if they have children with them, you have to release them. So they would let them go. And then later, we did DNA tests on them, and we found out that the large majority of these kids had no relation to the people who were crossing the border with them. Then what we found out is what was happening.
What was the actual percentage? Give an actual percentage. I want.
I'm not good with numbers. but
It was a very small.
No,
amount.
I think it was like
10%.
no, I
Less
think it
than
was like
10%.
70%.
Less than 10%.
No.
Okay. Post your source. Post your source, big guy.
No.
Let's go. Post your source. Come on. Let's go with that sources.
DCNN.
Show me you can provide proofs. Yeah, post it.
DCNN.
Right there.
The Dreaded Conservative News Network.
Get it. Show your chat how to do some research.
The Dreaded Conservative News Network.
Bro.
No, I'm not asking.
Mel, you need to
trust me, bro. You just said trust me, bro.
JS ain't even bad. Like, my father is like literally brainwashed by CNN. We cannot talk about politics at this house. If you know how to fix that, you'll be my hero.
We can deal with the rates of illegal immigration by making the pathway of citizenship easier, and we can reduce the amount of crime that we see in immigration by giving people jobs and a livelihood that they're seeking, which is to be an American.
That would be great. But how do we gotta set up, don't we have to set up a foundation for that to even be,
Dude, I'm never going to be able to find
Isn't
this.
there things we need to take care of? We have a lot of problems here, though.
I'm never going to be able to find this. This is from like 20 years ago.
We already have the
yeah,
justice
like back when I was in
We
like
already have the
fucking
justice
11th
system.
grade.
I'm totally fine for deporting them if they commit a crime. I'm not that fucking
Well,
leftist.
Wait, you live here? I don't care if you're life or as long as you're down to earth, you can be whatever.
But
Oh,
here's
I-
the thing, right?
well,
Like I will
okay.
grant you this much, and
Well,
it saddens
glad.
me that you're so clueless. That, no, I'm talking JS right now. I will give you this much, and it saddens me that you're so clueless that you couldn't have pointed this out. That we fundamentally have to increase deportations of immigrant criminals, ones that are found guilty in a court of law.
Wait, you guys are doing it
make
there
the
too?
pathway to citizenship easier. So it's important to realize that this is something where there is a balance here, and I will admit that I'm not incompetent. But
Yin and yang.
but I only support these more deportations if you're actually giving them a chance to live like an American citizen in the first place.
Not if they came here illegally.
It's all illegal. That's fucking
No.
redundant.
No,
That's
Mel.
circular.
Mel, my argument is
Laws don't
my
exist.
argument is if we stop people from coming in illegally, we can let people come in
understand.
legally. Stop interrupting me. We can let people come in illegally or oh my God, see, you threw me off. If we
You
stop
understand that the borders that
Hey,
the
Jess,
See, this was
interrupting cow.
this is what
The
Mel
policies
does.
that you
Mel plays
support.
the interruption.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
policies
No,
that you
no, no,
support lead to
no,
more
I'm done.
people. The policies that you support lead to more illegal people being in the country because they
No,
have to
they
cross
don't.
here illegally.
No,
Like
they
it
don't.
don't matter
Mel.
what it is.
You know what policies I support? The policies that Trump supports that got our illegal border
Yeah, because
crossings
you're an
down to
ignoramus
nearly
who's
zero.
clueless.
I'm
Because
sure
you're
it's not
clueless.
zero,
You like
but
dehumanizing people who aren't you, but you don't second guess that until you start to feel like you could possibly ever
what
affect
is
you
our
one day.
current since Trump got in, what is our border crossing every month? Illegal
And
border
you don't
crossings?
understand
I don't
when
know.
your own
I didn't know
policy
they were doing it
prescriptions
there too.
put yourself
Or
in
am
a
I? Or
split.
is he
It's
just speaking
down
on?
like 99.7%.
You have no understanding of when your own policy prescriptions shoot
Stop
you
saying I
square
don't
in the
understand
foot.
things.
You clearly don't.
But
Because
I
as I pointed out,
understand. Is
If
as
I
I
don't
pointed out,
understand
when you
there's
something,
a lot
create
of
a
I'll
problems
tell you
here.
I
restriction
don't
on legal,
understand it.
when you create a
But
restriction
you don't
on legal
understand
immigration,
immigration.
when you create a restriction on legal immigration, you don't necessarily increase border security. You don't necessarily stop people, slow down the rate of people crossing the border. You just get more illegal people in your country. Your own prescriptions
Yeah.
lead to higher rates of illegal immigrants.
So,
it's a circular
well, I would
argument.
just say close off the fucking borders
Look at
until we
this.
take care of
This
all
is
the other
The
problems,
call is
and then we
coming
can
from
open them
inside
back
the
up
Hey.
for
house,
that to be a
JS.
thing.
The call is coming from within inside the house. You are your own worst
All of our
enemy.
problems are already here. Last thing we need is more possible ones.
You think
So I can
terrorism
see
is
both sides to that.
outside of the country? No, white supremacist terrorism is the highest, is the most likely form of terrorism you're
White
going to be
supremacism,
encountering
terrorism?
if you do encounter
This is
it.
from Al Jazeera, which is like Muslim news.
A lot of places in the world are going, not saying
Yeah, I'll
America.
take Al Jazeera.
You'll take Al Jazeera? You'll accept Al Jazeera?
Yes, I find that they are mostly
Okay,
factual.
so this is from October of 2017. Mexico cartels recruit children to smuggle people to the U.S. with less of a risk of being detained. Gang leaders are using minors to act as guides in the people smuggling trade.
Yeah, they paid.
The cartel. He works as a outside blah blah blah. Ciudad Juarez in Mexico. He works as a local cartel guiding undocumented immigrants from Ciudad Juarez across the desert. The cartel uses him as a people smuggler because as a minor, he'll most likely get a ride back to Mexico if caught by the U.S. That's catch and release. Okay, from there he can make the trip again and again.
Support.
But this is not what I was thinking of. What I was talking about how the cartels will kidnap kids and bring them over and say, well, that's my kid. So they get released into America with their kid, who then become naturalized citizens. But it turns out later they did DNA testing on these kids and they found out that the large majority of them are not related to the people who smuggled them over because they were kidnapped.
We are in agreement. We're in agreement. Just to be super clear.
Read the article. Read the article I just linked, JS.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
whenever Goon sends me something, it's always like...
No, it's gotta be good.
It's always a troll.
You sounded pretty confident.
It's always a troll.
Yeah, JS, I also don't see how you need a...
You always know I'm going to own you, so you have to do this. JS, we are
You haven't owned
I think
nothing.
you guys are debating... You guys are both debating things that aren't going to solve our problems. Not in our lifetime.
What are you talking about? We're debating immigration. You think immigration's not a problem in America?
We are in agreement.
Oh, it's a huge problem.
We need to punish human trafficking. We are in agreement there, right? I disagree.
CBS News, July 1st, 2014.
I disagree that this is happening at a high enough
Texas
rate
official believes illegals are...
immigrants for this. You
Texas official believes illegals are renting kids to cross the border.
He's so afraid of getting owned. He knows he can't let me finish. He knows it. Just admit it, JS. You're too afraid to let me finish. Just admit it right now.
The
Q-Lar.
stat is 1/3. It's 33%.
1/3, 33.
Crazy.
Okay, well, Mel
That
said
is crazy.
Mel said 10 and I said 70, so I was high and Mel was low.
No, it's 33% of them are getting raped and abused. The thing you're talking about was in the 80s.
That they came across.
Let's
they came
freaking
across.
go.
This is not a comprehensive survey.
So 80%
So this
of the
is one.
kids.
Sometimes, Mel, you should simplify it a little bit.
Mel, you need to stop talking and listen.
Survey.
Mel, you need to stop talking and listen. Mel, you need to stop. Mel, you need to stop talking and listen.
They stop coming because they probably will have more deaths.
Mel, you need to stop talking and listen.
It's not just the heat that could kill them, but there are other dangers. Official Lackland Air Force
You asked for a
Base
source.
That 1/3 of younger girls that they come across. That some people come across.
You asked for a source.
Begs for source.
We've got you two sources. You asked for numbers.
Why do you think
We've got you numbers.
The statistic.
The vast majority of kids being brought across the border.
Bro, Canadians come over our border just to watch the leaves.
And the vast majority of those kids are getting raped.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about shit.
No, that's not what it's claiming. It's claiming that of the people they come across because they get stranded in the desert from heat. That's the whole context of this article. The people who they have to rescue from heat stroke, those are the people who have been in that situation.
Article you're talking about. The article that I leaked is
It's
about
not
girls
just the
getting
heat
raped.
that could kill
and
them, but there are other
trafficked.
dangers. That's why it leads with that, right? I certainly hope they stop coming because we will probably have more deaths
You know
as the
how I
hot
clean
weather
my house?
continues.
Or my
There's
room?
context to
I
why
have-
people say things. To be media literate, you
Yeah.
have to understand context.
Okay. You could also
I don't know
simplify it a
how to listen-
little
I don't
bit.
know how to listen to what
How
they're
do you
saying,
clean
because you
house?
ask for a
The
source and you're
simplification
not
is that
even
this is
looking
not
at the
actually
source.
happening at high enough rates. Not every
Well,
immigrant's
that's what I
doing
don't
this.
see.
This isn't happening at high enough
Yeah.
rates to punish all immigrants for this. We need to be
1/3
better at
of
spotting these
young
situations.
girls.
I
Well, no,
agree.
well,
I would agree.
1/3
We
of
need to
them get raped and or abused on the
misusing
way
the
Either
here.
statistic.
way.
That's misinformation.
Yeah,
That's misinformation. You're misusing the statistic. You're
Ah,
incompetent.
well,
You shouldn't be.
still, it
You
does
shouldn't be
happen,
quoting
but it doesn't
anything
matter
because
the
you lack
numbers.
the media literacy.
Rent a kid
actually-
Well,
program.
anything on the media is not going to be 100% accurate.
In
There
other
are
words, they
Mrs.
said
Fox
they
or
said,
Mrs.
"Oh,
Fox.
if I
Like that
come in and I
anime
have a
Watch
kid with
Girlfriend.
me,
It's
if I
kinda
come in
funny
and I have a
when-
kid
I
with
wanted
me,
to make
they'll
a
let me go."
hypothetical. How you
It's real
clean your
funny
room,
when
you know?
Furby asks for a source and you provide it. It's not a good source, or it's not.
I know,
it's
that's
bad
why I don't like
data,
the source
misinformation,
thing.
all that.
Yeah.
You ask for Furby
called
for a
media
source.
literacy.
He can't provide it right now. He's busy. He's working. 500 other reasons,
if
but
you
doesn't
don't see
provide
my
any sources
Furby,
ever.
Yeah, because you always ask when I'm not here with my Furby.
Have you
'cause
tried?
when
But
I'm at
this is
work,
why I
I'm
don't.
not
This is
at
why I
work.
don't like playing the source game. When I
Have
Have
say
we tried the
Mel,
ground news yet? Has
No,
anybody
get to a
tried that
source this
here?
time.
Mel,
I'm actually not working.
I hear a
Mel,
lot of great
I'm
things about
actually
that
on a
from
very
multiple.
long break.
Mel,
I'm waiting for something to
Mel,
happen.
I'm
I'll
not
get you a
bad
source.
faith, and I don't
How
just
many
make shit
immigrants
up.
crossing the border are guilty of human trafficking? Let's see what
Huh?
Google gives
Okay,
us.
back to our.
Criminal alien statistics from
If
US
I'm
Customs and
just
Border
making
Protection.
something
Really
up
bad
and
list.
going out of my ass, I'll tell you. So if I say dinosaurs built the pyramids, yeah, I can't really prove that to you. It's just kind of a theory that I have, and I think it's fun. But if I tell you something about politics, or if we're talking about this, and I bring something up, people will always challenge me. Where'd you hear that? What's your source?
So this is from
I do this.
You
You ain't been
fucking
doing
made
the
it up and you
education.
dreamed about it and woke up and thought it was real.
No.
What?
CBP.gov.
Yeah, no shit.
This is from CBP.
Mel, I've been doing this longer than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Okay, so
CBS
this is from
has more clout.
CBP.gov. No, this is a government website. This is your government. This is Trump administration leaving this up here.
I'm not a Trump supporter. Fuck
For the
Trump.
fiscal
Go die.
CBS is
fiscal-
CBS in
No,
2014
No,
is the Trump
No,
administration.
learn to fucking listen to you. Learn to fucking listen to me. Jesus Christ, you literally have listening comprehension issues. You didn't make an argument. Holy fuck, you're so
You just said
incompetent, yet
you
you're
just
so-
said this is
you're
from
so
the Trump
confident in your own
administration.
opinion.
You
This
just
is
said this
literal
is from the Trump
Dunning-Kruger.
administration.
You have no right to be this confident in your own
This is
opinion,
from
dude.
2014.
You're not even. No, I said 2024.
I don't even
for one
understand.
thing.
So are
What?
we talking
CBS
opinions or are we
versus
talking
Jazz.
our
Talking about
I
structure?
know you're so busy being the monkey
You know,
here,
this started
illegal,
with
but learn to use
kings.
those
It
fucking
started
stupid
with
ears
the
of
The
started with
Algier,
our
the Al
structure, our
Jazeera,
government.
the Al Jazeera article was 2018, and this one's 2014. But
Okay, so from Customs and Border Patrol.gov.
but Al
again,
Jazeera
you're-
does
you're-
not work for Trump. So
Holy shit! Stop
Yes, you
filibustering the
guys, it's
statistics.
2025, and
fiscal year
there's a lot of
2024.
problems.
We
What's
have
the most
assault,
important
battery, and
one?
domestic violence. Amount of convictions 1,084. Going to the other relative things: homicide and manslaughter 29. Sexual offenses 221. Can you remind me, JS?
Why the
since you're
fuck
such
do
a
you live
fucking
in
expert,
Canada?
Can you
You're
remind
so
me, JS?
passionate.
Can you remind me, JS? Since you're such a fucking expert, how many people crossed the border last year in the U.S. so we can get a
Like,
percentage? Since you don't know what that is.
it was something like, oh shoot, I think
Too
the
many?
numbers that they told us was like,
Are you talking about illegally or legally?
Legally.
you're talking about illegally. I think the numbers they
Yes,
told
no,
us was
someone's
like
counted.
So it's counted as all.
was like 70 to 90 million, but I think it was more like 150 million or
So we're
something.
talking fractions of a fractions of a fractions, and yet you want to apply this
You're also
policy to
speaking
all
on
immigrants like they're all criminals. Fuck you.
What did you
I
say
rest my
again?
case.
But he never said
This
that.
is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of all immigrants being convicted of any of these things. Yeah, you want to treat all
yeah.
immigrants like they're doing this. You're just a fucking
No, I
xenophobe
agree.
bigot.
I would
Fuck
agree with
You're
you.
just a xenophobe. Just fuck.
Where'd you go?
Wait,
I would agree
I
that
think you
I would
say
agree
that.
that illegal immigrants commit less crimes than American citizens. I would agree with that. Is that what we were arguing?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Well,
I think you need to lock your shit down.
Because
in
usually,
your
if you
house
come into a
before you
country
go
illegally,
out.
you're not
I'll
going to
be
want to
honest.
break the law.
No, that's not true. That's not true. In that, literally every illegal immigrant broke a
Right.
by
Yeah,
becoming an
I
illegal
agree.
immigrant.
Yes.
Been waiting
So
to
actually,
say,
it's a
hence illegal immigrant.
yeah, it's a 100%
I
crime
don't
rate.
know what other source I could have found. This is such a crazy, obscure
But
topic.
as
you,
far
Fox.
as violent
I only
crimes,
found one related link, and I had to search
Will you
through like
let me
8
make
minutes.
this?
Mel,
Yeah, I
Will you let
know.
me make this
Mel,
argument once more? Will
Mel,
you let
I've
me make this
already, I
argument
agree
once
with
more?
you.
Look, I don't
Illegal
even stand by
immigrants
that
the people
article. I was
coming
just trying to
over.
find something that is even talking about what
per
you guys are talking
capita,
about.
illegal
Yeah,
immigrants.
also,
Oh my
I
God.
bet you, Goon.
Hold on.
Can I just
Per-
try going from start to finish once more so you understand what I'm trying to say here?
Hang
Well,
on.
no,
one
we've
second.
already heard what
One
you
second,
said.
Mel. Before that, I'm going to
Jeremy,
make
go
one
ahead.
completely unrelated comment. King, check your Discord messages.
Is he even awake?
Yeah, he just
I'm
said something in
awake.
chat.
Oh,
Hey,
All right,
I'm
go
going to be
ahead.
as good faith
read.
here as possible.
Only
I'm not
got
going
off
to be an
work a couple
asshole.
hours
I'm going to
ago.
try to make this as comprehensive as possible for you and not
Okay.
like drag on either. If your concern is that they're doing illegal, that an immigrant coming across is doing an illegal thing, I'm in agreement with you that we need to punish illegal immigrants. We can even deport them for doing illegal shit. There's a bit of nuance there, but I'll leave it at that. However, I do not think it's fair to treat all immigrants trying to cross here as if they're illegal before they're proven guilty of anything. I think they are just as human and just as applicable to the same
Mel,
standard.
every
And my proof of this,
illegal immigrant
Mhm.
commit a crime.
my proof of this is that you could also make it criminal to say that it's criminal to breathe oxygen, right? But we obviously shouldn't punish.
Oh,
them for
bro,
doing
they
that.
start charging us for oxygen like fucking oh fuck.
Come on,
So
Mel. That's
just
dumb.
because it just
That's
no,
dumb,
I'm saying
Mel.
it shouldn't be illegal to cross the border. It should be illegal to cross the border and not get registered
Oh,
as
so
a
borders are
citizen.
just
start
imaginary
selling
lines
air
now.
again.
Yeah, so you
No,
want
but
open borders.
But hear me out, right? If you cross the border and don't register yourself
Mm-hmm.
as a citizen, you don't take
And
that
people
pathway to
like you
citizenship.
saying crap like this is why
Mm-hmm.
it's hard for legal immigrants to come here
Mhm.
legally.
No, it's not.
Well, we
It's
shouldn't be that.
literally
My take.
right-wing policies.
Something
I'm telling you right
No,
now.
it's
shoot
your
yourself in the foot.
policies. It's your open
You
border
shoot yourself
policies.
in the
It's
foot,
just an
as I
imaginary
pointed out.
line, bruh.
You shoot yourself
It's
in the
your
foot, as I
fault.
pointed
Just
out.
an imaginary line.
As I pointed out, when you create these catch and release policies and you support those things,
Mhm.
that doesn't reduce.
We didn't
that doesn't
create those.
restrict-
Obama created
Mhm.
those.
Who cares
Sorry,
who created it? How do we solve it?
Sorry, when you restrict legal immigration at the border is what I should have
Yes,
said.
we know
That
all the
doesn't-
bad and wrong
That doesn't
things.
actually
Where's
restrict
the
the amount of
solution?
people who want to come across the border. That doesn't actually decrease the amount of criminals who actually get across.
The
And
only
all it
reason
does-
we've
all
restricted
it
legal
does-
immigration
all
is
it
because
does-
of all
analyzing
the
these things that
illegal
happen, right?
immigration that
confused,
you
JS.
guys
Okay.
have.
This
I'm
is
not
why you never
confused.
get my argument.
I'm not confused. You're not
clearly
making
are.
any
Why you
arguments.
don't?
See, no, that's
I
the
wanna
only
hear
reason you say that, 'cause
solutions.
you
You've
interrupt
been
me.
destroyed yet again.
All
Yet
the policy
again.
of restricting
How do
the
you
pathway to
fix it?
Jess would
citizenship at
deport
the border.
Jesus. If he
Well,
didn't
the
come,
only
if he didn't get papers, yeah, I would.
Yes, the
only
pathway
thing
to
that
citizenship at
restricting
border. I
border-
heard you.
the only
And
thing
he
that
would try to
restricting
tell
borders
Jesus that he's
limits-
the real king.
But Jesus wasn't a sinner.
filibuster.
He would have came here legally.
More filibuster. The only thing that restricting people from the border creates is more people who could otherwise be legal immigrants now having the status of illegal immigrants. It's just a status. It has.
I bet you
nothing to
Jesus
do
didn't
with
kidnap a
them
child and
having-
sneak him across a border.
There's no mens rea in that at all. If anything, they would avoid being a criminal if they had the option.
What?
Nah,
If you come into the country illegal, you're a criminal. Immediately.
I think you have the right to
all
escape
of the
poverty just as
illegal
much as they
immigrants
do.
are criminals.
I think you have the
Okay,
right to
I
try to
will
escape
I will
poverty
agree to
just as
you.
much as they do. I think you
or-
have the right to escape
No.
human rights
I will
violations
agree
just
with
as much
you.
as they do.
I will agree that illegal immigrants commit less violent crimes than American citizens. I'll agree on that. But it doesn't
What
matter
about my
because
point that it's a fraction of the fraction of the ones who cross the border
because
who
it
get
doesn't
convicted for anything.
because it doesn't matter because they shouldn't be here in the first place. So one is too many.
No, you're defining that and using the law as a moral foundation for it. When they're just trying to be American like you, dude. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with trying to be an American like you? Make an actual argument.
How come I can't go? I can't go be a Mexican.
You can't go be an Australian, that's for sure. Good luck getting a job there.
If you
No, every
foul. I think
country
it should work both ways.
Every other country does this. I can't even go to Canada. I'm a felon.
No harm, no foul. I think it should work both ways. If there ends up being an
You're
issue
getting
with
fucked
it,
up.
then we can respond to it in
So
kind.
every
But
other
when all
country
these
can do it
issues-
except for the country
when
where
all of
everybody
these
wants to
issues
go.
are
We
just
got to let them in.
right-wingers, when the issue is really just right wingers who don't want to deal with nuanced policy options and just want to get rid of the problem.
No, the
because
issue
that's the only
is
thing they know how to do.
The issue is exactly
yeah,
what
it
you
does look kinda
said.
like
You
that, I
said
see.
borders are imaginary and we should just let them in.
I did not say that. I said it doesn't matter to me if they cross it. In fact, that's really good for trade.
Yeah, it's fine they cross it. They just
You know, if I'm gonna have guests over at my
Yeah.
house, like let's say Jeremy invites me over, I
People go where
invite
the
him
jobs
over.
are, right, JS?
He's
People
not
go
gonna
where
let.
the
He's
jobs
gonna
are. Do
shut
you
the
agree?
house down. He's gonna clean
Yes, you-
house before he just like has company come over. He's gonna
Yes,
take
do
care
you-
of his shit, make it look all nice.
No, I
nice,
think
like,
they
there's
should
your
stay
hypothetical.
in their country and fix their
You know what
country.
you do when you're cleaning
Well,
the house?
I think
you're
you
gonna.
should stay in your house and never leave your house because you're a threat to humanity. JS, do you agree that people go where the
No,
jobs are?
you're misunderstanding. I'm just saying there's like
I'm not
you do
threatening
that
you,
and you
man.
clean up.
JS, do you
It's just
agree
like when you're
people go
cleaning
where
your
the
room.
jobs
I'm a really
are? Yes
nice
or
guy. I'm a really nice
JS.
guy.
You move everything and you clean all that shit.
Your xenophobic notions are a threat to
And you
society.
move everything back in.
I'm not. I'm not scared of xenomorphs.
Do you
I don't
agree?
even know what that
Yeah, I
is.
Do you agree? Yes or no? It's a very easy question. People go where
What
the
is it?
jobs are.
People go where the jobs are. They should probably. Sure.
Right. So don't you think it might be better for both Americans and Canadians if we could both go where the jobs are, regardless of where the nation is?
Yeah, if I don't have a job, I don't just walk up in Home Depot and say, I work here now. I apply, I get hired, and I work
in the
there.
city,
You walk in,
live
throw
in a
your name on a
city-
form, and then you're
Okay,
employed
so
by them.
I
You
live
know,
in
it's just-
Windsor, Ontario.
No, I don't
live
even
in
put my
Windsor,
name. I don't
Ontario.
even put my name down. I just put a vest on and walk in and say, I work here now. Pay me.
So I live in Windsor, Ontario, where they shut down the auto factories, and I saw firsthand what a city is like when there's no jobs there. I guarantee you people move to another city when there's more jobs in that city, and people saying, yeah, there's all sorts of companies looking to hire over there.
This is why we let
Moving to
Mel hang
Alberta
out. Because
was a
Mel
huge
just gets
thing here.
destroyed constantly.
How
Yeah,
the
I
fuck
mean,
did... No, actually, how did you destroy me?
Pretty good faith.
How did you destroy me? Stop signaling with your
You
dick
asked me.
and say it.
You asked me for sources about the kids being transported. We got you 2 sources. Then you
sucked.
denied the sources. Then
sucked,
we
and I
asked you
gave
for
you a better
sources. You said I
source.
can't get you any sources.
You have a
Then you
source
said
in the
borders
side
are
chat, you fucking
imaginary.
coward.
You
Read the
agreed
source in
with
the side
me
chat, you
that
coward.
we need to cut. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
My dick's 8 inches.
See, that's all you do every time. I read you the fucking
My
statistics
dick.
and then asked you
Man,
what's the
yeah,
ratio
man.
compared to the total influx of immigrants. It's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction who ever get convicted of a crime. You're so unlikely to be an immigrant who's going to do a crime. You're way
Yes,
more likely.
I know what. Yeah,
you're
I already.
way more likely to be the victim of a crime from someone you know.
I already told you. I agree that illegal immigrants commit
Then
less
we don't
violent
need to- we
crimes
don't
than
need to treat them like
Americans.
criminals. Then we don't need to treat them like criminals.
But
It's
what
just that
you
the
dodged, what you're not paying attention to, is what me
You're
and Jeremy
guilty until
said,
proven innocent.
is that all illegal immigrants, 100%, are criminals due to the fact
we're
that
all
they
air
came
breathers
here
if we make that illegal.
illegally.
And so are all air breathers.
Why
if we
would
make
you
them do it. It doesn't
sneak
tell
over
us-
avoiding
It
the
doesn't tell
crossing?
us
I
if we
guess.
ought to do that or not. And my argument is that we ought not to do that because we're punishing all immigrants for the criminals of a few, for the crimes of a few, which goes against the American way.
Okay,
no, it
so
doesn't go
idiots get a
against-
hold of guns and kill people. You're gonna punish.
you
them.
know-
I love
do you
going
know-
out
Can you
shooting.
agree though? Can you agree though that's fucking it's a fucking shitty
Drinking and
argument to
driving
use
is
the law to
illegal.
virtue signal what
Do
should
you
be
know
and
in the
shouldn't be criminal?
1800s
Do
when
you
we
agree, JS?
There
Do
are
you
so many
agree?
things that
hold
are
on,
illegal.
no,
in
no,
this
Mel,
country.
concede
no,
to my
Mel, no,
argument?
Mel,
Do
no,
you
no, no, no.
concede?
I got you, Mel.
Do you know?
concede to my argument that it is that is shitty to say that we should point to the law as it is?
Do
how
you
the law ought
know
to be?
how
don't you
the
think that's just
immigration?
rational?
Do you know how the
Of course.
immigration
Argument.
system
Of course,
worked?
Melanie.
Do you know how the immigration system worked in
Do you
early
agree
America
that's a
in the
circular argument,
1800s?
JS? Do you agree that's a circular argument to say that the way the law is the way the law ought to be? It assumes the law is perfect the way it is and that it doesn't need to be changed.
No.
Do you agree?
What? I never said. What are you talking about?
You said that they're inherently committing a crime because they came here. My argument is that they ought not to be treated as criminals, and then you go back
Yes.
to
You're
looping
supposed to
saying
go
that
through
they're
Yes,
still committing a
process.
crime.
If I have a
You are
fence around
saying
my
it's
yard,
circular
if I have a
logic.
fence
It's
around my
circular
yard and I
logic.
say you're not
You're
allowed to come in
confusing the
here,
is statement
and you come in
with an
here,
ought statement. You're confusing
you've
the is statement with the ought statement. Just because something is doesn't mean it is ought.
Can you use a hypothetical?
No, I'm
Like,
saying
there's a difference between me coming over and knocking on your door and saying,
just
"Hey,
because
what's up?
everybody
Can I
else
come
around
hang
me-
out?" Or instead of me crawling through
just
my
because
window and you
It
finding me in the
is-
room just hanging
it
out.
is
Yes,
the
just
fact.
because everybody else around me is punching each other in the face does not mean I get the right to start punching people in the face.
Mel, it is the fact that if you break the law to illegally
know.
come into America, you are a criminal, and it ought to be the fact that if you break the law to come into America, you're a criminal.
I would say no,
all
Melanie,
you have
unless
to do-
unless somehow you
all
got
I
hit.
have to do
Then
is
I would say
argue that we
yes.
ought not to have it, and I already have by pointing out that we're punishing a collective for the crimes of a
Mhm.
few, which normally Americans would be
Yeah.
against, unless you want me to punish you for being
Right.
xenophobe.
All right. So now you're
You know
contradicting.
where you could go
you're,
deeper.
You're
with that, too.
contradicting. You're contradicting what you were saying earlier when I said that if we had stricter illegal immigration laws where we don't let illegal immigrants in, we could make it easier for legal immigrants to
That's
come in.
already
And
a
you
thing,
said,
All
you said,
immigrants are
I
legal when they
agree.
first come into the country, JS.
So
They're
you're
all
saying
legal
just
when they
open.
first come in.
So
Wait,
are you saying just we should just open the borders?
What are they going to do? Wait at the border for the paperwork to work out
So
when they
that
show
is
up
what
there?
you're. So you're a pro open borders.
No, I'm saying we keep track of them. We have the customs.
Oh,
of the
but then
border
what
part,
happens
right?
if we keep track of them and we find
You
out that they're
understand
criminals?
customs.
Hold
You
on.
understand customs of
What
receiving
happens?
identifying
What happens?
information,
What happens if?
verifying their identity,
What happens if?
fact-checking their story. Do you
What
know
happen-
what customs
If you guys are going
does?
to talk about laws, can you break it down to me for the people that break the laws? How does it go? The way
An
we
open
punish the
border would
people
not have
and the way we
customs.
treat that.
An open border would not
It's
have
like
customs. You'd
JS
be able
here.
to walk across
He
like
made
you
a
can
boo-boo.
do in Western
I didn't make a
Canada.
boo boo. You just need to stop talking
Yeah,
and
but
pay
now how
attention to
hard?
me,
No,
myself,
I
and I.
just meant I'm listening, but it's just like I don't see anything good about our
So
our legal system either.
if JS was being charitable by
You
saying
go.
calling
Okay.
for open borders,
You're derailing.
then I would.
But you
I would
guys
be
are talking
saying-
about law. You're right. That's off
I would
topic.
be
I'll hold
calling
that for
for
a
a
little
system
bit.
that has. If
I'll write
JS was
that
being
down, you're right.
charitable,
I'll let you
saying I'm
finish
calling
this.
for open borders, assuming he knows what that means, then he would be saying that I don't want to track anyone who come across the borders, and I don't want any customs at the borders.
Okay.
Which is patently false.
I get it. Now let me ask you a question. Now, what happens if we track these people? We find out that they've been involved in gangs,
Deport
and
them.
then we
I don't
deport
care.
them.
Deport
Are
'em.
you gonna complain that we're deporting gang members?
If you have a just process with due process, they're innocent until proven guilty, right? Proven is the key word there. Proven guilty. There's a
So what
burden
if?
of evidence.
So what if an immigration court proves them to be part of MS-13?
Yeah,
An
deport them. I
appellate.
don't care.
An appellate. Okay. All right.
I
Well
agree
then.
with you. They shouldn't be coming
Okay.
to the country
Cool.
to do crimes. But when
Cool,
you
I
make
agree.
the act of being there a crime, it completely ignores mens rea, completely ignores if they can be a functional, productive member of society or not.
Wouldn't it
and
be cheaper?
dehumanizes them.
Wouldn't it be cheaper just to not let them come in illegally and make them come through the front door instead of through
No,
the side door?
because now you have to monitor the entire
Oh.
fucking border. You need a border
No, we
wall.
don't
You
have
need
to
a border-
monitor them if they come in legally.
You need customs and border protection to be fucking bloated.
Teach them the right way.
Bigger government to have a
How to
bigger
live.
border. JS.
Wait,
Don't
if
you
they-
understand that?
if they
JS,
go
it's bigger
through-
government. JS, follow my logic with me here. Does it not make sense that to have a
You'd have
bigger
no
border,
logic. None of this is logical.
You're telling me you
then-
don't just
then you
see
should be able
somebody
to
and
tell
just.
me why I'm wrong. Listen to what I'm saying. If we
I-
have a bigger,
Can I give you
border,
one?
we need a bigger government. True or false?
What?
Bigger border means bigger government. True or
Very
false?
true.
I mean,
Oh, I just
yeah,
don't
it
understand.
depends what you mean by bigger. But yeah, I guess we would
We need
need.
enforcement agencies.
Yeah, we would need more enforcement officers on the border.
Their audio completely cut out.
Okay.
You need more customs. You need more enforcement. You need
Uh-huh.
all of those things. You need
Uh-huh.
you need the enforcement to be nationwide, not just at the border, because people will get past the border.
Yeah. People
So
are
it's
gonna
not,
come in.
cheaper. It's not cheaper to have a less authoritarian border.
We spend we spend $125 billion a year on illegal
JS.
immigration. A wall, for example, would cost $25 billion. So it would pay for
Yes.
itself 5 times over in 1 year.
No, because you still need to patrol that wall. People easily get over walls. Anyways,
Right.
I will 1v1 you on this on Sarah's if
I'd
you
go
want.
under the wall before over it.
On immigration?
On tougher borders. Do we need tougher borders?
Hey, thank you, Pain Zombie Ghost. Do we need
We can
tougher
narrow that
borders?
down. I just want to go because honestly, I am I
Yeah,
didn't
we
get enough
could.
sleep last night. I'm Spurgin, and that is an L on my part. I think I'm winning the
Just
argument,
take,
but I'm
no,
losing the
just
fucking
take
rhetoric.
a little deep breath, buddy. And I just
No, I
wanted to
need to
say,
go,
like,
honestly, I
we
have
should
my
be skeptical on,
Yeah,
like,
we.
you know, just
I
like how
mean,
when we see and meet new people, you know, it's kind
we
of
could
like
do it.
just
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna probably
feel it
be
out,
a
bro.
long way out because it's got to be on a Saturday night when there's not good UFC fights on.
Okay. Monday or Thursday definitely doesn't work for you?
Huh?
Monday or Thursday definitely won't work for you at
No,
night?
I work Monday and Thursday night, and then Friday I do VK.
Working
and
that
then,
corner.
So it'd have to be on a Saturday.
Afternoons?
Yeah, I mean, you can bring it up tomorrow, but we're probably going to be watching the UFC while you talk about it.
I mean, we just did it. We pretty much just did it for the past hour, and you got
I'm going to
destroyed.
be bringing my sources. I'm going to be bringing my sources because people always complain when I bring all my sources to a debate. Oh, you rely on your sources too much. Now I know that you want me to bring sources, so I'm really eager.
No, I don't. I never asked you for. I never asked you for a source.
You literally said I took L because you provided sources.
No, somebody else asked you for a source because you asked me for a source, and then we gave you sources, and then they asked you for a source.
Either you have it as a standard.
I don't play. I don't play the
You're-
source game.
You're stepping over yourself.
The one source that Goon found that he took forever to search, you know, it says, in which, it like, look at the top of it, it's like, we believe. Like, it's like, there's a little skepticism
op-ed,
to it.
yeah.
It's just-
Yeah, I wasn't trying to. I wasn't like saying that.
Very long way.
That's like a 100% article. That's the only article that I could even find.
I have Goon's article pulled up, and it doesn't say we believe anywhere. I'm reading it right now. It doesn't say.
Maybe it would have been one up.
The whole
I
thing,
think
when I
maybe it
read
might have been
over
one
it,
up.
it was in a
Goon did ask
combination
Mel
of
if he wanted to
quotes.
come with
The
you.
quotes
To be
were
clear-
probably from people at Border Guard.
To be clear, my source just has the statistics on how many people were convicted for crime who were illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I was trying to find this child thing.
But
you
I
guys
already-
talking about the Rent a Child program, and this shit was
But here's-
hard as fuck for
but
me to
here's-
find
but
anything.
here's the
It
thing,
is.
if they
Yeah, it's hard to
found-
find because it's old and they buried it because they don't
But let
want.
me point out, JS, you would agree though that if it truly was 1/3 of the people crossing the border who were doing
There's
that,
actually a
then
study on it.
then we would see a
Goon.
staggeringly high number of people convicted.
They did
who
a
was
study on
from
it
that
where they
source.
they did DNA tests on all these kids that were in like
You
catch
said
and
that 3
release
times.
kids.
See, you just don't concede anything.
Yeah, because it
think you
happened.
don't
I'm
know
not
the
making
truth.
it up. I'm not making it up. Just because I can't find it and I don't have it offhand,
Okay,
I'm not making it
listen
up.
to my argument and tell me if you agree or disagree. If it really was 1/3 of the people crossing the border doing the sex trafficking and stuff like that.
No,
and
no,
there are
1/3
millions-
1/3 of the girls got raped. But
It
I
would
think
take-
I think it was
it
more
would-
like
it would take someone doing
70%.
that, right?
And that's a
It would take someone
conservative
doing that,
estimate. I
right?
think 70% of the
Okay,
kids
70
that were
what's
being across the
70% of a
border
million?
were
What's
not
70% of
related.
a million?
70% of the kids that were being brought across
What's
the border were
70% of
not
1 million?
related to the adults who were bringing them across the border.
What's 70%
What
of
they
1
were
million?
doing, what the cartels were
JS,
doing
I'm
was
trying to. JS, you're just avoiding my argument right now. At this
no,
point. Stop
you're
avoiding it.
not listening
What's
to what I'm
70% of
saying.
I'm not. You're not listening to what
What's
I'm saying. We're not there yet.
70% of a million?
Yes.
700,000.
Great. What was the amount of convicted people in fiscal year 2024 for sexual assault and rape?
Quit. Me, myself, and I. What are you doing?
Was it in the 100 millions even?
Huh? What'd you ask? He was humming to himself. I missed.
What was the amount of people in fiscal year 2024, according to Customs and Border Patrol.gov, who were convicted of SA or rape last year? Is it in the 100 millions like we would expect to see from such a high percentile?
Oh my God. You keep going back to this. I've already conceded to you multiple times that
You want
illegal immigrants
accusations or,
commit
like,
Now I'm
proving
less.
cases?
I'm destroying the possibility that could be 70% or even a
I
third.
Mel, I'm not
It's a
arguing
fraction
with
of a
you.
fraction.
Listen, I
I'm
don't
not
mind
arguing with
looking
you.
for the source, Mel.
That-
I just want a qualifier. Is this like, do you want accusations or do you want like convictions?
Do you want to be punished for the crimes of a minority just because you're white?
Just no engaging with that. Do you want convictions or do you want accusations? Because you said accused of SA, and I don't.
Well, no, that's their problem. Is that these are mostly accusations.
Well, this is not what I'm arguing. I agree that illegal immigrants commit less violent crime
then I'll
than
go-
Americans
The
I'll go off of
crux of my
allegations.
argument is that you would not want to be
per
persecuted
capita.
for. The crux of my argument is that you would not want to be persecuted for being white or for being American. And by treating an entire group of people as criminals,
If I snuck across the border from Hungary, yeah, I would. Well, I wouldn't,
I can
but
tell you
yeah,
there's
I
a
would.
lot of places
that's
in
a
the world.
self-fulfilling
But
prophecy.
you're trying to turn
Only
it into
exists-
you're trying to turn it into a white thing. If a white person if
Go-
a British
You don't
person
need to
crossed
make
the
it
border
illegal to cross the
illegally,
border.
I would want
You don't
them
need
to
to
be
make it
held.
illegal
I
to
would
cross
want
the
them to
border.
be deported.
Yeah, because as I've pointed out, they're not all criminals. A very, very small fraction of them is. And so we
Yes.
don't need to make it illegal.
Oh my
inherently to
God. And
cross
see,
the
this is
border.
what it keeps going back to that you don't get. If you cross the border illegally, you are a criminal.
We don't need to
100%
make
of
it
the time.
illegal. But that's not an odd statement. We don't need to
Funny
make it
part.
illegal. We can keep track
Right.
of them. We can have customs.
Well, I will
but
say
we don't
you
need to make
ought
it illegal to cross the border.
we ought to continue deporting people who cross the border
Well, then you
illegally.
like making the same mistakes that got us here with such a high rate of illegal immigration.
No, hang
As I
on, hang
pointed
on.
out.
Furby, there's if we were
Jeremy?
to have this sort of policy where you could just come here, no, just because you want to be here, and we're just going to track you. Now we have to substantially grow our
Yes.
infrastructure to support this.
Yeah, we have to
Putting their
monitor
names in a
every
database
single
requires-
We're
person
not
who
ready
comes
for
across
that,
the border.
Country.
I don't want to.
I
I don't.
don't
The
care.
government, no. The
Mel,
government's
Yeah,
very
dude.
efficient. at
legal
putting a name in a
immigrants. I don't
database.
think legal
The government
immigrants should
does
be
not-
monitored.
No. I'm responding, Jeremy. The government does not incur an insanely high cost from putting a name in a database and saying we need to follow up to make
There's
sure
more.
they
No,
actually
there's more
apply.
than that. No,
the
no,
best
there's
way to
Either
do
way,
this-
either way,
substantially
it's
more than that.
not gonna be
It's
a-
more than a name on a
What was my
database.
argument,
Now it's
Jeremy?
a person. It's a
Jeremy,
person
what was
we're
my
aware
argument?
of
Still
being
person
here.
my
We've
argument.
got to have
studies.
infrastructure to support
None of you
that.
can
When
argue.
it comes to,
Hey,
you
I
gotta have-
Googled
you gotta have a
the
police
thing.
force
None
to
of you can
We
argue.
found it
What
on
was
the
in my
Google. I
argument?
want to
you gotta
hear.
have enough occupancy to house them. There's a whole lot of infrastructure we have to support these people beyond just having their name in a fucking
Yeah,
database.
welcome
You
to
fucking
socialism.
moron.
Welcome to living in a mixed economy where it's not just laissez-faire
That's
capitalism.
crazy.
You also have government providing for people. Welcome to
I got
that
a number.
unfortunately bloated society. If you
What's
have
the
solutions
number?
that don't
Yeah,
actually persecute
I
people,
definitely,
found
as
the
a
numbers.
white
I'm looking at the
American, don't want to
numbers.
go
I
to
found the
another
number.
country.
This
and
is
help
a
my
first
white
Google
sister.
search.
you suck at providing
This is a
prescriptions that don't just throw everyone
First
under the
Google
bus.
search. How many rape
James gotta go.
allegations are made in America every year? This is a cursed Google search you guys had me doing. It seems to be that
Oh, he's on the watch list.
the numbers can vary if you're doing self-reported incidences or actual taken to court. It seems about 430,000 actual like cases of like filed reports, and then self-reported incidents are around 730,000.
That's for all people
And
not just
that was for
People
2018.
can't handle
That's for
statistics.
2018.
What is even the point of that?
Holy shit.
I mean,
I'm
why
just
did
reading the stats.
I know? But why
for
was Mel
the-
even asking for you to look that up?
They were asking because the
No, but-
amount that you claimed were being assaulted would be over 60% of the amount of people that got raped in America annually.
But
So it does seem like your number would have to be off.
No, but I was saying 1/3 of the children who come across the border illegally get raped.
Yeah, then didn't you say it was like 1 million annually? Is it 1 million children annually? How many children do you think cross the border?
Not 1 million. Yeah.
Depends on
That
how
I
long they
don't know
live
what
after
Mel
that.
was trying to get at with that, but so Mel's saying if the annual number in total in America is 400,000, and
Yeah.
I say 33% of the
Okay.
children
Yeah, I
crossing
mean, I
the
don't know what
border.
media literacy is going to do. I'm seeing a couple of them saying 460,000. These are all the stats are for age 12 or older.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of
Again, I don't like looking through these stats, so I think I'm about done.
I know
If
you
you guys want me
gotta.
to send you one of, if you want me to send you one of these sources, I can.
You
but I think
gotta
I'm about
really
done.
mess with your damn algorithm if you're searching this stuff up. How many children?
Yeah, I
get-
just wanted to say, speaking of getting ads for stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna get some. You're gonna get some weird recommendations. You keep searching this
Did
stuff
Mel
up.
leave when I was reading the? I don't know what they want. They're like, why don't you find? I'm like looking up what they're saying.
And
That
I'm confused
one-
because it's still.
I mean, these are .orgs. I'm seeing .org, 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 .org.
I don't like the whole white Americans thing. That's like the whole supremacy, bro. If I
Well-
leave this country, there's a lot of places I don't want to go and say.
Well,
I'm
also
from America, I'm
Mel,
American.
this
Especially how small I am.
1/3 number comes from pre-Biden. It comes from Obama time. So under
I'm sure
Biden
Mel's
time,
gone.
I know, but Mel's in the chat. Under
Oh,
Biden
word.
or under Biden time, the number of illegal immigrants drastically increased. Like from the day he came in, they started dumping prisons in Venezuela and all over the place, and they were sent. People were riding on trains. There were packed
Okay.
trains with people coming to America,
Mm.
and they were under overpasses for 4 years.
Mhm.
Overpasses were packed. Underneath the overpasses, they were full. So
Okay, wait.
that's
Yes,
that's
yes.
This is
a way
actually
higher
getting more
number.
interesting the more I look into it. So
Right.
apparently the FBI is.
Yes. What do you think the intention was behind them shipping all these illegals in?
To
I wonder.
destabilize America, to pack sanctuary cities and Democrat cities, to change the amount of because on the census they still take illegal immigrants into consideration,
Huh?
and
Maybe to make
and
money.
it changes
So
the
then-
it changes
then
the
it can
electorate, it
change
changes the
vote?
amount of seats in the
Oh,
House, it changes all
then
sorts
it
of
could-
things.
Why are these all?
It could keep a horrible president in power,
Yes, and
regardless of what everybody else votes.
Okay,
and it
so
just it
apparently-
destabilizes
Would that
America in
not-
general.
No, I
Would
found
that-
something that
would that not
disagrees
be
with me,
an
but it
argument
looks worse for Furby.
Hold on. Would that not be an argument against no term limits then?
Well, no, because there's an 8-year term limit, and Biden still got voted out after 4 years, so that's irrelevant.
Because Biden didn't rerun. That you can't keep using that.
Yeah, good point. But regardless, if he had reran, you think it would have been any different? Like,
Yeah, I guarantee you probably would have won. Because
no.
Because exactly what he was doing.
No.
I bet you the
Yes,
guy was a
because of
freaking
how they
robot.
cast his vote, bro. I'm glad Trump won. Trust me. No, I voted for Trump, and I
Do you
wanted
think
him
it?
to win.
You
I'm
think
just
if it would have been Biden versus Trump instead of Kamala versus Trump, that Biden would have won?
Yes.
I mean, I can't know this. We can't know this,
Yeah,
but I
so
disagree.
Here's what I
I'm so
will
sorry
say.
for my lack of
Here's what I will
self-control.
say. Biden
Yes,
had
I'm
a
so
better
sorry for my
chance
lack
at
of
winning
self-control.
than
I'm
Kamala
so sorry
did.
for my lack of self-control.
Right.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Is America
true.
not a strong
Melanie, you have to
nation?
stand against the waves.
JS,
Yeah,
You're
is
moving
America,
in and
is
out
America
with the
not a
ocean.
strong nation? Is America not a strong nation, JS? Is that not
We're
what
not
you believe
gonna.
America's a...
We're not gonna be if we have your policies.
So you're fragile. It's just about fragility. It's like you can't decide if your enemy is very
No, but
strong
if we
and
have
powerful.
if we have obviously confused
our own
people
enemy
running
right
the
now.
government and running the policies, then we're gonna be weaker.
It's like you can't understand that either these people are so different and so much more powerful than you that this narrative makes
No,
sense.
hang on, Kirby. Look, does the military? Is the military?
There's a bigger
anybody who
picture.
wants
The only
to just
reason
join
you
the
have this
military?
country is
Can
because
anybody?
of
Hey,
immigration
no,
in the first
we have a
place.
strong
Yeah,
military,
I
right?
wanna hear this.
Can anybody
This
who
is good.
signs up for the military be in the military?
So the only reason
I go
you
fill
have
out
this
that paper,
country,
can I be in the
JS,
military?
I don't care what you're saying, Jeremy. JS, the only
No,
reason
you have to
this
actually
country
pass. You have to
is
make the
because of
military.
immigration in the first place. Therefore, treating these people.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at with you
like
earlier.
They're un-American. Like
do you
they're
know how?
immediately
Do you know how
criminal, like
tight we
they're
were?
aliens.
Do you know how tight we were on
Stupid.
immigration in the 1800s? Like,
You
if you
are
came from
fragile.
England
You
or
are unable to run a
Ireland,
country.
you would go
Yeah.
to
Yes, you are the one who would be
what's
unable
that?
to run a country with
What's that
immigration.
island called?
You
What's
are
that
the one
island
who's
called
too
where the Statue of
incompetent to
Liberty
handle
is?
immigration.
What's that
Yes,
island
you
called
are
where
the-
the Statue of Liberty is?
Yes, you are the one who's too incompetent to run a country with immigration. That doesn't mean every other politician is, okay? The country's not going to collapse from
What do you
immigration
mean?
just because you're too clueless to figure out.
What do you mean?
how
I
it's
agree
gonna
with.
work.
I
I
agree
think
with.
he's being
Well, I'm not
misconstrued a
in
little
charge of
bit.
the country. I agree
I don't
with
think
Trump's.
it's just about that.
I agree with
You gotta
Trump's
figure it out,
immigration.
though. You just got to figure it out. If
I think it's
America's a
about
strong,
cleaning
resilient
up.
nation
I
that
think
you need
there's
to
a bigger
preserve
picture,
because it's
bro.
just so great, or if it's so
Mel,
fragile and
calm
so
down, Mel.
Deep breath, deep
temporal
breath.
Mel,
that
calm down.
immigration can change it.
Mel, calm
Make up
down.
your
Take
mind.
a deep
Take
breath.
a lane,
Mel,
dude.
I agree with Trump's immigration policy, and he seems to be doing a great job.
That makes the problem worse. You're shooting yourself in the foot.
No, I'm not. My
This
foot's
is again a
fine.
demonstration of your incompetence, as I just demonstrated before.
What do you mean? Our illegal border crossings are down like
As I demonstrated,
99.3%
restricting the
or
border does
99
not
point.
decrease the. As I no.
Do you,
as I-
okay, so
I've
what's the bigger
demonstrated-
picture?
Maybe I'm
bro?
overestimating. Maybe it's
What
90.
are we
Ellis
trying to
Island.
solve?
Ellis Island. Yeah, the immigrants, the white
I've-
immigrants from England and Ireland, they would go to Ellis Island and they would get.
Doesn't matter that they were white, JS.
But I'm saying, well, because I know you think that I'm racist, xenophobic, blah 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 blah
Right,
blah.
did they build America? Were they inherently American, or were they possibly criminals? Were they illegal immigrants at first?
What I'm saying is that even in the 1800s, we had strict immigration policies. So when you say this
Yeah.
is a nation of
Right, but you
immigrants,
also
there
had
was
illegal
still a
immigrants.
process to come here.
Wait, but if you had illegal immigrants then, how come they didn't destroy the nation?
Huh?
If you had illegal immigration then, how come you still have your nation? How come it's not so fragile that it didn't destroy it?
Well, we didn't have it like this. We only had a small
you did.
nation, and Mexico
Society
just
level.
owned land, and
No, there was a fucking exodus.
we had to
No,
dominate.
No,
It's a
the
problem
fucking
with
Irish.
quantity.
No, you're
We
wrong.
had to
The Irish
dominate.
had-
NA.
Also,
wrong.
It's the NA, it's
You're
not applicable,
wrong.
Jeremy.
The Irish had a fucking exodus to the U.S. Okay, you're just wrong. The Irish immigration was some of the highest rates
you
of
ever heard of
immigration the U.S.
IRA?
had ever seen.
yeah.
Man,
Well, you know what?
11 in the
You guys-
afternoon, I
does
get
anybody
no
got any
sleep. I got the
solutions?
2008
I'm
You know why?
glad,
Because
FBI
Catholics were being
rape
persecuted in
statistics on
Ireland
screen.
by the British.
Yeah, I'm glad
Melanie,
that
why did
your
I look this up?
your only you know your only argument is that 200 years ago we let Irish people come in.
No, you let all sorts of people come in, and guess what? America still stayed America because America is a diverse nation.
America wasn't even America
made of
yet.
different backgrounds. Yes, it was when the Irish immigrated to America.
Barely.
Yes, it was.
Barely. It was like
Holy
13
fuck, you're
colonies.
clueless.
Would we
All
not
I'm
still
saying-
be? Would we not still be diverse if we had
You're stronger
if we,
than
if we
ever.
had a strict
America is
immigration policy
inherently
rather than
America.
an open
Why
border?
my Xbox so
America is inherently stronger than ever. There is no hive mind,
Really?
homogenous monoculture that can be destroyed. It can only be.
We
made
have a high
better and more
GDP and
diverse.
we have a lot of people, but
That's not going to be destroyed by that. In fact, that creates a more demand in the economy,
Mm.
more people who are buying things.
I've been a lot of places
Yeah.
on the road and the truck around this country for.
I'm not going to argue that America is weak.
Statistics, bro.
It's not. weak.
I don't
No,
know. I
that's
don't even
where
know
you're wrong.
what's.
America is one of the most
No, I said
robust
I'm not
empires.
going to argue that America is weak. I agree.
Then
America
how
is
the
still.
fucking immigration take it over?
Well, I thought the debate
It's not
started
taking it
with,
over.
like,
It's just
how
a
to-
problem
what's
that we
gonna
need to
make it
fix.
good.
It's really not that bad, dude. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. America will be fine.
pretty bad.
Of all the nations,
pretty
America
bad.
is the best suited to handle immigration.
Even if
In
it's
fact,
not that
Well,
bad,
how do we
okay.
make it
Well,
better?
if it's not
Because
that
we're the
bad,
best suited doesn't mean that it's a problem that we need to take on.
yeah.
In
If
fact,
it's not
you
that
all
bad, it won't be
love-
that
Well, we
hard
got
to
a lot
fix
of
it.
other
In fact,
problems.
I
think
guarantee you,
ready for.
Trump loves Israeli immigrants. Trump loves them. He does not want
If
to stop
it's
them
not
from
that
coming into the
bad, it
country.
won't be that hard to fix, right?
I mean,
You
if
know why
somebody
that
on this
is?
panel had to take
California
a
a
dick
lot.
in their
There
ass, you're
used to be a
probably the
lot
best
less.
suited for it. I'm not going to advocate that somebody does that, though, right?
I don't even think it is that hard to fix. Trump
Well,
fixed
teach
it.
their own.
Trump stopped the illegals coming in like the first day. It wasn't that hard to fix it.
No, he didn't.
But what was
There
the
was just-
purpose of
there's
doing
just
that
a
anyways?
decrease in
Like,
He
documented
reduced
immigration.
he reduced
No,
illegal
that's fine.
immigration
For what?
by
Not-
90 something percent on his
Either way,
false.
first week.
He decreased documented immigrants, people applying for visas. Again,
No,
you
he
reduce
no
the amount
no
of legal
no
immigrants with this.
no. He decreased illegal border crossings by 90%
How would
in
you
his
know? How
first
do you
week.
keep track
More
of
than,
that?
and that's a very conservative low ball
How would
number.
you
It's
know that if
actually
you don't
higher
keep
than
track
that.
of these things? How would
What do
you
you
know
mean
that
I
if you
don't keep track about them? I talk about them
can't
every
keep track
week.
of
What
these
was the
things on a
point in that
day-to-day
move?
basis?
What was the point?
You can't
Like,
keep, you can't
No,
keep
I think the
track of
actual
you
number. I think the actual
motherfuckers.
number is like
Melanie,
99.
you
You can't keep track
motherfucker,
of
dude.
this.
This is what
Nobody's
happens. I
standing
remember
at the
Gamergate.
border.
I remember
There aren't
Gamergate. We
people
used to make
standing
this
at the border.
I
argument.
don't think you know who you're
constantly.
talking to, but I keep track of this.
Everyone said we were rape
There aren't
apologists.
people
Everyone
standing
said
at
we
the
were the
border.
worst people in the world. Dude, this
Okay,
is the
cool.
exact same argument we
I know
made
you're
when we said,
perpetually
how are there
I know
unreported
you've
rapes?
never
You're literally
stopped being
making
triggered
you
by
are
Bro.
making the
Gamergate.
unreported
I know
rapes
you're
argument.
perpetually
You are
triggered.
making the
Bro,
unreported
Perpetually
rapes
triggered. That's
argument.
really cool.
There are so many videos of people when
JS, what you
Biden
have
got
to
in.
understand
Shut up, Mel.
that
Hold on,
what
Mel.
you're
Shut
talking
up,
You're
Mel.
about
perpetually
Mel,
built
shut
like
up, Mel.
handsome Squidward.
from the Trump
You're
They had
administration
perpetually
has every
ugly.
they
fucking
were
reason
giving
to
out
lie.
Biden T-shirts to
You're
the.
You're
perpetually
believing a
stuck with
press
wired
release
hair.
from a Trump
You're perpetually
administration.
stuck with beady eyes.
They were
You're
giving.
perpetually stuck
You're
with ugly fucking teeth.
They were
Oh,
giving
I'm just glad he's
Biden.
so passionate
JS,
about it. Maybe
you're
he's gonna live
perpetuating a
here. Why the fuck
lie
you
from the
living
White House press
in?
release that came out quickly after the Trump administration, who
What's
has
up,
every
bud?
reason
You're
to lie
perpetually
about their
stuck with a deeper
effectiveness.
They were
voice than you
giving
want.
When
Biden
they have no
T-shirts.
way, when they
Oh no,
have
he's
no
more passionate
way
about it
of
than a lot of
keeping
Americans.
track of who's actually
Mel.
crossing the border from one day to the
Mel.
next, they would
Mel.
have
There
no
is.
way of knowing that.
Boo. Boo.
It's a lie. It's a
Boo. Is
documented
that
Hi, bud.
lie.
James?
That was bud.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was.
they were giving
So
Biden
I don't know his name.
T-shirts.
until you can explain to me how they count who's crossing the border every single day and keep track of that on a day-to-day basis.
Mel. Shut up.
What you said can only be a lie. Yeah, I know. You need me to shut up when you're taking
Mel is-
L's. You can
Mel
then
is
say later,
perpetually
No,
raped.
you-
You're raped, bud. You're raped.
You
You're
just
raped.
keep
Absolutely
spazzing
raped,
out.
what
Mel.
that word
We're on
means.
vacay.
You just keep
You
spazzing
don't know what
out.
consent is, dude. You don't know what
Fredo.
Join the League of the Raped.
You don't know what consent is, bro. You don't know what rape means. Go back to college.
What was that? Over 700,000? What was that about? 700,000 rapes you were talking about?
Yeah, that's a net total statistic. That's not just immigrants.
Dude, you want to
That's
pull
not
up the
an argument
stats?
about
You want to pull up the stats? You had me fucking Googling you, retard. Because
Oh,
I
yeah.
have 2018 pulled
Yeah.
up by the FBI right now.
Maybe you should have pulled up the right ones. You
Oh
fucking
yeah,
idiot.
yeah. Goon looked these
I don't
up.
care
So
what
let's-
ones you pull up. Any of the
Stay
stats
clueless.
that you pull up,
Stay clueless. I never actually have an argument against
100%
mine.
I thought we're
accuracy.
looking for
Stay
.gov.
clueless.
Are we looking for
Stay
.gov,
clueless.
Melanie?
No,
What are we
no,
looking
stay
for?
Clueless. Stay clueless.
Oh,
It's
shit.
SciChat, you
Round
fucking
Wait.
news.
Hey,
No, no,
ugly, your voice
round news.
control is terrible. I can do a better female voice than you
It's in
can.
SciChat, you
It's
fucking-
absolutely pathetic.
You're
I can
so
go from
clueless. It's
deeper to
in
lighter than you
SciChat.
can.
You didn't even look in SciChat. You're so
Are
bad
you
at
even really
research.
trans?
I'm in the science
You're
tra-
this bad at research that you
Science
didn't
tra-
I
even
don't
look
even
at
think he's
SciChat
really
for the
Canadian. I
.gov.
think he needs to come in America and come help make America
The
better
most
because
easiest part of research.
fucking
Check to see if my opponent
pretty
already
passionate about
gave
it.
me the source.
So you
You
can learn a
failed
little
that
bit more.
test. Go back
Wait,
to school, dude.
wait. Goon said
Yeah,
he
what
looked up
test?
the
Wait,
stats. So let's hear the stats.
Those stats aren't even related to what I was talking about.
Oh
He's an
shit.
idiot.
Well, now
He
they're
doesn't
not
know how to
related.
Yeah, oh
It's
yeah.
not any
Neither,
There's no-
neither were
What
my
Mel's
parents.
just
Thank
talking about
God.
is always tangentially changing. So there's no stats you could ever give Mel because the topic changes every 5 seconds.
Right, I know.
So we're looking for statistics on how many immigrants, percentile-wise, commit rape or are likely to. I pointed
How
out
about them term limits?
that is a that
Not how many
convictions,
immigrants.
based on convictions, it is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
No,
of
the
ones who
question
cross the border.
The
per
question
year.
is of the children who are illegally smuggled over the border, what percentage
you
of
don't know how
them?
many that is because we can't keep track of that. They're doing that
Is that
under
important?
our noses. How do we keep track of
You're
something that's
asking me for a-
undocumented?
so you're asking me to find a stat
Well,
that
we
doesn't
can-
exist.
is impossible.
But I'm
To
sure
make
we
it
have a
clear,
number.
You're asking me to find a stat that
So you
doesn't
have to
exist.
look. I'm
You
explaining
get
to you how to
research
do
like
your
a
research. I'm giving you my formula, bro. So you have
What's-
to look So you have to look at how much child trafficking was a
18.
result of immigration in the year 2024. Then you take that and compare that to the amount of people who existed in America in 2024, and you get a percentage of how many immigrants are actually doing that. Because that 1/3 thing doesn't actually tell us. That 1/3 thing doesn't tell us who actually raped them. If either it was all immigrants, in which case the statistics don't reflect that.
The 1/3 thing
and
is
that
probably
doesn't make
not true.
sense. Or
The
on
one
the other
third
hand,
thing
it's
was said
happening
by
by
a
people
single
here in
officer.
America.
Doesn't matter.
It's happening by American citizens, and I agree. We should deport rapists as well to a very awful place.
The one third thing is like if I worked at border control and someone interviewed me and I said, yeah, I think about 1/3 of them get raped.
It's hearsay
That's what
evidence.
the
Yes.
claim in the article is.
Yeah.
That's the problem. With it. It's hearsay evidence. It's not reliable.
Hell yeah. Yeah,
Not only did I link the article, I disproved the article faster than you did.
I linked an article in side chat that you seem to be purposely missing at this point from Customs and Border Patrol on the rate of convictions of immigrants for fiscal
Yeah, I
year
agreed with you that
2024
that might be
various
better. I
crimes.
told you I couldn't find a good website. The
Inside
website that I
chat.
linked
It's
originally
inside
was
chat. Do you
not-
know what the
Okay,
fuck
cool. We
side
found
chat is?
a bunch of evidence of a bunch of problems.
Are you incompetent? Do you not know what side chat is? Why are you
I
here?
wanna
You
know
can't use
in-game.
side chat.
Yeah,
What do you want? What are you
voice
talking
channel
about
has
in
a
side
chat.
chat?
This voice channel. Do you know that little chat button next to just chatting?
Here's a report from Congress about
Are you talking to me?
migrant children sexually
you need to-
abused in
you
rape
posted
tents
in
while
there. You
crossing
posted about
deadly
it.
Darien Gap.
Scroll up, dumb cunt. What's that above your post in side chat?
That's the shit that doesn't tell me anything about my argument.
Is that my post? Do I know how to use
You're the
side
one who's
chat when my
acting
post is
confused
above
about what
yours?
I
You
was
fucking
telling you. No,
retard.
you don't get to act confused about what I told you to look at when the link's right there, motherfucker. You're incompetent, and you're willfully incompetent. This is willful ignorance at its finest.
What do you want me to? What am I doing with this? What am I?
All I said is that validates what I said, that it's a fraction of the of the total amount of immigrants who actually cross the border who are proven guilty for a crime.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I wasn't. At what point was I contesting
I
this?
never asked you to. Just shut the fuck up.
You just told me to look at it. Are you retarded? You're getting really flustered. Are you about to cry?
I told
Are you about
JS
to
if he
cry?
needs to see a source. I told JS if he needs to see a source, then he
Yo,
can
I
go
think
look
this
at that
rape
link.
bitch is about to cry.
I looked at the link,
Okay, cool. Then there's
Hey,
nothing
buddy.
more to my argument.
but that link just proves that illegal
But we-
immigrants commit less violent crimes than
we-
Americans, and I already agreed to that.
Okay,
Because
but you said
generally,
I
if you
provide
come into
zero
a
sources on
if you
anything.
come into a
You said I
country
provide
illegally,
zero sources on
you're
anything.
probably not going to want to go out and commit some violent crimes.
You said I
Sometimes
Probably
provided
going to
zero
want to lay
sources.
low.
Yes, you said I provided zero sources on anything. What the fuck is that? Is that zero sources in your side chat? Are you
I didn't say
delusional?
zero sources.
You
Holy
almost
fuck.
zero sources.
Holy fuck! I'm talking to Goldfish.
You just
5
provided a
second
source
memory.
for something completely
5 second
irrelevant.
memory. It's not irrelevant. It's totally
Yeah, it is
relevant to
irrelevant.
what I was saying.
Looking
I had
good.
No.
to walk you through how to
Looking
find
good.
statistics for things.
Yeah,
a
yeah.
percentile of the
I already
total
told you
immigration
that's not
crossing
what
the
we're
border
talking
per
about.
year.
Gotta get a safe spot.
And I use that.
I
to
don't need
supplement
that
my
source to
argument
tell you that.
we
I already
don't
knew
need to
that.
Punish them.
All right,
But I didn't
And I
need that
use that-
source. I already agreed to that.
Hey,
And I use
Before
that
you-
to
Yeah,
supplement
buddy.
my argument.
Before you did
my-
that source,
every
I
time-
already agreed to that. I already knew that.
And here's how it's related. Let me finish.
What
And
are
I
we
use
trying
that
to
to
figure
supplement
out?
my argument that we don't need to be punishing them
Yeah,
for the
boy.
crimes of a few, much like you don't think that you should
Yeah,
be
I
punished
know.
for being
We're going
white
in
just because
circles. I've
some
already
white
been.
people.
No,
just
we've
like
already
you
been over
agree that
this.
some white people that you shouldn't be
We've
punished
already
for
been
being
over
white just
this.
because some white
Yeah, I
people-
already said
Yeah.
what you posted in that
The
source. I
circular
already
argument.
knew, and I already said.
do something
circular
wrong. You
argument.
should face
Yeah.
consequences.
What we
So y'all
said
agree.
is no. What we said. What I
Really like
said
that.
was
Nailed
that
it.
you are inherently 100%
Yeah, it's a
of the
circular
illegal
argument.
immigrants who come over are criminals.
It's pathetic that you're that convinced by a circular argument. It's not an odd
How is it a
statement.
circular argument?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty
Definitely sounds like
circular.
you're going in circles, all right.
It's circular to say if you broke the law, then you did something illegal. Yeah,
If we actually wanted to decrease crime in the U.S., we would deport all the white people because
you're right. All I'm saying is if you broke the law, you did
Yeah.
something illegal.
This is what 1 week of Vosh
That's
does
right.
to your brain.
Yeah, it makes you all take L's apparently.
The world
Yeah,
y'all
I'm just
do to
gonna,
get
how does this do the
Oh,
town
Now it's
tournaments?
so
Big
No, he's passionate. He's
I don't
passionate.
think anybody took the L's, but guys, it's like 10 a.m. I gotta.
You wouldn't know a losing
No,
argument
no,
if it hit
Mel
you
is
in the face
triggered,
because you
Gunnar.
love them so much. You're
Mm.
convinced by fucking
You're quick to judge.
right-wing
You don't know how
propaganda.
to
You
do
just
voice
lied. You're like,
conversion.
oh yeah, I want.
I think all news is propaganda equally.
Yes.
I agree
When
with
was the
all of
last
that.
time? When was the last time you used your critical thinking skills? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
King.
forgot you didn't have any.
Uh-huh.
No, critical thinking's
agree.
for commies.
Did you know this is a bad thing that's happening?
You're again
And it's mostly
demonstrating.
skeptical,
You're
King.
again demonstrating that you're clueless and you don't know how to analyze media.
Yeah, you got bodied repeatedly.
What's
Yeah, you've
Right,
demonstrated
absolutely
right now by
great.
saying critical
Join the
thinking
League
skills
of
is
the Rig.
communist, that you don't understand what it is, that you don't understand, that you have
John
no
Dewey.
skill- you have no
What
tools
was that?
for media analysis. and you have
John
no
Dewey,
tools for
progressivism
fact-checking.
in education.
He's been slowly
Communist.
atomized into nothing.
Tell me you can't fact check without saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey
Commie.
Mel,
Um,
why you so up and
Thank you,
triggered?
James. You're right.
you missed
over
out
the
on a
top.
lot.
You're right, James.
Why
This was getting heated.
Thank you for
This was
calling
getting
me out
heavy.
on that. I'm not giving out what I get, and I need to do that more. JS, by the way, you're not popping up in the subscriptions feed anymore because you're probably past 12
Freddy's
hours. Right?
Urban Adventures to the 7-Eleven.
JS, did you hear me? I was trying to be helpful there.
What? I miss.
I think you're past the 12-hour mark, and you're not popping up in my subscriptions feed. Just so you know.
Yeah.
You stay past the
I think I started at. Yeah, I started at like 11. No, I
11
should.
and a half, 11 hours, 25 minutes currently.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
you're
quite
on
at
my
12 hours yet.
subscription feed. I was very sad about that, but I just thought I'd warn you in case that's what's going on.
I'm not
It's
quite
gonna end
past 12
anyway, so
hours.
it doesn't matter.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's gotta end. Yeah.
I'm getting
Everybody's
tired.
talking about how sad it is that JS isn't in their subscriptions feed. They want to know when JS goes live, and it's very sad. Very sad that they can't know when he goes live.
Many people they want to
I'm
see
always the
it.
first one here. You guys are slow.
They like to see it in the subscription feed.
I'm all excited to come see y'all.
I don't even
and I
use
have to
the
wait.
subscription feed. I just I just go to people's channels and see if they're on.
They say,
Yeah,
"Wow,
exactly. I'm trying to go say
wow,
hello.
I've seen many subscription feeds, but your subscription feed doesn't have JS Urban Adventures. Wow, what
Actually,
a
you're pretty
lame,
high up there on mine for some reason.
what a bad subscription feed. Who wants a
Unfortunately,
subscription feed
JS is
without?"
usually pretty consistent about his stream schedule.
Yeah, I'm always.
I see these people. They're complaining about not seeing
I
JS
see
in their
these
subscriptions feed, and I asked them, have you clicked the notifications bell? And they're like, no. And I'm like, there's your problem. You haven't clicked the notifications bell. Click
Many
that bell.
people click the notification bell. Some don't. I don't like those people. What are those people doing?
They flick the bell.
That was good. That was a little better.
So, immigration leading from term limits passing from.
No, okay, we need to put a fucking fork in that topic. I am done with it. I will footnote it again.
I just wanted to know what the.
I'm worried. I think I'm scaring James. And I need to.
40 years of Trump. That's what they say. They say they want me forever.
Me. Why are you scaring me? What I got to do with it?
James, I just want you to always feel welcome here, buddy. You really
James,
are. You're super wholesome.
Start a stream, James.
You should come move to America and become part of the system. You're more passionate than have
where
people
you
that
at,
might
James?
about the government.
By the way, speaking of Trump annexing Canada, if he does that, you realize that Trump annexing Canada opens up the borders between here, and I am very anti-American.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna.
Well, fuck you care so much about your politics. I think you're at war with yourself.
Maybe that's why. Literally, being anti-American there, fucking Kirby is literally trying to take us.
I'm anti-American. I'm anti-American because people like Trump can win the presidency.
Hold on, James.
Hey,
You said
hey. I love my country. I don't care for my government. All right, but this country is a beautiful place. Come visit.
That's the thing.
James said he's gonna visit Canada.
I've been to Santa
I've visited Canada. It's a nice place too.
I've been to Santa
I said if he
Florida,
opens,
Florida.
if he
It's a super
annexes
beautiful place.
Canada, I'm coming to visit Canada. If he annexes Canada, I'm coming to visit.
Credit where it's due.
All right.
Credit where it's due.
I'm gonna go visit and see.
I love America because people like Furby can't run for president.
Why you dressed up,
Why
James?
not?
You going to church or something?
No, I'm
Unless
not
Canada is
He got
annexed
set
by
on
the
the right
U.S.
path. He's so passionate. I wish
Unless Canada is annexed by the U.S.
VK.
Oh, all right. Well, you got like you got the button up.
Baby, all it takes is for
minus
Canada to be
the.
annexed by the U.S.
What do you mean? Well, you can see me? Yeah, I know. I'm on cam.
Yeah,
You
you
know
got
that
the button up.
That wouldn't work either. You wouldn't. You still wouldn't.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
Semen
You would
retention
win.
helps you stream a long
51st
time.
state. We're not a territory. We're a 51st state, bitch.
Yeah, you're totally against that. I can
I
give you
know,
many
I know.
reasons
I
why
just
you're
think it's
against that.
ironic how you're shooting yourself in the foot again. Your call's
The
coming from us
divided.
from the
Yeah, you'll
house.
become
You're
part of the
opening the border.
divided
I'm
states.
just
on
saying,
that.
You're
you
opening the border.
You are not even in favor of
You're opening
the
the
bullshit
border.
state that you're
The border is
using
opening to Canada.
to open your eligibility to run for president.
You better
You're
know how
so
to hack into
pro-border, but
Microsoft.
Trump says he's going to open the border to Canada, and you're like, oh, actually, that's a great idea.
California won't be the gayest state anymore. Now it will be Canada.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Honestly, Canada has just as many transphobes as you do. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you ever been to Alberta?
I'm not scared of.
Transphobe, not trans.
There's no way Newfoundland is pro-trans. There may be like some pro-trans
What
people
is
there, but
that?
like Newfoundland, they're like trad conservatives. over there, okay?
Newfoundland?
I'm
Newfoundland?
sorry. I'm trying to
What?
speak to you like you're American. Here we call it Newfoundland, but I didn't want to use.
That's what
Yeah,
we
that's what
call
we
it.
call it.
Yeah, he didn't want. He didn't want to use.
Are you British? Are you fucking?
called
Are you Canadian?
Newfoundland?
No, but
Now
James is
we're
on the
arguing
panel.
English.
James is on the panel, and I know that my accent is probably very thick for him.
No, your accent's not very thick for me.
You actually sound like you live just south of me.
It's funny, I
Must have
grew up
never
in
been to
Windsor.
Oregon.
I grew up in Windsor. I grew up staring across the ocean.
All right,
or
all right,
the
everybody
river
shut
at
up.
Detroit.
I know there's a lot of beauty around us. We should just take. This is the only time we should take a step back and look.
Everybody say
Just
good
realize
night.
how much potential we
And
have.
how's-
You
no,
mean good
I wanted
morning?
to say the thing I wanted to
I
say
mean
the
good
thing I
morning.
wanted to say earlier. I need to load my
I'm just
plane
being a
earlier,
prick. I love
and
you,
I'm running
Jeff.
out of
No
fuel.
homo.
There's no
I didn't
UFC
get to-
fights tonight, so fight night is just gonna be panels and stuff. What is that? A reptilian?
Or something? What the fuck?
What is that? Is that a
Well, I'll
chameleon?
stop by on my live, I guess.
The
I'll
lizard.
be live.
It's a
Is that a lizard?
sail-fin dragon.
I don't have a panel.
Oh shit! Does he know how to build
Motherfucking
structures?
sail-fin dragon.
James, they will not drink piss. They need
got-
real
You got some
fresh
pyramids
water,
in
not
there?
piss.
You got a pyramid in there. You need to put some blocks in there so he can.
Oh,
Dude,
he's
you
kinda
want to send me
sick.
one? Dude, hook it up.
You can,
Well,
yeah, you
hey,
can totally,
come by my live, you know,
uh,
if you want to,
you
Jay.
totally build JS's
I'll buy yours.
whole pyramid or dinosaurs built
live.
pyramid argument there.
Scar
Wait, is
needs
that-
a friend.
That wasn't. That's goons. That's goons. Okay, yeah.
No,
How would those lizards
Oh, look at that guy.
Holy
Oh!
shit!
He's freaking gilling up. Oh!
Bro, he's actually
Oh, he-
what
stressing
the-
me.
Dude's now finally showing
That's not
everybody
good-
his
that's
What
not
lizard.
for
the-
their health.
It's a reptilian. Hold up.
It shortens their lifespan, just to be clear. They're not. It's not good for them.
Hold on. Make him
'Cause he's
gill up.
already showed
Aw,
me,
but it trusts
showed me
you.
the
Aw,
lizards. Now
okay,
he's
but
showing
here's the thing.
everybody
It
else.
doesn't like the camera, but it definitely trusts James. That's the sweetest thing I've
Dude,
ever seen.
animals can sense cameras. There's like a different
Even though it thinks
frequency.
that the
No.
camera's an eye.
He's not gonna
James,
sit
No,
there
it's
and
because you
stress
put
it
that
out
shit in
all
their
day.
face. No, JS. It's because you put that shit in their face, and then you make them like
Nuh-uh.
you hold it there, and they're like, "Why are you holding this shit
No.
in my face?
No, my dog
You
wont.
gonna spray me with this?"
My
I
dog.
just saw
was
Goon's
just scaring
lizard,
him
bro,
on-
and it was pretty big. So
My dog will sit
I was
just
definitely just
outside
scaring it on
of the
purpose.
frame. Like my dog like sees the camera range.
Thank
and he'll
God there's
sit-
no
No, it-
vegans in here.
He'll sit
probably
just
looks like an
outside of the
eye.
frame of the camera.
It actually probably does look like an eye to them.
And
They're
I'm
like,
back to
"Why are
the
you
lab
pointing this fake-looking eye at
with
me?"
a
He can't even
mic
see the
test.
camera.
Yeah,
My
it
dog
literally
is
thinks
down
that I'm
there.
like
He
holding
didn't
out.
listen
It
to him.
thinks I'm holding out another animal in front of it. That's why it starts flaring up like that.
That was
Do you feed it
cool.
live or do you feed it? Do you feed it like frozen heated
Dude, I
food?
thought he was about to
Oh, all
spit
of mine,
acid.
they just
Feed it-
bugs.
Is he on
All my
mice?
bugs.
Yeah, he's just eating bugs. Yeah.
Well, I thought you were James, by the way. When you
Yeah,
showed that. That's why
No,
we did
I'm,
this show.
no, James is the
That's why I
bud.
said you can't feed
I'm
it piss.
James.
Yeah, you need to put some Legos in there and see if he can build a structure.
The edges are too sharp.
Here,
I
I
wanted to
got
ask you
you.
how long
Beautiful.
How long
Where
have you
the
had
fuck
them?
are you at?
how long have you
You're
both had your
fucking-
reptiles?
Bro, I've had my
I would've-
I've had mine for 2 years.
I've had a reptile dysfunction for 20.
That's an iguana.
I'm so sorry to hear that, bro. What the? Why'd you drop the news live stream, bro? Now we really need to start funding some money. Send in the super chats, please.
I
Yeah,
waited
we
like
need to
20
clear
minutes to make that statement,
I mean,
JS.
I mean, it's just one less freeloader on our system, right? So I'm not.
that. I vote for that healthcare.
Gosh, it's pathetic.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Everybody say goodnight.
He's athletic.
Alright.
Night.
But,
But yeah, this is actually
who's
it's a
who's
Chinese
Hey,
water dragon.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanna ask
So
you a
what I
question.
did, I locked
Oh my
myself.
god. Hurry up, Mel.
But
Ask
I'll
the
wait
question.
after everyone leaves. You're good.
Do you know enough about reptiles to confirm or deny the myth that like their tails can shatter glass when they whip it?
Yeah, that's right.
What?
Tails can what?
The big enough iguana? Yeah.
You
they
cut
Maybe
out.
like
can.
a Komodo dragon or something, but
No, my dad had an iguana, and I went towards the tank, and he's like, "Go slowly, because if that thing whips its tail, it will like throw glass in your face."
If it's big enough,
nah,
yeah,
that's bullshit. Your dad was trying to
It was
scare you.
big. No,
Those
this
were,
was
that
this
was
was
a cheap.
this was. I don't know how long they live, but if they could live like 20 or 30 years, that's how big this thing
Depends on
was.
the iguana.
What's the theory?
That
That their tails can whip the glass and break it if they're big enough.
Oh, I mean, if you get a big enough lizard, I'm
It's
sure.
probable, yeah.
Especially a lot of the ones
But-
people usually just use
A lot of
aquariums.
people-
They don't get
Yeah.
actual.
The thing about aquariums is like
They don't get an
yeah, if you got a
actual
damn, if you got a
terrarium or, like, a
37-foot
feed
iguana,
system.
it could probably build a pyramid.
I mean,
you need, like, a big
I
aquarium
I
and
don't know if you
glass
guys
that
can
can
see it. I
close.
have them
Thinking
inside of
iguanas.
weed tents, so like they're not gonna break any
nice.
glass in there.
Biological
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's
birth control,
real easy. A
baby.
simple Google search tells
Oh,
you no,
that'll eat
they
a pest.
don't have that ability. In fact, they shed their tail when as a defensive mechanism, in which case their tails will never
Some
actually
iguanas,
be
yeah.
strong enough to do that.
Yep.
Okay, cool. No, I wanted to ask the
And they do
reptile
that as a
people,
defense mechanism.
'cause that's like
Well.
conversation.
But also,
So your
there's,
dad
like,
lied.
They can whip
your
you
dad
real
lied
hard,
to
and
you.
They'll fucking hurt.
Are you
Yeah,
asking
but
about
it's not strong enough
iguanas?
to
Like, what type
shatter
of
glass.
lizards are you
is the
asking
point
about?
you're making.
Your whole
Any-
I
childhood
was
was a
asking about
lie.
iguanas. My dad said that about an iguana. It was a very old iguana.
Are you sure it wasn't a iguana?
Is your dad?
Yes.
I mean,
There's
if you
lots of
put
different
if you put a
species
big
of
enough
iguana.
iguana inside of a thin enough
Oh
glass
my God!
tank,
All right,
it
I'm
can
leaving,
definitely
guys.
shatter it.
God bless. Have a
That's
good
what I was
night.
saying. There's so many variables.
Everybody
It
who
is
came
probable,
up, thank you for
but
coming up. Me,
that's
myself, and
rare.
I.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
No,
problem
dude,
is
don't
that
thank
if-
me.
Everybody.
You better be there to color eggs.
Oh, I am.
Fuck yeah, JS,
Tonight we're doing.
JS Nation out here,
Hang
Dread
on,
conservative
hang
motherfucker.
We're doing
Hang on,
egg.
Kirby,
We're
I've
doing
got an
egg
additional
coloring.
clarification.
We're doing
There
egg coloring
is-
tonight.
Clarification.
Egg coloring,
is
bitches.
All right, I'm leaving. I'm not gonna listen to this.
No,
Why?
clarification.
Yeah,
Clarification.
go ahead and leave, JS.
It doesn't
They're
have
What,
to
fine.
Jeremy?
stream, I'll
What,
just
what
give you a
Jeremy?
line.
You guys
Jeremy
can-
had something to say. God damn it!
Oh my God! Shut up. They can all argue in there amongst themselves. I have a headache and I need to get some sleep, guys. Tonight, some peace and quiet. Holy crap! Bunch of damn. Nobody knows how to like take turns talking. Everybody's just constantly spazzing out. What the? Okay. Guys, chat. Thank you for hanging out. We've purged all of the raiders except for a select few that are still here. We got to $73, which is math time. $27 short of the goal. Not bad. Pretty good. Plus I think I got $1 in cash apps. Let me see. I got $1 in cash apps. So we were only $26 short of the goal. So that means tonight for the Easter stream, tonight's the Easter stream, guys. Tonight for the Easter stream, the goal is going to be $126. Okay, we got to make it up tonight. We got to make it up. Slacking. There's no UFC fights tonight. But I will be streaming. Once it hits midnight, I got to go buy some eggs. Discord VCs are like a room full of cackling women. Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. You know, it gets real calm and quiet though when we play games, whether it be Uno, chess, poker, it gets much more calm because everybody like has to focus on the game. But when we just argue about stuff and Mel's in there, it gets crazy. But we'll be streaming tonight. We'll hang out. We'll play some games. You know, we can debate about whatever. There's no UFC fights, so no fight commentary. I'll just open the panel. Might I don't know. There's some like videos I want to like go over and commentate on, but probably won't do that tonight because it is the Easter stream tonight. Tonight's the Easter stream. I'm gonna color eggs, so I'll turn the camera. We'll get in the Discord. I got an egg dye kit. We're going to color some eggs. Only the eggs that matter are the ones that say Reese's. Maybe I'll get some Reese's eggs. Reese's eggs sound good, but every year we color eggs. This will be the third Easter egg coloring stream. So, and then if you do a super chat, because you get a crayon, I think you get a crayon. Hopefully the kit that I got comes with the white crown. I say crown. But if you do a $5 super chat, I decorate with your name on an egg, which does absolutely nothing for you. But, you know, you get your name on an egg, and it goes in my refrigerator, and eventually I break it and put it in my egg salad or my tuna salad, or I just eat eggs. I'm going to be eating eggs for the next week. I'll be eating a lot of eggs because I'm probably gonna die like 18 of them. So I'm gonna have 18 hard-boiled eggs. And if you do a $5 super chat, you get your name and a decoration. You get an egg made custom for you. And if you really want it, you can send me shipping and handling, and I'll mail it to you. But then you got to pay $5 for the art, and then you got to pay $20 for the cost of the egg, and then you got to pay $10 for shipping and handling. So if you want a custom egg mailed to you, it's going to be a $50 super chat. And I'll decorate and mail you a custom egg. That's the plan. But that's the deal. That's what we're doing tonight. Egg dyeing, no fights, fight night, nice night, delight night. Friday or Sunday, nice night, polite night, not fight night. There's no fights tonight. Polite night. Easter. You know, Christ is risen. Last night, Christ died for our sins. Tonight, tomorrow, midnight, tomorrow, Jesus rising again. And we're going to celebrate eggs. And we're going to talk about why Easter is not pagan. Painting eggs is not pagan. It's a Catholic holiday. It's a Catholic tradition. The bunny rabbit, maybe a little pagan. It's a fertility symbol. Maybe the bunny rabbit's a little pagan. But as far as dyeing eggs, Easter egg hunts, gift giving, feasting, not pagan. Easter's not pagan, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what we'll be talking about tonight. Happy Easter, everybody. Spend some time with your family. God bless you guys. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you tonight. Oh, wait. I got to find like a raid or something to see if anybody's streaming. Redirect. We'll play some games. Happy Dia de los Bonis. Dia de los Bonis. Dia de los Bonis. Unreasonable man, urgent. Grid is live. Jess is live. We'll send you to Jess. Grid is live doing his debate show right now. What the? Anyway, I'll send you over to Jess. And I'll see you guys tonight for Easter. God bless everybody. Have a good one. We'll catch you later. Peace.